Prelude. Almost got her. I spur Ali onward, completely focused. The girl in front of me is trying desperately to escape my grasp, but she can't. She won't. I cry out loudly, my voice a growl as I demand my horse to go faster. Sand is flung into the air as Ashana, Mirka, and I chase the girl over the dunes of Saran, which grace the outskirts of Hayama. We will not let this woman escape. We cannot. We won't. I am so close now. She cannot run forever. Only a little closer and she'll be ours. If I take her now, she'll be out of harm's way, safe from the bastard they call Kasim. My gelding surges forward. I reach my hand toward the girl. My fingertips skim her veil as I lunge for her shoulder. Unexpectedly, the girl's stallion lunges forward in what seems to be an impossible feat of speed. Ali and I are left far behind as the girl holds on for dear life to her stallion. The woman slips through the gates of the city, under the safety of her father's house, and, to my outrage, into the filthy clutches of Kasim once again. I pull Ali to a stop and scream my rage. What kind of a thief am I to let a young girl best me? Now she's gotten away.
Leave her be, Zahid, Mirka says, slowing his horse to a halt. We should simply turn back. All this work isn't worth one mere princess.
She is worth everything, I snap. Mirka recoils, but I don't care that he's mad. This was our one chance, and we ruined it. Another woman will fall into the hands of a sick, deranged madman. Just like Mother did. And just like Mother, this girl's death at Kasim's hands will be my fault because I let her get away. Calm yourself, Raider Prince, Ashana says gently. We'll capture her. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the temper that flies away from me far too often. My anger is a flame easily stoked. I must not let it rage out of control. We need to make a plan, I say. We must enter the city and convince Sultan Hanif to let us take his daughter.
You may as well be asking him to give up all his gold and treasures. He will never let us take her,
Mirka argues. We'll convince him, I say, forcefully. He will have no choice but to give her up. I turn my back on Hayama to make camp in the refuge of a nearby oasis. Ashana's right. Yes, we'll capture the girl. One way or another, she'll be mine. Chapter 1.
If we wait any longer, the police will arrive. Zayde, hurry up!
Take it easy, Mahir. We don't want to get caught. Freaking amateur. Every time he's like this. Every time. Mahir and I are friends, but if he couldn't carry twice as much as I could, he wouldn't be coming along on this mission. He's far too nervous. I put my tongue between my teeth, fiddling with the lock of the jewelry store. We've already disabled the alarm, but he's dancing beside me like the cops are going to drive by at any second. If we were doing it Mahir's way, he'd have crashed through the glass doors already, grabbed everything he could, and left. Not my style. I'm the boss. We do it my way. The lock finally clicks, and I stuff the old cracked credit card into my pocket. Mahir throws me a black backpack, and I swing it onto my arm. I pull a key out of my jacket that I pickpocketed off a jeweler when I was in here earlier, pretending to shop for a ring for my imagined fiancé. Ha, fiancé. Yeah, right, I think, chuckling to myself. I begin unlocking all the cabinets, shoving diamond rings and necklaces into the bag.
Stop fiddling with the locks. Just break the glass, Mahir whines.
No, we leave everything intact, I say. I'm a thief, but I have rules, and Mahir knows it. We don't break stuff, we don't take anything someone absolutely needs, and we don't get caught. Oh, and we only steal from dirtbags, too. Hassan Bakari is the definition of dirtbag. A corporate giant, Hassan's forced every other jewelry store in Ashana out of business. In the past week, he's paid off thousands of employees in order to outsource their work overseas. I've seen it affect a lot of poor families around the city, which is why I've carefully planned a stage of robberies at every Hassan jeweler's location in Ashana. The robberies won't hurt him with his millions of dollars, but the diamonds I take will be enough to feed the people in my neighborhood who have been affected by the downsize for months. I realize that it's wrong, but really, it's all I can do. Stealing is all I can ever do. Without it, I'm nothing but a slum rat.
This is taking too long. I'll do it myself,
Mahir states, raising his hand to break the glass. I stop what I'm doing and grab his wrist. No, Mahir, leave it alone. I stand to my fullest height, which is half of Mahir's. He's a tall man and has a reputation around the slums for giving out beatings. I know my way around a brawl, but Mahir could easily snap me in half. Doesn't mean that I won't stand up to him or fight him if he takes a swing. He grunts and falls silent. I continue unlocking all the cases. Mahir follows behind, stuffing jewelry into the bag. I'm the only one around the slums who Mahir actually respects, which is why he works for me and nobody else. Everyone else around here is dead scared of the guy. When we've cleaned out the store, I sling my full backpack over my shoulder. Let's go. Mahir and I slip out the back. He goes down one alley and I take another, splitting up. He'll meet up with me in a few hours to take both bags to our mutual buyer, who will then wire the money into our accounts. Mahir could run off with the loot, but he never has, so I'm not worried about it. What people don't realize is that there's always more to steal. I need no disguise. To anyone walking by, I look like nothing more than an exhausted college student, which I will be tomorrow, for the 4th year in a row. Ugh, only 2 more semesters and I'm done with that place. Thanks, Al-Shams. The sun is coming up. The light reflects sharply off the tall buildings, causing my shadow to loom ominously over the pavement. The downtown area is marked by tall skyscrapers hosting corporate empires. It's already hot out, but I don't know why I'm complaining. Saran's a desert. Not like it's going to snow anytime soon. I pass the 2,000-year-old Temple of Al-Shams unimpressed. People come from all over the world to see the temple, built from the remains of the former city that was burnt to the ground by warlords in ancient times. But there are tons of things in Ashana that are old. The city is a mixture of the ancient and the new, and it's not unusual to find a tower next to a crumbling ruin. After all, Queen Amira's palace is right down the street from Ashana University, and those 2 buildings couldn't be more different. Ashana is modern, yet it echoes a past behind its title as Saran's largest, greatest, and most prosperous city. Even though the city's huge, I know it like the back of my hand. I feel like I've lived here 2 lifetimes. No matter how many times I see it, though, the slums never get any prettier or more bearable to look at. I cross out of the downtown district and into my own personal hell. The houses are clustered together, jumbling inward against rickety old merchant carts and dilapidated businesses. A variety of shady people wander the streets, looking for someone to rob even at this early hour. I have a reputation around here myself, so no one bothers me, but I can't help but keep an eye open just in case someone gets the bad idea to try and mug me. A man with his daughter, her hair and face concealed by a veil, hurry by me with their heads bowed. Freedom of religion is widespread in Ashana, but the majority of the population sticks to the old traditions and follows the Onari, attending temple services for Al-Shams regularly. Myself, I've never held much regard for a phoenix god who, so far, has done nothing to get me and my mom out of this shithole. So, I avoid Al-Shams and his followers as much as possible. I open the door to my crappy house, and the stupid thing falls off the hinges. Again. For what has to be the 8th time, I'll have to fix it. I step over the holes on the tile floor where dirt from the ground is peeking through. I open the fridge and peer inside. No matter what, I always make sure there's enough food in the house for her. I wish I could tell my mom what I really do. She thinks when I'm not at school, I work in a shop, and that's how I pay for all the things we need. If only she knew what I was really doing. With the money I make off of stealing jewelry, she and I could move out of the slums to a safer and cleaner place in the city. That kind of money doesn't come from working at a shop, though, and she'd get suspicious. I know if I told her the truth, she'd never approve. It would break my mom's heart to find out her only son is a thief. Most of what I steal I give away to others who are even worse off than we are, if it's even possible to imagine such a situation. I grabbed some milk, pouring myself a glass. I haven't drank milk since I was a kid, but maybe it will help. I'm exhausted from staying up all night, but lately I can't sleep. For months I've been having these weird dreams, and they get stranger and stranger each time. It sounds stupid, but maybe a glass of warm milk will make the dreams go away. It's the only thing I haven't tried. I accidentally kick a chair on the way back to my room. It falls apart into a mess of broken furniture parts on the floor. I wave my hand at it angrily, not seeing the point in cleaning it up. Everything's broken in this dump, not excluding the people. I sit on the bare mattress in my room, lying unsupported on the floor, and rub my eyes. The sun's coming in through the window, past the dirty and jagged-edged blinds. I turn the other way and close my eyes, shutting out the harshness of the sun. I've only got a few hours to sleep before Mom comes in and wakes me up for my last year of college. My last year, I think. I hate that I feel afraid. What will I do once I graduate? Come back here and stay in this hell forever? It's simple. You'll stop stealing and you'll get a real job, a good one, so you and Mom can move out, I tell myself. It's your only choice. That's all there is. I might not like it, but it's what I have to do. One more year and I can save my mother. I just wish I knew what these dreams meant and why they aren't letting me go. Chapter 2. Hanif's entire court is in chaos. It's funny watching him babble on his throne as his servants bustle about the palace, appearing as clueless as the Sultan is. Mirka, Ashana, and I have disguised ourselves as messengers of the Raider Prince, our faces clothed in black scarves so they cannot make out our features. I am no fool. If I were to come as myself, I'd have an arrow in me before I entered the Sultan's court. Ashana glances at me as we wait for Hanif to address us. When I heard of yet another bride prepared for Qasim, I could not bear it. Despite my best attempts to ignore the problem, I could not allow another woman to fall prey to his wiles. Ashana and Mirka think we're here to force Hayama into some sort of treaty with Ashana, because that is what I told them, and that is what I will tell the girl, too. It would be miraculous if there was a treaty, but I doubt it will ever happen. Not after what we are about to do today. The princess will hate me for taking her away from Hayama, and no father would ever make a treaty with a man who has stolen his child away. I scan the room, looking around for the betrothed princess. No. I scan each of the women sitting by the Sultan's side, but cannot place her until... There. She's just come in. Once I notice her, my mouth drops open behind my scarf. She sits at her father's side like a phoenix, fiery and fair, her red dress draping around her in a beautiful circle. Her hair is long and falls in beautiful shimmering waves underneath her thin veil. Her eyes are deep, fathomless caverns I could wander forever unafraid. Her skin is tan like the desert, lips delicate and fair. She is utterly, completely beautiful. I feel as if my heart is going to fall out of my chest and flop onto the floor in a sloppy, wet fashion. Take hold of yourself, Zayde, I think sharply, but I cannot. This mysterious Princess Bennua has swept me off my feet before I've even heard her speak a word. You are merely attracted to the girl. That is not what we're here for. I remind myself firmly, trying to push away my desires and failing miserably. I peer closer at the princess. This is the woman promised to Qasim? He would waste such a beauty, keep it locked away and hidden out of sight. This lovely creature belongs in the sun for all the world to admire her glory. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. She seems small and innocent, demure. I'm betting she's never left the palace walls, and if she has, she's certainly never exited Hayama, save for the other night. I'm not sure if she'll survive the trip to Ashana. Saran is a harsh and bitter land, not meant for soft princesses. She'll have to be made of stronger stuff to survive, but I'm willing to hope the odds are in her favor. Better with me out in the desert than under Kasim's boot. Besides, he will kill her within a few weeks, I'm sure of it. She'll never survive with him as her husband. Whatever it takes, I must save this woman and take her back to Ashana, even if I have to cut off her father's head and throw her on the back of my horse myself. Her father asks what I want, while her brother shoots insults at me. I try to keep my attention on the both of them, but it's difficult. The princess is drawing my attention away from the conversation, which is quite irritating on the account that I'm threatening to make war with their city if they don't give me the princess. Make war, of course, with an army I don't have. However, Hanif doesn't know that.
"Well, out with it then!"
Hanif shouts, bringing my attention around to full center.
"What do you seek?"
I dare to take a look at Toshana and Mirka. Hanif will likely refuse what I have to offer. "One of your household, that is, one of your family to become one of us." Hanif and his son utterly refuse my request. I supposed as much. If we leave here without a fight, I will be surprised. I'm going to have to make them angry in order to provoke them into giving me what I want. Very angry. "It was agreed that Hayama would be the most willing to listen, as you are the newest Sultan," I dare to say. "You know what it's like to be one of us, and if you weren't such a coward, you would accompany us yourself." This instantly emits an eruption from the son. He shouts an insult and draws his sword. He charges at us, yelling, but I remain true to the plan. Toshana jumps forward and battles the young prince with no more effort than lifting her finger, flawless in battle. She knocks Hanif's son to the floor and raises her blade up high. "Why not start this slaughter with your son? He seems eager enough to sacrifice himself for his sultan," I say. I don't want to kill the boy, but I will if it means getting the princess out of here. "Stop!" When that sound, sweet like fruit and honey, reaches my ears, my heart stops. She speaks, and with the voice of a goddess. "Don't hurt my brother," the princess pleads. "I will go with you. If you leave Hayama alone, I will go to Ashana." The princess ignores the angry cries of her family as she crawls to my feet, clutching my coat. "Please, I'm Princess Bennua of Hayama. I am one of the royal court. I'll do whatever you ask. Go wherever you may take me. Just let my brother live and leave my city out of this." My heart instantly breaks as I watch her fling herself forward, begging for her brother's life. Immediately, I can see she's such a compassionate girl, so kind, so willing to sacrifice everything for her family. That kind of behavior will get you killed in Saran, so she must be too naive to pretend otherwise. Or maybe she cannot pretend. Maybe she understands that it is foolish to be kind in a cruel world, yet her nature is such that she cannot change it. She will give up what she has to serve others without abandon, expecting nothing in return. The strange affection I have for this girl grows by leaps and bounds. "You're being ridiculous. Stop this. You have a mission," I think, yet I cannot. The pleading look in her eyes softens me immediately. I do not like shedding more blood than is necessary. I know as I look into her eyes I cannot deny this girl anything. I feel as if I will never be able to. I look up at Hanif. "Your daughter has asked to come with us. She is willing to sacrifice herself for her brother and her country. We agree that this is a fair trade. I pause for effect. Unless, of course, you want your only son's blood on your hands.
She's to be married,
Hanif protests. That makes no difference to us. On the contrary, it makes all the difference. We would not be here if it wasn't for Qasim.
She's a woman. Her word means nothing in the throes of politics and war,
Hanif bellows, as is the common opinion of most of the men of Saran. I force myself to not argue and say, the word of a woman is better than no word at all, and it looks like you've left me with no other option. The girl goes with us, or we bring Ashana to you. Make your choice, Sultan. There is no choice. He has to agree. And so he agrees. Weakly, miserably, he obliges. I look at the princess. Tears are filling up her eyes, and I hold back a mountain of guilt. I feel like such a brute. But this is the only way. A few more pleasantries are exchanged before she lifts her skirts and proceeds out of the room to begin packing. Her head is held so high, so proudly, not even Al-Shams himself could appear more dignified. Or more stubborn. I can already tell she's going to be a handful. Do not worry, princess, I think. You will be safer with me than anywhere else in the world. I will protect you. On my life, I will. I wake up slowly, groaning loudly and holding my head. The milk didn't help at all. I had more dreams, this time of a princess. Things are becoming clearer. For months, I've dreamed of nothing but the face of a beautiful girl, prettier than any I've ever seen. Recently, I've had nightmares of chasing this girl on horseback. Now, I've had a dream about arguing with her father in some ancient kingdom to give her to me. At least now there's a story. It's better than staring at a woman for hours on end that I cannot touch, one who doesn't exist. I hope this is the last dream. The bag's gone. Mahir must have crept in and took it while I was sleeping. He's too greedy when it comes to money. I know there's not much to go around here in the slums, but we can't keep doing this every week. He's going to get us caught. I throw on a pair of jeans and a clean shirt before grabbing the one suitcase I have. Mom's already in the kitchen making breakfast. She should be in bed, resting. But I know better than to tell Amaya Amir Moez what to do, so I enter without comment. My son, Mom says. She strokes my hair and kisses my forehead, smiling. Did you sleep well? I go to answer, but before I can, she grabs my face, turning my head back and forth. There are bags under your eyes. Is the storm making you work late again? Yes, Mom, I say. Long hours, you know. Well, I don't like it. Mom hobbles to the stove, putting a hand on the wall to support herself. Tell them you need to cut back. Mom, we need the money. Nonsense. We'll get by. Mom scoops a serving of my breakfast onto a plate. The spoon and the plate shakes as she holds them in her thin hands, the fava beans slicking from side to side. Before she drops both of them, I take the plate from her and use my hand to help her clench the spoon. Thanks, Mom. I'm starved. But let me get your food. I put the plate and the spoon down and guide her to a chair. I breathe a sigh of relief when it doesn't break. I make her a plate and set it in front of her, placing my lips on her papery, drawn cheek. She gets weaker every day. I don't know how she gets by without me here. Can you please hand me my medication? Mom asks, but I've already got it. I place it in front of her with a glass of water, and she counts out the tiny white pills, nearly 24 in number. Thank Al-Shams for my angel. Mom smiles, as she does every morning, and takes a handful of her pills. This angel she's talking about is an anonymous benefactor that takes care of all the expenses on Mom's account at the hospital. The bills are getting high again, though, so I'll have to plan another break-in soon so I can make the next monthly payment. Guess my angel wings have a dark side, you could say. Are you sure I should live on campus this year? I say, asking the questions slowly so I don't make her mad. Ashana University is the only school in Saran that has dorms, and most people still live at home. I could drive to school. It wouldn't be an issue. Nonsense, Mom says. I want you to have the college experience. You deserve to be around kids your own age and make friends, not be trapped. Mom looks around and sighs. Well, here. I don't bother telling her I don't want the college experience, because it's not about me. It's about her. I'm going to school for her. That's what she always wanted to do, and it's the chance she never got. So it's up to me to carry on her dreams. I want to make sure you're all right, I say. I could go back and forth. Don't worry about it. I can always call your father if I need anything. Mom, stay away from him, I say sternly. This is one thing I won't budge on. I swore the next time my deadbeat dad came near my mom, I'd hit him, and it wouldn't be a playful punch. Mom doesn't say anything more. She's still in love with my dad. She doesn't know why, and I don't either, but that doesn't change the fact that he's an ass. He knows better than to show his face in the slums. He's pissed off more people here than just me. It's your senior year, son, Mom starts, and I already know what's coming. Why don't you bring a girl home? I've never met any of your girlfriends, you know. I hold myself back from giving a sarcastic response. No thanks. I like protecting women from terrible situations, not dragging them into one. You don't want to meet any of my girlfriends, Mom, I say with a laugh. They're, not the type you bring home. Or bring here. No girl is. Well, it is tradition at Ashana University that every senior gets engaged at the end of the year. You're running out of time, she jokes, playfully tugging on my arm. I laugh, trying to be humorous, but only feeling desperate. Yeah, okay. I've got a list of women I want to propose to, all lined up. I shake my head. I'm just not that kind of guy, Mom. I've got enough to handle here. I want to see you happy, Mom insists. She's playing around with her food, moving it around on her plate. She's lost her appetite again. It must be her stomach issues. You deserve to meet a nice girl. Maybe someday. I finish eating and put the dishes in the sink. Mom yells at me for doing the dishes because she wants to do it, regain some of her independence. But she can't. We both know she can't. The water runs red with the rust out of the pipes. I'll ask Mahir and a couple other people to check in on her daily, since I won't be able to. I'll be too busy getting an education I can't afford, a degree that most likely won't do me any good anyway. Don't think like that. It has to work out, I think. My degree will help me get a job. It has to. There's nothing else left for us if it doesn't. I park my crappy car on the other side of campus, because that's the only place there's parking left, and begin the long walk to my dorm. No matter how many times I say goodbye to Mom at the start of the year, it never gets any easier. She always cries and tells me how proud she is of me, which makes me feel terrible. She shouldn't be proud. She wouldn't be if she knew how I spent my nights. 3 years is too long to wait for decent housing. I open the door to my new dorm, which is huge and has its own bathroom. Unlike the others, this dorm room actually has carpet and an air conditioning system that works. I toss my suitcase on the floor and throw my bedding together before I collapse on a pile of sheets and blankets and toss a hand over my eyes. Is it graduation day yet? I think I left you in the same spot last year. I lift my head to see my roommate Tamara leaning against the door with an armful of stuff. Shockingly, her haircut is even shorter than it was last year, nearly a buzz cut. Her refusal to wear a veil around campus usually gets her into trouble, but that's what I love about Tamara. She is who she is, and she refuses to bend for anyone. I smile and get off the bed, hugging her. Hey, did you have a good break? How was the coast? Boring, she says, rolling her eyes and grinning. Like always. I wish I could have stayed in Ashana. More to do here. It gets old, trust me. I put my hands in my pockets and look around. But it's home. How's your mom? Tamara asks. I don't answer. Tamara walks to her bed, putting her things down on it. I'm sorry. I shrug. It'll be okay. She'll get better. Nothing I can promise, but it can't hurt to say it, right? Are you sure we have permission to do this? I don't want to be called a heathen and dragged out of the room by my hair. She laughs, putting her hands on her hips. Not that I have any. They said we could. It would be stupid for them to take it back now. Tamara and I have been best friends ever since we met at freshman orientation 3 years ago. We've been trying to be roommates forever, but the college has stubbornly rejected our application every year until now. Even though there's nothing between us but friendship, the housing committee has refused to let 2 students of the opposite gender room in the same dorm, and because of it, I've gotten terrible roommates every year. For some reason this year, they've changed their mind. It's really surprising they did. Tamara and I begged the housing committee to put us together, but I never thought they'd actually let us share a dorm. Ashana is known for being the most open-minded city in Saran, but we're still in Saran. In some places in our country, still, men and women are killed for talking to each other in public. Ashana University is actually the only co-ed school in Saran. Every other college in the nation is split into men's and women's colleges. Most of the time, even at AU, guys and girls don't commingle during clubs or activities, or even hang out with each other. Not everyone has gotten out of the past yet. Figures Tamara and I would be the only weirdos to go against our tradition and culture. Whatever. Tamara and I never wanted to fit in anyway, and we couldn't if we tried. We're both too different. It has to be the new dean, Tamara says, ruffling through her binder and pulling out a paper. Qasim Qasimar. The Qasim Qasimar? The oil sheik? I ask. I look over her shoulder. Qasim Qasimar's stern, stone face peers back at me. His eyes are black, like the oil fields he's made his fortune off of. He's filthy rich, and, according to every freshman girl at Ashana University who you'll give the time of day to, very good-looking. He's a virtual god. The only thing he doesn't have going for him is his name. The actual city of Qasimar is rampant with crime and corruption. It makes the slums of Ashana look like paradise. I'm betting, despite his name, he doesn't make his home there. How did he get the job as dean? It doesn't matter. Money can buy you anything if you have enough of it. He doesn't look like someone who would let a girl and a guy room together, I protest. Look at his face. He's probably really hard on the rules. Sucks for his kids, I bet. Not that he has any. Not that I've heard. Word around campus is he has a son coming in, a freshman this year. See? That just proves he's super controlling. Can't let his kid get away from him, so he pays the college off to make him the dean, I argue. I think you're overreacting. You always think I'm overreacting. We're already having problems. I don't want to be your roommate anymore, Tamara shouts dramatically. She throws a pillow at me, and I bat it aside. You can't possibly be worse than the first roommate I had. I remember, Fizz. I really wish you didn't. Stop moping around, Tamara says. She grabs my hand, pulling me to the door. Let's go do something fun. It's our first day back. I'd rather stay in here, thanks. And I would. You're a senior in college. This is your year. My year. Convince me of that. Tamara lets me go. Listen, I know you're upset about your mom, but right now you can't do anything about her situation. She wants you to be happy and have fun. You're dishonoring her wishes by holding yourself up in here. Just come for a walk with me. Fine, I say. I haven't seen Tamara in months. It'll be fun to catch up and see what she's been doing over break. And she's right. I really need a distraction. Especially from these dreams. Chapter 3. Campus is packed. All the upperclassmen have already moved in, but the university's a mess with all the freshmen entering campus for the first time. Tamara and I sidestep all the kids making their way across AU with way too much stuff. followed by their worrying overprotective parents. All the newcomers seem amazed at the mosaic paintings that coat the walls of every building and the sloping architecture that forms into domes at the tip of each tower. Marble columns patterned with geometric motifs stand next to dramatic piers and arches. Ashana University is known as one of the most beautiful colleges in the world. It does its best to make each building look like an ancient palace instead of a university, which impresses you up until the point you get your tuition bill. What do you say we go down to the hall and watch all the new kids come in? It'll be funny. It always is, Tamara says. Sounds like a plan, I respond. Tamara and I hit up Falafel Express and grab a couple of shawarmas before sneaking up to our usual spot at the student center/cafeteria, more commonly known around campus as the hall. The stairs are blocked off for freshman orientation, but Tamara and I easily creep around the barriers and sit at the top of the staircase, snickering as we watch all the freshmen wander into the hall with their parents looking completely lost. Never gets old, I say, taking a bite of my shawarma. I watch a kid wander aimlessly down a corridor, only to be pointed in the right direction by a guidance counselor. Nope, Tamara says. She balls up her shawarma wrapper and throws it over the balcony of the stairs into the trash below. A freshman standing nearby nearly jumps onto his dad's lap when her wrapper hits the can. Tamara and I can't stop laughing. I shake my head and wipe my eyes, saying, "Go easy on them, Tamara. They're just kids." Hey, when we were freshmen, the seniors gave us hell. Now, it's our turn. Tamara grins, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. I sit beside her, and she says, I still can't believe they're actually letting us room together. I'll do some poking around, I say. There has to be some reason why. Have you been poking around in other places? Tamara asks. She plays with her fingernails, sneaking a glance at me. Gotta pay the bills somehow, I say. You need to be careful. I know. I throw my wrapper against the wall, and it bounces back and hits me on my knee. I'm gonna cut back until we go on break again. It's too hard to keep everything under wraps while I'm studying. Is that what you were doing all break? I shrug. Tamara sighs and says, Do you ever have any fun? What's fun? Come on, Zayde, don't deny it, she says, giving me a light punch on the shoulder. You're lonely. I can see it. I am not. When was the last time you had a girlfriend? You're as bad as my mother. I'm not looking for anyone right now, all right? I'm happy where I am. Okay, sure. Tamara shakes my arm, pointing excitedly. I think that's him, the dean's son. I look over my shoulder. Alone near the doorway is a spindly, skinny kid. He's got oily black hair clinging to his forehead and a sunken face. He looks like the creepy kid at parties that nobody likes. That's him? I ask skeptically. He certainly didn't take after his father's good looks. Know what his name is? I think it's Roka, Tamara says. He's studying creative writing. You sure know a lot about this kid. I've heard a lot. She tilts her head. I guess you're never really out of the spotlight when you're Kasim Kasimar's son. I guess. I divert my attention, but I don't turn away. It's stupid, but I feel like if I was to let Roka out of my sight for 1 second, he'd stab something in my back. The more I look at the kid, the more I don't like him. It's completely unjustified. Something about Roka rubs me the wrong way, even from way over here. He just gives me a rotten feeling. I stand up. Come on, let's go somewhere else. Roka's got you that bothered? Tamara asks. Don't be ridiculous, I say. Though she's nailed it. I just want to get out of here. I take the first step down the stairs. The glass door below me opens. A warm gust of desert wind blows across my face, and everything just stops. She looks the same as she does in my dreams. Her hair is hidden underneath her veil, but she has the same tan skin, same beautiful thin features. She carries herself elegantly, like a bird in flight. And those eyes, I feel like I've looked into those eyes 1,000 times, but I'll never get tired of them. I don't know this girl's name or who she is. I know nothing about her, but I feel I've loved her my entire life. No, far beyond that. Over 1,000 years I've loved her. It seems ridiculous to say, even think, but I believe in another life, she was mine. Zayde, are you all right? You're gaping, Tamara asks. I don't listen. I can't tear my eyes away from the girl no matter how hard I try. This girl is absolutely gorgeous. I have to have her. I have to at least know her name, hear her speak just once, and I'll be satisfied. The most awful feeling comes over me as the girl walks over to Roca, smiles, and places a soft kiss on his lips. I clench my fists together. My knuckles crack as the girl takes Roca's hand and they proceed to registration together. Losing it completely, I run down the stairs and hit the door so hard on my way out that everybody turns around at the loud noise. The handle makes a crunching noise and is left swinging off the door as I march back to my dorm room, more pissed off than I've ever been. I have no idea what's wrong with me. I've never felt like this before. I don't even know this girl. Even if I did, she can date who she likes. I have no control over her, and I never should. She deserves to make her own choices. But this is, literally, the girl of my dreams. Watching her kiss Roca, it's more than not right. It's plain disgusting, dead wrong. That kiss seems like something that goes against the history of time itself. Feeling sick, I bolt to my dorm room and take deep breaths, trying not to throw up. Zayde? Tamara knocks on the door and peeks inside the bathroom. What's going on? I put a hand on the wall. To my horror and embarrassment, it's shaking. I'm fine, Tamara. It's nothing. Yeah, right. You broke the door on your way out. I had to sprint to keep up with you, Tamara shouts. Do you know her or something? Know her is an understatement. I feel like I know everything about her, but the memories are submerged, like she's underwater and I'm looking at her through a foggy glass. I've never seen her before, but yet I have seen her again and again. Somewhere we've been together. Somehow I know her intricately and completely. I should be frightened that people from my nightmares are manifesting in real life. Maybe I'm going crazy, but losing my mind would be an improvement after watching her kiss Roca. I wipe my forehead. I'm fine, Tamara. I already told you. I maneuver around her, avoiding her eyes. I lie down, throwing my blanket over my head. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to block the world out and not remember what it looked like, what it felt like when that beautiful woman from my dreams kissed Roca in front of me. I haven't seen her for more than a few seconds. I don't even know her name. But today, for no reason at all, she broke my heart. She begged me to let her have a chance to save her horse, so I agreed to her terms, and it was the best decision I've ever made. Princess Bennua is a talented dancer. I'm having trouble keeping my eyes off of her as she bends and twists to the music Toshana plays on her flute. I'm supposed to be pickpocketing my weight in gold as the princess creates a distraction, but she's distracting me more than anyone else in the square. The tight outfit Toshana gave her, with the bells that jingle on her hips and the top that only provides a thin covering over her breasts, isn't helping matters. When the music ends, Mirka and I know to leave quickly. Toshana, Mirka, and I reassemble at the inn, the princess tagging along reluctantly. She's thrilled when there's enough money to keep her stallion. This princess is more useful than we thought. If we continue to use her dancing skills as a way to distract others while we steal, we could make a fortune. She's going to be with us a long time. Maybe she'll grow used to our way of life, come to like it even. Perhaps, one day, she'll be one of us. Unlikely, Zayde, I think as I count out the coins. She hates you. She does hate me. I can see it plainly. She has reason to. I've taken everything from her. Yet her frequent insults sting me, if but a little. She is prickly and unpleasant, but I've sworn myself to protect her, and I shall. I expect her type of behavior from royals and palace people. They're all the same. There's a devious glimmer in the princess's eyes as Mirka pours the wine, as Toshana dives into the feast we've bought with our spoils. It isn't hard for me to read her mind. Too often I know what she's thinking. She's going to try to escape tonight. I know it. She won't get far. Mirka and Toshana fall asleep rather quickly. My head is humming from the wine, but I've purposely avoided getting drunk in order to watch the princess. I've noticed she hasn't had a drop since Mirka opened the bottle. Clever girl. But it would be cleverer of her to pretend to sip the wine, or to have a glass to convince me she isn't leaving. She has a lot to learn. She's not leaving anytime soon, though. I lean against the side of the wall, closing my eyes and drawing my legs close. She despises me for what I do, but she doesn't realize there's no choice in thievery. You do what you must to survive, and that is the end of it. I smile as I imagine what Princess Bennua would think if she could look back and see my past. A small boy stealing burnt crusts of bread that the baker threw out in the mud for food, doing whatever he could to collect a few coins for his mother. How happy he was when he discovered that he could take something that didn't belong to him and sell it and make enough so his mother wouldn't have to invite strange men into their home every evening. How thrilled he was when he stole his first coin. He knew stealing was wrong, but he loved it because it provided what he could never have, and no one got hurt in the process. That boy's dead, though. He died with his mother. I'm a different man now, a much harder, distant man, one who protects princesses from butchers and themselves. As the night presses on, I'm irritated that I accidentally fell asleep, but even more irritated that the princess was so clumsy to hit me in the back of the head with the door in her attempt to escape. Grumbling, I grab my sword and head after her. She's undoubtedly going to the stables. If she gets to her stallion, I'll be up all night trying to catch her. There's voices coming from the stables. By al-Shams, she's already in trouble. I pull out my sword and fling the door open, the moonlight reflecting off the tip of my blade. 10 men have the princess surrounded. She's terrified, quivering against the door of her stallion's stall. One of the men, a brute who doesn't look too bright, snarls at me and asks, "What are you doing here, boy? Keep to your own business and let us be about ours." Your business is rape and murder. Not on my life. The woman you are about to harm is my business. Now step back and let her be, I say. "So you're the bastard who snatched our pennies while this one danced," the man says, outraged. "It was a bit more than pennies, if I remember." I smile, just to rile them. "I told you to step back. You might want to do that before I have to kill you." The group begins chuckling collectively. "What are you going to do, boy? You're clearly outnumbered. 1 good brain is better than 10 strong men, so long as the 10 men are dumber than the back of a donkey's ass." I laugh louder than they, throwing back my head to anger them further. "We've had enough of a coward who hides behind his tongue," another one shouts. "Kill him!" Wrong decision. I kill and dispatch the first 2 men so quickly they merely appear a blur in my sight. Instinctively, I leap out of the way of a sword and swing myself onto the rafters of the stable, batting each of their blows away with nearly insulting simplicity. I dispatch 3 more men before I grab another sword, parrying away the blows of 2 foes at once. I knock one out with the hilt of my sword before I throw the other, burying the blade in the man's chest. There's a loud noise. I see that one of the men has grabbed Princess Bennua and is choking her against a stall door. A primitive, sickening fury rises within, consuming me like fire and turning my limbs to iron. I don't think. I just reach out my hands and in one quick moment break the man's neck. "Disgusting bastards like him make me glad we took his money," I say, trying to keep the shudder out of my voice. I can't stand when men put their hands on women. It's the one thing I will never, not in this lifetime or the next, tolerate. Princess Bennua is shaking, curled in upon herself. I feel my darkness soften and say, "I'm sorry you had to see all of this, Bennua."
"Are they all dead?"
She's trying to regain her composure, pretend like she's the unshakable royal again, but her facade is all too easy to see through. She's nothing more than a scared girl. "Some dead, most still alive," I answer. "I didn't kill those whom I could spare. It's always a shame when I have to take a life." I take one more look around the stable and say, "Come, we have to wake the others before the bodies are found." I grab the princess's hand and drag her back to the inn. We're back into the desert before the sun rises and don't stop riding until we're far enough away that they won't come after us. Toshana and Mirka go back to sleep right away, and the princess thanks me for saving her life. That's when my infamous temper starts to slip away from me once more. "What was I supposed to do? Let you be at the mercy of them?" I ask. "By all shams, I'm tired." You could have let me die and be rid of the trouble," she responds. Letting her die is as convenient an option as setting fire to Ashana. "As you and everyone else keeps reminding me, I went through a great deal to have you come with us, Bennua. I might be a thief and a killer, but I'm not that kind of killer."
"What other kind is there?"
She laughs, and I don't. Her eyes widen.
"You're angry at me."
I still don't answer. The pompous princess returns, and she shifts on the spot, holding her head high.
"Well, I'm not sorry in the slightest. You stole me from my home."
"You shouldn't be sorry if I really am truthful with myself," I say.
"What do you mean? I was the reason we had to run."
"No, Bennua, you weren't," I say. "I don't appreciate that you tried to escape, but in the end, it actually saved us all. They had to have been checking every inn and stable. It was only a matter of time before they caught us, and probably asleep. We wouldn't have stood a chance." This much is true. I should have been more careful, but for some reason, around this princess, I tend to lose my head. I need to be more alert, otherwise we'll all be killed.
"Why were you following me anyway? You were dead asleep,"
she asks. I consider telling her that I knew she was going to leave, before I change my mind and say, "You hit my head with the door on the way out. I've told you. You aren't very subtle."
"Oh."
"Bennua, I don't understand what is so hard to comprehend, but I am responsible for you now." The anger is bellowing within my chest, but I speak softly. "If something happens to you, it's on my hands, and as far as I know, you haven't done anything deserving death."
"But you killed those other men. Those lives were equal to mine."
"Not in the slightest. Not in my eyes. I know men like that, who they are. Their lives aren't equal to birds."
"Those men were trying to hurt you." "Because we took their money,"
she says. "Money is money," I say, nearly shouting now. "It's something that comes and goes. It's not something to kill over."
"I'd never thought I'd hear that from a thief."
Her voice is astonished. She really does consider thieves to be the worst people on earth. "I steal so I can survive, and so my people can survive. Because nobody will hire us anywhere else, so we can make a life for ourselves," I insist. What is so hard for her to comprehend about this? The people that attacked you are filled with greed.
"I suppose there might be a difference,"
she says slowly.
"However, you did kill them, and they are like you in a way."
"Then see it like this. They are the enemy. You are on my side. They are attacking you. I did what I had to. If I don't hit something, I'm going to explode." Left with no alternative, I throw my sword down.
"Who says I am on your side?"
she asks. "You certainly aren't on theirs. After all that, you'd think you'd be grateful."
"Grateful? You got me into this situation,"
she shouts, "and I am regretting it more and more every second," I complain. "Out of all the people in the palace to take with us, it had to be you who volunteered.
Maybe I should cut out your tongue and sell it so I no longer have to put up with your nagging.
I'm only playing with her. My lips tug at the jab.
If you do that, I will rip your throat apart.
She actually sounds serious about it. Not that she should. I'd stop her easily. Once again, it's only a joke, Bennua. Learn to take one once in a while. I want to smile a bit, but I can't. I'm too exhausted. The princess is quiet for a minute, then asks,
How did you get so good at fighting? You took on 10 men alone and had no problem. Where did you learn to fight?
I shrug. Such a simple answer. Such a bloody truth. Saran doesn't take kindly to homeless people. It was either become the best or die.
I didn't know you were homeless,
she says. She sounds a little sad. I have been since I was a child, I say. Not a lie. Not true. I have a home, but not a true one. I stand alone. I am not wanted here nor anywhere.
Didn't your parents care for you?
Don't you think you should mind your own business? I snap. I don't mean to yell at her, but talking about my mother is too hurtful. And my father, well, my father is another story, one that I don't want to tell her, and she doesn't want to hear.
It's a simple question.
To you, but not to me. I don't look at her. I can't. She reminds me too much of Mother, stubborn and proud.
How rude. It's people like you who are the reason why Al-Shams hasn't returned.
She crosses her arms. It would be better for us all if Al-Shams never did, I say before I can stop myself. More memories of my father are burning in my mind. They pour over me, singeing my core like molten liquid over my skin.
What do you mean? Explain yourself, she demands.
I have no appreciation for a god that favors some and is cruel to others, if such a deity exists in the first place. The best thing he can do is to stay far away from here.
Don't blame him. Your kind is the reason why the world is the way it is.
Of course she blames me. It's because she doesn't know the whole story. She can't. She has no conception of the truth about me, and if she did, she wouldn't be able to stand it. If Al-Shams is so powerful, he'd stop my kind from hurting others. Or rather, he'd stop your kind from hurting us.
And where are you going with this?
No good comes from royalty, Bennua. You should know that. Now, I'm really going to strike a nerve.
Excuse me?
Royalty takes everything away from its people and is only concerned with itself, I say. Fat lords collect taxes from poor peasants only to waste it on frivolous means. All people in power are evil.
Aren't you talking about yourself, Raider Prince?
Her voice is critical. I know my people. I turn to her. I know what it is like to live in their conditions because I live in them myself. I am a leader because I have earned it. I did not gain it simply because I was born to the right mother. Those who are become spoiled.
You know nothing about how hard it is to run a country,
she growls. I could do a better job than all of the sultans in all the countries. Take this, for example. You come from Hayama. I have never seen a more foolish sultan in all my life.
More foolish?
Or more oblivious. Granted, he did come from meager means, but his current riches have clouded his mind. He's about as in touch with his city as I am, and I know nothing about it.
The Sultan, he's a great man, she cries, and only a stupid commoner like you would be dumb enough to accuse him of anything else.
She runs away from me to lie next to Toshana. I shouldn't have said anything about her father. I knew it would upset her, yet I want her to comprehend what I went through, what most of Saran goes through every day. I shouldn't be speaking about her father, however. I know I have the worst one of all. Hanif may be an incompetent fool, but unlike Ikram, he is not a monster. Tamara left me alone after a couple of hours. She knows that when I'm angry, there's no point in doing anything but letting me work it out on my own. Going to sleep was a stupid idea. It only resulted in more dreams. In my dreams, she's Princess Bennua, but I know that's not possible. Princess Bennua doesn't exist. She never did. She's a fairy tale, a story that parents like to tell their little kids, a fantasy hero directors film endless remakes of because they know it'll make them money. If she's Princess Bennua, I know who I must be. Her husband, the Raider Prince. That's who I keep dreaming I am anyway. But all of this is ridiculous. My imagination is running away with me. I've seen way too many Queen Bennua movies, and now my mind is pretending that I'm some sort of prince of thieves, while the girl I saw earlier today is the legendary monarch. Problem is, I didn't meet the girl from my dreams until yesterday, and I've been having nightmares about her for months. How can my mind make up a story about someone I haven't even met? I leave my dorm to go for a walk. Maybe I've finally lost it. I wondered when it'd happen. It's already dark around campus, and most people have turned in for the night. I wonder where Tamara has gotten off to. When I round a corner close to the hall, a hulking figure emerges from the darkness. The night casts a grim mask across his face as he says, "Zayde Mirmoez, campus security has been looking for you." What did I do now, I think? But that question is answered for me as the man, hands clasped behind his back, turns to the broken door. Sorry, I say. I suppose I'm stronger than I thought. Strength is not found in brutes who lose their temper, but in concealed power. The man steps under the light of a street lamp. A pit of dread forms in my chest, sucking out any hope I had of getting out of this. Kasim Kasimar looks at me disapprovingly, his one eyebrow raised, lips thin against a visage of hardened rock. The suit he wears is pitch black and is definitely more expensive than my house. He doesn't scare me, but I could easily see how he could scare someone else. The man is downright intimidating. I apologize again, I say. I lost control for a second. I'll pay for any repairs. Of course you will, Kasim says. He steps toward me with his hands still tucked behind his back, mouth curled in a slight snarl. Immediately. I don't say anything. Kasim flicks his fingers at me in an insulting fashion, requesting me to follow. I do so, not quite sure what this is about. He leads me across campus and into the administration building, which is completely dark save for his office. He sits behind his large desk, which is laden with nothing more than a lamp, a computer, and what looks to be a bejeweled cross. It catches my eye as I enter the room. The cross appears solid gold, with a large ruby set at the end of it. There are several other precious stones placed within the intricate designs carved into the metal. I grab a chair. I don't recall asking you to sit down, Kasim says sharply. I halt mid-sit, then rise to my feet again. He scowls. You are surprisingly bold. I swallow. Don't do anything, I think. But easier said than done. These days, I go off like a stick of dynamite. I think you've pegged me all wrong. I don't quite like your swagger, Mirmoez, Kasim says, nor your expression, nor your tone. You seem an arrogant man. I force myself to think of my mom. If I piss off the dean and get kicked out, she'll be so disappointed. I'll deal with his crap for her. Perhaps I can change your mind about that, I say. I don't think so, Kasim says. Let me make something very clear to you, Amir Moez. You may believe that since you are in your senior year, that you no longer have to follow the rules of this institution. That might have been true before, but let me remind you that I make the rules now. What I say will be, and I warn you to tread carefully. He makes college sound like prison. In his world, he's the warden, and I'm his least favorite inmate. This should be fun. I don't want to make you angry. No, you don't, he says, and his dark eyes flash with something cruel, something terrible. That would be An unwise mistake, to say the least. I've spent enough time in the slums to know when a man is threatening me. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Kasim wanted me dead. I crack my knuckles instinctively. Kasim's eyes flicker down to my closed fists as he strokes his beard, laughing. Another mistake, Amir Moez. You don't want to fight me. I don't expect anything less from your breeding or background, but I assure you that if you make a move against me, I will put you down. Wasn't gonna hurt you, I lie. It has come to my attention that you are boarding with a woman, Kasim says loudly, cutting me off. This is unacceptable in my school. Under most circumstances, I would not permit it. Kasim pauses. However, in light of today's actions, I have decided to allow your promiscuous behavior. And why is that? I ask, unable to contain myself. I have my reasons. Kasim smiles at me most venomously, and the reason why he's targeting me becomes clear as day, though the idea seems ridiculous. He saw me staring at the girl Roka was with. He knows I got pissed off because I saw them kissing. For a terrifying moment, I think that Kasim knows about my dreams, but that's impossible. I haven't told anyone, and he's not a mind reader. It seems stupid that a man would care so much about his son's relationship that he's threatening other students who look at Roka's girlfriend. But I have to remind myself that he became dean because his son was attending this school. There's no reason why he won't go this far. He thinks me rooming with Tamara will distract me from stealing Roka's girlfriend. What a deranged psychopath! To go after a student he barely knows for something so dumb? How the hell did he get hired here? Did he manipulate the board into considering him? You will pay for the door, Amir Moez, Kasim says. He gets up from his desk, twirling around the room like a snake, a cobra who has eyes on his prey. And I can assure you that you will follow the rules while you are here. To do anything less would be of dire consequences to you. And believe me, Amir Moez, I will make it personal. The lights flicker off, and Kasim leaves me in darkness. I resist the urge to follow him and begin an argument. Even in the darkness, the cross on his desk glimmers. Without thinking, I react. I swipe the cross off his desk, pocketing it in my jacket before swaggering cockily out of the administration office and back to my dorm. Sure, I'll pay for the door, I think, with your help. When I wake up the next day and see the cross hanging out of my jacket pocket, I want to slap myself in the face. I can't believe I did that. I'm definitely getting thrown out of AU for sure, if not being arrested and thrown into prison. I think of depositing the cross in his office before he comes back, but there's no point. It's late morning. I'm sure he's noticed that the cross is gone by now. Why do you seem so bummed? Are you still upset about yesterday? Tamara asks. She's already up and fully dressed, unlike me. I'm in big trouble, I tell her. You probably want to start looking for a new roommate. Already? It's the first day, she exclaims, throwing her arms up. I had the brilliant idea of taking this. I pull the cross out of my pocket and show her. From Kasim Kasimar's desk yesterday. Zayde, why would you do that? She asks. I tell her quickly about what happened. Her jaw drops open and she falls back onto her bed, leaning forward intensively as I tell the tale. That's absurd. How can you get away with treating a student like that? He should be fired, she says. I thought about reporting him, but they're not going to listen to me now that I stole from him, I say glumly. That seems weird that he left you alone in his office, Tamara says suspiciously. Maybe he wanted you to take it, test you or get you caught on purpose. Well, I guess he's smarter than me because it worked. I shake my head and throw the cross at my pillow. Dumb. Zayde,
You can't carry that thing around with you. If they catch you with it, you're done.
It's better than leaving it in here. Then they'll pin it on both of us, and I'm not dragging you into it. I sigh and shove it in my backpack, along with the rest of my stuff. They'll know I took it anyway.
Zayde, don't go. I'm sure we can figure this out, Tamara says. We'll sell it or get rid of it.
Forget about it, Tamara. I'll handle it. I leave quickly because I want to put as much distance between me and her as possible. Unlike me, Tamara actually cares about school. If she got kicked out of AU, it would break her heart, and I'm not risking the chance that she gets expelled because of something I did. I can't miss my first class because that looks even more suspicious. I attend it nervously, sitting in the back and trying not to glance at my backpack, which I've pushed far beneath my desk. Surprisingly, nobody comes for me. Campus security doesn't call for me in any of my classes, and none of my professors tell me that I need to see the dean. I even walk past the administration building at lunchtime, and nothing. As far as rumors on campus, I hear nothing about the cross being taken. Maybe Tamara's right. Maybe he wanted me to take it, I think. This means I have to get rid of it as soon as possible. If Kasim knows it's missing but hasn't reported it yet, he wanted me to take the cross so he can try and play some sick mind game with me. What is this guy's deal? And why does he hate me so much? It doesn't matter. I have to get rid of it. Between lunch and my last class of the day, I stop at the lake just outside the freshman dorms, across from Queen Amira's palace several blocks away. The lake is massive and man-made. You don't just come across large bodies of water in the middle of the desert, but it'll do to hide my mistake. I take a deep breath and look across the lake. Queen Amira's palace is crumbling despite the university's best efforts to keep it intact. It's over 2,000 years old, one of the world's oldest buildings. Even though it's falling apart, it's still grand and impressive, even from a distance. I don't know why, but for some reason, whenever I look at it, Amira's palace always feels like a home, more than the slums or AU ever did. Sometimes I imagine myself in ancient times, building it myself, brick by brick with my own two hands. Like I said, pretty dumb. I glance twice in both directions to make sure no one else is around. I then slip the cross out of my backpack, observing it. There's no reason why Kasim shouldn't look for it. It's authentic, possibly a rare artifact. It's obviously not a fake. This cross is worth a small fortune. It would easily pay my tuition for this year, and Ashana University isn't cheap. Doesn't matter, I say aloud, looking at the cross. You're gone. It's too risky to try and sell you. The cross shimmers as if begging me not to do it. It sucks to throw away such a precious item, but I have no choice. I reach my arm back and toss the cross as far as I can into the middle of the lake, pitching it into the darkness of the water below. Due to its heaviness, it sinks rapidly to the bottom. No longer my problem, I say, breathing a sigh of relief. I turn on my heel to walk to class. I'll steal something else to pay for the door. Something about that cross just wasn't worth it. Chapter 4. I have to be the only senior left who still has to take History of Saran 101. On my way there, I think about skipping, until I remind myself that I have to pass this time. If I don't go to class this semester, I won't graduate. Surprisingly, I'm the first one to show up. I plop myself in a chair near the back of the classroom, thoroughly determined not to participate. Professor Shadi Al-Sir Rajul waves his finger at me and says, Zayde, you're up here this year. He points to a chair directly across from his desk and adds, It's very important that you pay attention this semester, considering you actually bothered to show up, that is. I make a face and drag my backpack behind me as I sit where Professor Shadi requested. I can't believe I have to take this class with a bunch of little kids, I complain. If you had passed last year, or the year before that, or the year before that, you could be with people your own age, Professor Shadi says sharply. Unfortunately, that seems impossible for you to do. I just don't care, I say. And I don't. At least I can be honest with Professor Shadi. We've gone back and forth for so long that I consider him a friend, so I don't try to screen what I say around him anymore. I'm sorry, I know this is your subject, but I just don't give a damn about any of it. Stop sulking. Your whole world's about to be turned around, Professor Shadi says. A mischievous grin lights up his face. Other people start filing into class. An empty seat is left next to me, the scary senior. I'm sorry, Professor, but I really doubt that my life is going to drastically improve because I paid attention in history, I say. I put my head in my hand, already planning on going to sleep. You might want to open your eyes, Professor Shadi whispers. I do so just to mess with him, but my attention catches something completely different as a beautiful figure enters the room. Time stops. She's here. The girl from my dreams. She's in my history class. Her hair is wild, veil askew, as she struggles to hold on to a pile of books that look like they're going to tumble out of her hands any second. She's so scattered that she's trembling. I'm sorry, she stammers. I was late getting out of my second class, and I got lost. It's fine, my dear, Professor Shadi says, waving her off. Come, have a seat. The girl wanders to the back of the classroom, trying to hide. I try not to watch, but I can't take my eyes off her. Professor Shadi glances up, then shakes his head. No, Miss Bashira. Up here, please, Professor Shadi says, pointing to the empty seat next to me. Don't be shy. I glare at him with all the intensity I can muster. Is he really trying to set me up? This isn't the time. Professor Shadi ignores me. I keep my head down, pretending to be absorbed in my history textbook. I hear a loud crash next to me and the sound of a chair hitting the floor. I spin around in my seat to see that she's tripped, sprawled onto the floor next to me. Her books flew everywhere when she fell, and some of her papers are still spiraling through the air and onto the floor. She blushes and hides her head underneath her long hair. Sorry, she says quietly again. The rest of the class giggles. I shoot the rest of the freshmen a death look, and everybody shuts up. Here, I say, let me help you with that. I bend down and begin picking up her papers and books. When they're all gathered, I place them in her hands, whispering, There, don't worry about it. Everybody has a rough first day. Thank you. She looks up, and our hands touch for the first time. At that moment, everything changes. It's like a whirl of colors all come rushing in my head. Everything was muted and dull before, but now it's alive again. Sounds and sights are more pronounced, richer and fuller. Everything means something. More than any other point in my life, I feel alive. She gapes at me, her mouth open in shock as she recoils away from my gaze. In her eyes, I notice something. She's having the same feelings. She knows me, too. Suddenly, I find I really do give a damn about history class. The girl straightens up, immediately re-dignified. She takes the seat next to me, scooting as far away as possible. I turn away and do the same. For as warm as she once seemed, now she's cold as ice. Now that we're all here, we can get started, Professor Shadi says. He claps his hands together and proceeds to the front of the classroom. He takes a marker out of his pocket and starts tapping it on his palm. This semester's class will be quite different from the last. We'll be focusing on one clear topic instead of a broad history of Saran. But, Professor, that's not in the curriculum, a freshman protests, waving his syllabus around that he obviously printed off just before class. I'm changing the curriculum, Professor Shadi says jollily. This semester, we're going to be focusing on Queen Bennua and her husband, the Raider Prince. The classroom immediately breaks into shocked gasps and whispers. A timid girl raises her hand and says, Professor, Queen Bennua isn't history. She's a legend. The legend of Queen Bennua is both important to our culture and our story as a nation, Professor Shoddy says.
But she's a myth,
the freshman says quietly. Professor Shoddy takes the marker he's been fiddling with and throws it across the classroom, directly at the student's head. The historians who completely deny Queen Benua's existence have been proven to be imbeciles, he shouts. If you are one of them, then please feel free to escort yourself out of my classroom. Got it? The freshmen frantically nod, stunned into silence at the outburst. I'm over it because I've had Professor Shoddy for 3 years and have gotten used to his crazy behavior. I know what they're thinking. Why hasn't this lunatic been fired yet? Very well, Professor Shoddy says, adjusting his suit jacket. As I was saying, whether the details of Queen Benua's life are true does not deter her importance to our society. Her life has created the core of Saran, and all of us should become aware of her story and its implications toward our own lives. I have to differ, I say, shooting my hand up in the air. I'm not paying what I'm paying to be taught something that isn't true. How do you know it's not true? The girl next to me says sharply. I'm taken aback to see her, Bashira, glaring at me with her arms crossed. You've got about as much proof that she existed as the rest of us. I snap my stupid, gaping mouth shut before responding. Listen, we know Queen Amira was real because we have evidence. Her palace, her grave, everything is right in front of us. But we have no scrolls, no historical records, and no scientific evidence that Queen Bennua is anything more than a story in a book. Queen Amira was a great person who most likely had boring parents, so she made up a fancy story about them in order to make up for how average they were. The historical evidence about Queen Bennua could have easily been destroyed by people who wanted to discredit her, Bashira insists. She was a champion for women's rights. Her enemies would have wanted people to think she was a myth. All right, you two, let's quiet down, Professor Shoddy intercedes. Even if she was real, her story was definitely fabricated, I argue. Come on, a queen riding around on a giant snake to kill an equally giant eagle? Ridiculous. So you're saying Akshalad wasn't real either, Bashira sneers. I didn't say that, but we can get into it if you want to. You're unbelievable, Bashira says, shaking her head. I suppose you're one of those types that if you can't see it with your own eyes, it doesn't exist? You're getting there. I bet you don't believe the stories about the Raider Prince either. Not really. A prince of thieves? Give me a break. I'd marry a prince of thieves. I don't see why she wouldn't, Bashira says. She leans back in her chair as she looks me up and down. You and every other girl looking for a hot bad boy to ride around the desert with, I say. Look, it's fiction, and that's all it is. You two are taking up my class time, Professor Shoddy shouts, coming between us and smacking his hand on the table. Not another word. Bashira and I glare at each other, but don't go to argue again. It's a miracle that he got us to stop fighting, because I can see she really wants to. And I do too. She's biting her lip, her legs crossed tightly as she bounces her foot up and down. I shake my head, drop my gaze, and turn away. When I do that, however, I see that her foot stops bouncing. She freezes. Bashira leans forward just a little, her eyes grazing me. She's checking me out. I throw back my head just a little so my bangs fall down my forehead and into my eyes. From the look on her face and the little gasp she makes, I become distinctly aware that she likes it. Right, Professor Shoddy says, fuming. Miss Bashira, I advise you that this is not the way to start out your first semester. And Mr. Amir Moez, I truly do not think it matters to you what I teach because you fail to appear on most occasions in my classroom. Everyone starts laughing. I scowl and lean back in the chair. Professor Shoddy begins his lecture, walking around the room in circles and blathering on about something unimportant. I don't listen. Instead, I do my best to play coy as I observe the woman next to me. She looks like a religious note-taker, but I am obviously distracting her way too much. Every time I let my hair fall into my eyes or put my arm behind my head to stretch, her sight flickers back to me. I try to suppress a grin at my personal revenge. Arguing with her felt terribly natural. I wouldn't care one way or another what anybody thought about Queen Bennua, really. Until now. Bashira's different. She's somebody I could argue with about the most mundane subject, the type of person who could get on my nerves in less than 2 seconds. She and I could fight all day and all night. I know it. She lights a raging fire in me with a snap of her fingers. It's all too easy for her. Our argument was rapid, a fiery inferno. I get the distinct impression that she liked it, and that there's more to come. She'll disagree with me on anything just to piss me off. It's going to be a long semester, I think. I lean forward to put my arms on the table, accidentally brushing against her as I do so. "Keep your hands to yourself. There's enough room," she whispers harshly under her breath. "I'm sorry, Princess. Forgive my mistake," I whisper back. This girl is such a handful. "Since no one is paying attention," Professor Shoddy says in a loud and somewhat whiny tone, "I'm going to assign partners for your final projects. The final project will account for more than 20% of your grade and is required to pass. Ms. Bashira and Mr. Amir Moez, since you both seem to like each other so much, you're going to be partners for the rest of the semester." "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think I can work with him," Bashira instantly states, pointing at me. "He's impossible." "Why? Can't be bothered with common folk who don't believe in children's stories?" I tease. "See? It's unbearable. He won't do any of the work, and I'll be stuck with the entire project," Bashira bursts. "Oh, that's not fair," I protest. "I'm sure you'll give him a reason to participate, Ms. Bashira," Professor Shoddy says. He seems sorry for her that she has to work with me. What a traitor. Professor Shoddy pulls out a stack of papers from his desk and begins passing them around the room. "On this paper is the topic you must research for your final assignment. Once you've received the assignment, class is dismissed for the day." I take a look at our paper. We've got to research Queen Bennua and Sultan Zahid's swords. Great. 2 fictional objects that I bet the library has virtually no information on. According to the expression on Bashira's face, she doesn't seem too thrilled about the chosen topic either. "I expect all of you to have some research done by next week," Professor Shoddy says. "In the meantime, class—" The door snaps shut with a loud clap that echoes throughout the room. Several people jump. I turn in my chair to see a tall, middle-aged woman in a power suit standing next to the door, her face as thin and sharp as the heels she's wearing. Her black hair is tied up in a high ponytail on the top of her head, and her tan skin seems to have a nearly translucent tone. She tilts her head and smiles in what appears to be an insulting fashion at Professor Shoddy. My professor looks on the verge of panic. He's clutching the edges of his suitcase, biting his lip as he wriggles the bag back and forth furiously. "What? What are you doing here?" he shouts loudly. She smiles broader. "As if you didn't know." The woman proceeds to the center of the room, gesturing to the class. "Everyone, I am Jamila Hera Fatin Khazuma, and from now on, I will be the operating dean of the history program here at Ashana University." You what?" Professor Shoddy asks. "No, I refuse. You can't just come in here and take over things. I have a system." "Yes, Professor, I'm quite aware of your little system. Undoubtedly, you haven't changed your methods in at least 1,000 years. Jamila Hera lets out a tingly, light little laugh, though no one else dares to join in. "Nevertheless, I will be supervising you from now on. There have been some things brought to the attention of the university, and I am here to make sure that this time you don't mess it up." She says these words precisely and directly. Professor Shoddy slams his suitcase shut and yells, "Fine! If you want to shadow me like some little child, then do it. The results will be the same." "I don't doubt that," she mutters. "Class is dismissed," Professor Shoddy cries. He stomps out of the room, holding the briefcase to his chest like a tiny doll, more insulted than I've ever seen him. This is something to be proud of in Jamila Hera's case. Everything makes Professor Shadi mad, but in 3 years, I've never seen him so stressed out. Jamila Hera turns on her heel and goes to follow him, seemingly floating out the door with a mocking grin chiseled onto her face. Bashira turns away from the argument and back to me. I feel my heart leap within my chest.
"Should we meet tomorrow morning in the library?" she asks. "Start on the project?"
I swallow. "Sure," I say. 10 all right? I don't have class then.
"I don't have class either. 10 it is."
We exchange phone numbers so we can get a hold of each other if we need to. She then backs away from me, ducking her head down once again.
"See you then."
Everyone else has left the room already. Not me. I'm stuck to the spot. "Yeah, see ya."
"Zayde, what is up with you lately?"
I stop twirling my pen between my fingers, deep in thought. Tamara throws a wadded-up paper ball at me, and it bounces against the side of my cheek.
"Wake up!" she shouts. "You're practically living in dreamland."
That's putting it lightly. I begin twirling the pen again. What is Kasim going to think when he discovers that his son's girlfriend is my project partner? Will he actively prevent us from studying together? Will he go after Professor Shadi? Or is this all some weird figment of my imagination, and Kasim despises me for completely different reasons?
"That's it. You're telling me what's going on,"
Tamara says. She picks up her chair and puts it in front of the doorway, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees.
"And I'm not letting you leave this room until you do."
I stop what I'm doing. Should I tell Tamara? She is my best friend. I know she won't go running her mouth to anyone, and who would believe her if she did? I trust her. Besides, I have to get this off my chest. I've been having dreams for months, I tell her. About a girl.
"What are you talking about?"
she asks, her face narrowing into a confused expression. I've been dreaming I'm some sort of prince, I admit, and that the girl is a princess I'm protecting.
"That's kind of cool. Why would that bother you?"
She tilts her head from side to side quickly. "Because the princess in my dreams is my project partner." I throw the pen on my desk. "The girl I saw in the hall, the one who's with Roka, she's the princess. Her name's Bashira, and I can't stop dreaming about her."
"You mean you've been seeing her in your dreams, and you've never met her before until now?"
"Yes."
"That's very strange."
Tamara stares at the floor.
"Zayde, I'm worried about you."
"I don't want you to worry. They're only dreams."
"This is different. It means something. Normal people don't have dreams about girls they've never met."
"Thanks for calling me weird," I say, but something in me says she's right. Tamara is a much more spiritual person than I. Unlike me, she believes in signs, in prophecies, and in dreams. But I suppose the fact that I don't believe in them makes the whole situation even more freaky.
"I'm not calling you weird, but maybe you should listen to these dreams," Tamara insists. "For some reason, Roka and that girl, Bashira, they seem familiar to me too. All this is too much to just be coincidence. You should get to know them."
I make a sarcastic noise. "That's going to work. Roka's father threatened me last night, and Bashira made it perfectly clear today she wants nothing to do with me."
"Just try to be friends," Tamara insists. "Who knows? I wouldn't ignore these dreams, Zayde. Obviously, if you keep dreaming about her, you're meant to play some part in her life."
"We're just project partners. That's it." I pick up the pen and begin rolling it on my desk.
"I don't know, Zayde," Tamara says slowly. "I feel like this girl's going to be important to you. Don't blow it off."
I let the pen roll to the edge of the desk. That's exactly the problem. I can't blow Bashira off. Since the first time I saw her, she's all that's been on my mind. I can't not care with her like I do with everything else. I don't know if it's the dreams or her eyes, but that girl just shocks me back into living again,
makes me feel something other than this void that's been eating me up for years. Bashira has my heart in a vice. She's breathing life into my spirit. At the same time, she's choking my soul. Worst part is, she doesn't even know it. The princess asked me to teach her how to fight. So, in return for her winning the horse race in Khadir, I do. She's a quick learner, if not eager. She stands no chance at hand-to-hand combat, but excels with the knife and the sword. Princess Bennua is certainly not a prodigy as I was, but she makes up for it in her enthusiasm and her desire to please. It makes me feel proud, in a way, that she longs to please me. Her movements seek my praise, and she begs me to continue teaching her long after it has grown dark and when she is quivering with tiredness. I tell her to rest. She will grow able in time. She wants to be able to defend herself, a noble and wise goal. I've grown rather close to the girl in the past few months. The terrified expression on her face after I woke from nearly being suffocated to death in the fire at Hadil tells me she cares for me, despite her adamant insistence that I was an arrogant prince afterward. But how much does she care for me, and in what way? As a friend? A companion? Or as a lover? I cast these thoughts away from my mind as I sit near the temple in Ashana Square, watching the ruins cast shadows upon the wisps of sand and wind. I've become too carried away with this girl. I just told her everything. Why I don't believe in Al-Sham's mother, why I despise Qasim so. These are things that I've kept close to my heart and have not revealed to anyone. This woman that I've only known for a short while is able to walk into my soul and open my convoluted box of secrets with no effort on her part, cradling hidden things of me like treasured gems. She terrifies me. Throughout our conversation, she's been holding my hand. I disassemble my serious expression and smile at her mischievously, trying to lighten the mood. I'm stalling. We need to get on with your lesson. I think you're finally ready to move on to wrestling. About time. She gets up and lets go of my hand, which disappoints me. I was thinking that you were never going to teach me. It'll be useless to you, I say. We might as well continue on with the knife work. Knife work is boring, she whines, stamping her foot lightly and appearing awfully adorable. She doesn't notice how endearing I find her. But it'll protect you, I say. And let's just have a little fun, she begs. For once in our lives. I roll my eyes, because if I don't, I'll laugh. Getting smashed into the ground over and over and having your body twisted into many painful positions is fun for you? Being stupid is fun for you boys, but I don't question it. It's who you are. She's smirking at me, teasing. I know a challenge when I see one. You've done it now, I say, and I lunge forward to tackle her lightly into the dirt. I hold her wrists, pinning her down. Let's see what she thinks of that. Tell me what to do, she insists, squirming underneath me. I rather like when she does that. Decide for yourself. I loosen my hold, just enough so she can push me off of her. She grabs my shoulders and we roll over and over in circles on the sand. I don't try to resist her feeble attempts to fight back. I can hold back her strongest maneuvers with a few fingers. I can see she's getting frustrated, and I pin her down again. She needs instruction. If she gets in this situation with someone who wants to hurt her, she'll have no idea what to do. Wrap your arms around my neck. Use your legs to push me off as you pull down. She does what I command, and I push myself off the ground with her lift so she can get the idea. I then grab her legs and arms, tucking them tightly behind her back. I'm not hurting her, but I can't deny how much I enjoy this. Putting the princess into various positions is fun. This isn't fair. Stop, she says. Figure it out. She gets away again, but I pin her once more, this time with one hand. An idea comes to mind, and I start tickling her sides. She laughs, jolting underneath me again. Stop tickling me! The enemy isn't going to make me laugh to death, she giggles.
You've got to be prepared for anything. I continue tickling her until I take pity on her situation, letting her wriggle out from under me. Now, we're simply playing. We tumble on the sand carelessly like tiny children playing a game. I want her squirming under me again one more time. I plant my body on top of hers, hovering my face close. Ha! You're done.
I'm done.
She breathes heavily, and my chest rises and falls with hers. Something changes. Her dark eyes, I've looked into them before many times, but this time is different. I can see that there's a fire blazing within them, something warm and comforting that's inviting me in and offering me refuge within her, a place where I can finally rest. Bennua's eyes say to come home, that it is all right to let go, that I am enough for her. She will accept me truly as I am. I know how she loves, passionately, sacrificially, and unconditionally, because I've seen it. I know that if I trust her, I will be endlessly loved. I don't want to be without this girl. Not ever. I do not think of the consequences, nor do I care if anyone sees. I need Bennua. For the first time since Mother died, everything is all right again. I can't hold myself back. I kiss her and call her mine, if only for a little while. Chapter 5. I wake up in a cold sweat, a name vacant upon my lips. It's still dark. Ashana is fast asleep in her bed across from me, and dawn is still a few hours off. My sheets are tangled around my legs, and my pillows have been tossed on the floor in my struggle. I raise a hand to my forehead and wipe the sweat away. This was the most intense dream yet, and the most disturbing. What kind of creeper am I, to pretend that I'm kissing Bashira after wrestling around with her provocatively in the sand like that? Am I some sort of pervert? I walk to the bathroom, splashing water on my face. It doesn't help. The dream felt so real, as if it actually happened. I could feel the sand underneath my hands and the sun beating down upon my back. The dreams are becoming clearer and clearer. I can't face Bashira today. Not after that dream. I won't be able to look her in the eye. I consider going to Professor Shoddy and harassing him into letting me change partners, but I feel like he's not going to let me. I have to pass this class, which means I have to work with her. I shake my whole body, trying to wake myself further. Whatever. It was one little kiss. I've done a lot more with other girls in real life. It's not some big thing. Something about that kiss felt different, though. It was more intimate than anything I've felt before. Either way, there's no way I'm going back to sleep after that. I throw on some clothes and head out, going for a walk. I loop around campus in the dark, not a soul appearing on the sidewalks this time of night. I find my journey takes me to the foundation of Queen Amira's palace. I stand with my hands in my pockets, neck craning upward to appreciate the beauty of the structure under the moon's glow. I dunk under the barriers preventing people from entering and climb the palace walls, sitting on the top of an old tower and letting my legs dangle off the side as the sun begins to rise. I hung around Queen Amira's palace until tourists started showing up, then booked it out of there before I got caught. I spent the rest of the morning drinking coffee in the hall and staring listlessly at the table before packing up and heading to the library. There she is. I already feel myself blushing, but what should I have to feel embarrassed about? She doesn't know about my dreams. I just have to pretend everything's all right. Hey, I set my things down on the table she's already claimed, which is swamped with her notes. Where do you want to start? Bashira jumps at my voice. She stares at me, mouth dangling open. Her tan skin takes on the lightest of red tones. For some reason, she looks like the one who's embarrassed. Hi, she says. There's some books on Queen Bennua that I found over there. She points to one side of the library. I'm gonna go look at them. She scuttles away to the opposite side of the room, and I sigh. She already wants to get away from me. This isn't going well. When I found some books that might help, I lug them to the table and plop them down, where they land with a loud thud. Several people in the library shush me, but I ignore them. Bashira gives me a look.
Can't you be a little more careful?
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I ask, glancing at her and grinning. Bashira holds her breath before opening a book tenderly.
I'm sorry. I think we got off to a rough start yesterday.
Agreed. I lean forward, closer to her. I'm Zayde Mirmoez. I'm a senior.
I'm Bashira al-Shulabakari, she says. A freshman, but you already knew that.
My throat tightens up considerably. You're a Bakari? I ask.
Mm-hmm,
she says.
You've probably heard a lot about us in the news lately. My father's stores have been robbed a lot in the past few months. They've been a target for burglars.
I see. I turn away from her, focusing on the books. Sorry about that.
Father's not really worried about it, but it's still bothersome. I know I told you earlier that I'd consider marrying the Raider Prince if I could, but honestly, it was just in the heat of the argument. I hate thieves,
Bashira fumes.
I just don't understand why there are people who steal instead of doing good, honest work.
She shakes her head, then shrugs.
It's besides the point. Sorry to bore you with my family's problems. It's not like it's your fault.
Yeah, quit blaming me, I say with a nervous laugh. I push a book in front of her and say, So, where do you want to start?
I guess we'll both take notes and put the project together from what we've discovered.
Do you want to get together on a morning during the weekend? The library will be empty. We might be able to get more done, I say.
I can't. I go to the temple on the weekends, she says.
You still go to temple services?
Yes, every week.
Ugh, she's one of those praise all shams forever types. Should have figured she'd be religious. Me, you couldn't drag me into a temple. Not after what happened with my dad. She bends her head down to start copying from the textbook in front of her, and I open an excessively large book about Queen Bennua. Great. This just gets weirder and weirder. The girl in my dreams is the daughter of Hassan Bakari, who I've been stealing from for months. It's like everything I do is connected to Bashira. It all comes down to her. After we've been researching in silence for a half hour, I can't take it anymore. I'm not getting any work done, and I feel like I have to know more about this girl. Maybe Tamara's right. I should get to know her better, if she's appearing in my dreams. So, I say, closing my book. What's your major? Have you decided yet? Bashira glances up, then begins nibbling on the end of her pencil.
I told my father I was going into business, or pre-law like my sister Parvina.
She hesitates.
But I really wanted to major in dance.
Dance?
Mm-hmm. I love to dance. I'm enrolled in a couple of classes already.
Her bright smile falls away from her face.
But I won't be able to hide it for long. If Father found out I was taking them, he'd be furious.
Why would he be upset? It's your life and it's what you want to do, I say.
He says life shouldn't be wasted on frivolities like dancing,
she says sourly.
He doesn't think it's important. But it's important to me.
Hassan sounds like an asshole. Dancing isn't an easy thing to make money off of, however, especially not in Saran. It's even forbidden in some places. The performing arts aren't big here. You'd have to leave the country to become a professional dancer, I say. It's the only way that would happen.
I know,
she sighs.
That's the only hard part. I'd have to move to the other side of the world, and I don't want to do it alone.
You should do what you want, regardless of what stands in your way.
I don't know. I wanted to go to college for a long time, but now that I'm here, I don't know if it's really for me.
She leans back in her chair.
Education has always been the most important thing in my life, but now that I'm here, I feel like I should be doing something different.
It's only your first week. Give it time.
Easier said than done. I've still got 4 years. She cups her head in her hand. I wish I could be like you. You're almost done.
It flew by. I laugh, realizing immediately that it did.
What did you major in?
I laugh again, feeling embarrassed. Nothing, really?
Nothing?
She's confused.
How is that possible?
I'm undecided, I say. I could never pick what I wanted to do, so the counseling office got fed up with me and said, as long as I met the number of credits required, they'd just give me a degree and send me on my way.
But what do you want to do after you graduate? She asks.
That's the big question, isn't it? I don't know. I spin my pencil on top of a textbook. I guess it doesn't matter. As long as I'm making enough to support my family, I don't care.
Do you have kids?
She asks curiously. Nah, I say, chuckling. Though, it'd be nice. No, it's just me and my mom. She can't work because she's sick.
I'm sorry,
she states.
What does she have?
Her brain's deteriorating, I say quickly, with as little emotion as possible. It has been for a while now.
Oh.
Her voice is quiet.
That's terrible.
Tell me about it. We're quiet for a minute or two. Then something strange happens as Bashira puts a gentle hand on my shoulder. It's cool, calming, and echoes of compassion.
Don't worry. I'll take on most of the work for the project if you want me to.
You don't have to do that, I say. We'll work on it together.
All right.
She ruffles through her notes and, to my relief, changes the subject.
Have you found anything about the swords? I've looked through all my books and can't find a single thing.
Nope, I say, though I haven't really checked. I doubt what we need is in this library.
I'll do some extra research on my laptop tonight. We have to start somewhere.
Well, we did, but it hasn't gotten us anywhere, I say, gesturing around the library.
Obviously not.
She taps her pencil against her chin, and I find I'm drawn to her lips. They're full, delicate, and look amazingly soft, just like they did in my dream. Stop being creepy, I tell myself. I pay attention to her outfit instead. She's wearing another dress today. Wanted to look nice? I ask, gesturing to her clothing.
I don't like wearing jeans, or pants, really, she says. Only skirts or dresses. I'll wear athletic pants if I'm in dance class, but that's about it.
Why? Nothing wrong with a girl in a t-shirt and jeans, I say. Most girls want to be casual.
Yes, well, she says, annoyed. I'm not most girls.
As I can see. She's also wearing a thin headscarf wrapped around her dark hair. You like wearing veils too?
I don't like not wearing a veil. Makes me feel naked, she says. I know it's not technically required, but it's what I like.
You should meet my friend Tamara. She's the complete opposite. She hates wearing veils, I say. Not one to be found in our dorm room.
You're rooming with a girl?
Bashira's head jerks up, face full of surprise. It's not like that, I say, laughing. We're just friends. She stares at me suspiciously before saying,
Okay, I believe you, though I shouldn't. You seem like some sort of lady killer.
I've had a reputation for that before, I say. Just to try it once more, I let my hair fall into my eyes. Bashira shivers, looking bothered before straightening her shoulders.
Well, don't try it with me. It won't work.
Of course not, princess. It's a line straight from my dreams, but what can it hurt? I kind of like the title.
Is that what you're calling me now?
Bashira raises an eyebrow as she nibbles on her pencil. Sure, it fits.
I will tell you, sir, that I have a boyfriend.
The pencil drops from her mouth.
And here he comes now.
My mouth, stomach, and everything else in my body goes rotten as Roka strolls from the corner of the library, his movements long and sloppy. Hey, he says, kissing Bashira on the cheek lightly. I feel a thunderstorm growing in my chest.
Who's this?
He appears friendly, but I know by the hand on Bashira's shoulder and the death stare he's giving me that he doesn't want to play nice.
"This is Zayde, my project partner for history class," she says, gesturing to me. "Zayde, this is my boyfriend Ruka."
"Nice to meet you." I take hold of his hand, which is slimy and greasy, and shake it. He holds my hand firmly to try and scare me off. Yeah, right. I squeeze back even tighter, so tightly that I nearly break the bones in his hands.
"You have a firm handshake,"
Ruka says, voice low with concealed pain as some of the bones begin cracking under my grip. "Yeah, I do, don't I?" I let go and wipe my hands on my pants. I'll have to wash them now after touching such a disgusting human being. But it's worth it to intimidate him. He obviously doesn't like me, and I sure as hell don't like him. I like him even less around Bashira. He's the type of guy that shouldn't even be allowed near a girl, let alone allowed to date one. Ruka rubs his pale, injured hand, looking directly at Bashira.
"We need to go. Father's waiting." "But we're not done here," Bashira protests. "This is a very important project and—"
"Bashira, now!" It's not a request, but a command, and a rude one at that. Ruka towers over Bashira in an attempt to scare her, and then begins walking toward the doors of the library, as if he's expecting her to tag along at his heels like some dog he's just trained.
"I have to go,"
she says reluctantly, gathering her things.
"See you in class tomorrow?"
My eyes are on the back of Ruka's head. Yep, tomorrow. She's brilliant. Bennua is the type of person that whatever she attempts, she succeeds. The princess is the most talented thief I've had the opportunity to train. Her small stature and quiet nature enables her to slip in and out of places unnoticed. Her gentle character allows her to deceive even the most distrusting of men with merely a blink of her wide eyes and an innocent smile. Once so judgmental and condemning toward thieves, the palace princess now slips her hands into coffers to nab coins without objection. Every order I give, she follows beautifully, down to the last letter. I already have Ali and Amar saddled up just as the sun rises. We've just returned from a raid, but now there's need to go on another. A caravan of kings from the land bordering the ocean is journeying through a town nearby, and it'd be foolish to let them pass without receiving a welcome from the raider prince. Bennua stumbles outside and leans on the doorframe, wiping her bleary eyes. I hand her Amar's reins and mount Ali. "Come, princess. The town isn't far, though it will require a fast ride to reach it in time."
"Very well."
Bennua mounts her stallion without question and begins to follow. Strange that she agrees so readily to follow me without starting an argument, though I suppose it is too early in the morning for her to fight. I made the mistake of awakening her before the dawn one morning. I shan't make such a deadly error again. Bennua's veil flies behind her, and the shadows of our horses stretch against the rising sun as we gallop through the barren landscape of the desert. The entire earth is red, save for the two of us. We wear darkest black, with scarves to cover our faces, cloaked ghosts charging against the rising dawn. By the time we reach the town, Bennua awakens. She's bouncing a little in the saddle, excited to be there. I'm glad she's finally becoming accustomed to our lifestyle.
"What's the plan?"
she whispers as we approach the city gates. "Leave the horses here," I say, getting off Ali and removing the bridle from his head. "We will have to find another way in. The guards are suspicious of outsiders." "They have good reason," she giggles, cupping a hand over her mouth. I throw 2 hooks attached to long ropes onto the top of the city wall. I hand one rope to Bennua, and together we scale the town's defense. Bennua isn't a fan of climbing, but she's learned how to do so in our time together, and has gotten over her fear of high places. She no longer has to be carried up and down on ropes, like I did with her when escaping Abba's palace. Somewhat of a pity. I enjoyed watching her squirm in my arms. The two of us crouch on the top of the wall. I put the hooks away, motioning for her to follow. I leap from building to building, springing myself off of rooftops and clinging to the side of homes. scaling the sides of structures. I'm a lot faster on my own, but I can't carry everything myself, so I wait for Bennua to catch up. Her upper body strength isn't the greatest, but her flexibility from being a dancer enables her to reach places I can't. She leaps from the buildings just as ably as I, though I take the easier routes and jump only to buildings I know she can reach. I do not want her to fall. The sound of a flute, played lowly in the city streets, is accompanied by the jingling of bells and the pounding of drums below. They're somewhere nearby. I look down and see that a large crowd has formed in the street, parting the way for a large caravan that looks like it's made of silks, velvet, and gold. We'll be rich after this raid.
Maneuver through the crowd, I whisper into Bennua's ear. Slip through the people and see what you can take. I'll go to the back. That's where they'll be keeping the most valuable treasures.
Bennua nods. The two of us slide from the awnings hanging off the back of the building unnoticed, then separate to join the massive gathering around the caravan of kings. Even though this is what we do, my mouth goes dry and my stomach twists whenever I am not by the princess's side. I've been teaching her to fight, as was our agreement for her winning the horse race in Khadil, but she doesn't know how to defend herself quite yet. She still has much to learn in that aspect of her training. The massive swarm of patrons do not notice as I weave in and out of them seamlessly. People, I've found, will pretend you are not there unless you give them a reason to see you. Just as I suspected, 2 servants are carrying a golden chest at the back of the caravan. It's definitely heavy. Time to snatch it. I reach into my pocket and pull out a small handful of sparkling black powder. Tossing it upon the ground, the immediate vicinity becomes swamped with a thick, putrid black smog. The crowd scampers, trying to get away from the smoke, while the 2 servants begin coughing violently. They drop the chest as they fall upon their knees to retch. The scarf wrapped around my mouth keeps me protected. I dart between the servants and kneel at the dropped chest. Pulling out a knife, I stick it between the creases of the chest and pop open the lid. Rubies and glittering gems litter onto the sand. I scoop them up and scamper away before the smoke dissolves, unseen. With a quick glance into the crowd, I see Bennua is doing well. Her arms are full of coins and golden statues she's snagged from the rulers. She tosses them into a leather bag upon her back, and I motion my head for us to leave. We've taken more than enough here. Best not to get greedy before we're caught.
Thief!
The common, unwelcome cry of my name rings in my ears. One of the servants has spotted us. He's pointing at the head of a glimmering statue hanging out of Bennua's pack. No time to waste. We run. We can't climb buildings to escape, not until we disappear. They'll riddle us with arrows before we can reach the roof. I grab Bennua's hand and we sprint through the town square, dodging merchant carts and sidestepping colorful flags and streamers blowing in the wind. The servants of the kings and town guards give chase, shouting and waving swords. Despite the danger, Bennua does not appear alarmed. She's laughing, her face alight with enchantment and mischief. I've never seen her so alive. My heart is pounding through my chest, and I laugh along with her. The 2 of us, fools we are, dip behind a fountain and run down a long alley, misleading our pursuers. Bennua ducks behind a wall to hide, and I toss one of the hooks over the town wall. I can't wait for her to climb the wall on her own. Bennua cries out in surprise as I toss her over my shoulder. I scale over the wall and back down the other side to our horses, safely outside the town's borders. "You could have offered me a warning," she complains, straightening her veil when I set her down. "A thief must be prepared for anything. As a lady, I'd suspect you'd be ready for scoundrels to sweep you off your feet and carry you off to Al-Shams knows where." I can't resist winking at her. I'm in far too good a mood. This raid went off better than I expected. She and I make an excellent team. "I certainly wasn't prepared for you," she states, brushing off her arms. "Though, I suppose by now it's a common practice, you capturing me against my will and dragging me around to wherever you want to go." "Ah, princess, you can't say you're still at my side against your own free will," I tease. "No," she says. The smile she gives me is befuddled, mystified. I
Cannot.
Although her statement was meant to compliment me, it ruins my cheerful aura. I feel my grin slipping away as I put Ali's bridle back on, climbing upon him for the journey home. Come, let us return. As we ride back, my mind is plagued with woeful thoughts. Bennua follows me willingly. Too willingly. Witty comments and rude insults aside, so far she has not objected to any task I have set in front of her. I concentrate on Ali's steady gait to keep my thoughts from running away with my reason. I worry I am changing her. With a sinking feeling, I realize she does not steal because she wants to, because being a thief is something that calls to her. She does it because it is something I asked. If I continue in this way, I will ruin her. I don't know why I continue to try and sleep. It's absolutely pointless. After waking up in a cold sweat from my most recent dream, I wander aimlessly around my dorm before heading back toward Queen Amira's palace. That place gives me a peace like nothing else does. Maybe it'll settle my nerves so I can get some rest. When I get there, I'm not the only one. Bashira is standing alone, gazing up at the palace with a hand held to her face, eyes wide. The scene seems eerily familiar. She notices me coming and shifts to one foot, saying,
It's a lot bigger than I imagined it.
Haven't you ever seen it before? I ask.
No,
she shakes her head.
I haven't seen it, but do you ever pretend that you could navigate something alone, even in your imagination? Like, you've walked around a place hundreds of times in your head, but never seen it up close in real life?
She suddenly seems to realize she's voicing her thoughts out loud.
I'm sorry, forget it, it's stupid.
No, I say quietly. I know exactly what you mean. Bashira scuffs her foot against the ground. What are you doing here? I ask. It's late, and it's dangerous to be walking around campus by yourself.
You're walking around campus by yourself?
She mumbles. I can take care of myself. Trust me.
I can take care of myself too,
she says stubbornly.
But thanks for your concern.
She steps closer to the monument.
Ever wonder what it'd be like to go in there?
I have, I say. Lots of times.
And you never got in trouble?
She asks. Never, I say. Do you want to go in?
Me? But we'll get caught.
I never get caught. I grin at her. Come on, I'll give you a boost up. Bashira reluctantly moves closer to me. She's warm and smells great, a mixture of spices and something floral. She puts her foot in my hand, and I push her up over the wall before leaping upward and climbing over it myself. When we jump down to the other side, Bashira gasps in astonishment.
Oh, wow.
Queen Amira's palace is more impressive up close. The 1,000-year-old mosaics, made from dozens of reflective gems, create a spiraling design on the towers and walls. Bashira walks in a circle around the ruins, which once were rooms, but are now little more than dusty walls crumbling into thin air.
Are you sure no one will find us? Do they have cameras?
She asks. No cameras, I say. Just campus security, which doesn't bother patrolling around here this time of night. Bashira walks further into the ruins. She comes to a large circle where a dilapidated statue of Al-Shams resides.
It was said that Sultan Zayde built this place for Queen Bennua with his own 2 hands, and named it after his daughter,
Bashira says, twirling around the statue.
Every morning for 10 years, he'd get up at sunrise to work on the palace, and then come home at nightfall to be with his wife. He constructed everything himself, save for the things he could not do alone. When it was done, nothing in Saran could rival it. It was the most majestic palace in all the land.
I know the stories, I say. Queen Bennua must have been one special girl for Sultan Zayde to work on a palace alone for a decade. Though, I have to admit, I watch Bashira spiral introspectively around the room, and my heart catches. I know I would do the same for the woman of my dreams.
This is where the throne room was, she says.
She stops at what appears to be the skeleton of a doorway, pointing.
This led to the kitchens.
She turns, pointing in the opposite direction.
And there was the stairwell. It went up to the bedrooms.
Did you read that in the book? I ask.
No,
she says.
I just... know.
It's a mystery how a girl who has never been here before knows where everything used to be. The most experienced historian would have trouble guessing where things were, I suppose. I've got a weird feeling about all of this. Ever since I've entered this palace with her, I feel different. I take her arm lightly. Bashira, what's going on? I ask.
Ouch,
she says, flinching away from my touch. I instantly let go, thinking I've hurt her, but that's impossible. I didn't grab her that hard. Without thinking to ask, I tenderly remove her jacket. Dark bruises in the shape of small ovals, like fingerprints, are there on her arm. Who did this to you? I ask. My voice is shaking. I'm furious. Somebody's put their hands on her, which is no way acceptable.
Nobody. I fell into a wall,
she says defensively, jerking away and sliding her jacket back on. Bullshit. I know abuse when I see it, and I'll bet anything it was her boyfriend who did it. Has he been hurting you? Roka?
No, you're being ridiculous,
she shouts. She's lying to me. I can tell she's a good liar. Her eyes don't shift from mine, and she stands straight with a cool face when she says the words. But however good of a liar she is, she's still lying. And she can't lie to me. That's something that doesn't work. You can tell me, I say, approaching her steadily. I promise I won't get mad or freak out. I just want to help.
I don't want to talk about it,
she says firmly, her face fiery and defiant.
Not right now.
She's not going to let me help her if I lose my cool. I have to calm down. Okay, I say. We don't have to talk about it. Not right now. She turns away from me. She doesn't have to tell me what's going on at this moment, but I am planning on bringing it up again. Soon. I trail Bashira around the ruins, and she says,
I'm out here because I couldn't sleep. I keep having these weird dreams.
I trip and nearly fall flat on my face. I hold myself against a stone pillar and ask, Dreams?
Yeah, I've been having them for months. Nightmares, really. I don't know what they mean.
She shakes her head, and her hair ripples behind her headscarf. What are they about? I ask, too quickly.
They're about...
She hesitates, eyes flickering to my face, before the illusion breaks and she tears her gaze away from mine.
Never mind, it's stupid. You're right. I shouldn't be out here. I'll see you in class tomorrow, okay?
She bolts. Bashira, don't go! I cry, but she's already waving goodbye. I run after her, but she's found the chain-link fence in the back and has vaulted over it before I can catch up. I cling to the fence, watching her leave as the shadow of Queen Amira's palace looms over me. None of this makes any sense. All this time I thought I was losing my mind, but it turns out I'm not the only one seeing things. Something strange, no, not strange, absolutely crazy is going on here. Is Bashira having dreams about me too? And if so, what are they about? There's one thing I do know. If her dreams are the same as mine, then our lives just got a lot more complicated. I skip my first class and go on a search for Bashira that morning. I don't know her schedule, so looking for her in this massive university is like finding a specific grain of sand in a dune. But it doesn't matter to me. I have to know what she's dreaming. My sleep after I returned from Amira's palace was absent from dreams, which bothers me. All I wanted was for them to go away before, but now I want the dreams back. If they're connected to Bashira in any way possible, I want to keep them. I'm not a believer in anything more than what's right in front of me,
but there are way too many variables for this to be anything less than supernatural. I have to decipher this puzzle and discover what it means, and she's the only one who can help. I've scaled almost all of campus before it clicks in my head. Of course. I bet she's there. I almost knock over a harried-looking sophomore and shove a group of juniors out of my way before I find what I'm looking for. The AU auditorium. My eyes adjust slowly to the dark auditorium, which is lit by a singular spotlight pointing on stage. A radio propped on one of the chairs in the auditorium plays a rhythmic tune, with qualities of the lute, rick drums, jingling coins, and other various instruments forming a desert song. Bashira stands on stage, dipping to the music, wearing nothing more than a tight band around her breasts and loose harem pants, feet bare and hair flying wildly around her as she twirls in circles. Something happens to Bashira as she dances. She becomes the music. It is not without her, it is with her, and each swell and clash of the song is met with a different movement. She jumps, bends, and twists, lifting her legs high and collapsing onto the ground before rising once again like a phoenix, her hips swaying from side to side as her wrists encircle her head. I am unable to look away, trapped within her spell. Any man would be glued to the spot and forced to watch the erotic dance. Bashira doesn't make it seem inappropriate, however. Her dancing is something she's meant to do. Everything about her is note, fire, and song. The stage is her kingdom. When the song ends, she shakes her messy hair behind her head and bends down to grab her water bottle before taking a drink. "I hope you enjoyed that," she says loudly. "I wasn't expecting an audience." The spell breaks as I realize she knew I was here the whole time. I step out from behind a pillar and proceed to the stage. "That was incredible," I say. "You're extremely talented." Bashira sits on the edge of the stage, swinging her feet out from under her. "Try telling my father that," she says. "Why are you here? You're wasting your time at AU," I say. "You should be somewhere else, auditioning for a part in some big production. You're a wonderful dancer." "I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Why are you here? Are you stalking me or something?" Her head's tilted playfully. I jump on stage to sit by her. "I had to ask you about last night," I say, and her smile falters. "But never mind that now. We'll get to it in a second. Really, Bashira, that was amazing. Where'd you learn to dance like that?" "I've always known how to. Taught myself," she shrugs. "Well, you're really, really good," I say. "Your family should be proud." "My parents want me to be like my sisters. They're all lawyers and doctors, politicians or engineers. Important people," she huffs. "And I'm just, well, me. The unimportant little sister at the end of the line. It can't be that bad." "It is. They're ashamed that the only thing I want to do is dance." She crosses her legs and looks down. "Roka's the same way. He doesn't want me to dance in front of other people. He thinks it's wrong. That's why I'm in here. I'm hiding from him." "You shouldn't have to hide from your boyfriend." "I don't, unless I want to dance. At least if nobody's watching, he can't complain. He threw a fit when he found out I signed up for dancing classes." She wriggles on the spot. "I'd be in so much trouble if he found out you were watching me. I dance for myself, but sometimes I want other people to enjoy it too. It feels wrong keeping the most important part of myself hidden all the time." The bruise on her arm has faded a little, but seems even more terrible to me than it did last night. "Why are you with him if he treats you like that?" I ask. It's a broad question, but I think she understands it has more than one meaning. "I love him," she says simply. I don't believe that. Not really. "How did you guys even get together?" She plays with her hair, braiding it slowly as she thinks. "My father introduced us.
He's had a business relationship with Kasim Kasimar since before I was born. Everyone in my family knew that Father wanted one of us to marry into the Kasimar family, but Kasim didn't have a son until the year after I was born.
So, since you're the young one, you got stuck with him?
It's not like that, she says quickly. We make a good couple. We share a common faith, and I like reading the stories he writes. He makes me happy.
Clearly. Are you sure you're not with him just because your family expects you to be? I ask.
I'll do anything to make my family happy, she says quietly. What I want isn't important.
Don't ever say that. You should be focusing on what makes you happy, not what your parents choose for you.
You're the same way, she says immediately. You're not here at AU because you want to be, are you? You're here because of your mother.
She's backed me into a corner. I can't argue with that one. That's true, but there's a big difference between getting an education for someone you care about and marrying a guy because your parents said so.
Nobody said anything about marriage, she says quickly.
That's the ultimate goal, though, isn't it? You know they're not going to be happy with you dating him for long.
It doesn't matter, she says. What did you want to talk about?
Should I tell her? And how much should I reveal? I don't want to scare her away. Let's see if I can get her to open up first. I wanted to ask you what your dreams are about. You ran off last night and never told me why.
Oh.
She scoots away.
It's nothing. Seriously, don't even think about it.
You can tell me. I promise I won't think it's weird. Nothing could be weirder than my dreams, after all.
Well, okay.
She takes a deep breath.
To be honest, they're about you.
Me? My heart feels like it's going to carve a hole in my chest right where she can see.
Yes.
She bites her lip.
I know it sounds strange, but before I met you in history class, I kept having dreams about you.
What are they about?
At first, it was just your face. And now...
She shakes her head.
I can't. You're going to think I'm insane.
Just tell me. I insist, on the edge of my seat.
I keep dreaming that I'm Princess Bennua and you're the Raider Prince,
she says sharply, stumbling on the words.
Isn't that crazy? You've got to think I'm crazy.
Holy Al-Shams. No, I swallow. I've been having those dreams too. The same ones.
You're kidding.
Now she looks scared. Her eyes are wide and the color has faded from her cheeks. I'm not. I jiggle my hand on the side of the stage. Did you have a dream about running away with me on a horse?
Yes.
The throne room? I persist.
And the stables?
She asks. And the kissing? I ask, unable to hold myself back. That one too? She nods.
I did. I felt so guilty about that one. I'm with Roka. I shouldn't be dreaming about kissing other men.
We're having these same exact dreams, and you're worried about Ruka right now? I burst. Bashira, this is too weird. It can't be a coincidence. Have you told anyone about this? She shakes her head.
I haven't told anyone.
I told my roommate, Tamara, but nobody else. She gets off the stage.
What should we do? Is it possible that we're making all this up?
No chance. It doesn't work like that. Our brains must be connected or whatever, I say.
I thought you didn't believe in stuff like that,
she asks, putting her hands on her hips. Is there any other explanation? I get off stage and, like I usually do when I'm stressed out, begin pacing back and forth. We can't tell anyone about this, not until we figure out why we're having the same nightmares.
That's fine by me. I don't want my boyfriend knowing I'm having dreams about some other guy, she says, holding her hands up.
I'm some other guy now? I ask sourly. That's nice.
Oh, shut up. We're friends, but it's not like that. I just met you, and I can already tell there is no way I would ever date you, past, present, or future.
She crosses her arms.
You're not my type.
Not her type, huh? We'll see about that. Who is your type? Greasy jerks? I ask.
Leave Roka alone. He doesn't like to shower, she says, balling up her fists.
That only makes him grosser.
Whatever.
Bashira reaches into her bag and pulls out a sweater, slipping it on before wrapping her head in another scarf.
What do you want to do about our little problem?
I'd say it's more than a little problem. But for right now, let's just act like everything is normal until something changes, I suggest. Maybe our dreams will give us clues so we can figure this out.
Agreed.
Bashira checks her phone.
Oh, crap,
she shouts, grabbing her bag and slinging it over her shoulder.
History class started 20 minutes ago. We're going to be late.
Damn, I don't need another reason for Professor Shoddy to single me out. I follow Bashira at a sprint to history class. Both of us come floundering into the room right in the middle of a lecture.
How pleasant for both of you to make an appearance, Professor Shoddy says dryly. Just sit down.
Bashira and I walk to our seats. Professor Shoddy clears his throat and says,
Now, as I was saying, although Queen Bennua's existence has been heatedly debated for centuries, we know Queen Amira did, in fact, exist, due to the exhuming of her tomb nearly 70 years ago. To begin Queen Bennua's story, we must first start with Queen Amira's. 2,000 years ago, Queen Amira united all the sultanates of Saran under one banner. No easy task, considering her mother had refused the throne of Saran nearly 2 decades before. Other rulers were therefore reluctant to come together under the rule of her daughter. From her birth until her early 20s, Queen Amira's parents, Queen Bennua and Sultan Zayde, began growing Ashana and gaining allies throughout the land. Their most important alliance was through Sultan Utif of the city of Demir. Sometime around her 23rd birthday, Amira challenged several cities who opposed the idea of equal rights regardless of class, status, or gender. That challenge resulted in the War of the Ancients. Professor Shoddy clears his throat. They were, as noted in the historical texts of the day, dark times. Brother killed brother, friend turned on friend. It was a war unlike any Saran had ever seen, even bloodier than the fabled Battle of Okshul that Queen Bennua participated in. The legends say Akshalad was gone from the world, but his influence had not completely vanished from Saran. Ancient folklore notes there were various evil djinn, demons, you may call them, that followed the rock's lead to cause chaos throughout the world. And once Akshalad fell, these demons raced in to take the devil's place and become supreme ruler of the darkness over the world. The most menacing of these was Saruin, the servant of the devourer, as he was called. Some say that Queen Amira fought Saruin herself during her struggles to bring peace to Saran, but such stories are considered fables by most historians. Professor Shoddy sighs. Eventually, the War of the Ancients ended at the Battle of Kifa, with Queen Amira victorious. She banished all the sultanates, installed democracies in all of Saran's cities, and formed a head parliament which still stands today as Saran's chief power. How boring. I don't care about any of this. I take out my notebook and begin doodling. Professor Shoddy's lecture is pointless to me. I don't want to learn about Queen Amira. I need to find out more about her mother. If we're going to figure out what these dreams mean, he needs to start talking about Queen Bennua. Afterwards, in which Queen Amira retired happily to her palace, a monarch only in name, but undoubtedly the most courageous, strong-willed, and important leader Saran ever saw. Professor Shoddy pauses for a moment, then says in a voice so low that most students won't hear, just like her mother. Am I seeing things? Are Professor Shoddy's eyes misty? The professor wipes his face quickly and then glances at me. He promptly strides over to my desk and picks up my notebook, displaying it to the class. Let me remind you all why Mr. Amir Moez is not an art major, and why you need to pay attention in my class."
He throws the notebook down at me, which smacks me on the side of the head.
"I don't accept distractions, Zayde. Either you listen or you leave."
The rest of the class is laughing, including Bashira.
Is he kidding me?
Does he really have to embarrass me in front of everyone? "I thought we were going to be learning about Queen Bennua," I ask, trying to appear calm and interested.
"Queen Benua's story is linked intricately to Amira's. You should be paying attention, Mr. Amir Moez. This information will be of more use to you than anyone else,"
Professor Shadi says. His eyes practically burn holes into my head. I panic for a split second. Does he know about the dreams? Sorry, Professor, but I highly doubt I will ever use anything you'll teach in this class, I say, losing my patience. It has no relevance to my life whatsoever. I'm pretty sure if we were alone in this classroom, he'd kill me. Professor Shadi rubs his face in exhaustion and says,
"We'll see, Mr. Amir Moez. You and Ms. Bashira stay after class. I must speak with you."
Bashira's grin slides off her face.
"Great. Now you've got me in trouble,"
she grumbles under her breath. "It's fine. He probably just wants to talk to us about being late," I whisper back. When everyone leaves, Professor Shadi beckons us to his desk. Bashira and I stand side by side. Bashira holds her books protectively out in front of her like a shield, while I prepare for whatever outburst he has for us. I've had Professor Shadi yell at me on a daily basis since I got to AU, so I'm used to it. But Bashira's new to all of this. I hope he goes easy on her.
"Right,"
he says, spinning in his large chair and putting his fingers together.
"I had wished to keep this from you until a more opportune time, but because of certain unfortunate—"
Shadi wiggles in his chair and narrows his eyes.
"Circumstances, I have no choice but to tell you now."
What is he talking about? This isn't about us being late. Bashira shifts from side to side next to me. She's nervous.
"What I am about to tell you will be a rather large shock, but I beg you to say nothing and ask no questions until I have explained everything," Professor Shadi says. "You will come to know all in due time."
"You will tell them nothing, Shadi." A cold, flat voice interrupts Professor Shadi's monologue. The professor jumps from his seat, chair spinning behind him as he shouts,
"No, Jamila Hera, you will not interfere."
"They aren't ready to be told," Jamila Hera states sharply.
"I know them better than anyone, and I say they are,"
Shadi says, pointing to both of us. Bashira grabs my arm, clutching onto me tightly. It was an accident, but when I glance down to observe the look on her face, I know she doesn't want to let go. I move closer to reassure her. She instantly relaxes. I make her feel safe. Something inside my chest grows warm.
"Come now, Shadi. Your judgment has never been the greatest,"
Jamila Hera says, throwing her head back and giving a cackling laugh.
"Stay out of this,"
Professor Shadi says in a flustered tone.
"You have no part, no right to be here."
"I am here for the benefit of Ms. Bashira and Mr. Amir Moez, if I may remind you," Jamila Hera says coolly. "They are my concern. You should be glad I even bothered to involve you."
"They're mine, Jamila Hera,"
Professor Shadi says, his voice dropping to a low whisper as he growls the words between clenched teeth. He puts his hand on the desk and leans forward threateningly, protectively.
"Not yours, mine."
Bashira and I glance at one another. We're his? His what? Students? That must be it. Anything else would be vaguely creepy.
"You've never done a good job of taking care of them from the start, have you, Shadi?" she asks. "Even after all this time, you still manage to ruin things for them."
I hate to interrupt, but Professor Shadi's a great teacher, I add, raising my free hand in protest. Bashira tugs on my arm, telling me to be quiet. Jamila Hera's mouth curls as she lowers her eyelashes at me.
Of course. That is why you failed to pass each semester he's had you?
Professor Shoddy lets out a harsh noise, looking more inflated than a puffed-up balloon. That's my fault, not his, I say. I'm the one who doesn't show up.
A student is only as good as his teacher,
Jamila Hera responds, which makes Professor Shoddy go absolutely nuts. He yanks his tie loose before he throws it at her, floundering his hands. It flutters through the air, onto the floor, where she promptly steps on it and digs in her heel. Professor Shoddy begins pulling at his hair and howls, "I want you gone, Jamila Hera! Now!"
Oh, stop
throwing things at me. You remember what happened last time you began this nonsense, Jamila Hera says, waving a careless hand his way.
If you want to discuss things in my office, fine, but you're done acting like an infant.
She turns smoothly, walking back out of the room with a leisurely gait. Professor Shoddy watches her go through narrowed eyes, watching the swing in her hips. The door closes with a sharp snap. The professor shakes himself, appearing spooked. "Annoying woman," he mumbles before his attention turns to us. He waves us off. "Go on, leave for your classes or whatever else you young people do."
Professor Shoddy, what was it you wanted to tell us? It seemed very important,
Bashira asks timidly.
It doesn't matter now. Apparently, I have to gain permission from the department chair before I can tell my students anything.
He slams his suitcase shut.
You'll come to know in time, Bashira, after I convince her that it's the proper thing to do. Now, off with you.
I drag Bashira out before she can ask any more questions. She's still holding onto my arm as we walk through the hallway. I don't tell her to let go, because I don't want her to. That was weird. I don't know what's wrong with them.
They act like a pair of kids, she agrees. What do you think he wanted to tell us?
It's probably some special project or some award he wants us to apply for, I suggest, shrugging. What else would a history professor want?
I don't think so. He made it sound like what he was going to say would surprise us. You think it was about the dreams?
Nah, I say, shaking my head. There's no way he could know about that. I'm proud of Bashira for not cracking under Professor Shoddy's pressure. I'm glad she held up her end of the deal to keep quiet.
I guess so.
Bashira seems to realize that she's holding onto my arm and lets go immediately.
There's something I wanted to ask you. There's this dinner I'm supposed to go to with my boyfriend and his father, and I really don't want to go alone. Ruka's all right, but his father's a little strange.
She shudders faintly.
I don't know what it is, but I don't feel comfortable around him, even with Ruka there.
Kasim Kasimar, you mean? I ask.
Yes. I'd ask one of my girlfriends to come along, but I haven't really met anyone here besides you, and they all left for different colleges.
I'm dreading the question. You want me to go with you, don't you?
You don't have to, she says quickly. I can go by myself.
Do you really think it would be a good idea for you to bring some random guy to a dinner party with your boyfriend and his father? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Not to mention Kasim specifically told me to stay away from this girl, which, so far, I've been unable to do.
Probably not,
she mumbles, looking down at the floor.
I'm sorry I asked. It was a stupid idea.
Why did you ask anyway? Is it that bad?
Kasim just... He looks at me like I'm some sort of toy, she confesses. He's inappropriate, even when Ruka's around. Sometimes my boyfriend will join in.
Yep, never mind. Forget what Ruka will say or what Kasim will do. I'm not letting Bashira go in there by herself to be harassed by a couple of freaks. No girl should have to put up with that, I say. I guess I'll go with you.
Thank you, Zayde, she says, obviously relieved. I'm so glad you said yes.
Can I suggest something? I ask, and she nods.
If Ruka and his dad make you feel like this, just break up with him. Honestly, it's not worth it. You deserve better, and his behavior toward you is only going to get worse if you continue dating him. I can't do that, she says immediately. I'm sorry, Zayde. It's not what my family wants. She pauses. I'm not even sure what I want. Whatever you want shouldn't include being treated like that, I say. Trust me. I suppose. She waves goodbye. Dinner's at 7 tomorrow. I'm in Kashan Hall, dorm number 302. Pick me up around 6? Ruka will be there too. Yeah, I'll be there. This is going to be completely awkward. It's like some twisted double date with Ruka and I fighting over the same girl. But both of us want different things. Ruka wants to control her. I just want to protect her, keep her safe, even if she's not mine. I only have one nice suit, and I hate wearing it. It's itchy, tight, and uncomfortable, but I can't go to the dinner party looking like a slum rat, so I force myself to deal with it. I get a lot of looks and whistles when I walk into Kashan, the freshman girls' dorm. I shake my head and ignore them. To my disgust, Ruka's already there. His black suit doesn't help his appearance. If anything, it only makes him look more slimy. His eyes narrow when he sees me coming. What are you doing here? Bashira asked me to come along. Do you mind? Not that I care if he does. His thin, slinky eyes scan me over. Not at all, he says lowly. Good. I turn back to face the door, and we stand silently, side by side as we wait for Bashira. I'm more casual. I'm leaning against the wall, one foot propped up against it. I didn't bother to comb my hair. My jacket's unbuttoned and my tie is loose. Everything about me is easygoing. Ruka, though, every hair is in place. His hands are clasped in front of him as he stands firmly on 2 feet, stiller than a statue. My father once told me you could measure a man by the way he stands. I always considered everything my father said to be bullshit, but I figure he's right about this. Ruka and I are so different. If he really is Bashira's type, I don't stand a chance. The door opens. Bashira is in a very pretty red dress, another one of her headscarves wrapped around her hair. She's wearing the tiniest bit of makeup and smells amazing. Hey, she smiles at the both of us. Ready to go? Of course. Ruka wraps his arm around her shoulders and escorts her downstairs. I grimace and follow. I wish it was me holding her like that. Ruka walks us to the tallest tower on campus. It's the only building that doesn't fit in with the ancient theme of the rest of the college. The outside is completely covered in glass and reflects the bathing rays of the setting sun, as if the tower refuses to be warmed by its glow. Ruka opens the door for Bashira, but lets it slam in my face. Fine. You want to play like that? I'll play. The elevator ride is long and uncomfortable. Bashira's chatting away, trying to break the tension, but Ruka and I don't say a word. We're too busy staring each other down. The elevator door opens, leading to a massive suite. It's a thief's gold mine in here. The floors are marble, walls covered with ancient mosaics and expensive breakable things placed on pedestals and end tables. A long table covered with platters of food stands next to a massive window that goes from floor to ceiling all around the room. Kasim is standing at the head of the table. His eyes darken when he sees me. Bashira, who is this? You know exactly who I am, old man, I think, but Bashira steps forward and says, This is my project partner for history class, Zayde Amirmoez. I thought it'd be nice to have him join us. This was to be a private dinner, Bashira, Kasim hisses. I apologize. She said she was sorry, but she's not. She stands tall as she stares at Kasim. She doesn't like him. Not at all. Very well. Kasim gestures to the table. Come, sit. Otherwise the servants prepared this for nothing. We take our seats.
Ruka pulls out the chair for Bashira before I can. I sit glumly in my chair and take the tiniest portions possible. I don't like eating with people I don't know, and although it's stupid to believe, I wouldn't put it past Kasim to poison my food. I'm glad he didn't know I was coming. So, Bashira, Kasim states, how do you like your classes? Bashira takes a tender bite and swallows.
They're all right. I haven't really made any friends, except for Zayde.
She smiles at me. You should be making friends your own age, and your own gender, I might add, Kasim says, drinking from his goblet and staring at me. It is my belief that men and women shouldn't socialize unless the intention of marriage is involved. It's like I'm not even here. I put down my utensils and say, Professor Shadi paired us together for a project. It wasn't by choice. I must have a talk with him then, Kasim says darkly. According to the student guidebook I assembled once I came, he knows that it is forbidden, as of this year, to pair male and female students on the same assignments. Next year, girls and boys won't even be in the same classes. Far too much temptation for them to face. Great. Now I've gotten Professor Shadi in trouble. If this is the direction AU is going in, I'm glad I'm getting out of here. Ruka adds, You're absolutely right, Father. I'll feel much safer when Bashira has classes with other girls, away from strange men. I agree. She needs to stay away from guys who aren't good for her, I chip in, staring Ruka down. Bashira squirms between the two of us. Ruka coolly adds, Then why are you here? Ruka, don't be rude, Kasim snaps. Ruka falls silent, cracking his knuckles underneath the table. Apparently, Kasim's the only one allowed to be an asshole here. Something strikes me as obvious. Kasim and Ruka do not enjoy each other's company. In fact, they despise each other. I certainly don't like my father either, but what could be so important between these two that they feel the need to work together, yet can't stand being in the same room? Ignore my son, Kasim says. He speaks before his turn and disgraces his family. He needs to learn his place. Ruka turns red. I was defending— Enough! Kasim snaps. He slams his goblet on the table. Bashira jumps at the noise. You will speak when you are spoken to, and not before. By al-Shams. Kasim leans back in the chair and shakes his head. Why did the Phoenix God seek to give me such a rebellious, dishonorable son? Creative writing. How pathetic. Kasim makes a sarcastic noise. You do well to study something of use instead of letting your precious fantasies run away with you. Perhaps then I wouldn't be embarrassed to be called your father. Ouch. That was harsh, even for Kasim. Under the table, Bashira moves her hand to comfort Ruka, but he jerks away from her touch. Tell me, Amir Moez, what is your intention with our Bashira? Kasim turns his attention from Ruka to me. Bashira glances my way, terrified I'm going to say the wrong thing. I want to protect her from those who would hurt her, I say, not breaking my gaze from Bashira's. I'm not going to let such a kind, sweet girl be controlled or manipulated by anyone. I see. Kasim stands. Ruka does as well, an eager expression on his face. Amir Moez, I would advise you to take your leave. I'm not going anywhere, I say. I stand as well and put my hands on the table. I have this irresistible urge to punch Kasim and Ruka in the face and carry Bashira away from both of them, and I'm 2 seconds away from doing just that. It's fine, Zayde, Bashira whispers. Just go. Ruka lunges toward me, grabbing my arm. My father told you to leave, he snarls. Get your filthy hands off me, I say, pushing him away. I can walk myself out, thanks. Mr. Amir Moez, if I may remind you, I told you at the start of the semester to be very careful, Kasim says lowly. The thin wire you walk is about to snap. Do not try my patience any further.
Both of them stand over Bashira, a hand on each side of her chair. They're declaring her their property, staking their claim. I'm crossing into their territory, and this is their last warning to back off. Shitty thing for them is, I'm pretty good at taking what belongs to other people. I'm leaving, I say, turning away. I lock eyes with Bashira. She looks scared, begging me not to leave. I reluctantly enter the elevator. I hate leaving her behind, but I don't have a choice. Not yet. Security is waiting for me downstairs. They make sure I leave before locking the doors behind me. Frustrated as all hell, I wait outside the building for 2 hours before I realize that Bashira isn't coming. She must have left the building a different way. Or they're keeping her inside. Quickly, I text her, "Are you all right?" Her text comes back within minutes.
"Meet me outside Kashan."
She's standing outside of her dormitory alone. The minute I get there, she brushes a lock out of her eyes and says,
"I'm sorry. I feel terrible I made you go to that. I thought they'd be nicer if someone else was there, but it only made them more..."
"Territorial?" I suggest. She sighs.
"I guess."
"Listen, Bashira, you don't have to rely on me to ward off creeps. Stand up for yourself," I say. "If you tell them no, they'll back off."
"It's not that easy. A lot of men won't respect you unless you have a guy around to defend you," she says glumly. "Queen Amira did a lot for women's rights, but she didn't fix everything, especially here in Saran."
She crosses her arms.
"We've got to stop seeing each other. Tell Professor Shoddy to pair you up with someone else for the project."
"I'm not doing that," I say immediately. "There's no way I'm letting this girl walk out of my life. What about our dreams? They have to mean something."
"Forget the dreams. Zayde, I know Qasim and Ruka, and you don't. They could seriously hurt you," she protests. "I don't want you to get hurt."
"I'm not afraid of them."
"I'm afraid for you. I've seen what they can do. Qasim didn't get to the top of the business world by playing nice. He hurts people," she shouts.
"Bashira, I am more than capable of defending myself," I say.
"You might think that, but I know better."
"No, you don't. You really don't."
"Yes, I do."
We're nose to nose, both of us refusing to bend. Most people I've known, even the brutes in the slums, have been willing to compromise with me, bend to my suggestions. Not her. She'll fight with me all day if she has to. "Just trust me, okay?" I ask. I let my hair fall into my eyes, giving her a lopsided grin. She instantly falters, looking flustered. "I can handle them."
"Well, fine."
She nods to me as she turns back inside.
"Just be careful."
"Always, Princess." I put my hands in my pockets. I go back to my dorm once she's safe inside. I don't understand what she's so worried about. What's going to happen? Here, on campus? The answer comes to me as I'm just outside the hall, with a cowardly hit to the back of the head. Dazed, I turn around to see who punched me, but he's already got me by the arms and is dragging me behind the building and into a dark alley. I snarl and wrench free, hands up to face my attacker, but another punch comes flying into my stomach. I realize there are two of them as another punch collides with my head. "I've had enough of your interference, Amir Moez," Qasim hisses. "This'll be your last warning." The moon creates a threatening illumination across Ruka's snarl as his fist comes flying toward my face. Chapter 6.
"Zayde, what happened to you?"
Tamara tosses her laptop to the side, jumps off the bed, and runs to me, putting a gentle hand on my arm. I know I must look awful. My one eye is swollen shut, I'm bleeding from more than a few places, and they ripped my best suit. I put up a good fight, but to my dismay, both Qasim and Ruka knew how to fight, and fight hard. I could have taken one of them, but not both at once. "I got jumped by a couple of cowards," I tell her. I grab a tissue and spit blood out of my mouth. Qasim and Ruka didn't like that I showed up uninvited to their dinner party.
"They did this to you because you came with Bashira to dinner?"
Her eyes bug out of her head.
"Zayde, This has gone too far. You have to report him.
To who, Tamara? I ask in exasperation. She hands me an ice pack from our mini-fridge, and I put it over my eye, wincing. There's no one to tell.
The dean can't physically attack a student. He'll get fired, she protests.
He won't. He has too much power. If he has no hesitation attacking me, he definitely won't mind paying off the school board to keep his job.
At least tell Professor Shadi, she begs. He might be able to do something.
I already got him in trouble by telling Kasim he paired me and Bashira up.
It doesn't matter. You've got to do something, Zayde.
I tap my foot on the floor. I guess. I groan as I move my sore arm. I hate the idea of Bashira being around those two losers. I know Ruka's put his hands on her. She just won't admit it.
Show her what Ruka did. She'll make the right decision, and we'll be there to help her get away from him when she does, Tamara insists.
I don't think it'll be that simple. He's got some sort of power over her, I say. It's like a spell I can't break. She's absolutely brainwashed by the bastard, and I have no idea how to snap her out of it.
It sounds like you're chasing after her, Tamara says.
She takes a cloth and wipes away some of the blood dripping down my forehead.
You really care for her, Zayde, don't you? But she's with somebody else.
Story of my life, I say glumly.
She'll come around when she sees you like this, Tamara says. In her eyes, him hitting her is one thing, but attacking her friend is another. She won't stand for it. If she does, I don't think there's anything more you can do for her.
I don't have class the next day. Typically, I'd be out trying to steal something, but Tamara kept bugging me to go see Professor Shadi, so I dragged myself down to his office immediately after breakfast so she'd get off my back. Professor Shadi looks up. He drops his pen as he recognizes me, his mouth falling open.
By our shams, what happened to you?
The dean beat me up, I say, kind of embarrassed.
Kasima attacked you?
Professor Shadi asks in astonishment.
This is far worse than I thought.
Yeah, and his son helped throw some punches. I pause. Wait a minute. Do you know something?
I felt Kasim would target you the moment he stepped foot on campus, but I never believed that...
He shakes his head and sighs.
He has a personal vendetta against you, Zayde, particularly because of your relationship with Miss Bashira.
I guessed that, I say sourly.
I wondered if I should pair you up, but I believed...
He picks up his pen.
No matter, I'll handle it.
There's something you should know before you confront him. He's angry with you for making Bashira and I partners, I add.
Oh, is he now?
Professor Shadi says, pushing away from his desk and pretending to be offended.
I'm ever so concerned.
He rolls his eyes.
Now I'll speak with Jamila Hera about this. Then she'll realize there's something that needs to be done.
Okay. See you later. I don't know what two history professors are going to do against the dean of the school, but whatever. At least I did something about it. I run into Bashira outside of the auditorium. I didn't want her to see me until I healed up a bit, because I didn't want to prove her right about Kasim being able to hurt me. When she sees me around the corner, she covers her mouth with her hand.
By Shams, Zayde!
I fell down the stairs, I say quickly.
Don't lie to me. Kasim and Ruka did this, didn't they?
She says furiously. Don't worry about it. I talked to Professor Shadi, and he and Jamila Hera are going to handle it.
What are they going to do?
Bashira scrambles to my side.
I can't believe he did this. Are you okay?
It was just a couple of punches, Bashira. I'm fine, I say. I chuckle as she lifts up my arms, checking me for bruises. I certainly don't mind all the attention from her.
You're not fine. This is all my fault,
she says, clapping a hand to her forehead.
I can't allow this to happen. I'm going to talk to Ruka.
You're not going anywhere, I say. I reach forward and drag her backwards, pulling her against my chest. Her body, warm and soft, feels
amazing against mine. If you talk to Ruka, he's bound to hurt you.
He's not allowed to hurt my friends,
she says fiercely, huffing and puffing against my chest. This little girl's a fighter.
I'm giving him a piece of my mind.
If you do talk to him about it, you should take someone with you. He could lose it, I say.
He won't do anything,
she says, rolling her eyes.
He's nothing but a bully.
That's what I'm afraid of. Wait for Professor Shadi and Jamila Hera to speak to Kasim. Then go talk to him. I release her from my grip reluctantly. If he knows he's got eyes on him, Ruka's more likely to behave.
He'd better behave. Otherwise, he has me to deal with, and trust me, he doesn't want that.
I bet, I say with a laugh. Bashira's a handful, her eyes made of fire and sandstorms. I wouldn't want to be in front of her if she was looking for someone to unleash her rage on. I don't want Ruka near her, though. I don't want Ruka on the same continent as her. But for now, I'll settle for him being on the other side of campus, far away from Bashira. There's something you should know, I add. Before I met you, Kasim threatened me. Professor Shadi made it sound like he knew why he hates me so much.
He hates you? I thought he just went after you because of me,
Bashira says. That's part of it. Or all of it. Professor Shadi hinted that Kasim has a grudge to settle with me, though I have no idea what it could be. I've never met the guy before.
That's what Jamila Hera was talking about, I bet. Professor Shadi knows there's more that Kasim's holding against you than we know about, she says in excitement.
Yeah, but what? I've done nothing to the guy. He acts like I tried to kill him or something.
Doesn't matter. The slightest thing will cause Kasim to hate you for all eternity.
Bashira storms.
He's big into telling everyone else how sinful and terrible they are, but refuses to see how much of a hypocrite he really is.
She checks her phone.
I have to go to class. Text me later, all right?
Bashira, I call after her, and she turns around. Stay away from Ruka, okay? She nods.
Sure, Zayde. I won't go near him.
She walks away. I can't help but feel incredibly nervous. I don't feel as if Bashira intentionally lied to me, but what her eyes said and what her mouth said about staying away from Ruka were two very different things.
I'm so excited for the weekend,
Tamara says, sighing in relief.
I've had 2 exams this week. 2 already. Can you believe it?
I think my week was a little crazier than yours, I say. I had a bunch of crazy dreams, then got beat up by the dean.
Not to mention you met your dream girl,
Tamara adds in a tease. She's not my dream girl.
That's not what I think.
You haven't even met her yet. For the 100th time since I got back to my dorm, I check my phone. Bashira hasn't texted me all day. I can't decide if it's a good thing she hasn't talked to me because it means she's not in trouble, or if it's a bad thing because Ruka somehow took her phone. I wish she'd send me something. Anything.
I'm ordering delivery. I'm already tired of cafeteria food,
Tamara says, flopping on her bed and picking up her phone.
Do you want anything from Falafel Express?
Sure. I couldn't care less about eating right now. But if I don't, Tamara will know I'm worried. I'm probably freaking out about nothing. It's the weekend, time to relax and chill out. Bashira's fine. I hope. There's a knock at our door. Tamara squeals, letting out a loud cheer.
Oh, yes! It's finally here!
What is it? She pushes a huge box into our dorm.
It's the TV and the console we talked about. It was too big to pack in the car, so my parents sent it separately.
Sweet. Let's set it up. Hooking up the TV and the gaming console gives me something else to think about. I still can't get my mind off Bashira, but at least with the new improvements to my dorm, I'll have something to keep myself busy. Within the hour, Tamara and I are gorging ourselves on Falafel Express and going head-to-head on Battle Combat 5. Taking my aggression out on computer-generated soldiers doesn't take away all my frustration, but it helps. After we've been playing for 6 hours straight, my phone rings once before going silent. I check it. It's Bashira. With a quick glance at the clock, I realize it's past midnight. Why would she be calling so late? I call her back, but it goes straight to voicemail. Hey, pause the game for me, will you? I ask, throwing my jacket on. I gotta go check something.
You want me to come with you?
Tamara asks, setting her game controller down. Probably best if I go alone. I hope Bashira's in Kashan. I don't know where else to look, and she isn't answering my texts. Most of campus is celebrating that the first week of school is over. Sudan's student population is family-oriented and pretty reserved. We're not known for having ragers or crazy frat parties like the rest of the world, but sometimes it happens. Almost 80% of the student body commutes, so most of the students have gone home, but the 20% of students that room on campus are making the most of their time here, to say the least. I'd go home for the weekend myself, but Mom would throw a fit the minute I walked in the door. For some reason, she wants me to stay here. She doesn't want to be the reason I miss out. There's people arguing in the back of Kashan. My body tenses when I hear the raised voices. I ready myself for a fight and turn the corner. Ruka and Bashira are yelling at each other on the sidewalk next to Kashan's entrance. Ruka's screaming at the top of his lungs, his face turning red. Bashira's makeup is smeared from the tears falling down her face. My temper instantly turns on. He made her cry. I'd like to make him cry.
You can't just hurt people, Ruka. Zayde's my friend, and I'm not going to stay away from him just because you're threatening me.
Bashira screams. You're gonna do what I tell you, Ruka shouts. You don't belong to him. You belong to me.
You're so possessive and controlling.
Bashira puts two hands on the side of her head.
I can't take it. I need my space, and I need the freedom to make my own decisions. I'm leaving you, Ruka. Tell your father thanks for everything.
3 things happen. Ruka slaps Bashira across her cheek. Bashira falls to the ground, her hair fanning over her face as her body slams into the concrete. And I go absolutely berserk. I see nothing but a red rage. Everything is obscured except for Ruka's face, which consistently connects with my fist. I toss him up against a wall before I kick him in the gut, his face becoming a bloody pulp underneath my knuckles.
Zayde, stop! Stop! This isn't you!
A lovely voice brings me back. I feel Bashira tugging on my shoulders with all her might. I stop hitting Ruka, but my one hand is still bunched up in his shirt. Blood is streaming down his face like a river. Let that be a lesson to never hit a woman, I growl. If I ever see you touch her again.
Zayde,
Bashira murmurs, calming me at once. I shove Ruka into the brick wall. Let me be very clear. You leave Bashira alone. If I find out you've been even thinking about her, I'll come after you. Oh, and if you tell Daddy about this, I drop my voice even lower. I'll find you. I guarantee that. I let him go. Ruka trips, smearing blood all over the sidewalk before getting up and limping away, running as fast as he can toward the hall. I unfurl my fingers and find them bruised. Bashira, she's looking at me like I'm a monster. I'm sorry, I say.
Zayde, that was scary.
She takes a step away.
I didn't even know you were capable of something like that. I don't want to see you like that again.
I didn't mean to lose it like that. I can't handle seeing a man put his hands on a woman, I say. My voice is shaking. I can't help it. I promised after my dad left I wouldn't stand by and watch anymore. I can't look her in the eye. I'm too ashamed.
Oh.
She takes her headscarf off and wraps it around my hand.
Here, it'll stop the bleeding.
I think I got more of Ruka's blood on me than anything else.
He deserved it,
she says harshly.
He has hit me before. I've tried to fight back, but he's too strong. But you guessed that already.
Yeah, I did. I don't bother to ask her why she didn't leave him earlier. Like my mom, she'll have all the reasons in the world why she stayed, yet none that have any weight. Are you okay?
It's just a little cut.
she says, moving her hair so I can see a thin gash next to her hairline.
Nothing, really.
I run my thumb over the cut lightly, and she winces. We should go back to my dorm and clean you up.
Your dorm?
You're not going back into Kashan, I say firmly, in case he comes back.
Are you trying to tell me what to do?
No, I'm trying to protect you. She nervously glances over her shoulder before caving in.
Okay, let's go.
We make sure to walk directly under the light of the street lamps, leaving the scene quickly. We were loud, and I bet campus security will show up soon. Time to get out of here. You called me. Was that before Ruka got there? I ask.
I tried to call you before we got in a big fight, she says. He took my cell phone from me, though.
Did you get it back?
Yeah, he threw it at me just before you showed up. He went crazy when he found out I was calling you. Thought I was cheating on him or something.
What an insecure jerk. Bashira doesn't answer. She's still in shock and heartbroken, probably. Maybe she did love Ruka. If so, that's a terrible, terrible thing. I'm sorry things had to end like this, I say. I don't like hurting people, even Ruka.
It's for the best,
she says flatly.
I care about him, but I can't do this anymore. Being with him is like torture. He's always lying to me or manipulating me or...
She takes a long breath.
It doesn't matter. We're done, and it's for good. I'm not going back to him.
Good. I forgot my key when I left, so I knock on the dorm room door. Tamara, open up. The door opens immediately. I'm met with a confused Tamara, who seems furious when she sees the blood coating my shirt.
Why is it every time I leave you alone, you come back covered in blood? Tamara asks.
I'm not alone, I say, and I sidestep out of the way so she can see Bashira standing behind me. Tamara lights up. She pushes me out of the way, sticking out a hand.
Hi, I'm Tamara, Zayde's roommate. You must be the legendary Bashira. Legendary, huh?
Bashira grins at me as Tamara pulls her inside.
What has he been saying about me? You're bleeding!
Tamara squeaks when she sees Bashira's cut. My friend completely ignores my injuries and runs to her desk, pulling out a bandage and sticking it on Bashira's forehead.
There. Is that better? Much. I was tired of blood getting in my eye.
She laughs.
What happened? Why are you two so roughed up?
Tamara asks, looking between us. Bashira goes quiet. I open my mouth to explain, but Tamara holds a finger up, saying,
Zayde, go take a shower and change your clothes. Me and Bashira are going to talk.
Leave it to Tamara to completely take over a situation. I feel bad leaving Bashira with someone she doesn't know, but Tamara has a way with people, and Bashira has been through an awful experience. Maybe my friend can get through to her. I look to Bashira for approval. Although she seems a little uncomfortable, Bashira nods and says,
Yeah, you should clean up. Just don't tell my father I was in the same dorm room as a naked man.
She laughs.
He'd go ballistic.
Nobody has to know anything about what happens in this dorm, Princess, I say, unable to resist giving her a wink. She giggles, and Tamara points sharply at the bathroom. I grab some clothes reluctantly and obey her orders. I strip in the bathroom, throwing my ruined clothes into the trash. I take as long as I can in the shower to give Tamara time to talk, but my mind's whirling. Bashira's safe here tonight, sure, but what about after? Will Ruka stay away from her? Did I scare him enough that he won't tell his father about our confrontation? When I crack open the door, I hear wicked laughter coming from both girls. They're spread out on Tamara's bed, rolling around and clutching their stomachs. Looks like you two are getting along, I say. I'm wearing nothing but my jeans, which is the only thing I remember to grab on my way into the bathroom.
Zayde, Tamara is funny. Why haven't I met her until now?
Bashira sits up and opens her eyes. Her eyes travel directly to my abs. Like what you see? I grin. Bashira blushes. Tamara rolls her eyes and takes a drink of the tea she got from Falafel Express.
Oh, put a shirt on, Prince Charming. You aren't impressing anyone.
Bashira starts laughing again. I slip on a shirt, flopping on my bed. Don't worry, I'm used to Tamara's comments, I say.
You should be after 3 years.
Tamara turns the TV on and grabs a gaming controller.
You want to play Battle Combat 5? I'm right in the middle of a match. I've never played before, Bashira says. Father never allowed video games in the house, said they were too violent.
We're about to fix that, I say, shoving a controller in her hands. Come on, it's easy to play. I'll teach you. Bashira sucks at video games, but she loves them. Her face lights up when I teach her what the different buttons do and how to move around. Every time an online player knifes her soldier in the side or attacks her from behind, she screams just as she would in real life and follows it up with a wild giggle. I'm having more fun watching her than playing the game. By the time we stop playing, it's around 3 a.m. Tamara lets out a yawn and says,
It's getting pretty late, guys. I'm kind of tired. I don't think I'm ready to go to sleep yet,
Bashira says, shrinking down as if we're going to yell at her for speaking her mind.
Can we do something else?
She's afraid to sleep, terrified to be alone with her thoughts in the darkness and silence. I can see it plain as day. Of course, I say. I bought a movie a couple of days ago that I haven't seen. Feel like watching it? She'd say yes to anything right now, so long as she doesn't have to think about Ruka and the breakup. Bashira nods, and I pop the movie into the gaming console. I crawl into my bed. Bashira climbs into Tamara's, curling next to the older girl. It's only been a couple of hours, but the two girls are already acting like best friends. There's Tamara's magic again. I adore her for it. The movie's bloody awful. Tamara falls asleep halfway through it, but Bashira and I stay up to finish the whole thing. We make fun of it, adding in bad lines and equally terrible commentary to go along with the poor dialogue and action scenes. The more I talk to Bashira, the deeper connection I feel. As we talk, there's a wave in my chest that binds this invisible rope between her and I, bringing us closer and closer. Don't lose yourself, Zayde, I think, but it's way too late for that.
I should probably get some sleep, Bashira says.
Her eyes are drooping when the movie ends.
I don't have the strength to stay awake anymore.
That's fine. You can have my bed, I say, getting off of it.
Where are you going to sleep?
She asks, confused. I'm going to walk around, I say, heading toward the door. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
Okay. Zayde? Thank you for all of this, she says, gesturing around. I really needed a distraction, and this was the best night ever.
I smile at her. Don't mention it, Princess. Least I could do. She smiles at me. Hopping in my bed, she pulls the blankets over her and goes to sleep, sighing happily. Damn, she's beautiful. With her hair in a mess like that, looking just as comfortable, warm, and safe as she deserves to be. At least I did one thing right. I circle the building twice, scoping out my surroundings before I'm finally comfortable enough to sit on the dorm steps and watch the sunrise. As far as I can tell, Ruka hasn't been here. Doesn't mean he won't show up. I dial Mahir's number. His groggy voice answers on the other line. Hello? It's me. Of course it's you. Do you think I'd answer for anyone else? Swallowing a comeback, I jiggle my knee and say, Tell the guys I might need them. I made some new friends here at AU. Uh-oh. Are they looking for a fight? They're not the usual kind we deal with. They're pretty powerful. That might be true, but they haven't met men who've got nothing to lose. Just be on standby in case I need you. I stop bouncing my knee. How's my mother? Mahir pauses, and that pause is all I need to know the truth. She's fine. Doing better, he lies. Sure. The sun's getting in my eyes. I'm way too tired. I've got to go, Mahir. Just wanted to let you know. We'll come if you need us, Zayde. We have your back. I hang up. I didn't want to bring the slums here to campus, but if it means protecting Bashira, I'll do it. Nothing's more important than keeping her safe. She needs to be happy so she can make her own decisions and become whatever she desires to be. I don't want her to end up like me, left with little options, my back against the wall, living in a cage. Hey, girls, I say, opening the door. Good morning. It's 10 and I've brought back breakfast. Bashira and Tamara sleepily arouse from their slumber, stumbling to the scent of the shakshuka I've laid on my desk. Both girls take their share and begin tearing into breakfast ravenously. Save some for me, I joke, taking my own plate. Bashira looks up from her food and says,
Thank you, Zayde. I really appreciate this. Ruka never did this for me. Zayde's good at being the nice guy.
Tamara grins, taking another bite. She stands up, taking her food with her.
I've got to go. I'll see you around campus, Bashira. It was fun meeting you. And you too,
Bashira says, waving after her. When she's gone, Bashira wiggles from side to side happily, adding,
I love Tamara. She's wonderful. You have some great friends, Zayde.
One great friend, at least. We eat in silence until, a few minutes later, there's a knock at the door. Feeling like I could collapse on the floor and fall asleep, I get up to see who's visiting. I'm snapped out of my drowsiness when I notice Professor Shoddy standing outside my door. Professor, I say, what's going on?
May I come in?
Sure. I step aside, allowing Professor Shoddy into my small dorm. He looks astonished that Bashira is huddled on my bed.
Miss Bashira, I didn't expect you here.
Bashira guiltily plays with her utensil.
Professor, it's not what it looks like.
I'm not concerned about that, Professor Shoddy says. I could care less.
He looks at me.
I spoke with young Mr. Casimar. You can be assured that Casim won't find out about your little altercation with him last night.
How did you know? I ask.
It doesn't matter how I know, only that I do. The other professors and I have been working all night to make sure that it's taken care of, Professor Shoddy says. But it's something we won't be able to do again. I beg the two of you, be careful. Casim Casimar is not a man to be tampered with, and neither is his son. The two of you have to be very wise on how you act around them from now on.
As long as he doesn't bother Bashira, I can easily pretend like the both of them don't exist, I say, slashing my hand through the air.
I know you will, but I am more concerned about Ms. Bashira.
Professor Shoddy's black eyes turn on her.
I must advise you that no matter how you feel, or what the cost may be when facing your parents about the breakup, that you must avoid the Casimar family at all costs. Your education and your safety depends on it. If there is another fight like the one last night, you could be expelled. Do you understand?
Yes, Professor.
Bashira drops her head.
Very well. I will leave the two of you to continue whatever you were doing before I entered.
His tone is surprisingly suspicious. He turns on his heel to head out, looks hungrily at my shakshuka, snatches the utensil from my hand to take a bite, then leaves. Now I'm not hungry, I say, setting the dish aside.
I think I'm going to head back to my dorm,
Bashira says, standing up.
Professor Shoddy made it clear that I'm safe.
Do you want me to walk you back? I ask.
No, I'll be okay.
She smiles at me kindly before her grin falters.
Zayde, I know me and Ruka are done, but I need some time. I know you're just being flirtatious and you don't mean anything by it, but I need time to heal, and I'm not ready.
Hey, I get it, I say, waving my hand. You don't have to say anything.
It's like you read my mind.
She puts a hand on the door frame, leaning against it.
I truly mean what I said. I appreciate what you did for me last night. Both of you.
I'll do it again in a heartbeat. I hate when she leaves me alone. It's like all the happiness and light in the world goes with her, and I'm left to deal with nothing but my own darkness. I crawl back into my bed, happy to find my sheets smell like her. Saved the princess, saved the day. Now, I can catch up on some sleep. My dreams and Bashira's are dark and empty for the next few weeks, but our lives are anything but. Bashira comes over to our dorm every free second she has, mostly to hang out with Tamara. I usually find her there after my classes, playing games, doing homework, or gossiping with my roommate, who's welcomed her into her life like the long-lost sister she never had. I mostly sit on the sidelines and drive them around whenever there's somewhere they want to go. One day, I find that Bashira's in my dorm watching TV by herself. "I'm sorry, do you live here now?" I ask. "I think you're here more than I am."
"Tamara gave me a key, and I don't have a TV in my room. Deal with it," she says, sipping one of Tamara's teas.
I'm certainly not complaining. And I'm not. I love it when Bashira's here. By the time midterms roll around, she's spent more time with me this year than Tamara has. It's a good thing, because no matter where we research, online or in the library, we can't find anything about Queen Bennua's or Sultan Zahid's swords. The information just isn't there. We've asked for a different assignment, but Professor Shadi won't let us change topics, saying that we'll
figure it out sooner or later.
Along with our history project, which we have nothing on, one thing really bothers me. Since the night of the argument, neither Bashira and I have been contacted by or even seen Ruka or Kasim. I should be happy about it, but all I am is worried. It's not like Ruka to abandon the chase. Guys like him don't leave girls alone. They hunt them down and force them to come back. I have to wonder what Professor Shadi did to get him and his father away from us. On the last midterm exam day, Bashira bursts into my dorm waving a paper.
"I got top marks! I'm so excited! I spent all night studying!"
"Congratulations!" I grin. "I'm sorry that Tamara isn't here. She already took off."
"Aww."
The paper slaps to her side. "We can still celebrate, just you and me," I suggest. "Let's go somewhere. I don't care where."
"Okay."
She folds the paper up and puts it in her bag.
"What did you get on your midterms?"
she asks as we head downstairs toward the student parking lot. I say, chuckling lightly. "You don't want to know. I passed, though."
"That's good."
She brings out her keys.
"I'll drive this time. I feel bad that you spend your gas money taking me and Tamara everywhere all the time."
"I don't mind," I say, but I think Bashira does mind riding around in my car. It's a broken-down utility vehicle, and I beat the hell out of it wherever I go. Not to mention, don't keep it clean. The thing's backfired on us and left us stranded this semester more times than I can count. All the money I've made from stealing lately has been spent on parts. It's a good thing I know how to fix cars. Otherwise, I'd be drowning in mechanic bills. I should just buy a new vehicle, but I've had my car for ages. Getting rid of it feels like selling a friend. Bashira unlocks a tiny, bright yellow car, sliding in the driver's seat. I get in on the other side and look around. The car smells fruity from an air conditioner in the shape of a flower, and the dash is decorated with pink stickers and little bobbleheads of cartoon characters. In the back seat are several plush animals, mostly horses. The bubbly, high-pitched voice of a famous pop star drifts out of her radio. It's so different than what I'm used to. Most of the girls that I've chased after are tough, hardened from years of bad luck, and can throw a punch just as easily as any guy. Bashira's completely sweet, a full-on girly girl. I kind of like it.
"Where do you want to go?"
she asks. The car lurches forward as she slams her foot on the gas. I grab onto the handle above the door as Bashira speeds out of the parking lot, smacking a curb as she turns onto the street. Anywhere, I guess, I say.
"Let's just drive around,"
she suggests. Bashira floors it. I'm thrown back in my seat as she runs a red light, then takes a sharp, crazy turn without a signal. "I'm not so sure that's a good idea," I say, waving apologetically to the man in the sports car screaming at us.
Why not?
You can't drive, I say plainly.
What? Yes, I can,
Bashira says, cutting somebody off as she veers to the right, crossing 3 lanes at once. You don't pay attention.
Of course I pay attention. People just need to learn to get out of my way,
she cries. She waves a fist as a driver in front of us throws on his brakes.
Learn the rules of the road, moron!
Our car jumps halfway into the air with a grinding noise as Bashira smacks the side of another curb. Stop hitting the curbs! You're going to ruin the tires, I snap.
I turn tightly because I don't want to get hit. The tires will be fine.
Say that when you have a flat.
Shut up,
she says, laughing.
I do what I please.
I see that. I breathe a sigh of relief when she brings the car to a stop in front of the gas station. She turns to me saying,
Do you want anything? I'm getting something to drink.
Something to knock me out would be nice, I say, still clenching the seats. She pushes me playfully and says,
Stop it. I'm not that bad of a driver.
Her phone rings.
Hello?
Bashira's gleeful expression falls as she listens to the rambling voice on the other end.
Oh, okay. I'll be right there.
She hangs up and drops her phone in her purse, sighing.
My sister Parvina is home. She lives in another country, so it's a big deal when she's back in Ashana. I have to go visit her.
She looks at me glumly.
I'm sorry. We'll have to hang out some other time.
Against my better judgment, I ask, Want me to go with you?
Would you? She says. I'd really appreciate it. They're all going to be asking questions about why I'm not with Ruka.
Haven't you told them yet? She shakes her head. Great. This should be fun. I don't know why I'm going into the house of a man I continually steal from. A man who's going to be wondering why I'm there and not Ruka. I must be out of my mind. But that's what this girl does to me. She makes me lose it. Bashira goes to back the car up, but I make a loud noise and say, No way, crazy. I'm driving. You can tell me where to go.
I don't see why you're complaining. I'm not that bad,
she says as we switch sides. Uh-huh. Where do you live?
The Heights. They're on the south side of the city.
The Heights. I know where those are. I've stolen from a couple of those mansions plenty of times, but I pretend I don't know where I'm going as Bashira gives me directions. Bashira isn't impressed as we drive through the streets of the Heights, but I sure am. I'm glad we took her car because my crappy vehicle would attract attention and look completely out of place next to the massive estates towering behind iron fences and tall hedges. Water is expensive in the desert, and now I understand why. Each lawn in the Heights has a huge plot of grass growing around each building, something I've never seen before except for here.
This is my house,
Bashira says, pointing to the biggest estate at the end of the block. House? Are you sure it's not a palace? I say sarcastically as the gate opens, letting us inside. The driveway is as long as the street is, with a pool on one side and an elaborate garden on the other. Bashira tells me to stop and leave the car in front of the building. A valet takes the keys, giving me a dirty look when he drives away. Guess I'm not good enough for this place, I mutter under my breath. I follow Bashira to the house with my hands in my pockets. I crane my neck upward. This mansion has got to be at least 4 stories. I can practically smell the money. Looking at all the excess, I wish I didn't feel bad about breaking into Hassan's stores. But I do feel bad for taking from Hassan because, in a way, I'm stealing from Bashira, and I never want to take anything from her, no matter how rich she is. Bashira creeps up to the door, opening it slowly.
Be very quiet,
she whispers, walking on tiptoe.
I don't want them to see me until...
A shrill screaming that doesn't sound quite human jars my ears. I leap out of the way as 5 women fling themselves onto Bashira, giggling, squealing, and talking all at the same time.
Girls, I've only been gone a few weeks,
she complains. Her veil falls into her eyes as a woman crushes Bashira's head between her arms.
A few weeks is forever when you're the baby of the family,
the woman hugging her screeches.
Do you like AU? Are you doing well in your classes? Tell me everything.
Bashira opens her mouth to answer, but one of the women interrupts her. Ooh, she brought a boy, the other woman says, eyeing me up and down. He's hot. Don't even think about it, Inaya. One of the girls slaps the one who called me hot across the back of the head. I know how you are. Don't steal him like you do all the others. Shut up, I'm married now. But it doesn't mean I can't look, Inaya protests. Why are you bringing a boy? Bashira, you're supposed to be with Ruka? The same girl who slapped Inaya gives Bashira an accusatory look. We broke up, but Zayde's here instead. She gestures to me as if I'm some sort of prized animal to show off to her family and not a human being. Who cares who she brings home? Ruka was creepy and weird. This one's much cuter. Inaya leans against me and bats her eyelashes. Right, handsome? Zayde, these are my sisters, Bashira says with a laugh. Husnia, Duha, Rafal, Jana, and the huge flirt is Inaya. I'm never going to be able to remember all these names. Bashira glances around. All of us are here except for... It's about time you showed up, Bashira. I thought you were never coming at all. A commanding, heavy-set woman waltzes into the room like she owns the place, her lips pursed and hands on her hip. Do you even care about me at all? Shut up, Parvina, Bashira snaps, pushing two of her sisters off of her. I wouldn't have come at all if that was the case. Humph. Parvina crosses to Bashira and kisses her on the cheek. Well, I've missed you besides. Parvina's attention turns to me, her gaze locking on like some hungry, irritated tiger. And who's this? It doesn't look like Ruka. Doesn't even look like our class. She sniffs. I've never cared about my clothes before, but I'm immediately made aware of how out of place I look. My jeans are ripped, my shoes are scuffed, and my shirt is practically torn down to the threads. I definitely don't fit in here, and Parvina wants to make it known. Bashira glares at her sister and says, This is Zayde. He's my friend, and I couldn't care less about what you're inevitably going to say about him. It's not me you have to impress. It's Mom and Dad, Parvina says, waving me off. Come on, you're already late for dinner. Bashira pales at the mention of her parents. Ah, my suspicions are confirmed. So she's one of those girls. A parent pleaser. That's not good. I follow the small army of women down various hallways in a giant maze, resisting the urge to snatch and pocket the various treasures on the side tables. I glance into the bathroom as we walk by. It's bigger than my mom's apartment. What have I gotten myself into? I don't belong here. The dining room is massive. The table is decorated with fine china, room lit by sparkling chandeliers. I can't remember the last time I ate off of something that wasn't a paper plate. I hope I don't accidentally insult one of these people by using the 500 utensils wrong or something else equally stupid. Dozens of kids run rampant around the room, playing tag. I love kids, so watching them play makes me smile. A little girl doesn't look where she's going and bumps into my legs, falling down. She glances up at me with an open mouth that has a few missing teeth, eyes wide and shocked. I must look like a giant to her. Hey, I say. I bend down and pick her up, setting her back on her feet. Be careful, all right? Watch where you're going so you don't get hurt. The little girl stares at me, a finger in her mouth as she smiles mischievously. She twirls around and runs away with a scream, waving her hands in the air. Sorry, my sister's kids, Bashira says, shrugging. I'm the only one who isn't a mom yet. I'm not a dad, so don't feel alone, I say. I'm not sure where to sit, so I look to Bashira for instruction. Behind Parvina's back, she points to the chair next to her. I quickly take it before anyone sees. An old woman runs into the room, beating an equally old man with a towel. You foolish, stupid man! I don't know how many times I need to tell you things. You are an embarrassment to me. Get out of my sight! The woman's voice is so loud it practically cracks the glass. Neither Bashira, the children, nor any of her sisters seem bothered by it. Now, my dear, I'm not doing anything wrong. The old man straightens up, fixing the tie on his suit and stroking his large white beard. It's got to be Hassan.
For the first time in your life, you certainly never do anything right, the woman grumbles.
The old woman counts each chair, her crone-like gaze narrowing when she sees me.
Who are you?
This is Zayde Mirmoez's mom.
Bashira subs in before I do.
He's my partner in history class. We were together when you called.
Where's Ruka?
Her mother snaps.
It didn't work out,
Bashira says, her voice dropping quietly.
I see.
Bashira's mother is giving me that same tight look that Parvina did, her lips pursed as if she just put an entire lemon in her mouth. Already, she doesn't like me. This should be fun. Ruka left you? Hassan asks, sitting down at the table. I was afraid that was going to happen. You were such a nuisance to him. I told you not to irritate him, to let him do as he pleased. But seems he was fed up with you. I'm sorry, my girl. We cannot say that we didn't expect this to happen. I'm completely shocked by the way her father talks to her. It's belittling and completely demeaning. I wouldn't talk to Kasim like that, let alone my own daughter. I want to step in and say something, but Bashira kicks me under the table. I'm sure you two will be able to work it out, Hassan continues. All couples have their fights. Don't cry, my girl. You'll be back together before you know it. Ruka may be disgusted with your behavior at the moment, but he'll return and mend your little broken heart. You'll see. Bashira opens her mouth, then promptly shuts it. She doesn't see a point in arguing with her father. That speaks volumes. If she doesn't say anything, I won't either, even though it kills me not to. No wonder she tries so hard to please her parents. A group of men enter the room. Most of them are older than I am, but one is significantly younger, holding a ball in his hands. I figure he's got to be in high school. He has Bashira's eyes. Hey everyone, the boy says. Sorry we're late. We got way too involved in the game. Can see that. You look disgusting, Bashira's mother snaps. Sit down. The older men take seats in between Bashira's sisters, helping their children into seats next to them. They must be Bashira's brothers-in-law. The young boy takes a place on my left, thumbing at me. Hey, Bashira, who's this? He whispers.
It's Zayde. This is my brother Bassam, she says.
Great to meet you, Bassam says, shaking my hand. We need another man. After dinner, you can join my team.
I was actually going to show him around,
Bashira protests. You can do that later. He looks strong. He'll be a good player, I bet. Better than Ruka. Bassam sticks his tongue out and points in his mouth, pretending to gag in an obvious display of hatred. I like the kid already. Will the three of you stop talking? It's time to eat, Bashira's mother snaps. Unless, of course, it's not good enough for you. None of it is, I suppose. After all, I've been slaving over it all afternoon. I dig in before her mother can make any more demands. I fill my plate and eat quietly, figuring keeping my mouth shut is the best thing to do in this situation. Nobody notices my lack of conversation. Bashira's family is loud and obnoxious. A herd of trumpeting elephants ridden by howler monkeys would be drowned out by the noise they make. It's absolute chaos at dinner. I keep nodding as Bassam talks my ear off about sports, keeping part of my attention on Bashira. She's yelling at her sisters, who are yelling at their mother for yelling at their father. Meanwhile, all the kids are banging their utensils on their plates and hollering as loud as they can. It's one big cycle of screaming. Everyone else at the table is happy to ignore me, especially Bashira's parents. They act like I'm not even here. Fine by me. Better to be ignored than to be grilled. I'll work on them. Work on them for what? You're not dating her. I sneak a glance at Bashira, who's gripping her utensil tightly as she fights with Parvina. I'm pretty sure she's considering stabbing it into her sister's eye. Come on, let's get out of here, Bassam says the second dinner is done. He grabs my arm as he wrenches me up from the chair. Just one game. Fine, go ahead, Bashira says, rolling her eyes. Have fun. He won't leave you alone if you don't. Besides, Bashira drops her voice, if I don't help my mother clean up, she'll go ballistic. There's another level of angry to her mother? I don't think that's possible. I don't want to leave Bashira, but I figure it's awkward if I just stand around while she helps.
So I go with her brother outside to their massive backyard. I'm a pretty active person, so it doesn't take long for me to start impressing the other guys during the game, sinking goal after goal into the net. Bassam's flipping over my skills. I help him win the first 2 games. After a while, the kids join in. We're not really playing, just kicking the ball back and forth. "Ah, you guys got me," I say as a herd of kids tackle me to the ground and climb all over me. "Oof, easy all right," I say as one of them knees me in the gut.
I love you, Zayde. Will you be my boyfriend?
The little girl who ran into me earlier sits on my legs and blinks.
He can't be your boyfriend, stupid. He's Bashira's boyfriend. That's why he came with her today. Duh!
A little boy shouts in her face. "I'm not."
If you're Bashira's boyfriend, that means you're marrying her. You have to,
the little girl says stoutly.
It's a rule. When you marry Bashira, can I be at your wedding? I've already been in 3 weddings. I'm really good at it.
I go to tell her I'm not marrying Bashira, but I can't. She's just too cute. "Sure, honey. Whatever you want."
You can't be in Zayde's wedding because girls are dumb and he knows that. So he won't marry Bashira. He's going to stay here forever and hang out with us.
The tiny boy puffs out his chest, glaring at his cousin.
What are you 2 fighting about?
I turn my head and see Bashira standing there, hands on her hips as she grins at the 2 children.
Leave poor Zayde alone. Bashira!
The little girl gets up and tugs on her hand.
Tell Caro that he's wrong and you're going to marry Zayde.
I blush when Bashira's eyes meet mine.
Why do you think that?
She asks.
Because you're his girlfriend, aren't you?
The little girl sticks out her lip, desperate to be right. Bashira nudges the little girl on the back.
Go inside. Grandma has dessert waiting.
At the word dessert, all the kids trampoline off my chest and run to the house, their fathers following. Bashira reaches down a hand to help me up. I take it, bounding to my feet.
I guess things are moving fast between us,
she jokes. Apparently, we're already getting married and we didn't even know it. I laugh, trying to take some tension out of the situation, and hoping to all shams that didn't sound weird.
Hey, Zayde, best game ever,
Bassam says, clapping me on the shoulder.
Me and you need to play one-on-one sometime.
Don't let me down, bro. I won't, I say, though I'm not sure if I'll be back here. Bassam runs to the house, and Bashira shakes her head.
He's such a little kid. I love him, though.
Should we head inside? I ask.
I need a break from my family for a minute,
she says.
Sneak away with me?
Are you sure we're allowed to do that? Doubtful.
I don't care. We won't be gone long. They won't catch us. Besides,
her face turns sour.
They're busy fawning over their favorite, Parvina. They won't even notice I'm not there.
Oh. I nudge her shoulder with mine. Lead the way. For a second, she leans into my touch. Then she pulls away and heads back into the house. She slips through a back door and begins climbing the grand staircase just beside it, up to the very top. Where are we going? I ask.
My bedroom,
she says flatly. I pause on the steps. We're definitely not allowed in her room. That's an unspoken rule in all of Saran. I watch Bashira spiral introspectively around the room. You're definitely not supposed to go in the bedroom of someone of the opposite sex if you're not married to them. I know they overlooked that rule with me and Tamara at AU, but Tamara's different, and that's college. Bashira's been in my dorm with me a lot, and we've been alone at times, but being in her bedroom at her parents' house by ourselves is a whole other deal. You could get in big trouble if we're caught, I say.
We're not going to get caught.
Bashira bitterly laughs.
What else can they do to me? Call me an adulterer? Already done.
They called you an adulterer? I ask softly.
A whore, actually. My mom did for bringing you today.
She blinks her eyes rapidly, trying not to tear up.
It was in the kitchen when you were with Bassam.
They're that mad I'm here? I feel terrible. I shouldn't have offered to come.
They're mad I didn't stick with the plan and date who they wanted, she says harshly. It's typical, believe me. I asked Bassam to cover for me if they wonder where we are. He likes you and he'll back me up. He's not on the best terms with my mom either.
It's a teenager thing. He'll get over it, I say.
It's not him. It's her. Bassam's not her child. My dad cheated after they had me. She's never really treated him right.
Bashira mumbles. I feel sorry for the kid. I wouldn't want to be the center of that woman's hatred. Can this family get any more complex? I haven't done anything, but I've already managed to make half of them dislike me. Her room is clean, with a large window that takes the place of the furthermost wall. She draws the shades back, and the light from the outside world brightens up the room. The view from her gigantic window is stunning. You can see all of the heights, as well as parts of Ashana and the desert in the distance. I've always liked the desert. Haven't been into it much, seeing as how it kills most people who attempt to cross it, but it seems made for me. I wouldn't be afraid to travel across it. The sandy dunes and the dry flatlands feel like home.
I'm sorry about all of this, Bashira says, sitting on her bed. I hoped my family would be more welcoming. I should have known better.
It's not appropriate to sit next to her, on the bed no less, but I do. Bassam was nice, and most of your sisters seem okay, I offer.
It doesn't matter. My parents shouldn't treat you like that. It's not right.
I'm used to it, I shrug. I've been discriminated against all my life. Doesn't bother me.
I promise they're not crazy, just different. Most people don't understand that. They're not bad people, just a bit judgmental. They don't really get what's happening in the world around them.
She motions her hand in a circle.
It's just how they are. I've grown up with it, so that's normal for me, but I always forget most people aren't like they are. They're rude, you know? You probably think my family's insane.
At least they've given you everything you ever wanted. She laughs.
Money and things. They're useless. I would have liked their approval better.
I don't think that's something we get from our parents easily. Not most of us, anyway, I say.
Is your mom loud and controlling too?
No, I laugh. The exact opposite. She's quiet. She lets me do whatever I want.
Must be nice.
She crosses her legs.
I can't breathe without my parents say so. I have to lie or sneak around to do anything. I just want them to love me. I mean, I know they do, but it feels conditional.
She glances at me.
You know what I mean? Everything I do comes at a cost. I can't make any mistakes, otherwise I'm a terrible daughter. As long as I obey them, they care for me.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come today.
Don't be. I don't regret bringing you here. Not at all.
She puts her soft hand on top of mine. Her large brown eyes gaze up at me through her long lashes, and I'm painfully aware I've never seen anyone look so beautiful in my life. She inches closer. I can't move. I can't do anything. She's trapped me. Her lips don't touch mine. Not right away. They hover there for a couple of moments, her gentle breaths caressing my skin. She seems hesitant to do anything. Both of us are suspended there in a simple moment of time, the rest of the world melting away. Neither one wants to make the first move, break this false illusion between us that we're only good friends. We're protecting what we have. Neither of us wants to let go. Imagine my surprise when she does. I close my eyes, overcome by how gentle her kisses are against my mouth. She's unloading a heavy weight from my shoulders when her lips press against mine. I'm in another world, and the world is her, and nothing else matters. I kiss her back, not fiercely, but lovingly, slow and patient the way she wants. I'm safe, I tell her without words. You don't have to be afraid of anything with me. I'll protect you, princess. With everything I have, I will. She pulls away, touching her forehead to mine. Wow, she whispers. That was
Different?
You're telling me. I'm still floating, but she's keeping me tethered to the ground. We must have made out for at least a couple of minutes. Are things different now? I already know the answer. Yes, they're entirely different. Now that I've kissed her, I can't be without this woman.
I don't want it to mean...
She pulls away and looks at the ground.
I was just,
Oh, I get it now. I don't want to do this because it's a way for you to get back at your parents, I say. I place a finger under her chin and turn her head back toward me. If we're going to do this, I want to do it right.
I mean, I like you,
she says, floundering.
I really do, Zayde. But what I said earlier is still true. I don't want to ruin our friendship, and after Ruka, I'm scared to be with somebody else.
Why did you kiss me then?
I wanted to know if it would bring the dreams back.
She glances at me guiltily.
Have you had any recently?
No, not in weeks.
Neither have I, and I miss them. They were strange, but they comforted me. I want to know more about them.
They're just dreams.
I don't think so, Zayde. Don't you think there's something more between us? I feel this connection with you, and it's stronger than anything I've ever felt with anyone else.
She brushes her long hair back.
I think those dreams were trying to tell us something about that connection.
I really don't think we should be messing with stuff like this, I say. We don't know what we're getting ourselves into. Why can't we be happy with what we have? I already know the answer to that question. Both of us want more than what we have. She wants answers for this bond we share, this invisible thing that neither one of us can explain. Me, I just want her to be mine. We're on opposite sides of the spectrum. She longs for something completely different than I do. I shouldn't be surprised. Maybe those dreams were just meant to bring us together, and now we are, I say. So they've stopped.
You can't tell me you don't feel this too,
she murmurs. Her fingers trail against my chest, and I have to do my best not to shiver in pleasure.
I feel like we're meant to be in each other's lives, and I have to find out why. You can understand that, right?
I really can't. I don't need to understand any sort of fate or destiny that involves me or Bashira, because I don't need anything but her. So long as she's with me, I don't care about all of that. The world can pan out as it will, and I'll take it as it is, whatever happens. I'd be happy living in a cardboard box so long as Bashira was with me. After living in the slums all my life, that kind of realization scares me. I open my mouth to tell her that I feel connected to her as well, and yes, I'll help her figure it out. Looking around her room, though, everything crashes down in a very uncomfortable reality. Bashira and I, we're different. Way different. I'm a slum rat, and she's the heiress to an empire. She's used to this kind of life, being pampered and taken care of, despite having to deal with her overbearing parents. The kind of life I would give her, she isn't prepared for and never will be. I can't love her, because that would take all of this away from her. It's not right. To take her from myself, that would be selfish. I'll never take anything from her. Not ever again. We should go, I say, extending a hand to her. She takes it, and I help her up from the bed. I hold it for a few seconds before I force myself to drop her hand. I've got to stop torturing myself like this. Your family's probably looking for us.
I suppose.
She looks even guiltier than she did before.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't change anything between us.
Never, Princess. Let's just forget about it. I force a smile on my face. Bassam meets us on the staircase. I was hoping I'd find you guys. Parvina's saying goodbye.
We're going to go too,
Bashira says.
It's getting late.
Bassam hurriedly lies to his parents that he was with me and Bashira as she gave me a tour of the house. Yeah, right. A tour of this house would require an expedition. They're convinced, though her mother still turns her nose up at me as we head out the door. Bassam hugs his sister goodbye outside the mansion, though he grabs my arm before I can follow her to the car. "Hey," he says, "you seem like a good guy. I know you're probably busy with school, but take care of my sister, all right? Ruka hurt her bad. Right now, she needs somebody like you." "We're not together," I say. "I know, but I think she likes you more than she's letting on." He steps back. "I trust you with her." I nod. "Sure, kid. I'll look out for her." "Thanks. I would myself, but I'm not going to be at AU for 2 more years. She's such a good girl. I'm afraid people will take advantage of her." He makes a face. "You've seen it before, though." "Yeah, I know how she is. Too nice for her own good." I raise a hand in farewell. "I'll see you later, Bassam." "'Kay. Hey, don't worry about my parents, all right?" He grins. "They'll come around." Not sure about that. Her mother hasn't come around in the 16 years since Bassam has been born. She definitely isn't going to warm up to me. I grin back at Bassam all the same. Bashira falls asleep on the way back to AU, curled up with her head nestled against the seat. I drive carefully so I don't hit any bumps in the road and wake her up. I have a key to her dorm, so I carry her inside and tuck her in, placing the car keys on the side table. Mahira calls when I'm on my way back to my dorm. "What is it?" I ask, harsher than I intended. I'm not in a great mood. "A shipment is coming in to replace what we stole from the jewelry store. If we stop the truck, we won't have to take a job for months," Mahir says. "We're not going to steal from Hassan anymore," I say. "That operation is over." "Zayde, have you lost your mind?" Mahir says. "You would never turn something down like this before. It's too good of an opportunity." "Yeah, it is," I say, quickening my steps. "But there's this girl." "A girl?" "Yes, she's Hassan's daughter. I don't want to steal from him anymore. Because of her." There's silence on the other end of the phone. "I think this girl is messing with your head, Zayde. You need to get rid of her." "She'll be out of my life soon enough, once the semester's over." "She better be. I'm not letting some girl get in the way of our business." He hangs up on me. I pocket my phone and shake my head. Mahir's called me about going out every night this week. He's getting anxious while I'm trying to lay low. I've got enough in the bank to pay for this semester and my mother's medical bills, and I know he has enough to get by. We don't need to steal again. Not anytime soon. I should have just told him to go on without me. His stupid ass needs to get caught. Maybe he'd learn. "Where have you been?" Tamara asks when I come back to the dorm. She's sitting at her desk, which is covered with homework. "I've been calling you all day." I check my phone. There's several messages from Tamara. "Oops. Sorry, I was at Bashira's house having dinner with her parents." "Dinner with her parents?" Tamara's eyes widen. "I didn't know it was that serious." "It wasn't. Just a coincidence. They called, and I went with her. Bad decision." "Did they fight?" "You could say that." You must like her a lot to go visit her parents." Tamara pretends to be distracted, like she's not interested in my personal life. "Yeah, right. She's okay." What an understatement. I shrug, collapsing on the bed. I open my history textbook and pretend like I'm studying so Tamara will leave me alone. But the words on the page do nothing but meld together. Bashira is the only thing on my mind, and it's pissing me off how all I can think of is her. It didn't used to bother me. Until today. Now, everything is different. She's more than okay. You like her. I mean, really, really like her, Tamara says, taking a seat on my bed. She rips the history book out of my hands and throws it onto the floor, crossing her legs and gazing at me. "I've known you for years, and you've never acted like this before. What's different?" "It doesn't matter," I grumble. "Just drop it." "You're being so angsty right now. Quit brooding and tell me," Tamara says, punching me in the arm. When I don't respond, she frowns and says,
"Why are you so upset?"
"She kissed me."
"She kissed you?"
Tamara's mouth drops open.
"Zayde, you have to tell her how you feel."
"I can never do that."
"Zayde, why not?"
she asks, throwing her arms upward. "I just realized that we can't be together, all right?" I say. I grab my pillow and turn over onto my stomach, punching it into a more comfortable position before setting my chin upon it.
"Why?"
She looks confused.
"You two seem like you were hitting it off great."
"I have nothing to give her, Tamara," I say, hating how listless I sound. "You should have seen her house. It's huge. Her dad's the CEO of Hassan Jewelers. She's practically the princess of a corporate empire."
"I don't think it matters to her. She loves you."
"She does not. We're just friends."
"Zayde, that's a lie and you know it."
"Tamara, I'm broke," I say. I get up and throw the pillow across the room angrily. "It won't matter to her now, but once she realizes I'm not going to be able to give her the life she's accustomed to, she'll be unhappy." I run a hand through my hair, sighing in frustration. "Besides, it's not that simple. Yeah, here at college we're on the same playing field, but she doesn't know where I come from or how I make my living, which we're keeping under wraps, by the way," I say as Tamara opens her mouth. "I know you want to tell her, but you can't. She'll never look at me the same way again."
"If you're worried she won't understand why you're a thief, why don't you just take her back to where you live?"
Tamara asks the question delicately, creeping around the subject. "No."
"Why not?"
"You know why."
"Come on, Zayde. You can't keep it from her forever."
"No. No way. I'd rather eat nails than take Bashira to where I grew up. Not gonna happen."
"There's one thing that you have to admit, though,"
Tamara says. I can tell she's gonna keep badgering me until she gets her way.
"You do care about her, and you do love her, don't you?"
I feel a huge wall of frustration rise up in my chest. I don't want to talk about this. I want to crawl deep inside myself and keep everybody out. I don't want to answer these stupid questions, not to my best friend and not even to myself. But I can't keep denying it. If I do, I'll go crazy. "Yeah," I say really quietly, because it scares me to admit it out loud. "Yeah. I'm in love with her, Tamara. Have been since I saw her."
"Then tell her, Zayde, for Hasham's sake."
"I can't tell her because I love her," I say sharply, and Tamara recoils back. "I know how she is. If I admit my feelings, she'll run after me and I won't be able to give her what she deserves. I'm not good enough for her, Tamara. Do you understand that? She deserves so much more than me. I want to give her everything, but I can't. I'm just a useless thief." I angrily punch the side of my wardrobe. It shakes violently, several of my things careening off of it. My knuckles are bruised from the hit. I don't care.
"I don't believe that,"
Tamara says, giving me a disapproving stare that I hate. And she knows it.
"You're just afraid of getting hurt."
"Yeah, I am." I reach up to turn off the light, turning away from Tamara. "Good night." I didn't expect to fall in love. I only wanted to save a life. The night is dark and there is no rest for me. Never could sleep during a full moon anyway. I'm usually working, as it's the best time for thieves to come out. You can see everything under the moonlight, but there's still enough shadow to cover your movements so no one can see what you take. On a night like this, I should be out on a raid. I want to be. It would distract me from my maddening thoughts. I could take Ali and be back with a full pack of stolen goods by the next morning. But I can't leave. She's keeping me tied here. Bennua. I thought she was our prisoner. I'm desperately wrong. I'm hers in every which way. She's got me bound here, wrapped tightly around her little finger. I wonder if that's the way she wanted it, or if she fell into this just as I did. A knife flies through the air, skimming past my head and embedding itself into the wall behind me. I stare listlessly at the burning candle in front of me and say, "If your foot hadn't slipped, I would have never heard you come in." "Yes, you would have. You're the best of us, Zayde. No one can outfox you." Tashana's climbed through the window. She threw the knife to scare me, but it's not bringing me out of my stupor. She drops a bag of coins, forgotten, onto the floor and sits beside me. "You're heartsick. Why do you believe this?" I wrench the knife out of the wall and fiddle with the edge, feeling forlorn. "It's the princess, isn't it? Bennua has captivated you." "You could say that."
"If you love her so, ask her to marry you. It is only right, instead of letting your heart waste away while you pine for her."
"She wants to go home, Tashana," I say. "I can't keep her here like I have been. It's incredibly wrong. I should have never taken her in the first place."
"Kasim would have killed her by now."
"This is no longer about him. The threat has passed. Kasim has most likely moved on to other brides. I must take her back to her father."
"I do not think she wants to leave your side. You have spent the past several months going on raids with her, only her. Mirka has become quite jealous,"
Tashana says. "Mirka is fine. He won't touch her."
"Beware, Zayde. Mirka believes Bennua has taken his place,"
Tashana says ominously. "What I feel for Bennua has changed everything," I say. "He knows she cannot continue to stay here."
"Why not?"
The candle flickers.
"Make her your wife and have her live in Ashana with all of us. She won't say no."
"She will not. Bennua is too loyal, too desperate to please. She will say yes even if she does not mean it." I take pleasure and happiness in the thought of making Bennua my bride, but it is not possible. We are not meant to be. "She is a princess, and I am a thief. We are as far apart as the sky and the sea," I say. "She believes I can make her happy, but I cannot. I have no name save for one that is cursed and despised by everyone in Saran. No riches or jewels to give her. It would demean her to marry me, a man of a class far lower than she. What kind of children would we have together? No, it would not work."
"You are a prince all the same, and these things do not matter to her. You've never cared about class before. Royals are the same as peasants in your eyes."
"That was before. Things change when you put your beliefs into practice. She has become the center of my world, and that cannot be so. I have Ashana and my people to take care of."
"These are excuses."
Tashana waves her hand.
"Simple things you could easily cast away. She loves you."
"She does not love me." I stand up, walking away from Tashana. "She doesn't belong here. After my birthday, I'm taking her home." I abandon Tashana in my bedroom. On my way downstairs, I run into none other than my unrequited love.
"Zayde."
Bennua's carrying something small in her hands. She quickly hides it behind her back.
"What ails you? You seem upset."
I'm reminded of our kiss. How I long to kiss her again. Tashana and I got into a disagreement. I cup her head in my hand, stroking her cheek lightly. "It is nothing to worry about."
"Is there a way I could help?"
She always wants to fix the problem. I'm half convinced to throw myself at her feet and beg her to marry me right now. But I won't do it. I must do what is right. "No, princess. Sleep well." I leave her bewildered on the staircase as I wrench my sword off the kitchen table, slamming the door behind me. My birthday's tomorrow. It will all be over soon. When the princess is gone, out of my sight, my heart will cease to break. I hope. We forgot to close the curtains last night. The sun glares into my face, awakening me. When I open my eyes, Tamara is staring at me. There's a smug grin on her face. "Oh no." I point at her. "Please tell me you didn't—"
"I did."
I groan, head smacking the pillows. Is everyone in my life sharing my dreams?
This proves it, Tamara says. I was a thief. I was arguing with you about being with Bashira. Except she wasn't Bashira. She was Queen Bennua.
I know exactly what happened, I say. You don't have to replay it.
Zayde, if we're all having these dreams, maybe it means something. Maybe we're dreaming of our former lives or something,
Tamara says, excited. You've got to be kidding me. My eyebrows raise. You think we're dreaming of our past lives?
Why not? It makes as much sense as anything else you've come up with.
I glance at the clock, leaping out of bed. Damn, I'm supposed to meet Bashir at the library to work on our project. I'm already late.
Forget that.
Tamara jumps out of the bed.
You need to stay here so we can figure out what our past lives are trying to tell us. Stop trying to deny it.
Okay, first of all, Queen Bennua never existed, and neither did the Raider Prince. They're fables, I say. I slept in my jeans last night, so I just throw on a clean t-shirt, hopping around the room as I put on my shoes. Secondly, there's no such thing as past lives. You live, then you die. That's it. There's nothing after that.
I really have to disagree with you on that one, Tamara says. But later, Zayde, we can't all have the same dreams by coincidence. It isn't possible. Even if the dreams aren't real, they do mean one thing. You and Bashira belong together, and you need to stop fighting it.
Thanks for your input, but I really don't need it right now. I sling my bag over my shoulder and head out the door. She's in the middle of saying something as I leave. I love Tamara, but when she gets on something, she won't let it go. I guess Bashira's theory was right. Our kiss last night brought the dreams back. But after they were gone for so long, I didn't want them to come back. I was perfectly happy with them staying away forever. I run into Bashira in the hall while I'm taking a shortcut, which is completely empty due to it being the weekend and after midterms. She looks tired.
Did you have the dreams too?
She asks immediately, before I've even said hello. I sigh in frustration and blow my bangs out of my eyes. I'm nervous as hell.
You did, didn't you?
She holds a hand up to her mouth, biting her index finger.
I don't know what yours was about. I was just walking around in mine.
I don't know. Ask Tamara. She doesn't take offense at my tone, which she should. I'm pissed.
Tamara's having the dreams now?
She asks in utter disbelief.
This is getting way too strange.
Let's go work on the project, I say. We're going to fail if we don't present something.
I don't really care about that right now,
she says shortly. You should. You need to pass. I'm shouting at her, even though I don't mean to. I've reached my breaking point. These dreams have me spooked.
Zayde, this is more important.
Look, I don't get what you want us to do about it, but there's nothing to do. I shout. There's no one we can ask about this. Nothing we can look up. I'm pretty sure nobody else on the planet has ever had this problem.
All you ever do is sit there and deny everything.
Bashira crosses her arms.
Isn't there just a shred of belief in you that our dreams could be something more?
No, quit asking me that.
Stubborn ass.
Irritating woman. Her face is like stone. She's not budging. Just calm down, I say, holding my hand out. We'll figure it out.
I'm not convinced you want to.
I don't, but I'll do it for you. Damn, Bashira. I run my hand through my hair. She's stressing me out. I'm stressing me out. I suppose it could be worse. Our attention is drawn away from the argument when the hall rings with a loud crash. Both of us jump as 2 tables and a couple of chairs are turned over on their sides. I grab Bashira and pull her behind the wall. What are you doing? She hisses, slapping me in the arm. Shh, I say, holding her back. Something's off. Stay put. I let her go and peer around the corner. When I glance at what's standing around the corner, I fall against the wall. There's a scorpion in the hall, but it isn't a little one. This bug's massive, longer than a car with claws that could snap a guy in 2. The huge scorpion scuttles this way and that with its 8 long legs, the tail raised and filled with poison. Something shiny and golden is tied to the top of the tail, near the stinger. I'm not waiting around to find out what it is.
"What's going on?"
Bashira asks as she peers around the corner. She opens her mouth to scream shrilly before I clap a hand over it, keeping her silent.
"Be quiet. You'll give us up,"
I whisper. Hyperventilating, Bashira leans back against the wall.
"By all Shams, I hate bugs."
She closes her eyes and hops up and down nervously.
"Let's sneak out the back."
I take Bashira's hand and start dragging her toward the exit. The scorpion is turned the other way, for now. It won't see us. What the hell? Crazy dreams and big bugs? Who am I supposed to report this to? Campus security will laugh at me, and I doubt even if they came down here they're equipped to handle this monster. I maneuver the two of us between the tables and chairs. We're almost out until Bashira trips, fumbling over a chair. The scorpion spins around, his poisonous tail sending chairs flying into the air. Bashira and I sprint for the door, but it's locked. Both of us slam ourselves up against it, trying to get it to open, but it won't budge. "Stand back," I say. "I'm going to kick the door down."
"Too late!"
Bashira screams. She grabs my arm, yanking me out of the way as the scorpion's stinger sinks into the place where my head was seconds before. We duck underneath the tail, and the monster wrenches his stinger out of the wall, scuttling after us. I throw a chair behind me to stun it, but the scorpion raises his claw and snaps it in two. I've only made it mad.
"We're trapped!"
Bashira squeals. She pulls at the door I came in at, but that one won't open either. Somebody locked us in.
"We're gonna die here!"
"Over my dead body," I say. "Bashira, run! I'll distract it."
"Zayde, you aren't some kind of hero!"
She screams. "Just get out of here!" I shout, and I push her out of the way. Bashira heads for the stairs, and I face the scorpion. For some reason, I don't feel afraid. I'm completely calm and cool-headed, staring at the beast as if I do this every day. It's fast, but it's also big. It won't be able to keep up with me so long as I'm light on my feet. The scorpion goes in for the attack. I slide underneath its claws and roll back onto my feet, sprinting in the opposite direction. I move in a zigzag motion between the chairs, which the scorpion has to knock aside in order to give chase, which slows it down. I hesitate in front of the vending machines, steeling myself for the moment. The scorpion lashes one claw toward my neck, its tail slanting toward my middle. I jump out of the way, and the claw of the scorpion lodges itself into one of the vending machines, while its tail sinks into another. Stuck, the beast uses its free claw to try and yank itself free. I don't see Bashira. She must be hiding. But I can't run forever. There's nowhere else to go. I walk backwards into the mess of broken chairs and tables as the scorpion wrenches itself free, bearing down on me. It's all over. I'm going to die by a big, dirty bug. At least I bought Bashira some time.
"Zayde!"
A voice cries from above. I look upwards. Professor Shadi is standing on the staircase, holding a long object wrapped in a cloth.
"Heads up!"
He tosses the item from the staircase. I jump up and grab it by the handle, and the cloth falls away. I have the distinct feeling that this is all a sick joke as I realize it's a curved, sharpened scimitar.
"A sword?"
I ask, gesturing to it.
"What the hell am I supposed to do with this? I don't even know how to use it."
The scorpion strikes out a claw at me. Instinctively, I raise the sword and bat the claw away, with no more effort than it took to raise my hand. My mouth drops open.
What did I just do?
"You know what to do. It's instinct. Follow your intuition!"
Professor Shadi screams. The scorpion lunges at me again. I lash the sword forward. The blade cuts deeply into the exoskeleton of the creature, but I follow through with the blow, slicing off one of the claws. The scorpion emits a shrill sound in what seems to be a scream of pain.
"That's the idea!"
Professor Shadi bellows.
"Once more! Again!"
The scorpion snaps its remaining claw inches from my belly. I leap backwards and begin parrying away the claw with a variety of movements, feinting this way and that to mislead the beast. The scorpion moves faster, frustrated. Despite its best attempts, it can't get past my weapon. The sword isn't something foreign or unknown to me, although I've never used one in my life. It is my best friend, something I know as intimately as my own thoughts. I'm not merely skilled at the sword. I'm a master. The scorpion lashes his tail toward my head. With a singular movement, I cut the stinger off, smacking away the remaining claw as it snaps inches from my head. I jump aside, and the scorpion sinks his pincers into the ground. Stuck once again, I slide underneath the scorpion's legs, directly beneath the belly of the beast. Without thinking, feeling, just doing, I plunge the sword upwards. The scorpion jumps back, clawing at the place where I stabbed it. Curling up into a ball, blood and entrails pouring onto the floor, the bug gives a shudder and dies. The sword is still held tightly in my grasp. That was amazing. It was unlike anything I've ever done before. I feel powerful. I didn't have to do anything but let my mind dissolve into battle. All the pain, the worry, everything just went away. Nothing mattered when I was fighting with the scorpion. It was only about survival. I only had to exist and fight for my right to live. I just was.
Well done,
Professor Shoddy says, clapping as he comes down the stairs. Bashira is behind him, holding a hand over her mouth and trying not to vomit. I can't blame her. The smell coming from the creature's insides isn't very pleasant. Professor Shoddy walks to the tip of the tail that I cut off, untying the small golden object tied to it. He pockets it, wiping his hands on his pants.
Zayde, what did you do? How did you do it?
Bashira asks. I don't know, I say. I just knew what to do, naturally.
Both of you need to come with me,
Professor Shoddy says, grabbing us by the arms and pulling us toward his office. But what about that thing? I ask, pointing at the scorpion.
Jamila Hera will deal with all of this, he says. What's important is making sure you both are safe.
Jamila Hera? What's she going to do? I doubt she's going to be able to clean up a pile of bug organs by herself. Bashira's fighting Professor Shoddy the whole way, banging on his arm.
No, I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. This is crazy.
I assure you, Ms. Bashira, that everything will be explained to you once I have you in a secure location, he says, completely ignoring her weak hits. I refuse to put you in danger.
Professor Shoddy throws us into his office and shuts the door, locking it behind him.
Right, he says, turning to us. I was going to tell you all of this a very long time ago, although Jamila Hera stopped me before I could. I will tell you everything I can before she comes to interrupt me again.
Okay, before you start, can you tell me why there was a giant scorpion running around in the hall? I say abruptly, cutting him off.
That was a sandwalker,
Professor Shoddy says, brushing off his coat.
I haven't seen them in over 3,000 years. They must be making a comeback. I told the Djinn Ecological Society that we didn't need them running around, but nobody listens to a green like me.
3,000 years? Wait, are you saying... I say slowly. Professor Shoddy sighs. He waves his hand in the air. Gray smoke begins to filter from his fingertips, wrapping around him. As the smoke clears, it reveals a creature with 2 hairy legs, cloven hooves, and a long oxen tail. The top half of him is a man covered in green skin. The eyes are completely black, with no whites or pupils within.
There. Happy? He asks.
You're a djinn, I say. By all Shams, I didn't think they existed. More fairy tales. My whole world's turning around on itself overnight. At least I have a better reaction than Bashira. She screams, leaping over Professor Shoddy's desk and cowering behind it. Professor Shoddy jumps at her cry, appearing horrified.
Oh, Shams, I didn't know I was that ugly,
Professor Shoddy says in a hurt tone.
I don't consider humans particularly attractive either, Bashira, but I don't go screaming at them.
How rude.
I'm sorry, she says in a weak voice, rising from behind the desk. I don't think you're ugly. You just scared me, is all.
I don't know why. You've seen me like this plenty of times before.
He crosses his arms.
I have?
Bashira walks out from behind the desk to stand at my side.
When?
I mean, it's been a while, but it was only 2,000 years ago. You humans have such short memories.
Professor Shoddy shakes his head.
2,000 years?
Bashira's voice gets smaller and smaller with each word. Professor Shoddy's hopeful expression drops.
Neither one of you remember a thing, do you? Remember what? I snap. What are you trying to tell us?
The locked door flies off the hinges completely. Jamila Harris struts over to Professor Shoddy in those massive heels, looking like she wants to grow fangs.
Of course, she bursts. Of course. Why not leave me to clean it all up? I am tired of fixing your mistakes, Shoddy. Did you really have to break my door?
Professor Shoddy asks, his tail whipping around him as he turns on her. Jamila Hara waves her hand. The door instantly repairs itself, refastening the hinges and knitting together the cracks in the wood. My mouth drops open.
Fine, just do magic in front of them. They've had absolutely no time to ingest.
Professor Shoddy grumps.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Jamila Hara says nastily. There's no turning back. The djinn's out of the bottle now.
Lamp. The djinn is out of the lamp,
Shoddy says stubbornly.
Bottle. You two, come with me.
Jamila Hara flicks her fingers toward Bashira and I.
I've had enough of this nonsense.
Just where do you think you're going?
Professor Shoddy asks as Bashira and I follow.
Oh, come along if you'd like. I have no time for this.
Jamila Hara leads the way, blazing ahead like a steam engine. Professor Shoddy transforms back into his human illusion before hurrying after us, huffing and puffing. Jamila Hara's office is practically empty. It only contains a wooden desk and an intricately designed blue bottle with looping swirls of yellow creating an exotic pattern upon the glass. Jamila Hara snaps her fingers, and a whirlwind of smoke circles around us. The office disappears. In its place appears a fancy room, stuffed with golden statues and treasures. Everything, from the pillows coating the ground to the large drapes of oriental fabric hanging from the ceiling, is a various shade of blue. The room smells like jasmine and a hint of myrrh.
Where are we?
Bashira asks.
We're inside the bottle. It's the only safe place for us to be at the moment.
Jamila Hara kneels on a pillow, tucking her legs behind her. She has changed, her legs woolen and hairy with split hooves, tail curled in a circle on the floor. 2 tiny horns stick out of her black hair just in front of her high ponytail. Her skin is a bright blue, and her eyes are like Professor Shoddy's, completely black. The history professor is back in his djinn form, flicking his tail behind him in irritation as he pouts on a pillow next to Jamila Hara.
I didn't want to tell you any of this. I had wished for you to come into your memories in your own time. Jamila Hara starts. I thought it would be easier for you two to bear if you knew it was true yourselves, and I did not have to convince you of it.
They won't get their memories back until they find the swords, Mila.
Professor Shoddy sighs.
You know that.
Swords? Like this one? I lay the weapon Professor Shoddy gave me on the floor. It's covered with the dried blood of the sandwalker. Jamila Hara shakes her head.
No, that's just a simple weapon. We are speaking of the swords Professor Shoddy gave you to study for your history project. The swords of Queen Bennua and the Raider Prince. You mean...
Bashira says.
Yes, Jamila Hara nods. It is true. You are the reincarnations of Queen Bennua, and Zayde is the Raider Prince. Saran needs you. Now, more than ever.
Chapter 7. Not possible. I don't care what we've seen today. Djinn, giant scorpions, whatever.
They might be real, but the possibility that I could be... You're lying, I say. You have no proof.
I do not lie, Jamila Hera says sharply. You can't make the dreams go away, can you? They keep haunting you, chasing sleep and rest from your mind. They are not dreams, but memories of the past. Your past.
How did you know about... We both knew you would return someday, Professor Shadi says. Queen Amira foretold it long ago. She told me that before the end of my lifetime, the two of you would return to Saran to save it once more. And so you have.
How do you know we're who you're after? This is a mistake, I say firmly.
Because I knew you 2,000 years ago, Professor Shadi barks. Queen Bennua and the Raider Prince existed. I know because I was your djinn.
Bashira's eyes widen.
So that's what you two were arguing about our first day in class. You were the djinn of Queen Bennua and Sultan Zayde.
Yes, and Jamila Hera was Amira's, Professor Shadi says. Your daughter.
My eyes catch with Bashira's, and my stomach twists. Both of us are blushing. Okay, but that still doesn't explain why you think we're them, I say, gesturing between us. You could have the wrong people.
I am not wrong. I remember the faces of my friends, Professor Shadi snaps. When you walked into my history class nearly 4 years ago, Zayde, I nearly fainted. The likeness is remarkable. I knew Queen Bennua would not be far behind, and here she is.
If you knew Queen Bennua and the Raider Prince, why did you let them become a myth? I demand. That's not right.
I stood watch over your family for several generations, Professor Shadi says. But the world changed. It became more and more dangerous to expose myself as a djinn. So I distanced myself from your family and attempted to stay hidden. I did my best to preserve the truth. But men are surprisingly ignorant when presented with things they do not want to hear.
Told you,
Bashira says, sticking her tongue out at me. I don't take my eyes off of her as I ask. So that's what you think our dreams are. You think we're remembering our past lives. But that still doesn't explain why we're here.
It's because of this.
Shadi pulls from his pocket the golden object that was attached to the sandwalker's tail and lies it on the floor. It's nearly identical to the golden cross I snatched from Qasim weeks ago.
This is a piece of Queen Benua's sword. Before Queen Amira died, she had Queen Benua's and Sultan Zahid's swords split into 8 different pieces, 4 for each sword. They were the weapons used to slay Akshalad and obtained magical powers after his death.
Hold on, I say, holding my hands up. You're saying we killed Akshalad, the devil, with these 2 swords, and now they've got magical powers?
That's right. All of Akshalad's power went into the 2 weapons after you killed him, Professor Shadi says. Whosoever possesses the swords will have all the power of the devil himself. He or she will be unstoppable. Queen Amira knew this, so she destroyed the weapons, giving a different piece to each magical creature to guard. She knew when her parents returned, only they would be able to piece the swords together and save Saran.
Professor Shadi holds up the golden hilt. I took one of those off Qasim's desk, I say.
What did you do with it? Shadi asks urgently. Do you still have it?
I rub the back of my neck. I threw it in the lake. Professor Shadi smacks his head.
It's never simple with the 2 of you.
He must have wanted me to take it. He didn't call the police after I stole it, I say.
Of course he did. Only you 2 can put the pieces back together, Professor Shadi says. He can't do it by himself.
Are you saying Qasim knows about this?
I'm saying Qasim is the reincarnation of Qasim Qasimar, the ancient warlord betrothed to Queen Bennua before she met the Raider Prince, and his son Ruku, the most wretched human being ever to walk the earth, Professor Shadi says in disgust. The 2 of them are back, and so are you, It's happening all over again.
Beside me, Bashira lets out a long, drawn breath. I know the stories. Everybody does. The tales of Ruku's atrocities, fictional or not, are enough to make anyone sick. His dad's not much better.
Do they know who they are?
Bashira asks.
I'm sure they do. Professor Shadi nods. And they're waiting for the two of you to put the swords back together so they can take them from you and use it to start a war unlike any we've ever seen.
Why would they want to start a war? That doesn't make any sense,
Bashira protests.
Why wouldn't he? Jamila Hera shrieks. He already owns half of Saran through his oil fields. If he had the swords, he could control all of Saran. He would turn our army against the other nations, against the world.
Bashira, why do you think Qasim took the position of dean here at the school? He remembers his past, and he wants revenge.
Professor Shadi leans forward.
He hasn't discovered who Jamila Hera and I are.
He glances at the blue djinn.
Yet. I'm sure our luck is running out. It was difficult enough mesmerizing him to give the order to let Zayde and Miss Naji room together. It took all of the staff's power to erase Ruka's memory, to make him forget about you beating him after he hit Bashira.
The dreams. My best friend. Tamara, is she involved in all of this? I ask.
Ms. Naji was known as the thief Toshana in the past,
Jamila Hera says.
In her previous life, she was one of Al-Sham's regenerations. However, there is no way of telling if she is him again.
Wait a minute. I hold up my hands in disbelief. You're saying Al-Shams is real, and that my best friend is a god in human form?
She was. We don't know if she is now,
Professor Shadi says, glancing at Jamila Hera.
There's no way of telling. In the past, djinn and all magical creatures could feel the power that Al-Shams emitted. Now, he has hidden himself away, undetectable to even the strongest of us. These days, Al-Shams has chosen to remain silent on most things.
Does she know that she could be, a god? I ask.
Most likely, no. Many regenerations of Al-Shams did not come into their memories until early adulthood. She is either very close to realizing it, or coming into the idea,
Shadi says.
But we cannot tell her, Jamila Hera says, shaking her head. It is something she must discover on her own.
I swallow. My best friend. A god. The realization is uncomfortable. She's not just Tamara anymore. She's somebody who decides the fate of us all, and judges us at the end to boot. It's hard to think of Tamara judging anybody. But from what my father taught me about Al-Shams, he is not a merciful god, but a phoenix who wants justice and will do anything to get it. His paradise only open to the holiest of holies who follow each word of our holy book without question. Al-Shams only shows favor upon men who don't have a shred of doubt in his power. I know I don't make that list.
I have a question,
Bashira says, raising her hand.
How many professors are djinn?
Every professor at Ashana University is a djinn,
Professor Shadi says, waving his tail.
It's the only position in the world where no one questions how old you are or how long you've been there.
If Qasim and Ruka are after the swords, why don't they capture us and force us to collect the pieces for him?
Bashira asks.
He doesn't want to bring suspicion to his post, Professor Shadi says. Kidnapping you would draw attention. At the same time, however, he does not want the two of you together.
Why? I ask. Why are we such a threat to him?
Neither he nor Ruka have ever been able to defeat the two of you. You're at your strongest when you're together, Professor Shadi says. If Bashira is under Ruka's control, it is easier to convince her to give him the swords. I believe his original plan was to have you gather the pieces of the swords, Zayde, and then have her manipulate you into giving them to her so she could deliver them to Ruka.
So, what do we do? Bashira asks. It's obvious we need to collect the swords, but then what?
It's simple. You need to kill Qasim and Ruka, Professor Shadi says.
What?
Bashira falls backwards off her pillow and jumps to her feet.
I'm sorry, but no matter what he's done, I'm not willing to kill my ex.
Why? Many women would jump at the opportunity,
Professor Shadi says. Bashira glares at him. Jamila Hera reaches out and touches her arm, lowering the girl back down to the floor. You must be willing to do whatever it takes for the good of Saran, Jamila Hera says. Personal feelings aside, you've already killed them before. It won't be difficult for you to do so again. I don't want to do it, Bashira says. I won't kill anybody. You don't have a choice. If you don't take their lives, they'll stop at nothing to end yours. You must kill them, Jamila Hera insists.
If she's not ready, then let her be, Professor Shadi says. She is not the warrior she once was. It will take time for her to adjust to all of this.
There is no time. We must do it now, Jamila Hera argues. I've tried all sorts of methods, poison, accidents, but Kasim and Ruka will not succumb to djinn magic. History must repeat itself. The two of them must do the job. You tried to kill my ex-boyfriend?
Bashira says in a small voice, clearly upset. She inches away from the female djinn.
I'm sorry, my dear. If you knew what he was capable of, you would understand.
Jamila Hera shakes her head. I recoil back, disgusted that Jamila Hera attempted murder. What Professor Shadi and Jamila Hera are suggesting is outrageous. I'm a thief, but I don't take lives. I'm no killer. I know that for a fact.
Mila, this is the same problem we had before,
Professor Shadi complains.
For the last time, Bashira and Zayde are my business. Once they have children again, then you can stick your nose in.
Nobody said anything about kids.
Bashira cuts in instantly. I focus my attention on the pillows littering the floor.
The last time you went against me, Shadi, the city of Binkish burned to the ground. Do you remember?
Jamila Hera snaps.
Yes, the two of us got into a rather heated argument about Amira,
Professor Shadi says, brooding.
It got out of hand rather quickly.
You two destroyed an entire city?
Bashira gasps.
How could you?
Oh, there were only a couple thousand displaced refugees,
Shadi says, rolling his eyes.
Only?
Bashira bursts. Zahid made us build them another city after it happened. Jamila Hera casts her ponytail over her shoulder casually. It was fine. I don't think djinn understand humans. Bashira is wearing a horrified expression. I lean over and nudge her playfully. Don't worry, I say. If we have the swords, that means we have all the power in the world, right? Maybe we can just piece them back together and we won't have to kill Kasim and Ruka after all.
Doubt it,
Professor Shadi subs in unhelpfully. I shoot him a harsh look to tell him to shut up.
So, what do we do now?
Bashira asks softly.
We don't want to attract attention. Keep going to classes, do your homework, or don't if you're Zayde, and act as normal as possible. If Kasim and Ruka still think you're in the dark, they won't make a move.
Professor Shadi shifts.
I need the two of you to know that every spare moment you have must be devoted to finding the swords and putting their pieces back together. We can't fool our enemies forever.
It's not like we have a choice, do we?
Bashira says bitterly.
We're dragged into this whether we want to be or not.
You were the one who wanted to figure out what the dreams meant, princess, I say. This is what you asked for.
I didn't ask for all of this,
she shouts, jumping up.
This is too big of a responsibility for me to handle. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I'm Queen Bennua.
I know it's hard. I can't really believe it either. I reach for her hand, but she jerks it away. Ouch. She must have realized she hurt me, so her expression softens.
Zayde, you're a good friend,
she says kindly.
But I don't feel anything toward you. The kiss we shared was just to bring the dreams back.
My heart feels like a rubber band she just snapped in half. Useless and floppy.
You kissed him only to bring your dreams back?
Professor Shadi's expression is shocked.
Bashira, I'm disappointed in you.
You think you know me, but I'm not the person you knew 2,000 years ago. she says. I might have been married to Zayde in a past life, and that explains the connection we share, but I don't like him. I don't see how we could ever be together. We're completely different.
Something jumps out at me. A memory. You used to say that all the time, that we were too different, I snap. And I remember I hated it.
I don't remember anything, she says back just as harshly. The two of you might be waiting for Zayde and I to get together, or back together, but that's not going to happen. There's nothing there. Is this true, Bashira? Do you truly feel nothing for him?
Jamila Hera asks. Bashira glances at me. Her eyes well with tears. I know I must look desperate.
I'm sorry, she whispers. I don't love you.
I've got a pretty thick skin. You have to have one to grow up in the slums. Bashira, though, she rips right through all the protective barriers I've put up around myself. She has the power to wound me deeply with a few simple words. And she just did it. I swallow. My throat burns as I attempt to speak. It's okay, I say, but it never is. I get it.
Zayde? Professor Shadi asks. Do you feel the same way?
I could lie and say I do, say that I don't care about her. But I can't. I just can't. I put my hand behind my head and glance toward the floor, silent. It's obvious to everyone in the room how I feel. I don't need to say it aloud.
I can't handle this,
Bashira says. Tears leak from her eyes onto her cheeks.
It's too much.
Why are you crying? I ask quietly. I get up from my seat and walk to her, cupping her elbows in my hands. For as much as she hurt me just now, nothing's as terrible as watching her cry.
She needs time,
Jamila Hera says softly, stepping between us.
We'll begin looking for the next piece tomorrow. For now, the two of you need to rest. There's no telling what you'll face.
Jamila Hera snaps her fingers. The two women disappear, Bashira fading into a fog at my fingertips. I run both of my hands through my hair. I hate that Professor Shadi is looking at me like he feels sorry for me. That doesn't help anything.
I apologize, Zayde, he says, rising from his seat. I believed that when you two saw each other again for the first time, your memories would return.
It's better this way, that she doesn't want to be with me, I say bluntly. Once we get the swords back together, we can go our separate ways.
Zayde, I don't believe you understand the depth of devotion she had for you. Both of you would have gladly given your lives for each other. Your bond, your marriage, was a love unlike any I've seen in my 6,000 years.
Professor Shadi is wearing a weird expression, like it's inconceivable for him to imagine that Bashira and I aren't madly in love. That was a long time ago. She's changed her mind, I say.
The love you had for each other would never change, no matter how much time passed.
Professor Shadi shakes his head.
I know it's still there. She only has to remember you as you were.
Just get me out of here, I say in exhaustion. Professor Shadi sighs, then snaps his fingers. I'm outside the bottle and back in Jamila Hera's office before I can blink my eyes. The professor's not with me. He knows I want to be alone right now. I throw my hood over my face and stuff my hands in my pockets, keeping my head down as I walk back to my dorm. Quickly, before anyone can see me, I wipe my face and slam the door shut. This has been the greatest birthday I've ever had. It is early morning, still dark, and neither Bennua and I have slept. We've spent all night in Mother's garden, holding each other, sharing our lives. We spent most of the night taking comfort in one another's embrace. Just kissing, nothing more. I could see in her eyes she isn't ready for lovemaking. I've decided I will wed her before I lie with her. It's undoubtedly what she wants. Tashana is right. This will work between us. I will ask Bennua to marry me, today. We will stay here in Ashana, and this will be her home. I've never experienced such joy. She was once so reluctant to hold my hand. Now she grips it tightly as if it is the only thing that matters in the world. Me. I can't believe it.
Zayde! A group of Ashanians call for me. I smile at them, turning to my future bride. Some of my friends are calling me. Do you think you can walk yourself home without getting into trouble? I tease.
You're joking. It's Ashana.
She pushes me, giggling.
You've taught me how to take care of myself.
She's finally confident in her abilities. It's about time.
We're not arrogant at all, are we?
I can't resist. I swoop down for one more kiss. Go then. I'll probably be home by the time you fall asleep.
Never mind. I'll wait.
She lets go of my hand slowly, turning the corner. I fiddle with the phoenix amulet she gave me, which is looped around my neck. In the garden, I tried to explain to her how much it meant to me, but words cannot express my gratitude. Bennua gives from her heart, with all she has. I will do the same. Whatever she asks for, she will receive from me. My wife.
What is it, Ishtar?
I ask, clapping a friend on the back.
There are rumors going about the city, my lord. He grins mischievously. What were you and the princess doing last night, if I may ask?
Nothing you need be concerned about, I laugh.
All you need to know is that it was a very happy night,
Ulam says, prodding me with his elbow. I tackle him and the two of us wrestle, which isn't much of a fight. I have him in a headlock in seconds.
Ah!
Ulam says when I let him go.
You're the best fighter Saran has, your majesty. Can't seem to beat you at anything.
I can't let you get away with anything either, I say jokingly. The men push and punch each other, as young boys are bound to do. I wonder what they'll say when I announce I'm marrying. A desperate cry for help rises up over the ruins of Ashana. The screams continue, begging for someone, anyone, to come stop what is to take place. I start running before the other men can realize what's going on. I pull the sword that Mirka gave me out of its scabbard, ready to attack, eager to defend my city against whoever dares. It's Mirka. His eye is bleeding, mouth twisted in rage. The princess cowers against the ground, a hand held up in front of her face as she bleeds from several cuts and bruises. Mirka's sword is raised above her neck. You would believe, in a situation like this, that there would be a decision to make. Yet there isn't one. Mirka has failed me. I can no longer trust him if he takes innocent lives. I cannot condone that. And nothing is a greater mistake for him to make than attempting to kill Bennua. I feel no sense of love for Mirka as I run toward him, screaming. There is nothing within me but rage. With a singular stroke, I do the kindest, quickest thing and cut his head from his neck. The sword he gave me is still in my hands. I repress the urge to vomit and toss it by Mirka's corpse, dropping to the ground and crawling to the princess. I grab her and clench her to me, heart beating wildly. Even in Ashana, Bennua somehow manages to nearly get herself killed. Mirka's body is a little ways away from us. My true father, and I killed him. My fault. Don't think about it. Bennua, I say, because I need to say something, otherwise I'll lose my mind. I heard you scream. What happened? She's crying. Please, princess, don't cry now. I can't handle it.
Mirka came up behind me and attacked me. He said something about me taking you away from him. He was hitting me, and then he tried to kill me.
Tashana. She saw Mirka getting envious of Bennua and I, but I chose to ignore her. What a fool I was. I saw that. He's been jealous for a while now. I haven't been spending as much time with him as I used to, because of our sessions, but I never thought it would come to this. Last night must have been the last straw. I get to my feet because I can't look at Mirka's headless body, a result of my actions. I pick Bennua up, holding her tightly to my chest. I never should have left you. Come on. I run with her back to the tower because I'm afraid of the chaos that will erupt once Mirka's body is found. I pass Ishtar, who appears horrified. I nod to him as a signal to take care of the body. He bows quickly, obeying the silent command. I place Bennua upon a cushion and lock the door. I want to keep everyone else out. Everyone out. I must be alone. Bennua's staring at me like I should do something. I make tea to calm the two of us, and my hands shake. I struggle not to spill the water and the leaves on the rug.
It would have been better for you if you had left me to marry Kasim.
Her voice is wavering, distant. No, this cannot happen. I'm not losing her, not after all the work I've done to save her from both herself and her family. What happened wasn't your fault. I shove a cup into her hands. She needs to drink, be well. If she's not, I'll unravel into pieces. Mirka let his emotions get the best of him. You never saw this coming.
If I wasn't with you, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Mirka is dead because of me.
Don't say that, Bennua. Don't you ever say that again. I'm being too hard on her. But doesn't she see I can't stand it? I hate when she does this, blames herself. Might as well be blaming me at the same time she's doing it. She takes a sip.
I should say it, if it is true.
Well, it isn't, so don't.
No, Zayde.
She slams the tea down, and it spills onto the table.
I've done everything I possibly can to make you happy. I've worked hard at my sessions, gone with you on all your raids. For Al-Sham's sake, I'm the best thief you've got. And I still managed to ruin everything for you.
There she goes again. She always does everything for everyone else. When will she finally find her own path instead of following the ones others set for her? This is all I wanted for her from the beginning. You're not a good thief because you want to be one. You've become a good thief because I want you to be one, I shout.
Exactly. Everything I do is for you.
She stands, hands balled into fists as she stands defiantly, exactly like the royal she is. You can't keep doing this. You have to live life for you. You have to follow your own dreams, not mine or anyone else's. I have to convince her of this. Now is the time, and if not now, it will never happen.
You haven't protested me being a thief until now.
She crosses her arms. Guilty, I look away. Because I wanted you to live with me. I'd hoped you'd come to love the life I lead. And I do, but it's not who you are. You're a princess. It's who you've always been. If I ask you to change, I'm no better than your parents or Kasim. I'm just making a path for you that you don't want, but that you'll follow because you love me. By all shams, we're fighting again. The constant arguing between us wears on me. Will either of us ever learn to give in?
If I want to be a thief and keep living with you, I should be able to do it.
But do you really want to? Is that what you really want? I shouldn't have to ask this question, because it's obvious she's confused and doesn't know what she wants.
What do you want?
She screams so loudly I take a step back, away from her rage.
When I first got here, I wanted to go back home, but you wouldn't let me leave. Now, when I want to stay here with you, you want me to go? What, are you satisfied because you got what you wanted last night? Is that the kind of man you are? Do you get what you want and then cast women away?
Is that what she thinks this is? How can she? Doesn't she know the love I feel for her?
Bennua, no, I would never do that to you. Then why are you asking me to leave? Why? I'm not. I just want to make sure that this is what you want.
I never want her to leave. But if it makes her happy, I cannot hold her back.
I don't know what I want. All I know is that I want you. But it doesn't matter. Something is always going to stop me from going after what I desire.
She heads for the door. Bennua, don't go out there! I reach for her arms as she pulls the door open. What awaits us can only be described as a nightmare from hell. Ashana is being attacked. Soldiers from Kasim's army are rampaging through the city, cutting my people to the ground. They shoot men with bows before turning to chase the women and children. I react on instinct, grabbing a sword. Stay here. I'm going to help. Don't go anywhere. I bark at her, praying to Al-Shams she'll listen to me. I make my way into the city square, where most of my people are gathered. I begin battling ferociously, slaying as many men as I can within my reach. Toshana's dueling multiple soldiers at once, her back to mine as we defend one another. Mirka is not here to aid us in our plight. I suppress a cry of grief. As the soldiers close in, I realize our attempts to defend Ashana are futile. We're hopelessly outnumbered and outmatched. Qasim's soldiers are the best in Saran. We don't stand a chance. Things only worsen when I see Bennua riding upon her stallion, using her sword to cut down soldiers who attempt to kill her. She doesn't even have the strength to use the offensive maneuvers I taught her, preferring to wound the soldiers rather than kill them. That won't help us. She'll only get herself killed. "Bennua, what are you doing?" I scream. "I won't let you die alone!" She swings her sword again, raising it high in the air. "Halt!" A voice resonates through Ashana before I have time to protest the princess. The fighting stops. A wave of hatred rises up within me as I stare at the monster who killed my mother. Prince Qasim. "This is a surprise. Here my army and I go, galloping halfway around Saran looking for you. We find you here, not a grateful captive rejoicing with her saviors at being rescued, but a brainwashed fool fighting with her kidnappers." Qasim stares at the princess with a mixture of patronization and desire. He's going to take her back. No, I won't let him take her, not ever. I stride forward to challenge him, but Toshana grabs my arms. "Not yet," she hisses. "You haven't changed a bit, have you, Qasim?" Bennua asks. She lifts her sword higher. I hope she actually plans to use it. "Don't spare him, Bennua," I think. "Don't hesitate to strike." "You've learned to fight, too. I'm very impressed. Anything else you've done all this time?" Qasim grins coyly at her. "I have entertained sultans and lords alike with my dancing, while my servants steal their wealth right under their noses. I run this city completely. It is mine," she proclaims. She's lying to protect me. This is wrong. I should be protecting her. Toshana's grip tightens on my arm. "And where is the Raider Prince in all of this?" Qasim asks. "The Raider Prince is dead. I killed him and took over his city after he taught me what he knew." "Bennua," I go to interrupt, to break the illusion so Qasim won't take her. Toshana silences me, putting a hand over my mouth. Qasim laughs. "Oh, I see. So what are you, the Raider Princess?" "That I am. I am the Raider Princess." At the sound of her taking my name as her own, I feel an intense surge of affection for my princess. "And I know in my heart that I have more self-worth as a princess of thieves than I would if I had become your bride," she continues. She stares defiantly at Qasim, not letting up the ruse. "So, you won't come back with me then?" Qasim asks. "Never. I'll die first." "Good girl," I think, proud of her. "You fight him." "Wonderful. That means instead of waiting, I can take your country by force." "You'll have to kill me if you want to take this city," Bennua says. "Not Ashana. There is nothing I can gain from this pathetic little trash heap. Hayama is what I want." "Oh, yes, Princess Bennua. You know the law. Because you have refused my proposal, it gives me full right to attack and take the palace. A refusal of marriage from a woman after a promise has been made by her father for her hand is considered an act of war. I had thought I would have to take more desperate measures to make you refuse our marriage, but it seems the Raider Prince did that for me." The world drops out from under my feet. Qasim knew. He knew I wouldn't be able to resist the call of a defenseless girl in trouble. I played right into his hands. "You leave Hayama out of this," Bennua says, but her voice is scared. "It's too late. Your father's country is mine. Soldiers, fall back. Leave this pitiful town behind us. Tonight we make for Hayama."
Kasim turns his horse around, his army charging back into the desert. I break away from Toshana and run toward Bennua, who is grasping onto her stallion's neck.
"Bennua, what were you thinking? You could have gotten killed. Kasim won't hesitate to cut you open."
I'm infuriated with her. How could she put herself in danger like that? I can't say much, really. After all, I'm the one who taught her how to fight.
"How is everyone?"
she whispers.
"The city is devastated,"
Toshana subs in.
"Half of our people are dead or injured. We couldn't hold them for much longer. What saved us was you charging in there to stop the fight." "They're going to take Hayama. Kasim's going to storm my home. He's going to kill my father."
Her voice is panicked, eyes swimming with the ghosts of Kasim's threats.
"Bennua, slow down. Don't go anywhere. We have to try and get Ashana back on its feet. We can't leave it like this."
I'm begging her to stay, giving her excuses not to go. But I already know what she's going to do.
"You can't, but I can. I have to warn my father."
She takes up Amar's reins.
"If I get there in time, Hayama might stand a chance."
"Bennua, you can't go."
"If she leaves, she'll die."
"I must."
"Bennua, please."
As it is the only thing I can do, I grab her hand.
"Stay with me."
Bennua rips her hand away from mine, her hair trailing in front of her face as she looks away.
"Zayde, I can't."
She spins Amar around and gallops off. With that stallion's speed, I'll never be able to catch her. Unable to help myself, a wail of anger and pain rises from my breast. I crumple to my knees, my face in my hands.
"I must go after her,"
Toshana says, throwing her hood over her face as she calls for her mare.
"Zayde, do what you will, but I know you love this girl. We cannot abandon her now."
As Toshana rides her horse into the distance, I grit my teeth, tears flying from my eyes as I jerk my head to the side. No, we cannot abandon her. I shakily get to my feet. My people are gathered around me in a loose, disorganized circle. From what I can see, the casualties are minimal. We have enough men to give chase, if they will follow me.
"People of Ashana, Princess Bennua has saved our very lives and this city. We owe her a debt," I say loudly. "We must ride after her with reinforcements to save Hayama. She carries my heart, and so I will go. Who is with me?"
I am not the only one who has fallen in love with her. The whole city of Ashana longs to help. Half of the men volunteer to go with me, while the rest stay behind to repair the city and bury the dead. Before night falls, we're going after her. I'm glad to have my soldiers with me. Riding with a company will slow me down, but Hayama needs the reinforcements. My army, though small, seems tireless. We ride day and night to catch up to the princess, stopping only when absolutely necessary. At night, I shiver alone in my tent, cold and lonely. I have never admitted to myself that I have been lonely before, but now that Bennua's gone, my longing for someone to sleep by my side is ridiculously prominent, staring me in the face like my own reflection. Being without her seems wrong in every which way. When we finally reach Hayama, I can plainly see that Kasim's army is winning. Despite the valiant effort put up by Hanif's soldiers, they cannot stand up to Kasimar's forces. But Kasim has not met the fury of a prince who has had his true love taken away from him. Ali eagerly leaps into battle as we hit the city gates of Hayama, and I begin felling men one by one in a hurried search for the princess. Is she still fighting, or is she already dead? By all Shams, I would lose my mind if I found her dead. I'm not a religious man, but I pray intensely in the throes of battle, figuring now is the best time to plead to the Phoenix God for help.
Please, let her be alive.
Kasim's tired forces give way under the pressure of the Ashanians. We clear the city streets within a few hours, but I know the warlord must be inside the palace. Leaving my soldiers behind, I sneak over the palace walls, which are completely quiet. Kasim's already here,
and he's killed almost everyone that's gotten in his path. I pass Bennua's brother Bashir, cold on the floor. Kasim's here somewhere. But where? The clashing of swords rings throughout the palace halls. I sprint toward the sound, tearing the door open with all my strength. Bennua and Kasim are face to face, dueling fiercely. A fresh cut streams from the prince's cheek, and he moves in to kill her, a vicious snarl on his face. I scream in rage as I run toward the warrior, aiming at his heart. Kasim parries the blow away and begins matching me blade for blade, the two of us dancing around the room. Enraged at my appearance, he batters his sword at me, losing all control. I can take advantage of that. I feint to the side, going for his neck, but he spins out of the way and parries my blow so strongly that it shakes my arm. I try other moves, but despite everything I can think of, Kasim can keep up. Bennua's trying to sneak in, breaking my concentration. "Bennua, no! Stay out of this!" I see Kasim coming out of the corner of my eye. I try to duck out of the way, but I feel a sharp pain ripple across my middle, splitting skin and muscle. I hiss in agony, dropping my sword and falling to the ground. My hand touches the wound through my shirt. He's split open my middle. I cannot fight with a wound like this. I do not even believe I will survive. Kasim has bested me once more. Bennua wails as she crawls to me, her hands graciously lifting the fabric of my shirt away from the wound. The cut sprays blood onto the floor, and I feel myself growing weak. She attempts to hold my life in with a wadded-up piece of cloth. Me? All I can see, feel, is redness and the burning of the cut against the open air. Beside us, Kasim laughs. "You two have been an annoyance to me for far too long. The Raider Prince and his whore princess. It's time for this to be done," Kasim says. I have to save her. "Bennua," I say, and I try to get up. I fall against the ground at the attempt. I cannot. It's over. I do not want Bennua to die, but there is no hope. At least the two of us will go together. Then, the princess does something remarkable. She reaches into Kasim's bag and brings out his venomous cobra, which twirls around her arm. "What are you doing?" Kasim asks, then laughs. "You must be joking. You're using my own snake against me? You think something I raised from an egg would turn on its master?" Bennua comes closer. "Yes, because she doesn't want to be kept prisoner any more than I do." "It's pathetic what people will do when they're desperate. You're a failure, Bennua. Even your father knew that before he died. And you'll die by your biggest mistake." Kasim lunges forward to snatch the cobra out of her hands, but the snake sinks her fangs into his hand. Kasim screams and collapses. Bennua throws the cobra out the window, rushing back to my side. Kasim gasps a couple of times before he goes still, finally gone from the world. My mother's killer is dead. Bennua's safe. "I'm going to find a healer. Don't move." Bennua goes to run, but I use the remaining strength I have to hold her back. "No, stay." I don't want her to go. If I'm to leave this world, I want her here with me. "If I stay here, then you'll die," she says, weeping. "I'd rather die and know that you love me than live a century without ever being sure," I say. "Tell me, do you love me?" She nods frantically. Yes, Saeed, I do love you." "Then don't leave me. Please." "I won't." The blood continues to pour out of my body as Bennua cries for help. Me? I'm floating, free upon her lap. She told me she loved me. I'm sure now I can go in peace. As I'm fading into darkness, Toshana falls to my side. She and Bennua talk quietly as she stitches me up, closing my wound. "I see Kasim will no longer be of trouble to you." "Good riddance," I gasp. Toshana pours something onto the cut, which stings even more than the blade did. I do my best to not scream as the liquid ripples over the wound. Bennua talks to me softly, and I hang on to her voice to keep from falling away. She is an amazing woman, one who has saved my life and killed someone whom I could not. All my life, I will follow her anywhere. My promise is this. I wanted her to be mine, but far more than that, I am hers. I wake up with the sudden and sickening realization that I just cut off Mahir's head. I sit up, groaning. My stomach's churning. I feel awful. I check my phone. There are no calls or texts from Mahir. I'm pretty sure if he had a dream that I cut off his head, I'd hear about it. There's nothing from Tamara as well, so she must have not dreamed anything either. Before yesterday, I would just tell myself that they were only dreams and get on with it. But they aren't just dreams anymore. They're memories. They actually happened. I killed Mahir and many other men on a quest to save the princess, a princess who, ultimately, saved me with the help of a cobra. Doubt Qasim is going to fall for that one again. Shadi and Jamila Hara said we had to kill him. I don't know how. I can't even stomach killing a man in my nightmares. How am I supposed to do it in real life? One thing's for sure. The old me would have had no hesitation to murder Qasim. He was a killer who let even fewer things get to him than I do. That's saying something. My phone goes off. It's a text from Bashira. "Worst dream yet," it says. "You too?" "Yeah," I text back. Kind of freaky. The air is sucked from my lungs with her reply. "You told me you loved me." I decide to lay my feelings on the line. Still true. My stomach does flip-flops while it waits for her reply. "I'm sorry. It felt like I loved you too. I wish I could remember." "Don't worry about it, Princess. Things will work out." Her response comes quickly this time. "Okay, I trust you." She must be even more messed up than I am right now. I feel bad for her. I can shoulder stuff pretty easily, but I know she doesn't. I go to my first couple classes and, for the first time in my life, try to pay attention. I want something to draw my mind away from everything I dreamt last night. I can't stop seeing the blood on my blade, the men that I killed. After my third class, I give up. It's no use. The only person who can distract me from these nightmares is the woman they center around. Professor Shadi gives me a meaningful look when I walk into class a half hour before we start.
"Zayde, you're here early,"
he says. I'm looking for Bashira. Is she here? I ask.
"Hi, Zayde."
A quiet voice behind me causes me to turn around. Bashira's got dark circles under her eyes, and she looks tired. Really tired. I take a seat beside her. Are you okay?
"I'll be fine,"
she says, though I can tell she's not.
"That was some dream, huh?"
"I must get ready for our lecture,"
Professor Shadi says, straightening his papers.
"The two of you, please, stay after class. There's something we need to discuss."
He must already have a lead on the next piece. He leaves, most likely to give me and Bashira a bit of privacy. I move closer to her and lean on the table.
"It's kind of messed up, killing someone you've seen almost every day of your life,"
Bashira says quietly.
"I keep beating myself up about it, trying to figure out why I didn't realize that I once killed Qasim."
Don't go there, I say. She's really still. I can tell she's anxious. With nothing else to do, I say, "Oh, just come here." I reach out my arm and pull her close. She doesn't hesitate, but leans into me, putting her hands on my chest. Her body melds into mine, like there aren't two of us, just one. It feels like the most natural thing in the world. Before, I was afraid to even ask her out because of how little I have to offer her. But if I'm really the Raider Prince and she's Queen Bennua, I guess it doesn't matter, because something like that isn't going to be enough to keep us apart. It wasn't last time, apparently.
Zayde?
Huh? My heart's beating rapidly. I know she can hear it.
I know I said I didn't like you before, but I was scared. What Professor Shoddy said freaked me out, and I wasn't ready for it.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think I do like you, she says. I hated the idea of us being together because we had to be, but after that dream last night and watching you fight for me, I realized how much you care.
She nestles her head underneath mine.
I figured I shouldn't throw something that special away.
I don't want us to be together if you think it's destiny or fate, I say. I want you to be with me because you want to.
You love me,
she says. My heart beats faster.
You told me so.
I put my other arm around her and hold her tightly. Yeah, I love you. Loved you. Love you now, I guess. Never was able to stop.
I want to love you, Zayde. I do. It's just...
She shrugs. Let's just take it one step at a time, I say. I'm not going to pressure you into doing anything you don't want to. Let's just date. Give us a try.
Okay.
She cuddles closer to my chest.
Besides, I really like this. It feels right.
It feels way more than right. I hold her until people begin to filter into the classroom and she pulls away. I guess I have a girlfriend now, I think. I can't wipe the stupid grin off my face. Tamara's going to throw a party. Wait till I tell her. Professor Shoddy's lecture is boring as usual, but I listen this time around, now that I know for certain that the Raider Prince actually existed and that I am actually him. I figure I should try to focus. Professor Shoddy doesn't go into heavy details, more or less recaps everything about Queen Bennua's battle with Akshalad. I'd personally like him to go more in depth, seeing as how I can't remember a damn thing about what I did that day thousands of years ago. Although, I'm pretty sure Bashira knows absolutely everything about Queen Bennua already. She's furiously taking notes. I find my attention wandering as I sneak glances at her, watching her hair fall beside her face as she's bent over her notebook, seemingly entranced by the lecture. I believe she'd hop on the back of a giant snake to kill a bird the size of a mountain. She seems brave enough to do it. The stories of me following her to help kill the devil have got to be true, too. I know I'm definitely going crazy enough to chase after her when she gets into trouble, no matter how dangerous it is.
Next week there is a paper due. 3 pages maximum, specifically detailing Queen Bennua's triumph at the Battle of Okshul.
Professor Shoddy tosses down his whiteboard marker and mutters under his breath,
Let's see how many of you feeble-minded morons will get it right. Class is dismissed.
The freshmen filter out of the classroom as quickly as possible. When everyone's gone, Bashira and I huddle around Professor Shoddy's desk, awaiting instruction.
Jamila Hera has found something, he says. We believe it may lead to the next sword piece.
Great, I say. Where is it?
It's not much of a where as it is a who, Professor Shoddy says. It appears the magic Queen Amira put upon the sword pieces works in a relatively simple fashion. When one piece is recovered, another will appear, with a different guardian to protect it.
Don't tell me we have to fight another big bug,
Bashira moans.
No bugs this time, I promise, Professor Shoddy says. You won't even have to fight, at least not with swords. I would suggest you let Bashira talk on this one, Zayde.
What's that supposed to mean? I ask angrily.
I'm only saying you're skilled with your hands, but when it comes to up here,
Professor Shoddy taps his head.
You're not up to par with the rest of us.
He's plenty intelligent and clever. You leave him alone,
Bashira says defensively.
He's just smart in other ways is all.
I know that, Bashira. Don't get so riled. I was joking, Professor Shoddy says. Now come along. We have much to do to begin your quest.
Sure, I can understand those big words, I grumble, following reluctantly.
By all shams, the two of you are so sensitive, Professor Shoddy says. Don't be so overdramatic.
Oh, we're overdramatic? I say, outraged. Take a look in the mirror.
Hush.
Professor Shoddy leads us outside, in the direction of the hall. He stops at the entrance of the campus planetarium, where the astronomy majors usually hang out. At this time of day, there are no classes and it's completely empty. The door is usually locked, but when I press on it, I find it opens easily. I open it for Bashira and Professor Shoddy, but the history teacher is standing as far away from the entrance as possible.
Have fun, you two, he says, waving with a cheesy grin. I'll be out here.
You're sending us in there alone? Bashira squeaks. What if we need your magic?
Look, there's no way I'm going in there. That'll just make him angry, Professor Shoddy says, shaking his head. His kind hates djinn. If he so much gets a whiff of me, he'll refuse to help you. I believe he didn't talk to Amira for 3 years after she made the mistake of bringing Mila along during a visit. He was quite the contribution to the War of the Ancients, but as far as public relations go between him and us, Professor Shoddy shivers. Not quite so good.
Can you at least tell me what he is? I ask.
Nope, not my job.
Professor Shoddy begins backing away from the door.
Like I said, have fun, and come out screaming if something goes wrong.
Great plan, I say, rolling my eyes. Come on, Bashira. I'll protect you.
How do you know it's not going to be me protecting you?
She says, walking underneath my arm as I prop the door open. We'll watch each other's backs, all right? The planetarium hallway's completely dark. I use my hands to skim the walls for a light, but there isn't one. This is the one part of campus I'm not familiar with. I never had any astronomy classes.
Here.
Bashira turns on the flashlight on her phone. We follow her tiny light to the main entrance of the planetarium. Inside, the ceiling is lit with a map of millions of stars, planets, and constellations that emit a strange, eerie glow. Bashira turns off her phone. We look up, impressed with the intricacy of the map above. Kinda cool, isn't it? I say, gesturing to the stars.
Yeah,
she says, breathless.
I really like it.
The stars reflect off her eyes and create a thin blue light that bounces her skin. I can't help myself. She's too cute. I have to kiss her. She accepts the kiss in surprise, pulling away with a pleasant expression.
What was that for?
You just look so beautiful under these lights, I say. I couldn't resist.
Oh, you're so sweet.
She smiles back and then kisses me on the cheek. She moves my bangs backwards carefully, her gaze connecting with mine.
You're quite handsome, you know.
Nah, I'm not.
Yes, you are,
she says. She pokes me in the stomach, giggling. You don't want to get into that with me, I say, and I begin tickling her sides. She bends over, yelping, but I don't stop, continuing to torment her belly as she laughs hysterically.
Cut it out, she squeals. It's not fair.
Nope, you started this. I pick her up and spin her around the room, her legs flying out in front of her as the planetarium turns into thousands of tiny dots whirling around us. I finally put her down, dizzy. She's the only thing in the room not spinning.
Come on, Zayde. This is serious,
she says, though she's still laughing. Professor Shoddy said we had to save the world. He never said we can't have fun.
Saving the world isn't supposed to be fun.
Who says? I do. Oh, so I suppose that makes all the difference then.
It should.
Something moves in the darkness of the planetarium. It shifts from one side of the room to the other, the soft clip-clopping of hooves humming throughout the room. Have either of you changed? The voice within the planetarium is deep and commanding. Definitely male. Bashira takes a step toward me as a beast emerges out of the darkness and into the light. The top of him is a bare-chested man with a black beard that hangs past his shoulders and skin as dark as his eyes. The rest of him is attached to the body of what I suppose must be a horse, but looks a little different. He has 4 legs and hooves, with a coat that blends into the darkness of the room. His tail, though, has a dark exoskeleton with 2 sharp pinchers at the end, much like the claw of the sandwalker. He doesn't look like he's afraid to use it, though he doesn't seem like he'd be the first to attack. The creature is some sort of centaur. He appears pretty intelligent. I have a feeling that he's definitely smarter than Bashira and I. What kind of situation did Professor Shoddy throw us into? "What are you?" I ask, before I can stop myself. The creature circles around us, straightening the turban on his head proudly as he takes slow, deliberate steps around the room. "Is my name Munsera? Am I a Hiabani?" "I don't know. You tell me," I say. "What do you know about me? What do you remember?" The Hiabani puts his hands behind his back, stomping one of his hooves. "I remember nothing. I don't know you." "The prince does not know me? How could he not?" The Hiabani tilts his head, though he doesn't appear amused. The movement is rigid, cold. "Please, we just need to get the other piece of the sword," I say. "We heard you have it." "Do I? Do you think I do?" This is getting old. "Look, just tell us where the piece is so we can go. I don't want to fight you." "Zayde, he won't answer us like that," Bashira whispers. "We have to speak to him in questions." My eyes flicker to the Hiabani. He doesn't respond, but he appears to agree with her. "Are you sure this'll work?" I ask. "It's worth a try." Bashira takes a step closer to the Hiabani. I stand close, to jump in if he dares to attack. "Did you know Queen Amira?" "Did you know her? Munsera may have. Was it long ago?" The Hiabani strokes his beard. 2,000 years, at least," Bashira says. "Do you have a piece of the sword?" "Are you looking for the swords?" "We might be. Do you want to keep it?" "Do you want it more?" This is getting confusing. I can't take all these questions. It's hard keeping up. I wish he'd just attack so I could do something I'm good at and fight him for the piece. But violence isn't the answer here. You can't force people to give you what you want. You have to meet them halfway. "We need the piece," Bashira says. "We won't be able to stop Kasim and Ruka if we don't have it. Do you know what they will do if we don't stop them?" The Hiabani pauses. The pinchers on his tail snap twice. "Does Munsera remember what Kasim did to his beloved Amuksilamun?" He shakes his head sadly. "Does Munsera recall how Kasim's forces pushed his people out of their homes? Does he know of the terror both will bring upon the world if they are left unpunished?" "Then will you help us?" Bashira asks. "Will you tell us where the next piece is?" The Hiabani gazes upward. He spreads his hand across the ceiling, pointing to the stars above. "Does my kind value wisdom, knowledge? Have we spent our lives studying the skies above, searching for answers within the constellations to the questions of our lives? Do we value peace?" He nods grimly. "May I ask you a riddle? A trade the answer for the peace?" "Will you ask it now?" Bashira says. She glances at me. Most likely this is going to be difficult. I can't imagine what kind of puzzle he'll ask us to decipher. The Hiabani leaps upon all 4 of his hooves, smacking them sharply against the marble floor. "If you ask for it, will it be? Is my riddle this? What stings sharper than a blade of a knife? What twists delightfully yet painfully at once? What causes you to go blind and yet to see? What makes you lose all knowledge and yet gain the knowledge of all the world?" Bashira repeats the riddle slowly. She looks stumped. I'm unsure of this one. I was never very good at riddles." "Neither am I." I search my brain, but find it frustratingly empty. There are too many variables.
What about war? Is that the answer?
Bashira asks. The Hiabani doesn't answer. Apparently not. What happens if we don't answer the riddle? I ask. Will you go home empty-handed? He responds solemnly. Great. I sit on the floor. You might want to take a seat, Bashira, I say. We're going to be here a while. Bashira circles the room a few times before she sits by me, leaning her head backwards to look at the stars. We guess a few more times. Family, enemies, fate, yet none of our answers are correct. I'm patient, but I know that Bashira is getting frustrated. Should the answer be easy to you? The Hiabani says. Should you know? Slowly, seemingly with tremendous effort, he kneels upon the floor. He takes a deep breath as he struggles to lie down. He notices Bashira and I watching his struggle, and he chuckles. Does my kind struggle to lay upon the earth? May we do it for very long? He sighs. And am I very old? He once again gazes upward. He appears transfixed by the planetarium. Are the stars not Al-Sham's most glorious creation? Is the world not a mote of dust floating upon a fragment of air? He leans backwards on his arm, while the rest of him splays out onto the ground. Is there a legend among my kind of two Hiabani who loved each other more than earth, more than sand or sky? Did they promise to follow each other until the end of time? Were they separated by family and by lineage? Did Al-Shams make their love so immortal that they galloped throughout the stars for all of time? He points to a cluster of stars in the far corner of the planetarium. His finger makes a loop until I can see the outline of two Hiabani cantering side by side. Can you humans match the artistry of Al-Shams? Is it a poor attempt? But does it not still serve its purpose? Munsara asks. Do you see the constellations, telling the story of two lovers who shall be forever intertwined in the universe? The dunes of Saran and the hearts of all men know the name of Al-Shams, but all Hiabani know the names of Narith and Samra, do they not? Are they dedicated to be together forever? What stings sharper than a blade or a knife, twists delightfully and painfully, causes you to go blind and to see, makes you lose all knowledge, yet gain the knowledge of the world? It hits me. Love, I say. The answer is love, isn't it? Is it? Munsara groans, getting to his feet. He begins unraveling his turban slowly until we can see a thin, glimmering piece of metal sticking out from the wrappings. He reaches up and pulls the strip of metal out of his turban, wrapping it within a strip of cloth. Is it not sharp? Must you not be careful? Munsara delicately hands the piece of the blade to Bashira. She bows her head to him, and for a moment I'm struck by how regal she looks. Do I thank you, Munsara? She smiles at him, and the Hiabani grins back. Do I appreciate this gift? Munsara turns and walks away, his clawed tail slowly weaving back and forth behind him. Must you not be careful, Queen Bennua? Take care, for did I not love your daughter? He's vanished before the two of us can answer him. Not that I mind. It was getting way too difficult to keep speaking in questions. Bashira pockets the piece, then jumps on me happily with a yell, giving me a tight hug. You did it, Zayde! You figured it out! Yeah, I did, didn't I? I say triumphantly. And Professor Shoddy thought I was too dumb to even speak to him. I believed in you all along, she says, grabbing my hand.
Let's go tell Professor Shadi we're one step closer to putting the swords together.
Bashira wrenches me along as she practically skips out the door. The harsh light from the sun blinds my vision, and I throw a hand in front of my face so my eyes can adjust.
How did it go?
Professor Shadi screams inches from me, his nose crushing mine.
Ah!
I scream, leaping back a few feet.
What did you do that for? What do you mean? I've been right here this whole time, he says, pointing to the spot where he's standing. It's not my fault you're completely oblivious.
Professor, we got it,
Bashira says, pulling out the piece and showing it to him.
He asked us a riddle, and Zayde figured it out. He gave it to us.
Zayde did? That's certainly a surprise,
Professor Shadi says, eyebrows raising.
Piss off, I grumble. That's actually a compliment. Munsera's riddles are the most difficult in Saran, Professor Shadi says. His questions often take years for men to answer.
Which questions? The riddle itself, or all the ones he asked? I say sarcastically.
That's how the Hiabani speak. They're all like that.
Shadi looks closer at the piece.
I knew he wasn't going to give it to you. He's never that easy.
He seemed friendly. Why didn't he give it to us?
Bashira asks.
He wanted to make sure you were the people he remembered. It's apparent you did not disappoint him.
How can you be sure? I ask.
Because he would have never given you the piece?
Professor Shadi folds up the cloth over the sword fragment.
Jamila Hera and I told him who you were ourselves, but he thinks all djinn are liars.
In my opinion, we should have just fought him for it. Doesn't take as long, I say.
If that were true, you would have tried to hurt him,
Bashira says.
And you didn't.
Amira knew her father. She suspected Zayde would run into the situation with a sword waving in the air, but would prefer to talk first. You're not a complete barbarian, Professor Shadi says, glancing at me. Kasim and Ruka would not have had the patience to decipher Munsera's riddles. He would have fought to the death to keep the piece from them if they had tried to take it by force. That is why she gave the next piece to him.
He said something about Kasim hurting his people? How? I ask.
I thought he would bring that up. He's never let it go.
Professor Shadi pockets the thin piece of metal on the inside of his coat, buttoning his jacket.
What do you mean?
Bashira asks.
After the djinn were banished by Al-Shams to the edges of Saran, the Hiabani went into hiding. Most of the magical community did, Professor Shadi says. Although humans lived shorter lives than us, they reproduced faster, and we were soon outnumbered. When Kasim began his tirade on Saran, his warpath forced Munsera's community to flee to avoid being discovered. Kasim's army pressed the Hiabani into the ocean. They had no choice. There was nowhere else to hide. Many Munsera knew, including his mate Amuxilamun, ran into the sea and drowned.
That's horrible,
Bashira whispers.
Kasim killed many in his time, which is why we are doing everything we can to prevent him from doing so again.
Professor Shadi looks to the both of us.
I will add this piece to the other. We're keeping them in Jamila Hera's lamp for safety. At the current moment, we are unsure of where the next piece is, so we have nothing for you two to do right now.
Isn't one of them still in the lake where I threw it? I ask.
Yes, but we don't know how Kasim obtained it in the first place, which is troublesome, nor what's undoubtedly in the lake protecting it now, Professor Shadi says crossly. Hold your wishes, won't you?
I throw my hands in the air. Done. I'm going to dinner. I glance at Bashira. You coming?
Of course. I'm starved,
she says eagerly.
Dinner,
Professor Shadi strokes his beard.
Dinner does sound wonderful. I suppose I could join you for a little...
A cloud of smoke explodes next to the professor. Jamila Hera appears, grabbing Professor Shadi's arm.
You can eat later, she says. We've got work to do.
Work, work, work. Is that all you think about?
Professor Shadi moans.
I'm hungry.
I'm not concerned about your needs, Shadi, Jamila Hera says. Al-Shams knows you have far too many.
She waves her hand, and the two djinn disappear.
They really don't get along, do they?
Bashira asks. Bit of an understatement. I put my arm around her shoulder. Come on, let's eat. There are tons of people in the hall at this time of day. Good luck finding a table. When people notice that local tramp Zayde Mirmoez has got his arm around the Bashira Bakari, everyone starts staring. And I mean everyone.
Zayde, everyone is looking at us,
Bashira whispers. Don't worry about it. If we've made it official, might as well let everybody know, I say, grinning at her cockily. Let me show you off, baby. She smiles. A group of girls, rich ones like the type Bashira would hang out with, are whispering to each other behind cupped hands. There's a group of broke-looking guys who slowly clap as we walk by, whistling. Some things never change. No matter how big this college gets, gossip still spreads quicker than fire. I wouldn't be surprised if we were on the front page of the school paper tomorrow. After all, here in Saran, it's basically unacceptable to date outside your class, as Bashira's parents have already made it clear. I could care less. I enjoy breaking the rules. And it looks like Bashira does too. Ruka's on the other side of the cafeteria. It's the first time I've seen him in weeks. He must be avoiding us. He slams the tray he's carrying to the floor and storms out, leaving the mess for somebody else to clean up. The loud noise the tray makes causes everyone to go quiet. I pretend not to notice his little temper tantrum, but Bashira is clearly upset. Hey, I say, bringing her closer. Don't worry about that loser. You're with me now, okay? Okay. She weaves her head from side to side, as if trying to shake herself out of his spell. It's no big deal. I'm over him. After we get our food, we scan the hall for a place to sit. Tamara waves us down, jumping into the air when we come near.
You two are together? I knew it! She cheers. It took you long enough.
We're taking it slow. I sit next to Tamara. You don't need to throw a party or anything.
It should be a cause for celebration.
Tamara places her head in her hand.
You two are meant for each other.
Bashira and I catch eyes, just for a second. That statement's truer than Tamara realizes. Neither Bashira nor I say much through dinner, because Tamara's talking non-stop, but we're consistently brushing against each other. We're in tune with each other's movements, sharing a secret smile nobody else sees. It's like when I move, she moves. We just flow together.
I can't eat anymore,
Bashira says, pushing her plate away from her.
I'm stuffed. Here, Zayde, eat it.
I'm not going to eat it. You eat it, I say.
No, Zayde, here,
she laughs, scooping up a small portion of muhalbia onto her utensil. She forces the spoon toward my mouth, but I duck out of the way mischievously. The pink pudding sloshes off her spoon and onto the table as I avoid her attempts to feed me.
Stay still,
Bashira giggles.
You two are making a mess,
Tamara laughs. A large glob of pudding slips off the spoon and splats onto my shirt. I let out a disgusted noise as I wipe off the pudding. Both girls are giggling at me. Look what you did. It's all over. I gesture to my ruined clothes.
Well, if you listened to me, there wouldn't be consequences.
Bashira waves the spoon at me.
Stop avoiding what's coming and eat it.
Fine. I do what she says and open my mouth. The pudding tastes creamy, of rose water. It's pretty good. I swallow and say, you know, if you keep feeding me, I'll eat the rest.
In your dreams,
she chuckles.
Here.
She slides the cup of pudding my way. In retaliation, I scoop a tiny portion out of the cup with my finger and dab it on her nose. She shrieks, grabbing a napkin and wiping it quickly off her face.
Zayde, that's disgusting. Be nice.
I get an idea. I take another dab of pudding and smear it onto her top lip. She sits completely still as I lean forward, pressing my lips to hers and removing the pudding with my tongue, which brushes across hers. There, I say, pulling away. Now you're all cleaned up. You can thank me later. Bashira presses 2 small fingers to her mouth as if she can't believe what just happened. I've stunned her into silence. I can't stop myself from grinning. There's more where that comes from, honey. Aw, so cute. Tamara stands up. I've got something to do tonight, so I won't be able to hang out with you guys, but I bet you two will find a way to manage without me. She winks and walks away. Bashira stands up almost as quickly as Tamara did. We should get out of here too, she says. Why? I stand and curl my arm around her waist. Don't like being the center of attention? I'm just not used to it, she responds. She's totally squirming. I've got her right where I want her, and it's completely amusing. I should go easy on the girl. She's not used to this kind of treatment after being with Ruka, who's about as romantic as a hernia. But tormenting her is the best. Just a little more. You better get used to it, I say, leaning down. I hover my lips over her hair and skim them over her ear. Because I plan on spoiling you for quite a long time. Her shoulders are quivering. I look forward to that. I bet you do. I take her hand. Let's get out of here. We go back to my dorm. I put a movie on. She leans against me on my bed, breathing softly. We don't talk, just enjoy each other's company. It's nice. I don't have to worry about keeping her entertained or wonder how to fill the silence like I would with other girls. The quiet between us is comfortable and familiar. She's merely happy to be here with me, and I'm happy to be here with her. By all Shams, all I want to do is kiss her. Her head shifts on my chest. Zayde, do you really think we can do this? Find all the pieces of the swords? I shrug. Sure. Professor Shadi and Jamila Hera have faith in us. They have faith in who we used to be, not who we are now, she says. And I was thinking, what if we aren't those people anymore? What if we're completely different? You think too much, I say, and she jumps as I playfully squeeze her side. Just let stuff happen. You're right, Zayde. I'm a worrier. She gives me a weak, anxious smile. Sorry. She is a warrior. It was something I knew the moment I met her, yet it doesn't fail to bother me. We spend the rest of the night watching stupid videos on our phones, her legs thrown across mine. Through the screen's reflection, I observe her face when she laughs. She's so captivating, and she doesn't even know it. I don't doubt for a minute that she was once Queen Bennua, but now I think she's someone even better. Me, though, I don't know if I've gotten better or not. Have I changed? There's no one I can compare myself to, as I can't remember my past life. Am I the man she deserves to have, despite the fact that I have nothing to give her? When she says goodbye at the end of the night, I decide I'll give her the only thing I have, the one thing I've always been afraid to give away. No helping it now. I'm in love with her, so I've got to give her my heart. For good. A little while after Bashira's gone, there's another knock on my door. Mahir's outside. Not good. What are you doing here? I hiss. We're not supposed to be seen together on campus. You've been ignoring my calls, Zayde, he says, stepping inside my dorm. I had no choice but to come directly to you. I don't have time. I'm working on something at the moment. I lie. It's kind of freaky seeing him in front of me, as I just cut off his head in my dreams. I have to look away. Just one more heist, he begs, and I've made sure not to involve your girlfriend's father, so you should have no qualms about doing it. What is it? I say. I'm slightly interested, but way more annoyed. I'm the boss of this operation, not him. He's crossing so many lines showing up here tonight. There's a jewelry dealer coming into town tomorrow night. Sells only diamonds. There's a small window when he arrives where the supply won't be guarded. If we hit it quickly, we could steal thousands. I should turn him down. He needs to be put in his place and be reminded who runs the show here. I don't know, Mahir. I'm busy. Zayde, your mother's getting worse. He looks to the floor. My breath catches. What? I step forward and grab him by his shirt. Why didn't you come to me immediately? She asked me not to, he says, grabbing my wrists. She's going to need the extra help, Zayde. I release my hold on him. Fine, I'll do it, but don't ask for anything else. And for Al-Sham's sake, make sure nobody sees you. I'll be in and out. Watch yourself, Zayde. Mahir slips out the door and out of my sight. I doubt he won't be noticed. It's easy for me to become invisible because I know how to be quiet, and I can slip into shadow in the blink of an eye. Mahir's practically an elephant. They'll hear him even if they don't see him. I sit on my bed. Mom's worse. I thought they had things under control. The doctors told me she still had a few months left. Is she just getting sicker, or is she actually dying this time? Either way, I can't do anything about it. I'm completely powerless to help her. The only thing I can do is take what isn't mine in order to pay for better treatment in an attempt to buy her more time. Tamara comes back and finds me throwing a bunch of clothes into my backpack.
Wow, I'm surprised this didn't happen sooner,
she says. What are you talking about? I ask, zipping up the bag.
You dropping out of college. I wondered when I'd have to talk you out of it. But if you've only got a few more months left and you're still leaving AU, there's not much I can do, she says, throwing her arms up.
I'm not dropping out, I say.
Okay, then where are you going?
I need to see my mother, I tell her. She's getting sicker.
I'm guessing that's not the only reason you're leaving?
She raises an eyebrow.
You're going on a heist, aren't you?
You really have to ask? I head toward the door. I'll be back in a few days.
What am I going to tell Bashira?
She asks, standing in the doorway. Tell her I went to visit my mom. She'll understand. Chapter 8. Professor Shoddy erupts like a volcano when I walk into his class at the end of the week.
Where have you been? He hisses, slamming a textbook shut. No phone call? No email? You simply drop off the face of the earth when mankind depends on you? I don't know why I continue to bother with you, Zayde. You did this 2,000 years ago, and you still do it now.
My mother needed me, I say shortly. That's all you need to know.
That's all I need to know?
He says, outraged.
I cannot believe you.
Be glad I'm even at this school, I shoot back at him. If it wasn't for my mother, I wouldn't be. Mom broke down in tears when I walked into the house a couple nights ago. She felt so bad that I was missing school. But Mahir didn't lie. She's getting bad. She's having trouble walking and is now on oxygen. I used the diamonds that Mahir and I stole from the jewelry dealer to pay for the rest of her bills and hired the neighbor girl to be live-in help, since Mom begged me to go back to AU. I don't want to be here. I want to be at home, caring for my mother. But some part of Mom gets better when I'm at school. It's like I give her hope by attending. If staying at AU helps her hold on a little longer, I'll sign up for another degree after I earn this one.
Regardless, class has been cancelled today, seeing as since Zayde Amirmoez doesn't bother to show up, neither does anyone else, Professor Shoddy snipes, rolling up his sleeves. Yeah, okay, like I believe that. You probably canceled for another reason and just want to make me feel guilty, I say.
Bashira is waiting for you in Jamila Hara's office, he says, ignoring my comment. I told her to wait there if some miracle happened that you turned up. It seems Al-Shams has shined his favor upon us, as you have somehow managed to grace us with your presence.
All right, that's enough, I say. You know I wouldn't leave you hanging like this unless it was important.
You've been known to disappear before, he says. Head that way. I'll go look for Mila.
He vanishes on the spot, sending papers flying off his desk. I shake my head and start toward Jamila Hara's office. When I get there, I hesitate at the door. Is Bashir going to be mad at me? I sure hope not. I didn't mean to leave her without an explanation, but I had to. Taking a deep breath, I open the door slowly. I smile when I see her. Bashira's got a pair of headphones on and is dancing around the room, moving to a beat I can't hear. Her eyes are closed, and she sings the words softly to herself as she spins in circles, bending and swaying her body. I lean against the wall and watch her, wondering when she's going to notice I'm here. When the music coming from the headphones stops, her eyes open. She notices me and screams, falling backwards against the desk in surprise. I rush forward to catch her before she tumbles over it. She removes the headphones, a red flush in her cheeks.
Zayde, you scared me. Have you been here all this time?
I've been standing here a while, I say. I didn't realize you were having a private dance party.
Oh, Jamila Hara left me here and I got bored,
she says, depositing the headphones in her bag.
I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, I'm sorry I've been gone, I say, placing my hands on her shoulders. I kind of went invisible for a minute.
It was worse than that. You didn't text or call me for 3 days, Zayde.
Her eyes narrow in concern.
What's going on?
My mom's not doing too good, I say. Damn, it even hurts to say it. I had to go. Her face falls.
That's what Tamara told me. I'm sorry, Zayde. I was hoping it was something stupid.
I know, but I should have talked to you about it, I say. I really should have. It's unfair that I go off on my own when bad stuff happens. It's the only thing I know how to do when things get tough, because I've always had to take care of me and Mom by myself. But my girlfriend, at least, deserves to be notified of what's going on. Bashira nods.
I get it. I would have done the same thing if it was my mother.
She rises on her toes to kiss my cheek.
But I did miss you.
I missed her too. I hug her tightly. Well, I'm back now. I won't disappear this time, I promise.
Professor Shadi was angrier than I was about it. He went into a rage when you didn't show up to class,
Bashira says. I noticed. I don't want to talk about this anymore. It just reminds me of Mom. To change the subject, I glance at her phone. What are you listening to?
Just the top 10,
she says. She presses play, and a girly pop tune drifts out of it.
Want to join me?
She extends a hand. No, I chuckle. I don't dance.
Nobody
doesn't dance, she says in mock outrage, hands on her hips. You don't want me to. Seriously, I'm pretty awful. I raise my hands.
Just a little bit. Show me what you can do,
she says. She's going to regret this. Reluctantly, I move my arms up and down and jerk my upper body back and forth in a circular motion, feeling rather robotic. I have no idea what I'm doing. She tries to hold a straight face, but her stern expression changes as she watches me try to dance. She can't help it. She bursts out laughing, clutching her stomach.
Pyle Shams,
she says.
You were right. Your moves are terrible.
Good thing we live in a country that looks down upon dancing, right? I say.
They probably wanted to prohibit it after they saw you.
She giggles.
You might be able to fight, but you can't dance. Not at all.
Well, there's no keeping up with you. Not that anyone could, I say.
I still like your dancing,
she says. She grabs my forearms and waves them up and down, kicking my one leg into a better position.
Move this way. It'll look better.
She grabs my hips and forces me to bend.
Just as I do it.
She demonstrates, but I'm paying way too much attention to how her hips sway back and forth than to what she's doing. She snaps her fingers and says,
Hello? Show me.
Like this? I purposely do the movement wrong, just to irritate her. She instantly grins. Pyle Shams, I love making her laugh.
No, that's not right.
She falls against me, giggling.
I suppose it's useless. I'll never be able to teach you how to dance. You just can't do it.
Oh, there's other things that my body's good at, honey, I say, winking. Don't kid yourself. Her mouth drops open just as Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara stride through the door.
What is that awful noise? Girl, turn that music off. Jamila Hara moans, putting a hand to her temple. I have an awful headache.
Here, Professor Shoddy waves his hand. A glass of water with 2 small tablets appear, floating in midair. Jamila Hara takes them, swallowing the pills quickly.
Thank you, Shoddy, she says. I do appreciate it.
He nods to her. I wonder why he just didn't heal her headache, or why she didn't heal herself, but figure that it's not the best time to ask.
What's wrong with you? Professor Shoddy barks at Bashira. You seem rather sour.
Zayde just made a very crude joke, she says, shooting me a glare.
Don't act like you didn't think it was funny, I say, and I see I've broken through. The corners of her mouth are twitching.
What else is new? Professor Shoddy asks. If either of you are interested, we found the next 2 pieces.
Where are they? I ask. And what's guarding them this time?
One of them is a shamrosh pack. We've managed to keep them contained in one of the classrooms, but you'll have to convince them to hand over the piece, Jamila Hara says. The second is a Konopeni herd. They should hand over the piece willingly, so long as you don't upset them.
I go to ask what a chamrosh or a Konopeni is, but Bashira cuts me off.
Why do all these creatures keep showing up? Why hasn't anyone seen them before? She asks.
Amira's orders were to stay hidden until the time was right for the creatures to give the piece to you, Professor Shoddy says. The friendlier ones went far away, and the ones she couldn't hide she disguised. The Sandwalker was creeping around underneath the school for some time, I suspect, until it felt the need to come to you. He claps his hands. Come now, there's no time to lose with silly explanations. Your eyes will tell you everything you need to know when you get there.
Without bothering to explain anything else, again, Professor Shoddy heads out the door, Jamila Hara behind. Neither one of them seem too keen on filling us in. Why do djinn act like humans know everything they do?
Professor Shoddy, I think there is something you need to know,
Bashira says loudly. I grab her, but she ignores me and says loudly,
The reason Zayde was away for 3 days was because he was taking care of his mother. She's very sick.
Professor Shoddy pauses, and the entire group stops.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Zayde.
I was thinking, why don't you 2 heal his mom? Bashira asks. You're djinn. Your magic can heal her, right?
My heart pounds. Could they heal my mother? Maybe there's hope. Maybe she doesn't have to die after all.
What does she have?
Jamila Hara asks. It's her brain. It's deteriorating, I say. There's nothing more the doctors can do. But can you... My words fall away as Jamila Hara shakes her head.
That is beyond our power, she says sadly. Both I, and yes, even Shoddy, have accomplished some major feats of magic, but such things leave us drained and powerless. I doubt we could do much good. We can heal small things, cuts and external injuries, but anything internally, even a headache, is beyond us. Shoddy was able to replace Queen Bennua's blood once after a vampiric djinn drained her of life, but only when Sultan Zahid offered to give his own to her. It was a transfer, not a healing. The Marid, Bashira says slowly. From my memory, during the last fight with Akshalad, she broke her leg but was unable to fix it. Exactly. We could not cure what ails your mother, Jamila Hara says. We could cure her temporarily, but the illness would return, and worse than before. The last time I tried to heal a human and save them from death, it went catastrophically.
Jamila Hara puts a hand to her mouth.
Amira forgave me, but it hurt her so.
Professor Shoddy puts a hand on her shoulder, which surprises me. It's the nicest I've ever seen him be to her.
It was not your fault, Mila. Such things happen.
What about you? Can you help? I ask Professor Shoddy, almost begging. Jamila Hara snorts.
You must not remember the extent of Shoddy's abilities.
The most I've ever done, healing-wise, is given some of Zahid's blood to Bennua when she was dying,
and that resulted in her child being born with a disability, Professor Shoddy says. Not that it ever stopped Amira, of course, but I'd prefer not to take such risks again.
You would need a djinn of much stronger magic to cure your mother, a healer djinn whose magic specializes in removing ailments. No such djinn is here at Ashana. They're quite rare, Jamila Hera says. I was stupid to get my hopes up. Not even magic can help my mother. Bashira notices the look on my face and takes my hand. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. It's fine, I say, trying not to sound disappointed. Worth a try anyhow. How many different types of djinn are there? Bashira asks.
Thousands, at least, Professor Shoddy says. There are hundreds upon hundreds of different types, and you'd go mad trying to list them all. You met 4 of them 2,000 years ago on your travels to stop Akshalad. Jamila Hera and I are nothing more than common djinn, but there are various types that have magic and traits specific to their breed.
It bothers me that you would pick a word such as common to describe me, Jamila Hera sniffs.
I'm describing both of us, Mila. Don't get so offended.
Perhaps the term more than adequately suffices to describe you, but not I.
The djinn continue leading us to wherever we're going, bickering the entire way. Bashira leans into me as we walk, as a way to comfort me and let me know she's there. I squeeze her hand tightly, trying to feel something, anything, but the hollowness filling my insides. I hope this mission distracts me, because it's killing me thinking about the inevitable fact that my mom is dying. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Here we are,
Professor Shoddy says, and he stops outside the door of a large lecture hall. He waves his hand, and the sword I used to slay the sandwalker appears on my hip, encased in a long leather sheath.
Enjoy yourselves.
That's the best advice you can give us? I raise my eyebrow.
Just handle them one at a time. They tend to get a little rambunctious in groups,
Jamila Hera says, opening the door. The room is packed with dogs. They vary in color, though most are black with pointed triangular ears and curly tails. They'd be completely normal, except they have feathery wings on their back that they use to fly around the room. There are at least 30 of them squeezed inside the lecture hall. It's a huge pack. Several of the dogs chase each other around, while a few more wrestle on the floor and tug on each other's ears. A couple of them are playing on top of the desks, pushing off whoever dares to try and take their imaginary fort. A few more are on the ceiling and are barking at each other as if they're trying to figure out how to get the others off of the desk. They're not very big, only up to my calf, but I'm sure if the dogs were to attack, we wouldn't be able to handle them all at once. They seem friendly, but are they? Let's find out. Hey there, little buddy, I say to one of them. I kneel down to his height and hold out my hand for him to sniff. The entire pack freezes when I do this, ears twisted my way, tails lashing. The chamrosh I spoke to pads up to me slowly, slinking against the ground. He seems afraid. It's okay, I say. I let him smell my hand before I scratch the underside of his chin. He licks my fingers carefully before his tail starts wagging rapidly, nothing more than a blur behind him. Friend? He asks. He doesn't wait for me to respond before jumping on his back legs and cheering, Friend! The entire pack goes nuts. Every chamrosh stops what they're doing and hops over to Bashira and I. Half of them push me to the floor, while the rest jump on Bashira, knocking her to the floor. The room is nothing but wagging tails as chamrosh after chamrosh screams, Friend! Friend!
Okay, stop,
I say, struggling to sit up under the weight of 3 dogs on my chest.
Calm down.
I try to hold them off, but there's too many. I pick up one chamrosh and put him aside, but it's no use, as another appears in the spot where he was, instantly. Friend? Friend! A chamrosh, who apparently loves screaming in my face, shoves his nose in a very inappropriate spot, while a fat one comes along and sits on my chest, holding me down. I sigh in aggravation. I like animals, but this is too much. Bashira's giggling. They won't stop licking me, she says. They're uncontrollable, I say. I manage to push the fat shamrock off of me and get to my feet, 2 of them still clinging to my shirt. We're looking for a piece of a sword. One of our swords, I say. We heard you have it. What sword? A shamrock asks in a deep, dumb voice. Our swords. What sword?
Zayde, I think they're asking what a sword is.
Bashira stands up.
It's long, like this.
She extends her arms.
Zayde, pull yours out.
I unsheath the blade at my side, slashing it downwards. See? Like this. Bad thing, run! A shamrock whines. The shamrock pack scampers. Most of them go yelping underneath the desks or try climbing the walls in a panic. Hold on, I'm putting it away, I say, and I put the sword back. The pack crawls cautiously out from underneath the desks, shaking. Obviously, fighting them isn't a good idea. I'll just run away. I think one of them that was clinging to my leg peed on me when I brought the sword out.
We aren't going to hurt you. We just want a piece of what we showed you. It's sharp and shiny,
Bashira says.
Do you know where it is?
It was given to one of you by Queen Amira a long time ago, I say. Does that help? Queen Amira? Those 2 words seem to set them off completely. The shamrock pack zooms around the room in a giant circle, literally bouncing off the walls, jumping up and down from the ceiling to the floor in excitement. I must have liked her a lot. Stop! I shout. A shamrock nearly knocks me over as it runs between my legs. Cut it out! We need to talk to you!
We've got to calm them down, Zayde, Bashira says. We aren't getting anywhere like this.
I check my pockets. Food should get their attention. Luckily, I still have a half-eaten energy bar from a few days ago. I take out the bar and wave it in the air. Hey! I shout. Look what I've got! Huh? The shamrock pack collectively ooze when they notice the energy bar in my hand. Salivating, the pack moves as one unit when I wave the bar back and forth. The drool from their mouths creates a small puddle on the floor. Whoever helps us find the piece gets this, I say. But you have to trade, otherwise you don't get it. Food? I want food. Please give me food, a shamrock says, pawing at my shoe. No, bad dog, I say, and he darts away. Give us the piece, then you can have it. Me? One of them trots forward and drops a brown leather ball coated in slobber at my feet. Yes? He asks. No, I say. That's not the piece. This? Another shamrock drops a torn, dirty rag on the floor, obviously well used in a tug of war. She acts like it's her most prized possession. Sorry, I say. Not it. The pack seems pretty discouraged. They don't seem to have anything else to offer, or they just don't get it. The fat shamrock jumps up and places his paws on my shoulders, stares me in the eyes for a couple seconds, completely serious, and then burps loudly, licking his lips. He looks like he wants some sort of prize. No? I push him off and hold a hand to my head. No, not now.
Zayde, Bashira says. Look at this.
She's kneeling by a female shamrock, the only one who appears to be wearing a golden collar. Attached to the collar is a glass see-through tag, which appears to be... The piece! It's inside, I say.
Can we have the collar?
Bashira asks, stroking the back of the shamrock's head. The shamrock flattens her ears, and her tail droops.
Queen Amira said, keep it safe. We will keep it safe,
Bashira says. The lure of food is too much for her to resist. She bends her head, and Bashira removes the collar. I hold out my hand. The shamrock gobbles up the bar from my hand in less than a few seconds. Aww. The rest of the pack seems pretty disappointed. Bashira stands up and says,
What do we do with them? I don't think they're smart enough to get out of here on their own.
I'll take care of them, Bashira, Jamila Hara says from the doorway. She struts into the room, ignoring the pups playing around her feet.
Shadi can direct you to the next piece.
Once outside, Shadi takes the collar from us. He waves his hand, and the collar begins to levitate. He does so again, but instead of the piece coming out of the tag slowly, The small shard of metal jumps out of the glass slot and begins flying around the room, spinning like a small bullet. I grab Bashira and yank her to the floor, the shard whirling around our heads. "Professor, stop it, before it kills us!" I shout.
"I can't! I don't know how!"
he whines, holding his arms above his head.
"What?" Bashira screams. "You're a djinn! What did you do to it?"
"I don't know what I did! Don't ask me!"
he shrieks.
"Oh, by all Shams, can you not handle a simple task? Do I have to do everything?"
Jamila Hera's back, and she stops the shard with a single vicious glance. She plucks it out from the air in front of her, placing it in her skirt pocket. I help Bashira off the floor, and Professor Shoddy straightens his jacket as Jamila Hera adds,
"I don't know how you managed without me before. Honestly."
"I managed just fine, thank you."
Professor Shoddy puffs out his chest.
"I'm sure I would have figured it out eventually."
"Yes, you would have figured it out just as the Raider Prince and his darling beloved were killed by your limitless talent to compromise the simplest of things."
Jamila Hera rolls her eyes before returning her attention to us.
"Did it go well? Did you enjoy your task with the Chamrosh pack?" "It was the funnest one," Bashira says. "I liked being surrounded by all the dogs."
"Better than giant scorpions, anyway," I say.
"Good, because the next one won't be so easy,"
Jamila Hera says solemnly, as if we were immediately going to our funerals. "Don't be so cheery," I say. "Your optimism is putting me off the whole thing."
"I don't find you funny, Raider Prince,"
Jamila Hera says, crossing her arms sternly.
"Shoddy may be content to put up with your childish behavior as of late, but I am not."
"The other professors have herded the Konopini into the desert,"
Professor Shoddy breaks in, cutting Jamila Hera off before we can start arguing.
"It was too dangerous to keep them on campus when they arrived. They've been relocated until you obtain the peace from them. You'll need a way to get there quickly. Follow me."
Professor Shoddy waves his hand, indicating we should follow. Jamila Hera returns to the Chamrosh pack, giving me a nasty look as she walks by. Something tells me that she and I didn't get along in my past life. That's okay, because we're not great pals in this one either. She might hate me, but I don't care. I have people in my life that I love and care about. I've never been concerned with the opinions of anybody else outside the circle of those I love. I could care less what she thinks. She might think she knows me because of who I was once, but she doesn't. I look at Bashira. No, Jamila Hera doesn't know anything about me at all. I expect Professor Shoddy to bring us to a car, but he leads us back into his office.
"Well, you're ready," he says, gesturing to both of us. "Go on, take off."
"With what?" I ask. The old djinn's gone crazy. "There's nothing in here?"
"You're blind. I swear, it's terrible dealing with you two when neither of you can remember anything,"
Professor Shoddy says, rubbing his eyes. Bashira looks at me. She doesn't know what to do either. "Professor, I'm telling you, there's nothing in here that will get us into the desert, and if there is, I don't see it."
"To begin, it'd be nice if you got off of him. He might appreciate that," Professor Shoddy says.
I look down. Beneath my feet is a dark brown rug, threadbare and full of holes. It looks thousands of years old. "This old thing's nasty," I say. "You should really get rid of it."
"Leave him alone. He's an antique,"
Professor Shoddy bursts in a rage. Rugs don't have... The words come rushing out of my throat when my feet fly out from under me, sending me careening backwards. Bashira tumbles against me, and we fall to the floor as the old rug starts flying around the room, circling it 3 times before clinging to Professor Shoddy, shaking. I didn't think rugs could look upset.
"You said the same exact thing about him last time,"
Shoddy says, hugging the rug close.
"For Al-Sham's sake, if he wants to be a boy, let him. I can't believe after 2,000 years you still refuse to accept his orientation as a male, especially after he saved your life."
"It's Sajjad!"
Bashira bursts. She pushes herself off my chest and scampers over to the rug, where the two do a little dance together, the rug hopping on its corners. They seem thrilled to meet each other again. As I watch the rug hug Bashira, I can't help thinking I've never seen a weirder thing in my life. Inanimate objects that suddenly begin moving around kinda creep me out.
Yes, Professor Shoddy says. I'm pleased you remember him, Bashira.
I don't remember very much, but just enough.
Bashira tickles his fringe and the rug wiggles. The flying carpet peeks a corner around Bashira's shoulder like he's afraid of me. Still creepy. Hello, Sajad, I say. I remember him, kind of. I get off the floor and pat the carpet warily on the back. He swells happily underneath my hand. Is he how we're getting to the Konopini herd?
No, he's just along for the ride,
Professor Shoddy says sarcastically.
I desperately plead you, Zayde. Al-Shams gave you a brain for a reason. Please, use it. It was just a question. Damn.
The flying carpet hovers just below my knees, as if expecting us to climb on top of his back. I'm hesitant, but Bashira hops on without a problem.
I will go with you this time. The Konopini are dangerous enough that you may need a djinn's assistance,
Professor Shoddy says, rolling onto the carpet with a groan. I can hear his joints creak as he straightens his legs.
Well, come on. We don't have all day.
I swallow. I think I'll walk, thanks.
Don't be ridiculous. This is the fastest way, Professor
Shoddy says. I'm afraid of heights, I say. It's really bothering me how the carpet is floating on nothing more than thin air. How is it doing that?
That can't be right. You...
Bashira squints, recalling something.
We traveled around Saran on this carpet, and you never said anything about being afraid to fly.
I didn't like it, I say immediately. Things are coming back now that my worst fear is right in front of me. I never complained about taking Sajad because I didn't want to make things more difficult than they already were, but I was always afraid.
I remember that I was afraid of heights,
Bashira says slowly.
You had to carry me down a rope in Abba's palace because I wouldn't do it. But as you trained me as a thief, I lost that fear. I had no trouble being up high after that.
Yeah, well, glad you did, I say, giving a nervous laugh. I have no problems climbing buildings or being on rooftops, but a flying carpet is a different story.
At least you're more honest than you were in your old life, Professor Shoddy offers. Zahid would have never admitted to anyone that he was afraid of heights, not even if you tried to force it out of him. He liked to pretend nothing scared him.
He pauses.
It makes your actions at the Battle of Okshul even more commendable.
What do you mean? I ask. I don't want to wimp out. My mind's screaming in protest, but I force myself to get on the carpet next to Bashira. I put my hands in my lap, though I want to cling to my girlfriend like a cat. Professor Shoddy magically opens the door. We hover into the hallway, then shoot outside the building and into the sky at jet speed, far above the city below. My stomach lurches. I hate this. I really, really hate this.
When you and Bashira defeated Akshalad in your past lives, he carried you up and dropped you from a very far height, Professor Shoddy says. You would have met your end if Sajad hadn't caught you.
You must have been very devoted to me, to follow me up into the sky to kill Akshalad,
Bashira says. She seems stunned.
To fall like that must have been your greatest fear, and you knew that's how you were going to die, but you faced it anyway. For me.
Yep. Couldn't really imagine a worse way to go than falling hundreds of feet through the air and splattering all over the ground. I could easily roll off the carpet now. I feel a little lightheaded, and black dots blur my vision. That's it. I'm going to faint and fall right off this carpet, and since Jamila Hara's not here, there's no way Professor Shoddy will be able to glue my limbs back together. I'm done for.
Hey, don't look down,
Bashira says, using her hand to bring my gaze back toward her.
Look at me. Just at me.
Bashira's eyes flicker from left to right as she observes me, concerned. I don't know how she's not freaking out right now.
Here, lie down.
She guides me down to her lap. I put my head on her thighs, closing my eyes. She starts stroking my hair.
until my heart stops pounding out of my chest and my gasps become regular breaths. "Sorry for being such a wuss," I say, feeling embarrassed. So much for the tough guy act I had going with her. I can't believe I'm afraid of a little flying.
"I don't like boats," Bashira says. "So there, we're even."
"I used to be afraid of small spaces, and now I live in a lamp," Professor Shoddy adds. "You two will be fine."
"You had a couple thousand years to get used to it," I say. The university and Ashana disappear altogether, and the only thing beneath us is sand and dry air. The desert is hot, blazing, and massive. It makes me feel a little better to look at it as we hurtle across the sky. "I used to take my car out here and ride the dunes when I was in high school," I say, to get my mind off the flying. "Probably why it works like crap now."
"Yes, probably,"
Bashira says.
"Did you hate high school?" "I did."
"You could say that. I was the kid who showed up around 8 or so hours late." I smile.
"Zayde, how could you?"
"Dunno, just didn't care." I barely remember high school. Back in those days, I stole everything I could get my sticky fingers on, whether I needed it or not. I was a full-time thief. I didn't care about going to class because I was too busy planning and executing heists. The only reason I passed was because my teachers refused to have me again. Professor Shoddy's the only teacher that's actually continually failed me. I suppose I should take it as a sign he likes me and that he's not willing to give up on me.
"There they are."
Professor Shoddy points to a collection of mottled shapes in the distance. Sajad floats downward, hiding us behind a dune. I didn't get a chance to look at what the monsters were. I was too busy holding onto my stomach to keep from throwing up as we descended. Bashira slides off first, and I don't wait to follow. Relieved, I jump onto the ground where my feet are met with nice, solid sand.
"The Konopini are not a species to tamper with. I suggest we strategize before you try to obtain the peace."
Professor Shoddy is lying on top of a dune, peeking over the side with a pair of binoculars he magicked up. Bashira and I crawl on all fours, lying next to him as we look over the dune. When I see what's awaiting us, I want to hit him.
"You're kidding me," I say.
"They're a bunch of bloody donkeys." A herd of 10 or so small brown donkeys are standing around in the sand with their hooves propped up, looking half asleep. Their only movement is a lash of their short tails or an occasional flick of a long ear. Some monsters.
"These are the terrifying creatures you're so worried about? The Sandwalker was much scarier," Bashira says.
"Konopini are much more dangerous than sandwalkers," Professor Shoddy says seriously.
"They don't seem dangerous. They seem cute," Bashira says.
"The cuteness is very deceiving. Zayde, don't go near them," Professor Shoddy calls as I get up and walk over the dune. "That's a very bad idea."
"It's an ass. It won't do anything," I say, shaking my head. He's overreacting as usual. The Konopini herd pays no attention to me as I maneuver around them. From what I can tell, there aren't any pieces of our swords nearby. Where are they hiding it? A large Konopini makes a grunting noise when I pass, as if he's irritated that I'm disturbing his nap. "Hey, buddy," I say, reaching out my hand to stroke his neck. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you." Once my hand touches his coat, all hell breaks loose. The Konopini screams shrilly and loudly, then lets out a bray as he rears up on his back legs. From his small mouth, fire erupts, spewing into the sky. The rest of the herd panics and begins rearing as well, opening jaws wide and breathing flame. I duck the inferno above my head and make a run for it, hurtling myself over the dune where Bashira and Professor Shoddy are taking refuge.
"I told you,"
Professor Shoddy says, shielding his head.
"They're absolutely ruthless."
"What are we supposed to do now that Zayde riled them up?"
Bashira asks. "They've got to have that piece somewhere," I say. I dare to peek my head over the dune. The strands of hair on the top of my head are singed as a Konopini shoots a jet of flame my way. What's got them all pissed off anyway?
"Donkeys in general have never been very agreeable,"
Professor Shoddy says. Bashira crawls up the dune. I grab her ankle and drag her back. "Are you crazy? You'll get burned," I say. "I just want to look." Bashira peers over the dune, smiling as she points to something. "Look, one of them's wearing a halter. I think I see the piece." I tackle her out of the way just as a large ball of flame hurtles onto the spot she was lying. Both of us go tumbling down the dune, me on top of her as we come to a halt. "Oh, Zayde, get off of me," she laughs. "You're way too heavy." "I don't think so. We've been in this situation before, Princess, and I like it." I give her a quick kiss before she can say anything, and she shifts underneath me, accepting it willingly.
"Would you two stop fooling around in the sand and get down to business?" Professor Shoddy says, forming a visor over his eyes with his hand. "I think she's right. There's a piece attached to a halter of the biggest konopini. It's hanging from a tiny tassel." Reluctantly, I push myself off of Bashira and turn my attention to the spot where Professor Shoddy is pointing. One konopini is wearing an ornate red and gold halter, which is decorated with dozens of tassels. On one of the tassels hangs a shiny, triangular object. That's got to be the next piece. "How are we going to get it?" Bashira asks from her hiding spot behind me. "Only way we can. Just run out there and hope for the best," I say, crouching down and preparing to make a break for it. "That's a bad idea. They'll burn us alive before we even get to the piece," Bashira says. "Zayde, you grab the piece, and Bashira and I will distract him," Professor Shoddy says.
No way," I say instantly. "Bashira's staying here where it's safe. You can help me distract the konopini."
"If the legends are right, I've dealt with a lot worse than fire-breathing donkeys," Bashira says firmly. "I'll be perfectly fine. This is my quest, too. I'm not going to let my boyfriend get fried while I hide on the sidelines."
Should have known better than to try to convince her, but I hold my ground. "No way. I'm not allowing you to go out there."
"Oh, you're not allowing me?" She crosses her arms. "I'd like to see you hold me back. What are you going to do?"
"Don't act like you could fend me off. I could totally make you stay behind, little girl."
"Go ahead and try."
"How about we compromise?"
Professor Shoddy says in frustration, cutting off our argument.
"I can use my magic to create a shield around Bashira. It'll be strong, so the fire won't touch her. But I only have enough magic for her, leaving us defenseless and my power drained if we get into trouble."
"No," Bashira says instantly. "That's unfair. I'm not letting the two of you take the fire from me, literally."
"If you want to help, you have to compromise. I say done." I look at Professor Shoddy. He's just acting like he wants the fight to be over. Bashira sighs, her arms drooping in defeat.
"Fine. Magic me, Professor."
Professor Shoddy waves his hands. A sparkly, thin substance, somewhat like cloth, hovers around Bashira and sticks to her skin. You can't really see it unless you look very closely, but it's there. "Are you sure it will work?" I ask.
"Are you doubting my abilities?"
Professor Shoddy says, hands on his hips. "From what I've seen, you haven't given us much of a reason to believe in them," I say. I take a lighter out from my pocket and ignite it, holding it directly under Bashira's arm. She doesn't jerk back or scream in pain, and it doesn't burn her skin. It appears to be working fine.
"Okay, you go over there, and Professor, you come out from the other direction," Bashira says, pointing. "I'll go running directly through the center of the herd to distract them. Sajad can stay behind so he doesn't catch on fire."
"Can't you do something a little safer?" I complain.
"Zayde, don't argue with me."
She gives me a direct, commanding look. There's the queen coming out of her again. "Yes, ma'am." I take my position. Bashira nods. I don't think twice as I spring out from the protection of the dune. The flames spurting from the konopini's mouth increase in size as I zigzag in and out between the members of the herd. I don't want to hurt the konopini, and bringing out my sword would be useless anyways, seeing as how they'd fry me before I have a chance to swing it. One konopini jumps in front of me, and I have to spring to the side and roll out of the way before I'm caught aflame. I glance at the others. Bashira's surrounded by a circle of angry konopini, but despite the flames merging to create one gigantic fire, she's completely fine. Professor Shoddy, though, is hopping foot to foot. Two konopini who have him cornered against a large boulder shoot tiny globs of lava at his feet.
"Zayde!"
he screams.
Hurry up!
I push myself upwards, springing off the ground just as a Konopini slams his hoof down next to my head, bending downwards to exhale a rippling flame my way. I sprint directly toward the Konopini with the halter, once again back in my zone. I'm shocked at how easily my body moves away from the threat of the Konopini, as if I don't even have to think before I react. Naturally, I become accustomed to risk and danger. I don't have to ponder anything in the middle of battle. I just react, do. The chaos becomes me. I fit into the role of warrior just as easily as I do the title of thief. It's who I am. I reach the large Konopini and grab his halter. It takes all my strength to hang on to him and keep him subdued so he doesn't wrench his neck around and roast me. I use one hand to hold the Konopini's head and my other to grab the tassel the piece is dangling from. I rip it from the halter. The Konopini yanks his head away from me and spins around, snorting loudly. He leans backwards, takes a deep breath, and exhales the largest burst of flame I've ever seen. I'm directly in his line of fire, and there's nowhere to go. Prepare to be torched, I guess.
Zayde, watch out!
Bashira pushes me to the ground just as the Konopini lets his flame fly. She spreads herself on top of me protectively, like a cocoon, and the flames flow off the sides of her limbs like water. The inferno lasts for 10 seconds before the Konopini gives up, swishing his tail irritably. He runs away, the rest of the herd following his path into the desert. I shake Bashira's arm. Hey, get up. We're okay.
Are they gone?
She says, her voice muffled by my shirt. Yes, they left. Bashira crawls off of me and helps me to my feet. We stare at each other for a second before I say, You saved my life.
I didn't think. I just threw myself on top of you, she says. It was the only thing I could do to protect you.
Why did you do that? You could have been killed if the magic stopped working, I say.
You saved me from the Sandwalker, she says. I was just returning the favor. I couldn't stand to see you get killed, especially in such a horrible way.
I would be the guy who got murdered by a fire-breathing jackass, I say. Sounds like my way to go.
You two sure took your time,
Professor Shoddy complains, walking gingerly. It appears the Konopini melted the soles of his shoes.
Did you get the piece?
I think so. I open my hand and look at the tassel. Within the small strands of yarn is a piece of metal. I untangle it from the tassel before giving it to Professor Shoddy. Another piece down. Bashir is staring at me in a weird way. I can't believe she risked her safety for mine. No one in the slums, not even Mahir, would have attempted what she did. This girl's something brilliant. Thanks again, Bashira. I grin at her. You're the bravest girl I've ever met.
I would do it any time. Again and again, she says softly. I'd do anything to keep you safe, Zayde.
I can't help it. My heart melts.
Aw, love has saved the two of you from the fire once again, Professor Shoddy says unenthusiastically, clapping his hands. How predictable. Well, it's time to go back to the university. You've done what you can for the day, and I believe it's time we all got a well-deserved break.
I notice something moving over a dune close by. What's that? I ask, narrowing my eyes. Something's up. 2 people are standing on the dune, watching us. 2 men. I instantly realize who they are.
Zayde, don't give chase!
Professor Shoddy shouts, but I'm not listening. That's what happens when I'm in battle mode. There's no thinking, no listening to anyone, just doing what I do best. I unsheathe the sword from my side and sprint up the hill after Kasim and Ruka. I've had enough of their games. If they want the pieces of the swords, they're going to have to take them by force, and I'm not an easy person to get rid of. The time for playing around is over. Jamila Harris said we had to kill them, so we might as well get on with it. Bashira doesn't want to kill them, so I will, to protect her. If we let them live, they'll obtain the swords and capture her. Then they'll never let her go, along with destroying the world. I'm going to end this before it even starts. There are 2 bodyguards standing by an expensive utility vehicle that Kasim used to follow us. Both of them stampede my way, but Kasim throws a hand up. Stand back, he orders. I desire to see how my son stands against an opponent. I don't take the time to chat. I dive my sword forward toward Ruka. In a movement that appears a blur, 2 swords jerk upwards and knock my blade away. I didn't realize he was armed. Ruka spins both blades in his hands, smirking. I'll wipe the smug look off his face. I angrily stab my scimitar in his direction, and he retaliates by swinging one sword to meet mine, slicing the other toward my stomach. I leap out of the way, rolling to the ground and stabbing upwards. He spins around, the point of his blade scraping my back. I get to my feet and begin dueling him quickly, lost in the heat of battle. Ruka's good. Really good. I can't get a good swing on him no matter what I think of. While I'm distracted trying to combat his left arm, he takes the hilt of the other sword and slams it into my forehead. I stagger backwards, stunned. Ruka laughs loudly. Hammering on him's not going to work. I need to outsmart him. Why are you following us? I demand, drawing my sword back and stepping away from the fight. I was curious to see if you would be successful in obtaining your next piece, Kasim says. You did well against the Konopini, but it would seem against my son you are outmatched. Ruka's face practically cracks open from the praise. Talk about having daddy issues. If you want to kill me, why not just have your bodyguards shoot me? I ask. A gun is a coward's weapon, not worthy of use by we who have lived centuries before. Besides, you are far too valuable, Mr. Amir Moez. Kasim smiles. Only you and Miss Bashira can gather the 8 pieces of the swords. Once we do, you're not getting your hands on them, I swear. I start circling Ruka. He's got to have an opening somewhere. I'm quite the convincing individual, Mr. Amir Moez, and I know the 2 of you better than you think, Kasim says. The swords will be in my possession soon enough. I already know what his plan is before I have to guess. He knows Bashira and I will do anything to protect each other after he saw her save me from the Konopini. She's my biggest weak spot, and I'm hers. He's going to use Bashira and I against each other as a way to get the swords. Not going to happen. Perhaps we don't need him, Father, Ruka says. His attention's off me and on Kasim, searching for approval. If I am stronger than he is, maybe Bashira and I can gather the pieces without him. Let me kill him now. There it is. The kid just showed all his colors to me. While Ruka's begging for Kasim to acknowledge him, I charge forward and use my shoulder to slam him into the ground. My blade is at his throat before he has time to finish. This is it. I should kill him. Why don't I? I hesitate. That's all it takes for another sword to sling mine away. You failed me again, Kasim says, holding a sword of his own and looking at Ruka. He doesn't shout or raise his voice, but his tone is full of frustration. I don't know why I continue to depend on you after you let Bashira run out of your grasp and into the arms of this degenerate. Some things I simply have to do myself. My arms shake when I meet Kasim's blade. He's stronger than Ruka. I have to use all my concentration to prevent him from gaining the advantage. I become aware that he's not even trying to kill me, just fending me off. I can barely keep up. Leave him alone! I turn as Bashira kneels over Ruka, who is still lying on the dune. I'm shocked to see she's holding a small knife at the base of Ruka's neck. Stop fighting, or I'll cut his throat! She doesn't look like she's kidding. Let us be done with this, Kasim says, sheathing his sword and stepping back. There will be no bloodshed today. However, when you have gathered all the pieces and reconstructed the swords, re-establishing their power, I will take them, and there will be nothing you can do to stop me. Ruka seems shocked and hurt. Bashira slowly removes the knife from his throat and walks to my side. Ruka clambers to his feet and holds his neck, gazing at Bashira. Both of them look like they're going to break down in tears. Bashira, how could you? He says. This is war, Kasim snaps. You should expect such things. The girl did not hesitate. She obviously has more gall than you do. Come, you've disgraced me enough today." Ruka crawls after his father like a dog who's just been kicked. They and their bodyguards take off in the utility vehicle. I wonder if they'll be waiting for us back at campus, but I don't think so. The idea was to scare us. Kasim wanted us to see him so he could shake us up. I hate to admit that it worked. I'm dreading what he's going to do when we finally gather all the pieces. Bashira throws the knife into the sand, disgusted, and stares at it for a moment. I can see her mind working furiously. "You weren't going to do it, were you?" I ask.
"I don't know," she admits honestly. "For a second, I thought I should because of what Jamila Harris said, but it felt deplorable threatening him like that. It made me feel like I was less than human. But if Kasim hurt you, I think I would have. I'd lose it if he did something to you."
I pick up the knife because we might need it for later. Bashira trails me back down the dune where Professor Shoddy is throwing a fit.
"Have you completely lost your mind?"
He stamps his foot, shaking his fists above his head.
"Who do you think you are? Kasim and Ruka are the two best-trained warriors in Saran, and you rushed directly at them, waving your sword around like it's something to be proud of."
"They were spying on us," I say.
"Of course they were. They were trying to provoke you into a confrontation, and it worked.
They didn't hurt me.
They haven't hurt you because you're an asset. But once you complete the swords, you're done for."
Professor Shoddy slashes his hand across his throat.
"Now you've shown them how you fight and what your strengths and weaknesses are. They'll be able to plan out blow by blow on how best to kill you."
"We've beat them before, and we'll do it again,"
Bashira insists.
"Bashira, you don't comprehend the depth of the situation because you don't remember what Kasim and Ruka are capable of. I do, and very well," Professor Shoddy says. "You were never supposed to escape Ruka in the first place. Kasim convinced your father to push you into dating him. If they get their hands on the swords, they will kill Zayde and take you back forcibly. You'll be their prisoner forever as they collaborate on how best to take over the world, and with those swords, nobody will be able to stop them."
I want to say he's being dramatic, but he's not. "I'll die before I let them put their hands on her," I say. Professor Shoddy looks really, really sad, like he's remembering something he wishes he could forget.
"And that, Zayde, is exactly what they're counting on."
My stomach's hurtling when Sajjad finally deposits Bashira and I off at my dorm. Professor Shoddy flies away with the magic carpet to go find Jamila Hara. I secretly hope that the rest of the missions are on campus, within walking distance. Sajjad's nice and all, but I don't like the swooping and jolting motion of flight. It makes me want to puke. Bashira notices me grabbing onto the wall on my way up the stairs.
"You okay?"
she asks. "Yeah, just dizzy." I close my eyes and try to steady myself.
"Here, lean on me."
She props herself up against my body, underneath my shoulder. Together, we hobble up the stairs and into the hallway where my room's at.
"I helped you walk like this before," she says. "It was right after
the fight with Kasim, when he stabbed me in the side," I say. "I remember." She leans against me even more firmly.
"Do you think we'll ever recover all our memories?"
"I don't really care, because at this point I've remembered more than I could ever possibly want to. Hell, I'd be satisfied if the past stayed in the past where it belonged." I open the door, and the two of us collapse on my bed.
"Zayde,"
Bashira whispers.
"What are we going to do about Ruka and Kasim?"
I shrug. "Only one thing we can do. Get rid of the problem."
"Are you really willing to kill them?"
she asks. I don't even have to consider the question. When faced with a tough situation, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. Never have been. "You were willing to kill Ruka just now."
"It was a reaction. I wasn't thinking about what I was doing," she says. "You're talking about premeditated murder."
"Yeah, if that's what it takes." She looks at me like I'm a monster. Bashira is such a sweet girl. She would never want to hurt anyone, no matter what they've done. It's a luxury that's been provided to her from a life in the heights. I will do anything to protect the people I care about, I say, and that includes you, so don't ask me to hold back if I have to do what it takes to save you from them, because I won't hesitate, Bashira. You know that.
Zayde, you're not a killer, she says quietly.
Maybe not now, but I was before, I say. I killed people, dozens of them in my past life. I remember it, and I remember how it feels. It's not something new to me. Not really. And if it comes down to Ruka's life or yours, I'm going to pick you every time.
I remember killing people too. But maybe we don't have to do it like that this time. There has to be another way,
Bashira insists. There isn't. If we don't kill Ruka and Kasim, they're not going to stop trying to take the swords from us. If they get them, they're going to slaughter thousands of people. I stare at her, trying to make her see reason. All those lives aren't worth 2 people, especially monsters like them. We need to stop this before it begins.
I don't know, Zayde.
She sighs.
I think it's already begun.
Do we have to talk about this right now? I ask. Come on, we just got 2 new pieces. Time to relax.
Okay.
She turns on her side, lying on top of my chest.
I think I know how to do that.
Oh, yeah? How? I raise an eyebrow.
Like this?
Her hair falls to the side of her face as she kisses me lightly. She moves her lips downward, her tongue flicking against mine before she bites my lower lip. Now this is more like it. Less talking, more kissing. I sit up, putting my hands around her small waist and lifting her onto my lap, where she curls her legs around me tightly. The sun's coming down, and it creates an orange outline around her as we kiss, the rays coming in through my windows. Even now, she looks like a princess. By all Shams, she's the best thing I've ever had. What did I do with myself before I met this girl? How did I feel? I must have been dead inside compared to what I feel now. I don't even remember what I was like before I met her. She brings out the best in me.
Still takes my breath away,
she says as she kisses me again. I'm crazy about you, you know, I say, brushing her hair away from my eyes. I don't think I've ever been so happy.
Really?
She brightens up. Yes. I put my forehead to hers, holding my face in her hands. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I promise.
Aww.
She blushes, peeking up at me through her long eyelashes. She's so damn shy. It's cute. I wonder if I can bring a little bad girl out of her. I grab her middle and flip her off of me, clambering on top of her. You're caught. Nowhere to go.
I am, she says. It's frustrating how easily you can throw me around.
Why? I like it. I nuzzle my nose behind her ear before trailing soft kisses down her neck, across her shoulder. Her chest softly rises and falls.
Zayde?
Her voice wavers a bit, unsure. She's uncomfortable. That means back off. I climb off of her and lie on my side, playing with a strand of her hair. She pauses before crawling closer to me, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Bashira is so timid. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm going to scare her away. Bashira talks about everything. School, her stuck-up roommate, and on about her parents and siblings. It's so weird when she talks about her family. It's like she's irritated with them constantly, but fiercely loves them at the same time. I don't know how the 2 contradictions can exist together in one person. It must be maddening for her to deal with.
Are you okay? You haven't said anything,
she says, glancing at me. I'm listening, I say. She thinks I'm not paying attention, but I am. I pay attention to every word she says, way more than she thinks. She doesn't look like she believes me. I trace the thin worry lines on her forehead. She's so concerned about everything. Do I make her feel free? Does she feel like she doesn't have to be afraid while she's in my arms? Or do I make her feel like she has to run? She moves closer to me.
Do you feel like the Raider Prince yet?
She asks. What kind of question is that?
I just thought I would feel more like Queen Bennua, and I don't.
How so?
Queen Bennua was such an amazing person. She did so many great things, not just in battle, but for all humanity. She's the reason there's freedom in Saran, why women have the rights they do today.
Bashira rests her chin on my chest.
But when I get up and look in the mirror, I don't see her. I doubt I could be anyone as brave as she was. I know Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara think that she's who I am, but that's not true. I feel like a fraud.
You're the realest person I know, I say. Don't ever let anyone, not even yourself, convince you that you're not. She seems stunned, like I just hit her between the eyeballs with some spectacular revelation, instead of what's clearly right in front of her.
I promise you, Zayde, I won't.
She gets up off the bed. Seems like the heavy stuff is over. For now.
Do you want anything to eat? I'm starving.
I don't feel like eating ever since I got off the carpet, but I know Bashira's hungry. Go ahead and get something. I'll be waiting when you get back.
Okay.
She kisses me on the forehead. When she turns, she trips over a backpack I left on the floor. I think it's my school stuff, but then I recognize the bag. I realize with dread it's something entirely different.
Ouch! Sorry about that,
she says. When she fell, she kicked a large wad of money out of the bag. Tilting her head, she picks up the stack of bills and gazes at it.
What's this?
Nothing, I say, getting up. Just put it back in the bag. She picks the bag up, and, of course, it's open. Her expression widens in surprise as she stares, open-mouthed, at my part of the haul from the jewelry heist Mahir and I pulled off last week. I can't believe I forgot it was there. It's not like me to leave that kind of stuff lying around. I'm usually ridiculously careful. Shows how distracted I am these days.
You have tons of money in here.
She lifts her head.
Where did you get this?
I hate lying to her. Doesn't matter. Just leave it alone. Something comes to her. I can see the horror spread plainly across her face.
You stole it,
she whispers. I didn't steal that, I say. That's what I got paid.
You're a thief!
She throws the bag at me violently, and I catch it as it collides into my chest.
I can't believe this!
I was a thief in my past life, and so were you. What's the difference? I ask, tossing the bag on my bed.
Zayde, that's not the same. Times were different back then. There are consequences for what you do.
I mean, in the past they cut off your hand or killed you for stealing, so I think today you get a pretty good deal, I say. She doesn't laugh.
This isn't funny. You could get into serious trouble. What if you're caught? Thievery is a felony depending on what you're taking. And by the amount of money in this bag, it's definitely a felony. You could go to prison for a really, really long time. What are you taking?
Jewelry, I say stupidly, not realizing that I just gave myself away until the words out of my mouth.
It was you,
she says, pointing.
You've been stealing from my father.
That was before I met you. I take her arm, but she rips it out of my grasp. I would never take anything from you. You know that.
No, you just stole from my family, which is unforgivable.
She crosses her arms. Unforgivable? Really, Bashira? According to your big, fancy house, your family's not missing it, I say sharply.
That's not the point. Have you been stealing while we've been together?
I look away and don't answer.
Great,
she snaps.
Just perfect. I'm disappointed in you, Zayde.
Break up with me then and have it over with, I say bitterly.
Don't be so melodramatic,
she says, rolling her eyes.
I care about you, but you're being irresponsible and putting yourself in danger. The police will catch you, and if my father ever finds out it was you who've been taking from him, he'll put you away for a long time. He won't care that I love you. He's a powerful man, Zayde.
She's not saying anything I don't already know. I understood the risks when I became a career criminal. Wouldn't have signed up for it if I didn't. I just figure I'm clever enough not to get caught. Not the best idea I've ever had, I guess. She stops yelling for a second to ask,
"Why are you at AU if you're a thief? Why are you here?"
I know you aren't going to get this, but stealing is the only thing I'm good at, I say, throwing my arms wide. I'm not talented at anything else. It's the only thing I can do.
"That's not true."
She comes closer to me.
"You're smart, really smart, Zayde. Not to mention you're a good leader and a good fighter. You inspire people. You could do some amazing things with your life."
She starts pacing around the room.
"Why would you do this?" she asks. "I know you. You don't steal, not for yourself. You don't care about money. Why are you doing this? Who is it for?"
That's for me to know, Bashira, I say. She stops.
"You're not even going to tell me why you're doing this?"
No. My deadpan answer causes the argument to fall flat.
"Fine," she says. "Do what you want, Zayde. I just don't think you should steal anymore, because if you get caught, we can't be together. And that's not fair to me."
She slams the door on her way out. I punch the wall angrily, bruising my knuckles again. I want to yell at her, but I can't really, because she's right about all of it. I can't make her understand why I steal without telling her the whole story and revealing all my secrets, and I don't want to do that. I can't blame her for her reaction to my lifestyle. I mean, what kind of girl wants a deadbeat for a boyfriend? Chapter 9. Everything's beautiful, and she's beautiful, and I can't imagine any other place I'd rather be than right here, waiting to make her mine. I have to suppress tears as I watch her walk toward me in the garden, surrounded by guests. The Raider Prince cannot be seen weeping over his bride, but at the moment it is hard to care about what they think. None of that matters. I had wondered if I would ever get married, but always doubted that I would ever find the right woman. I never considered the possibility that my wife would be a queen. She is so much more than a queen. There aren't enough words to describe Bennua. She is more than I could have ever imagined, more than I deserve. I do not believe in al-Shams, but staring at Bennua now, coming down the aisle to be my wife, I realize that if he exists, the Phoenix God has been far more favorable to me than I have ever been to myself. It's hard to hear what the priest is saying, difficult to comprehend what is going on, because I can't look away from her. She appears overjoyed. This is the day she has been waiting for all her life since she was a little girl. I am the groom she has been dreaming of. She thought so little of me when we first met, and now I have become her hero. It is both terrifying and exhilarating to understand what I mean to this woman. I am her whole world. I can see it in the way she looks at me. If something was to happen to me, she would be shattered into pieces, inconsolable. She would cease to exist. How can I tell her if I were to lose her, it would destroy me as well? I don't even realize the ceremony is over until Bennua reaches to grab my hand. Are we married already? A few seconds ago I was only myself, and now I am someone's husband. It feels strange, complete. I am ever so ready to jump into my new life with her. I can't keep up with my new reality. Time seems to taunt me as we are ripped away from each other at the reception. I desire my bride, now. Why must all these people be in the way? Why do we bother ourselves with these trivial customs that only prolong the period until she and I can be together? The Ashanians are getting out of hand. I should subdue them, tell them to calm themselves around these reserved patrons of Hayama. But I do not concern myself with their wild ways. I feel very much like a barbarian myself as I stare at my bride from across the hall. I am captivated by her, surrounded by her presence, her beautiful soul. I am relieved to see that Nuri is dragging her across the room toward me. The maidservant hurtles Bennua into my arms, and I catch her before she stumbles to the floor. She seems harried as she looks up at me. She can barely keep her head with all this nonsense. I was wondering where my wife had gotten off to. I was in half a mind to bring out my sword and cut down these rogues, if only to hold your hand, I say. I really enjoy calling her my wife. It is a word that goes beyond lover, a word that means she belongs to me and I belong to her. I am responsible for her now. The word wife is a word of love.
I would have done the same, if not for this clumsy dress. I could never wield a weapon in such an outfit.
She lifts her skirts, making small conversation. You appear more beautiful than a goddess in that dress, I say. I lean down, brushing my lips across her skin as I whisper quietly, but I'd prefer that it were not on you. In fact, if all these people were gone, I'd rip that dress off you at once. She blushes, appearing flustered, before she grabs my hand.
You will get your wish soon enough. We'll be leaving soon.
I think she's nervous. I can't say I'm not nervous too, but not as much as she is. I have experience making love, at least, but it's different for everyone. I'm scared I'll ruin it somehow, and she'll be afraid to try again. I don't know what she likes, and I'm betting she doesn't either. Another adventure for us, I suppose. On the ride to our tent in the desert, she puts her head upon my back, and I grow warm. She feels safe with me. That's a good sign. At least the servants followed my orders and did a fine job of setting up the tent in a romantic fashion. She appears pleased, which is good. She must think her people did it as a gift, but really, it is my gift to her. Something she does not need to know. I do not need credit for the things I do for her. It is enough to see the joy upon her face. The ornateness of the tent isn't enough to distract her from the task at hand. She looks at the bed and appears to be choking. This is going to be more difficult than I thought.
I'm sorry,
she says, quite abruptly.
I don't know what to do.
I look away from her to save her from embarrassment. This is quite terrifying, as exciting as it is at the same time. That's understandable. I assume you've never...
Have you?
The question brings back a slew of names. Jazalia, Ilazaya, Eshe, all girls broken, like me, but none of our actions meant anything. All of us were simply trying to make the demons go away. For Jazalia, it was the fire. Ilazaya, her lost infant son. Eshe, the group of bandits that held her hostage for years upon years. And me? Mother. Always Mother. The only thing I've never been able to escape. The other girls were different, however. I was simply trying to lose myself in them. But Bennua doesn't lose me. She finds me, crawls into all my hiding spaces, and brings me out. This is going to be nothing like before. The other times never happened, as far as this is concerned. A few times, but none of those women cared for me, or I them. I suppose it's quite different with someone you love. This confuses her even more.
You believe so? What if I...
Bennua, I say, and I move forward to cup her face in my hand. She leans against my touch for comfort, closing her eyes. This is new to me too, in a way. We'll do it together as we do everything together. I promise I'll be gentle. I should go first. Maybe that'll make her feel better. I take off my shirt and the rest of my clothes quickly. Her eyes get very big as she looks at me. I don't think she's ever seen a naked man before. She definitely likes it, I think. Why am I so unsure about all of this? Never have been before. She doesn't know what to do next, so I'll help her. It's romantic for a man to remove a woman's clothes, isn't it? I'll go slow. I start working on the ties of her dress, concentrating like it's some complicated puzzle and not a simple task. Once I've started on the second tie, she starts crying. Shocked, I dropped the ties, feeling like I'd been socked in the stomach. Bennua, what is wrong? Do you want me to stop?
I'm sorry,
she whimpers through her tears.
It's just, my whole life people have told me that this is wrong and that I shouldn't even think about it and that this is a sin, yet now that I'm married people expect me to just do it and...
She's practically gasping for breath. I worry she's going to pass out. We can't avoid this forever, but at the same time, I don't want to make her do anything she doesn't want to. I can't hurt her. That's something that just goes against the core of me. Bennua, we don't have to do this today, or any day. I will wait for you as long as you like, until you are ready. I say it, and I mean it. I'm not that kind of a man that takes from women without asking, and never her.
No, I want this. I'm scared. I'm afraid we'll be different, or something will happen, or...
That's what she's worried about, that we're going to change. I can't say I'm not worried about that either, but I don't want to think about it. I take a deep breath. There has to be a way to handle this more effectively. Then it comes to me. I'm going to have to be her teacher. She doesn't know what to do, so I have to show her. Yes, all right. How about this? How about we go one step at a time, and if you want to stop, we'll stop. Just like training in Ashana.
Just like training,
she says meekly. Just like training. I work on the ties again. Now, try to relax. My resolve to teach her practically gets thrown out the tent as her dress drops to the floor. My legs are shaking. By all shams, I don't know if I can do this. She's just so damned beautiful. She seems a little more reserved, but she's still scared. I can't lose control, not now, or we'll go fumbling all over the place. She needs another gift from me, a truth from my heart. I will never let anything happen to you. This is my promise, Bennua. I lay her down on the bed. We'll do it together. Do you trust me? She nods.
Yes, Zayde, I trust you.
She kisses me, and my head swims, heart thudding out of my chest.
With everything.
I prop myself over her, and the phoenix amulet she gave me dangles above her face, a bird in flight.
You still wear my amulet?
She asks in surprise. I never take it off. It was a gift from you. Time to start with something she knows. I kiss her shoulders, her neck, before moving down to new places. She's exploring my body with her hands, a little perplexed, a little interested. She's never been able to truly express herself, never been allowed to be curious. She's been repressed and controlled all her life. It's a new thing for her to do something like this and not have dire consequences awaiting her in the back of her mind. It's hard to ignore her and the lightning that jolts through my skin as she touches me, but I force myself to focus. I have a job to do. Things go from an ember to a flame before I have time to even reconcile myself to it. I can only think in fragments, small, jolted thoughts, a few words here and there. Concentrate. By all shams, it's so hard not to lose myself in her. With the connection, something changes between us entirely, and she and I have become something altogether new. I try to hold back, but it's too late. She's captured me. I'm gone. She seems so utterly surprised. I crawl next to her and she looks at me, a huge grin on her face. Yes? I ask, laughing.
It was unexplainable, she says. There are no words.
I'm glad you're impressed with my skills on the battlefield, I grin, winking. She smacks me across the chest, giggling.
Don't flatter yourself with rude comments, Raider Prince. It was only different from what I thought, that is all.
Whatever is that supposed to mean? I can't help but feel a little offended.
It wasn't like my sister said, she starts. It wasn't what I believed it was. but it was something good, better.
I'm glad I didn't disappoint her. I was concerned about that. I open my arms, and she crawls into them instinctively. As long as you're happy, my queen.
I am ever so happy with you,
she says, nuzzling her head under my chin.
Nothing could make me happier than you, Zahid. You mean everything to me.
The promise she made to me that only I could make her happy seems fragile and in pieces when I observe her and Ruku together. I am jealous. I cannot say that I am not, but my jealousy is a little thing compared to my suspicions. Ruku does not mean well, I am sure of it, and Bennua, blind as always to those who need her help, is walking into his trap willingly. I am ever so glad she fell for me and not someone else. There are so many other men in the world who would use and abuse her, and she wouldn't know better. Unfortunately, one such man is attempting to steal her from me. I love Bennua, but she has far too kind and gentle a heart. She has compassion and love for things she should avoid. Her desperation to be of help to those who are suffering is exactly what he is depending on. She does not realize there are people out there who will manipulate her. She thinks her status as queen protects her from that possibility, and damn it all, she won't listen to me about it. She never has, but this is something serious. Her gentleness is going to get us all killed, and if I slay Ruku to get him out of the way, she'll never forgive me for it. Why did I not see how much she missed Toshana and interceded before her loneliness drug her to this point? I never noticed. She conceals such things from me in an attempt to be strong. Now it has led us to this. Despite my threats, Ruku continues advancing. I'll have to do something about him. Soon, I won't have a choice. Maybe now that we've found Toshana, all of this will go away. We ride toward Hayama through the desert, a rather odd group. It's obvious Ruku hates my old friend. Maybe now that Bennua sees that Toshana does not favor Ruku, she will begin avoiding him. Unlikely. Bennua is angry at Toshana for refusing to stop the civil war in Hayama. I take Toshana's side. If she really is Al-Shams, Toshana cannot put herself between two sides of her people, both of whom she loves. A god should not take sides. Bennua cannot understand this. We're running out of water. I tell Bennua I'm going to fill the canteens in the river with Toshana. Halfway there, though, an unsettling feeling enters my stomach. Toshana gazes at me meaningfully, without saying anything. Without hesitating further, I whip Ali around and run back in the direction from whence I came. Ruku's hand is buried in Bennua's hair, wrenching it from her head as he kisses her barbarically. She tries to pull away, but he doesn't let her. The expression on her face is one of complete betrayal, like she cannot imagine he is doing this to her. I scream aloud, leaping off Ali, and Ruku tosses her to the ground harshly. This only increases my anger, causes it to rise like a blazing flame. I will kill this man for touching my wife. He will not survive this night. Both of us bring forth our blades. "You are a fool to think you could keep her forever," Ruku says. "The stories they will tell of Bennua and I will be grand. People will speak of the stubborn, thick-headed raider prince who would never let Queen Bennua fly, and the handsome monster killer who came to save her. I will give her everything she could ever imagine, and more. I will cut you to pieces before you ever have the chance." I spring forward. We begin to battle, fiercely and viciously. There's no humanity left in either of us. We're practically animals. Bennua jumps in with her sword. What a foolish girl. Even now she's trying to help. Doesn't she see that Ruku is too far gone? Why is she willing to forgive him for this? I push her out of the fight. She's only irritating me. "Bennua, get out of the way!"
"No, if either of you want to slay the other, you will have to kill me first," she cries.
"I've had enough of this." I can end this with a quick swing to his neck. It'll be over in seconds. I lift my sword, taking aim. "No!" Bennua's cry comes far too late for my ears. Already halfway through with executing the blow, she springs in front of me, protecting the abomination that is Ruku. I jab my weapon to the side to avoid killing her, but the tip of my sword still cuts deeply across her cheek. Blood splatters everywhere onto the sand as she falls to the ground. The fight no longer matters. The stunned look she gives me, holding a hand to her bloody cheek, wounds me deeply. Her eyes fill with tears, and I realize this is unbearable. I have injured her. Even though it was an accident, I still feel like I've taken the most important thing in the entire world and crushed it within my hands. I have become my father. I drop to the ground. Bennua, my dear, I am sorry. I got carried away. I never meant to. No! She kicks away from me, completely terrified. Stay away from me! Bennua, I would rather have run myself through than to hurt you. And I mean it. I do not care. I try talking to her, try to make her see sense. But what sense is there to see? All these weeks we've done nothing but argue, and now we are paying the price for it. We are separated in heart and name, cast apart from each other. It is hard to imagine, even remember, that we were ever so madly in love. We've ruined all of it. Leave her alone, Zayde. Toshana. She maneuvers around me, lifting Bennua to her feet. She places a hand upon Benua's cheek, and the cut heals instantly. So it is true. My wife was right all along. Toshana is Al-Sham's. Why did I not believe her faith? Bennua, I cannot stand for this. I will not. You must come away with me and get away from these awful people. Ruku, damn him, must speak. What do we care what he will stand for and what he won't? Bennua raises her head. This is my choice. I am the Queen of Hayama, and I say it is time to bring an end to men making choices for women. So what do you choose? Tell us, Ruku shouts. I will never love you. I have never loved you, and I never will. After what has transpired between us, I would rather die than become yours, Bennua screams. With this revelation, I am relieved. Not because her love toward me is true, because I knew it was all along, but because now, finally, Ruku will leave us alone. I only want him gone. Ruku appears crushed, as if I care. Bennua notices that she's hurt him and steps his way. He's reeling her back in, just like he always does. Ruku, you must understand. Ruku shakes violently as Bennua advances. He seems like he's about to lose control of himself. Abruptly, his quivering stops, and I know what he is to do. He longs to hurt, to kill. Bennua, get away from him! I draw my sword. This isn't over. Why did I believe it was? It is never over, not for us. Ruku, tell me what is wrong, Bennua insists. If you would prefer death to me, then I will respect your choice and make it so, he says darkly. The man begins to transform into something dangerous, something large with black feathers and a beak that would consume all mankind if it could. Then, Ruku is no longer Ruku. He is something entirely different. Nothing seems to matter much after you've seen gods and the entire world has turned on its head. After Ruku became Akshalad, the great eagle bent on devouring the world, Toshana became Al-Sham's, her feathers fiery, bright, and true. They fought while Bennua and I cowered against the ground like small babes. I have never felt useless in a fight before, but I was then. All my training and experience as a warrior was useless. I always thought myself a capable man, one who could always fight or clever my way out of trouble, no matter what the circumstance. But there is no escaping this. I am nothing compared to the power displayed by Akshalad and Al-Shams last night. I might as well be a little boy again, shivering in my mother's arms. The next morning presents something almost as worse as the fight we observed. Bennua and I are farther apart than ever. We should head back to Hayama, but we can't do so without speaking to each other. I usually never go first, not in our arguments. I prefer to stay silent and let her do the talking. But after I hurt her, I feel it is my obligation to begin this time. By all shams, this is hard. I can barely look at her. Bennua, I am sorry about what I did. I was careless. It won't happen again. You could have cut my throat or lopped off my head. She's merciless. She has no wish to excuse my behavior, no matter how accidental it was. I look away. Why did you even come back? I thought you were fine leaving Ruku alone with me, she says. There's Ruku again. I am sick of hearing about him. She saw him for what he was, and still she takes his side over me. I am her husband. How can she do this? I became wary of leaving you alone, and it was a good thing I did. If not, he would have thrown you on the back of his camel and ridden off. You became jealous. Admit it. You longed to keep me in a cage, to control me as you did when you took me to Ashana a year ago. You do not know what to do with a woman who can make her own choices. Is that what she thinks? Truly? I cannot believe her. How selfish she's being. I'm the one sacrificing everything for our marriage, and yet she demands more. I am only a man. There's only so much I can give. I desire to do no such thing. I have told you before, if you wish to be set free, then I will do so. I will not keep you as my prisoner. I have done nothing wrong but protect you and love you, and you take my emotions and throw them back in my face. You do not love me nor care for me. All you care for is yourself. You are the one who has started this fight, not I, she shouts. Yes, I, for once, Bennua, I have had enough. And I have. I've reached the end of my patience. I have had enough of her nonsense, and I will let her know it. Why can't you let this go? This is a small thing, not even worth arguing about. Now get on your horse and let us end this argument. She points to Ali. I'm hurt by how carelessly she throws my feelings aside, as if they were nothing at all. Does she even care for me? She doesn't. There's no way she can. My feelings and the way you treat me are anything but small. You have done nothing but fight with me and treat me cruelly since we left home. I think you enjoy starting these fights, that you take fun in tormenting me. I do no such thing. These fights hurt me just as much as they do you. I do not believe her. If that were so, she would not start them at every cause and turn. It does not appear so. I have to watch each step I take with you. I have no capability to determine what will make you angry and what will not. Everything I do is an offense and an insult to the great queen of Hayama. I bow to her to make her angry. She's so high and mighty, a royal through and through. Perhaps I was wrong about her. Is she the woman I believed her to be when I married her? If you believe this much about me, then you are a much greater fool than I ever anticipated. You are prideful, I cry. And you are stubborn. You must always have things your way, Zahid, always. That is a lie. I hardly, if ever, get my way with her. Me? I am the only one putting any effort into this marriage, while you pout when you do not receive what you ask. You believe so? For the past few days, I have been the one carrying us both, while you berate me over Ruku. I throw my sword to the ground. Ruku, 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 again and again and again. I hate him so deeply because he crawled into Bennua and took her light that I loved so dearly and turned it against her, changed it into something evil. Even now, after all this time, she still cannot believe that I am not her father, her mother, or her sisters. She still believes that I am out to betray her, to hurt her. After all I have done, she cannot trust me. It's infuriating. What more must I do? Run around in circles to satisfy her every whim? I am finished. I say the worst thing I can to hurt her as she has hurt me. You are a ridiculous woman who has lost her mind. I do not know why I continue to bear you. Then do so no longer. Is that what you want? A bit of relief mixed in with fear. I no longer want to be married to you. The words don't seem real from her mouth. They're spoken from a different person, someone who isn't her. I try to tell myself that there is nothing different about this. We always fight, back and forth, all day and all night, have since the beginning. But I cannot lie. This argument is different. And now, after the promises she made to love me forever and to always remain by my side, she said those little words that wreck all those promises. Why did I believe her? Perhaps she is only angry. She has never said anything she did not mean before, but maybe she did so now. You do not mean that.
I do. I believe we are too different to remain together,
she says quietly. Something is different about her. Her face has fallen. She doesn't say these things out of spite or viciously, though I wish she did. She acts as if it is the truth. Too different. I cannot hear these words. I have to argue. Bennua, this cannot be. I swore I would be with you forever, no matter what happened. I would battle the wings of Akshalad himself before I... Zayde, listen to me! She's crying again, as Bennua always cries. But these are different tears, entirely too real.
You and I are as opposite as the night and the sky. We do not work. We cannot work. We do not belong together. For as much as you understand me, you can never understand me completely. You cannot understand who I am, and I do not think I can understand you either. No matter how badly I want to.
I think I'm going to be sick. I see. Is this truly what you want?
It is not what I want. It is what must be done.
She believes we are over. My princess, my queen, is gone. She was already gone a long time ago, and I did not want to believe it. I wanted to hold out hope that she would come back to me. I am a fool. Of course our marriage could only end in divorce. What made me think any differently? Yes, I will go back with you to Hayama, and will help you defeat Ikram. From then on, we will get our marriage annulled. I will return to Ashana. She nods.
It is what must be done.
The horses. We have to get on the horses. I feel so numb. We should leave. I try to get on Ali, and everything I have in me just collapses. I despise crying. I find it a sign of weakness, not in others, but in myself. But it no longer matters. I cry, harder than I have in years, unable to control myself. When Bennua doesn't come to comfort me, I finally know. We are over. The only woman I ever loved despises me. I continue to sob while Bennua watches, mute as a stone. I no longer care how she views me. None of the terrible things that have happened to me have ever harmed me beyond repair. Kasim, growing up in poverty, watching my friends and mother die, in each of these circumstances I managed to be strong and go on through them all. Nothing and no one can break me. It's impossible to do. But Bennua is known for accomplishing impossible things, and just like that, she has. I force myself to get on my horse, and we ride toward Hayama. I will help her save her city, because despite all we've been through and all the terrible things she's done to me, I still love her. What a besotted fool I am. The city's silent, but I expected as much. Hayama doesn't have enough resources to keep fighting forever.
Do you believe they are expecting us?
When Bennua speaks, it hurts. You might as well be pressing a hot iron into the scar where Kasim cut me. I think so. Let them come. This is not the first time I've done damage with his sword. I unleash my weapon. I am far too eager to kill tonight. Anything to blunt this pain. I was counting on the city being quiet, but this is entirely too eerie. I walk closer to keep an eye on her. When we reach the top of the palace steps, I notice something on the balcony. I throw out an arm to make her stop. Stay still. Something's amiss. I see it before she does. 12 soldiers who've drawn 12 arrows, and Ruku giving the order to kill her. I don't have to think twice about what I'm doing. I'm more than glad to make the sacrifice. One last time, I take Bennua within my arms and wrap her in them. I clutch her tightly to me like the first night we kissed, like the first night we made love, like the first time she told me she loved me. I've taken arrows before, but none this deep. I feel the shafts piercing my organs, slicing through flesh and striking bone. There is no escaping the pain, for I feel the sharp stinging of each one. When one rams through my heart, I know I haven't got long. Doesn't matter. She'll be all right. Despite myself, I start to sink. I want to get up and fight, like I always do, but I cannot. The arrows hurt so badly, and yet don't hurt at all. Bennua catches me mid-fall, lying my head on her lap. I remember how she used to stroke my hair. I hope she will do so again before I die.
No, do not leave me. Do not leave me here, Zayde. I beg you. You must live. You must.
She's pleading with me to live. It is a promise to her I cannot keep. I would if I had the strength. I say something, but it's almost not from me. I feel death pulling on me, saying it's time to go. I'm unafraid. I did what any husband should do and protected my wife. I would rather die than divorce her, and I've gotten my wish. She will go on, live a happy life without me. It's what I want for her. My time is at an end. I do not fight death's darkness, but fall into it peacefully. It's just like riding on the edges of Al-Sham's wings. Death can't really be described as anything. I suppose if I have to relate it to something, it's like floating. Before, when I was alive, I was tied to my body, forced to remain on the ground. Now, I can go anywhere I want. I was human before, but now I'm something entirely different. I'm myself, look like me, but I don't have to be me. I realize that suddenly and abruptly, but it doesn't scare me. Nothing scares me, really. I'm completely calm. Everything's a blank, empty space. Something tells me there's more beyond the whiteness than what I can see, because I can feel it humming, existing within and without. I no longer need my eyes to describe anything. Zayde. His voice causes me to stiffen. I turn, and Mirka is there. He appears a little sad. I had hoped I would not meet you so soon, my friend. I rush to embrace him. It's been so long. I had suppressed within myself how much I missed him, but now I realize that I did, terribly. Mirka hugs me back, but not as tightly. He is refraining himself from something. I am so sorry, I say immediately, in a pleading voice. Forgive me. I beg you for killing you. I did not mean to do you harm, and I have regretted it ever since. It is not you who should be sorry. He pulls away from me, hands on my shoulders. I was not in my right mind at the time. I do not blame you for what you did. You were protecting your princess, and I was a fool. There is nothing for me to forgive. Mirka, where may we be? He gestures ahead. Come, follow me. Mirka walks forward, toward what I don't know. There's nothing and nowhere to go, but it appears he can see much more than I can. He maneuvers around non-existent objects, a path that is invisible. I follow his movements without asking questions. He knocks upon thin air. A square patch opens, revealing another blank space. He crosses through the space. I follow, figuring nothing else can surprise me at this point. When I see her, I nearly burst into tears. Mother! I sprint forward, pain and grief forgotten, and spring into her arms as I used to as a toddler. Although I'm a grown man, she cradles me within her grasp. My son, she whispers, I have been waiting for you here. Mother, please don't make me go. I will never make you leave me. You are safe here. I can feel her within my embrace, hear the sound her soul makes when I'm near. It is a beautiful song nothing can replicate, colors flashing in the blank space. Yet when my spirit and hers touches, something feels different. She's real and she's here, but something is held back. It's like I'm with and without her. "What's going on, Mother? Is all this real?" I ask.
"It's more real than anything you've ever experienced in Saran. Realer than what you once were," she says. "Zahid, you are a prince worthy of the name. You have married a beautiful woman and have defended her with your life." She touches my face. "I am so proud of you for doing what your father never could."
"You approve of us? Bennua and I ask in surprise.
"Why wouldn't I?"
She laughs loudly. It has been so long since I heard the sound, I start crying again.
"She is a strong woman, one who loves you as much as you love her."
I didn't remember my wife when I arrived here, but now I do, so very clearly. "Bennua," I say, "how is she?"
"Come and see."
Mother looks to the side. The empty space vanishes, and the three of us are standing in my old room in Hayama. The first thing I notice is my corpse lying upon the bed. It's a very peculiar thing, standing outside your body and watching it lie so still, a body you've used for years upon years and no longer need or want. Then I see Bennua. She cleans my body with Nuri's help before she tells her maidservant to leave her in peace. She sits on the edge of the bed next to my cold husk, hand covering her mouth to prevent herself from vocalizing her agony. Bennua weeps often, but this is very different. Here, in the afterlife, I can see the colors of her soul twisting in pain. The song her spirit makes screams like it's being tortured. Her soul is ripped apart piece by piece into tiny, minuscule fragments that will cease to exist once they flutter to the floor. I can see her pain in front of me clearly. It appears as if someone has taken Bennua and stripped her of everything that made her her. Without me, her love, her compassion, her hope, and her brave spirit fails. Her soul is vacant, stripped away and rubbed raw. "Bennua," I say softly, the words slipping from my tongue without any command. Her name is a word my very soul moans.
"She can't hear you. Very few of the living can hear the dead," Mother says.
This is something worse than awful. I would say my wife is devastated, but that's a happy term compared to what Bennua displays before me. "Isn't there anything we can do?"
"It is not our place to intercede," Mother says gently. "But there may be something that can be done."
Through the stone wall of the palace, Toshana appears. Even though she is still alive, Bennua does not see her. Toshana proceeds to me, holding out a hand.
"I am here, Zahid."
I take it and ask, "Toshana, what can be done to stop her pain? I beg you, let me go to her."
"The dead are not permitted to return to comfort the living,"
Toshana says, before she adds,
"though, in this case, an exception can be made."
"What do you mean?"
"You could return to your beloved in order to show the glory of our Shams," she says. "Such an opportunity has never been offered to anyone, anywhere in this plane of existence or another."
The immediate thought I have is that I do not want to go back. I am comfortable here, far more so than I ever was when I was alive. My friends, my mother, they are all here. I have only seen so little of this afterlife, and already to think of leaving it casts me into despair. But can I really leave Bennua when I have the opportunity to return? I do not know if I should go back, I admit, looking to my mother for advice. Bennua and I fought, often, and caused each other great pain. It was very hard to love her when she hurt me. Would it be wise to continue our relationship instead of letting her move on and find another man who will care for her better than I?
"Love is not a fleeting of emotions. a scattering of sand upon the wind to come and go as it pleases, Mother says. It is a conscious choice, one we must make every day despite the consequences or pain that may arise from it. You may have fallen for Bennua at first sight, but your dedication to her, your determination to stay by her side despite Ruku's attempts to woo her, and your sacrifice to give your life for hers define true love. No one could ever love her more than you do, Zahid. Love is not easy. It is hard, my son, the hardest thing in the world, and it is even harder to love as truly as you do. But such strong love has deep rewards and runs beyond the power of death.
Even so, I say, there are things between she and I that happened, things we can never take back. Our relationship was not easy.
Do these things matter now? Mother smiles. Love continues when life becomes unbearable, and I would say your queen has faced the most unbearable of things, the worst of which was losing you. It will be the great tragedy of her life if you remain here. She would give up her kingdom to return you to her side.
What my mother says is true. The love Bennua and I share is a love that does not come around every lifetime, even every age. Can I see Al-Shams? I asked Ashana. Maybe he would tell me what to do about all of this.
You may only see him as I am presented to you. You cannot go on to see Al-Shams in his true form yet, Toshana says. That is only something permitted for the dead.
But I am dead.
If you choose to stay here, all this and the secrets of death will be revealed to you, Toshana says. But if you choose to return, you have already seen too much. I cannot permit you to know anything more.
I look at Toshana. Please, I beg you, help me. She blinks at me. The room dissolves. Bennua is gone, and Mirka and Mother leave, so I am alone in a space that is neither here nor there. A fire burns in the darkness, and I protect my face from its bright light. Shield your eyes, Raider Prince. No man may look upon me until his judgment day, and yours has not yet arrived. I close the eyes of my soul. Bennua's the religious one, the one full of faith. Why am I here talking to Al-Shams and not her? What makes me so different? Al-Shams, help me, I say. I do not know what to do. Should I stay or should I go? I cannot decide this for you, Raider Prince. This is something you must choose for yourself. I cannot. I am torn between two worlds. Your world has always been within her, Raider Prince. That is something you've known from the beginning. The bright burning stops. Toshana is there again, looking at me.
Have you made your decision?
I hate to say it. I do not want to say it. But Al-Shams is right. Bennua is my world. I would be happy here in the afterlife, but it is not right for our souls to be separated from one another. I won't leave her behind. I must return. I want to go back.
Then there is a price that must be paid.
What is it? I will pay it gladly, I say. I figured coming back from the dead wouldn't be easy.
A life has been taken, and Zahid, you have debts, she says. In order for you to return to the world of the living, one of us must be sacrificed.
You do not mean...
It is what must be done.
I cannot kill another one of my friends.
I am more than happy to make the trade,
Toshana says softly.
Al-Shams shall never be gone from the world, even with my absence. And you too cannot be separated in life or in death. The glory of Al-Shams depends upon this.
I look at her. There is no regret or guilt in the afterlife, so I cannot feel it, but I know it is what I will feel when she is gone. This is what was meant to happen all along, wasn't it? She doesn't answer me, only smiles. Mother appears once again at my side. It is our final goodbye, one that will last a long, long time. I hate to see her go. It is almost like losing her a second time. She grasps my hand, kissing it tenderly.
Take care of her, Mother says. All your days.
Mother's fingertips slip from mine as I go rushing back to wherever I came from. I am unsure if it is the past, the future, the present, or something different. I know wherever it is, Bennua must be at the end of it and waiting for me. So I follow without resistance. Chapter 10. Professor Shoddy falls backwards over his chair when I fling open the door to his office, expecting answers.
For all Sham's sake, Zayde, it's the early morning, he shouts. Most students aren't even awake. What is going on?
I died, I say. Didn't I? Professor Shoddy's furious expression changes to something deathly serious. He gets off the floor slowly.
What do you remember?
A lot of arrows, basically, and heaven, I think, I say, racking my brain. Did that really happen, or was it just...
No, it did happen,
Professor Shoddy says solemnly.
Ruka enlisted his archers to kill you in your past life.
I knew it, that bastard, I say. But I came back?
Yes, somehow. Al Shams thought it appropriate to restore you back to life by Toshana giving her life for yours,
Professor Shoddy says. I put a hand on the desk to steady myself. I came back from the dead, and Tamara, my best friend, was the one who made it happen. She gave herself up for me. How can I ever repay her? The door slams open a second time. The force behind it so strong it crushes the knob into the wall, creating a small hole. Bashira's eyes are puffy and rimmed with red. It looks like she's been crying all night.
There goes my door, Professor Shoddy grumbles. I bet neither of you will offer to fix it either.
Bashira lets out a muffled, tiny scream and flings herself at me. She buries her head into my chest and sobs. I stroke her head and say, "Hey, it's all right. It's in the past, and we're fine now. Please don't cry. After all, I'm the one who died, right?" She cries even harder at my stupid attempt at a joke. Professor Shoddy rolls his eyes and walks to us, magicking up a tissue.
I swear, Zayde, have a little bit of compassion. The whole thing was awfully traumatic for her. I know. I was there.
Bashira takes the tissue, dabbing her eyes. She's so upset that she can't even talk. We're both pretty shaken up by our last dream. Is that the worst it ever got? Or are there more things that happened to us in our past lives that we can't remember?
Well, since both of you are here, do you think you can pull yourselves together by breakfast in order to find the next two pieces?
Professor Shoddy asks hopefully. You're the one telling me to have compassion? Have some sympathy, I shout, astounded at his complete lack of common sense. No, it's fine, Bashira whimpers, speaking for the first time. I just need a minute with him.
Of course. I'll fetch Mila.
Professor Shoddy disappears on the spot, and that's all it takes for Bashira to enter complete meltdown mode. By Al Shams, she's shaking all over. Something about this is oddly familiar. I remember bursting in at a wedding that wasn't mine, catching her as she fell, white-faced, into my arms. If I don't calm her down, it'll result in a full-scale panic attack. Breathe, I say gently. I sit in Professor Shoddy's large desk chair, lifting her into my lap. She puts her head against my shoulders, tears falling down her cheeks. Everything's fine. No, it's not. Ruka killed you, she whispers. Old news, my love, I say. Nothing to be concerned about now. She perks up at my words. My love? She stares at me. You haven't called me that in 2,000 years. I brush a lock of hair away from her eyes. Things are becoming clearer and clearer every day. She stops crying, but she still looks stunned. I can never let that happen. Never, ever again, she swears. I'm so sorry I said those terrible things to you. That argument was uncalled for. We only ever fought like that once, I say. It's almost stoic, robotic even, the way I'm recalling things now. We forgave each other for it and moved on. We promised never to argue like that again, no matter what happened.
Well, I'm going to keep that promise, even now.
Bashira sniffs, and her tears stop. She's finally beginning to calm down.
I don't want us to say such cruel things to each other.
Me either. Bashira looks me in the eye and blushes. What? I ask.
The whole dream wasn't all bad,
she admits.
It was kind of nice at the beginning.
What, us having sex? I ask, and she flushes an even deeper shade of red. Yeah, I can't say I didn't enjoy that part either.
I knew we were married, so it's obvious we did at one point, but I never... And you, it was just so... I'm not ready to...
She flounders. Bashira, cut it out. I bury my face in her hair and tickle her sides. She squirms against me, giggling. There's nothing you need to say. Because there isn't. I know how she feels, and I'm not going to push her into anything, even though that was simultaneously the best and the worst dream yet. She leans against me, sighing.
I need you by my side, Zayde. Forever. I didn't know that before, but I do now. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is going to separate you and me again. I'll do anything to make sure you're safe.
I don't answer, just continue to play with her hair. I'm not going to tell her that if I had the chance, I wouldn't hesitate to make the same decision twice and give my life up for hers. She's got me all tangled up in her, and I don't know if there's anything that can sever us apart. Even death. When Sajjad comes knocking an hour later, I wonder if I'm the one who's going to have a panic attack. Luckily, he only flies us a short distance, to the lake where I threw one of the pieces into the water. Bashira screeches to a halt when she sees Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara awaiting us on a small yacht.
No, she says immediately. There's no way I'm doing this.
We don't have a choice, I say. I grab her hand and begin dragging her toward the yacht. She's digging in her heels, but it's easy to tote her behind me.
I hate boats, and I can't swim well, she says, shaking her head. I'm not getting on that thing.
You're already on it. When she looks down and notices that I've successfully carted her onto the yacht, she pales.
If I get wet, it's on you.
You're definitely getting wet, Professor Shadi says. The piece you're looking for is underwater.
There are 2 pieces in the lake, Jamila Hara says. We are unsure of where, but our magic can detect it. How do you expect us to swim down there? Bashira squeaks. I can barely hold my breath. We'll use magic so you'll be able to breathe, Jamila Hara says. However, you must remain conscious, otherwise the magic will cease to work.
What sort of beast are we facing this time? I ask Professor Shadi.
One is an Oribu, an especially large creature. He has sharp, pointy teeth, Professor Shadi says, using his hands to create an impression of a pair of snapping jaws. The other, we don't know. We suggest you start with the Oribu, as you already know what it is, and then search for the other piece after you've retrieved the first.
Professor Shadi fires up the yacht. Jamila Hara hands us a pair of wetsuits and says,
Put these on. They will keep you warm in the cold darkness of the lake.
We take turns changing in the small compartment on the yacht. When Bashira staggers out of the compartment wearing her wetsuit and looking completely green, I know we've got issues.
I think I'm going to be sick,
she moans, and I believe it.
She's partial to seasickness,
Professor Shadi says. He hands the ship's wheel to Jamila Hara, throwing Bashira a weird-looking root.
Here, this will help.
The green leaves her face as she consumes the nasty plant. The yacht putters to a stop right in the middle of the lake, and Jamila Hara waves her hand. Unlike Professor Shadi's magic, you can't feel Jamila Hara's as it touches you, changes you from the inside.
Go on, jump in. We'll wait on the yacht, Jamila Hara says. Aren't you coming with us? Bashira asks.
Water does something strange to djinn, messes with our magic. Our magic will work on you, but not on us, Professor Shadi says. We'll be up here if you need our help.
Because I'm sure whatever we're fighting is going to come out of the water, right? I add, rolling my eyes. Bashira's staring down at the lake with a face full of dread. I grab her hand and say, "Together, okay?" She nods.
"Yeah, just tell me when."
"Now." I leap, and she follows me into the black, murky lake. I can breathe as easily underwater as I can above. The water filters in and out of my mouth just like air. I twist in the water, and Bashira's looking for me to take the lead. Her eyes are huge, and even though she can breathe like I can, she's uncomfortable down here. I begin swimming downward toward the abyss. The lake is especially cold. After being surrounded by hot, dry desert all my life, it's weird to be completely submerged in water. After a few minutes of swimming, rays of sunlight filter through the lake and catch on something shiny, reflecting off the surface. The piece. Bashira points to the light dancing off the piece, which is moving fast. The piece comes nearer and nearer with intense speed, and the bleakness of the lake dissolves just as we're met with a terrifying sight. The Oribu resembles a crocodile whose flat scales vary in color from marine blue to turquoise green. He swims with the help of webbed feet and a flat rudder for a tail. Long spines ripple down the middle of his back, which sway in the water as he swims side to side. His jaws are huge, with teeth that overlap out of his lips. He's not much bigger than me, but I'm sure if the Oribu grabs me with his mouth, he could snap me in half. I won't be able to swing my sword underwater. We don't have any weapons we can use down here. The only advantage we have is that he hasn't noticed us yet. Bashira gestures toward the piece. I can see where it's wedged between one of his scales and a spine. She begins swimming forward, taking one side of the Oribu, and I take another. We'll have to grab it quickly in order to avoid being detected. The creature doesn't notice us swimming just beside his tail. We make one mistake, and we're screwed. Bashira reaches her hand out to grab the piece, while I keep an eye on the Oribu. In one movement, she wrenches the piece out from the scale, holding it in place. The sharp edge of the piece cuts into her hand. She drops it, clutching her palm, as the piece begins to float to the bottom of the lake. With the smell of blood piercing the water, the Oribu goes insane. He lunges, snapping his large jaws inches from my middle. His flat tail hits Bashira, sending her tumbling through the water. I punch the Oribu as hard as I can in both eyes, stunning it, before turning around and swimming downward to grab the piece. I reach it just before it sinks too far for me to see. I'm able to put it into one of the pockets of my wetsuit as the Oribu sinks his teeth into my leg. A red-hot pain singes up my thigh, and I scream within the depths of the lake, the water silencing any sound I make. I wrestle with the Oribu, trying to wrench my leg free, but he only holds on tighter, shaking me from side to side. My body becomes a plaything for the monster, crunching my bones with each bite. The black water around me turns red with my blood. Bashira floats uselessly in the water a short distance away, unconscious from the Oribu's blow. The magic won't work on her now. She's going to drown, and I'll die of blood loss long before Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara can reach me. A feast for the Oribu. When I can't distinguish the blackness of the lake from the darkness taking over my sight, the Oribu lets go. A pair of arms wrap around my waist, and I'm jetted through the water at high speed by a creature I cannot make out. The Oribu is swimming away, a spear sticking out of his back. Bashira is being carried by something as well, but I don't know what it is. All I can see are dozens of long tendrils, like the skirt of a dress, billowing around her as we're taken to a place we don't know. I don't faint, but my vision goes in and out as I'm dragged into a dry cave. 2 women hover above me, and I feel my leg being bandaged as they speak in soft, soothing voices. When one of the women lifts my head to give me a drink, I take it eagerly, and my awareness returns entirely. I sit up slowly, adjusting my leg and wondering where we are. We're underwater, but the cave is as sandy as the desert is. The water halts outside the entrance of the cave like an invisible window bars the lake from entering. Although we're far beneath the surface, the light within the cave is as bright as it would be on shore. The woman next to me has her pink coral dress tucked over her legs.
"Take it easy now. You barely survived."
"Bashira, I glance to the side and see that she's tucked against my good leg, curled up in a ball and sleeping soundly. Is she all right?
We saved her before the loss of oxygen became too much, the woman says. The magic that enabled her to breathe underwater is strong. It lasted for some time after she passed out, before giving up completely. You must have had a very strong djinn to make it last.
Are you a djinn? I ask, gesturing to the water that remains outside the cave. She blinks at me.
I am not a djinn, but I am not a djinn.
That makes sense. You saved our lives, I say.
Queen Amira saved ours. It is only the repayment of a debt. The woman stands. My sister should be back soon.
Thank you for saving us from that thing, I say.
We do not need thanks for preserving a life, she says. It is our sworn duty to do so.
Either way, I appreciate that you saved both of us, I add. I don't know what I would have done if Bashira was left behind.
It would be a crime to save one of you and not the other, the woman responds seriously. A grave crime.
What are you talking about?
When Al-Shams created humans out of the dust of the earth, he took flame from his wings and gave it to each man and woman so that they would always carry a piece of Al-Shams inside of them. That fire became their soul, the woman says, weaving her hands through the open air as she tells the story. Out of some of these flames he split into two, so that there would be those who would have a singular joined soul living in two bodies. You, Raider Prince, share one half of such a flame, and the mother of Queen Amira shares the other.
I glance down at Bashira. Same soul, huh? Crazy.
The same fire, yes. Opposites, yet so similar, the woman says. You and she are different, but the very same. When you were married in your past lives, the two halves united to become one. I can see that they are desperate to join once again.
Bashira stirs, awakening slowly and looking around.
Zayde, where are we? She asks.
Not sure, I say. Just play along, I guess. The woman moves to stand at the entrance of the cave, waiting patiently. A figure appears, swimming against the invisible window. The bottom half of her is stringy and long, dozens of tendrils that float through the water like the tentacles of jellyfish. It creates the illusion of a dress within the water. The figure steps out of the water and becomes a woman in a light green gown, throwing her wet hair behind her shoulder. The sash of her dress is held together by the hilt I threw in the lake weeks ago, sitting upon her hip at an angle.
We mean you no harm, the first woman says. If we did, we would have let the Orobu have his meal. What are you? Bashira asks. We are Tabib al-Bar, the doctors of the sea, the second woman says. We have been waiting your arrival in the lake for some time, but Qasim captured us first. We were swimming too close to shore, and he used a net to trap us and take the piece. She turns to show a long cut along her side. This was before he understood he needed the two of you to complete the swords. So, what must we do to earn the piece from you? Bashira says. The mother of Al-Shams must do nothing. You need only ask. The second woman unhooks the hilt from her side, handing it to Bashira. Bashira takes it warily, as if this is too easy. I don't blame her. I nearly lost my leg trying to get the last damn piece. We shall swim you back up to shore, to your djinn. The woman in the pink dress seemingly floats to the window of the cave. I would not advise struggling against us, Raider Prince. We stopped the bleeding in your leg, but it will take some time for it to heal.
No problem, I say. Seeing how fast they swim, I'd probably just slow them down trying to help.
And you will have to hold your breath, Mother of Al-Shams, the other woman adds. We do not have the magic required to enable you to breathe underwater. If you struggle, you will drown.
Bashira looks nervous, but not as nervous as I am. I can't watch her drown on the way up to freedom. I act like my nerves aren't bothering me and grab her hand, giving it a squeeze. It'll be easy. Over in a few seconds, I say, giving her an encouraging smile. You can do this. She nods.
If you think I can do it, Zayde, I think I can too.
Who is this girl who believes every word I tell her? She'd walk off the edge of a cliff if I told her she wouldn't fall. I give her a kiss for courage before we walk to the place where the air meets the wall of water. We're ready, I say. They don't give us any time to respond further. The two creatures grab us and jump through the window. They move at an incredible speed through the water, yet the surface is still far above us. My leg really hurts as it weaves back and forth with the motion of the Tabib al-Bar. The bite the Orobu made is a searing pain that stings with each jolt and twist. I feel like it's going to fall off on the way to the top. I take a chance of looking at Bashira. She appears to be struggling to hold her breath. Hurry up, I think. She can't breathe. The two of us burst to the surface together. The women have already gone. Even so, Bashira's head lolls to the side. I grab her, holding her head above water. She's gasping for air. You all right? It takes her a minute to respond. I think so. I can't help her swim with my useless leg. I can barely keep myself aloft. We paddle there, suspended for a moment or two, until she finally recovers her breath. We hear the puttering of a motor in the distance, and the yacht appears on the horizon, far off. We manage to remain above the water long enough for the yacht to get to us. Professor Shadi pulls us onto the yacht. We collapse onto the floor, looking at the sky.
So, how did it go? He asks.
By Al-Shams, he's hurt, Jamila Hara says, pointing at my leg. I look down. The bandages wrapped around my leg have come loose, and there's blood seeping through. I unwrap my leg carefully and see that there are several deep gashes and a few holes in my leg. I wince.
It doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. It should heal within a few days,
Bashira says, looking at it.
You won't be able to walk on it very much, though.
That's fine. I hand Professor Shadi the hilt we collected, and Bashira gives him the sharp piece. There. Only 2 more left.
We're very close.
Jamila Hara takes the pieces from Professor Shadi's hands. They vanish once they touch her skin.
Too close. Kasim and Ruka are going to be paying very close attention to us now, Professor Shadi says. We need to find the next 2 pieces quickly before they realize we're ready to put the swords together.
We can't do anything with Zayde like this. We must wait a few days, Jamila Hara says. Fix up his leg, will you?
Oh, leave him be. He's fine, Professor Shadi says, waving his hand my way.
Thanks for being so concerned my leg was almost torn off, I say sourly.
Was it? No? Then why worry?
Take some pity on the poor boy, Jamila Hara says. She waves her hand. The wetsuit vanishes, replaced by dry clothes. My leg is now tightly wrapped and has a small splint supporting it. A crutch lies by my side.
There. Was that so hard?
He would have been all right until we got him to the school infirmary, Professor Shadi protests.
Yes. We'll tell them he had his leg chewed off by a monster in the lake.
That doesn't appear odd, Jamila Hara scoffs.
I believe you only refused my request because you knew you couldn't do it.
I could so, Professor Shadi says defensively. I didn't believe the situation was that dire.
Jamila Hara shakes her head before reaching out and scratching Professor Shadi underneath his beard with the tips of her fingers.
Be glad you have me for company.
Professor Shadi's eyes glaze over. He seems temporarily dazed for a second or two before he shakes himself out of it, pulling away.
Leave me be, Mila, he grumbles.
Bashira helps me hobble off the boat. We look back at the yacht, expecting the djinn to follow, but they're just standing at the helm, staring at each other. Jamila Hara snaps her fingers, and the whole boat vanishes.
What do you suppose all that was about?
Bashira asks. Doesn't matter. We couldn't figure out those two if we tried, I say. I think I can make it back to my dorm.
Well, I'm coming with you, just to make sure.
She carefully walks by my side on the way back to my dorm.
I'd like to thank you for the flowers, by the way, she adds. I loved them.
What flowers? I say, pretending I don't know what she's talking about.
The ones you left for me.
Did I?
Yes, she smiles. Don't deny it. I know it was you.
It was. I snuck into her room before I went to bed last night and put them by her bedside, so she'd have them when she woke up. She never heard me crawl through the window. I guess all the excitement about me dying in her dreams and almost being a snack for a monster made her forget about them. Until now. I'm glad you enjoyed them. My leg throbs and I wince in pain. She notices. She rubs the back of my shoulders and says,
Don't worry. When we get back, I'll take care of you. I'll bring you food and everything. It's my turn to spoil you.
Sounds like a plan, I say in exhaustion. Of course, my plans are always interrupted. When we get back to the dorm, my phone rings. I hop around on my one good foot, reaching across my desk to answer it. Hello? It's me. Of course it's you, I say, rolling my eyes at Mahir. Who else would it be? You need to come home, Zayde. The throbbing in my leg goes away immediately. What's going on? It's your mother. She's getting bad. Again? Doctors say this will be the last time she'll be conscious before she... You know. I hang up on him. I've got to get home, I say. I'm sorry, Bashira.
What? You leaving again?
Her face falls. I have to. I don't have a choice, I say. My mom, she's... I choke up. By all Shams, why, after all this time, is it so hard to say it? She's... dying. She practically leaps to help. I'll take you to her, she says immediately. No. I hobble away from her stubbornly. I have to go alone.
You can't drive like this. You could barely get up the stairs without my help,
Bashira protests. You're not going, I say. You're staying here. She plants herself in front of me and puts her hands on my chest.
You have to tell me why.
No. I push her off of me and try to limp to the door.
I'm not letting you go through this alone. Where you go, I go.
I adore her devotion to me, especially in a time like this. But she can't see where I come from. I don't want her around me when I'm already about to fall apart. This is something I have to do alone.
Give me one good reason.
If you see where I come from, your whole opinion about me will change, I say quietly.
Do you really believe that?
I look away, and she puts a hand on her hip.
Zayde, stop. Nothing could ever change the way I feel about you. Do you understand?
Do you understand? I say harshly. Where I come from, it's not a nice place. It's not somewhere where good things happen. By the time it chews you up and spits you out, there isn't anything good left in you. I'm frustrated. All my thoughts are spilling out of me way too fast. Where I grew up, there's definitely not enough left in you to love anyone besides yourself.
I know there's love in you. There's more love inside you than anyone else in the world,
Bashira says.
You just have to let me in. Zayde, stop shutting me out, please.
At her insistence, I realize I don't have a choice. I can't drive, and I need someone to take me to Mom. I sigh angrily. You asked for it. It takes forever to get to the parking lot with my bad leg. I throw her my keys when we reach my car, and she helps me in awkwardly. She seems worried, her hands tight around the steering wheel as we drive. Me? I can't really do anything but look out the window and give her directions. What am I preparing myself for when I get there? Bashira's worried gaze finds a way to be replaced with disbelief when we enter the slums. When I tell her to leave the car on a side street, I reach behind me. I pull out one of Mom's black veils from the back seat and give it to her. Put this on.
Why?
she asks, perplexed. You don't want the people here to know who you are. Trust me. She does what I say, hiding her face. Keep your head down, I instruct her as we walk down the dark alleyways. It's really hard to act tough when you're on a crutch. When we reach my house, Mahir's at the door, waiting for us. Glad you came, he says. He stares at Bashira for a moment, before returning his attention to me. Sorry, I didn't know what else to do. Mom's been moved to the living room. The couch was pushed to the side to make room for her hospital bed. There's a lump in my throat, and I hate it. She's basically wasting away. Nothing more than bones on the bed, her jaw wide open and arms curled inward on her chest. The girl I hired to take care of her looks helpless. This is beyond anything she can do. Mom's eyelids half open when she hears me come in. Zayde, she says, cracking a parched, sickly smile. It looks like it takes all her effort. What happened to your leg? A swimming accident, Mom, I say. Not a big deal. She lies her head back on the pillow. If that's all it is. Her breathing's so shallow. It makes a forced, wet sound as it comes out of her body, which rises up and down frailly. I know I should feel lucky, because usually the end is much worse for patients who have Mom's illness. But I don't feel lucky. I feel cheated and robbed. We need to get you to the hospital, I say. She can't die here. This isn't our home, not really, and she's not comfortable. At least the doctors might be able to do something to ease the pain. I won't let her die in this hell. Who's this? Mom's looking at Bashira. She reaches out her fragile hand, and Bashira doesn't hesitate to take it. The two women seem to bond immediately as they touch. Mom, this is Bashira. My girlfriend. I swallow. Damn it, keep it together. She's lovely. I look forward to getting to know you, dear. Mom rasps. Bashira grips my mother's hand tightly. I know this is the first time we've met, but I want you to know, Mrs. Amir Moez, I love your son. I love him more than anything in the world, and I promise I'll take care of him. I don't doubt that, dear. Mom coughs, and the sound her throat makes is wretched. It grasps for the threads of life. How can Bashira stand this? How can she bear being in this environment and handle facing such an awful situation? How can she cope with all the misery that is surely swarming off of me? Most people would run away. I know I would. But she doesn't. She stands and faces grief readily, as if it is something she is accustomed to and knows all too well. We've got to move her, I say. Help me carry her to the car. You can't do it, Zayde. Let me, Mahir says. Mahir carefully lifts Mom off the bed, wrapping her in a blanket. I pay the girl who has been helping us and ask her to go home. Mahir takes the driver's seat, and I'm forced to sit up front while Bashira sits in the back with Mom. Mom barely knows what's going on, her head rolling this way and that. Bashira holds Mom's hand, talking to her slowly as we make our way to the hospital. It's really hard to watch the nurses put an oxygen mask onto Mom as they wheel her inside. It's happened before, but this time's a lot different because I know Mom's not coming out this time. She'd usually go to the neurology unit, but we decided last time this happened she'd be transported to hospice. I had hoped, prayed the end wouldn't come so soon, would never come at all. I knew better, but foolishly chose to hope anyway. Mahir leaves. He knows when to stay and when to go. Bashira, though, sits beside me in the waiting room of the hospice while Mom gets settled in. Mr. Amir Moez, the doctor, who I don't like, is speaking to me, looking at his clipboard. I will not waste your time mincing words. Your mother's condition is not something reversible. I understand that, I say lowly. Do you know when? I am unsure. The dying process is a complex thing. There's nothing complex about dying. Even I know that. Just give me something. She could go at any time, though I suspect it may take a few weeks, he says. Usually patients in her condition take some time to deteriorate. A few weeks? Why can't she just go already? It'd be better than watching her suffer in extreme pain for days on end. There's a matter of payment, he adds. Hospice care is very expensive, and your mother has no insurance. I don't care, I say sharply. Do what you have to do, and I'll take care of it. Very well. I collapse back in my seat, head in my hands. Bashira rubs my back, trying to comfort me. I know Al-Shams has to exist, after everything I've seen, but I can't understand how he can let this happen. I'm waiting for my young mother to die, a woman who hasn't done anything to hurt anyone in her entire life, while bastards like Kasim and Ruka are running around perfectly healthy, looking to kill people so they can get ahead. It's wrong. Bashira uses her hand to lift my head, so I'm forced to look at her.
So that's why you do what you do, she says. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry, Zayde.
You shouldn't apologize to me for being angry that I'm a thief, I say.
You were doing it for your mother, she says. I wouldn't hesitate to do the same thing if my family was in your position.
It's not the only reason I do it, I say reluctantly. I can't lie, Bashira. I like it. Stealing makes me feel good. If I can take something for myself that I don't have, it makes me feel better. I've lived with nothing my entire life, and sometimes I just want... I gesture at something invisible in front of me, fingers closing around air. But you've seen all of that.
And it changes nothing, like I said before.
My good leg starts bouncing up and down nervously. I'll have to go out with Mahir tonight, so we can find something to steal to pay for all of this.
No,
she says.
You don't have to do anything. I'll pay for it.
You can't, Bashira. Your father will never allow it.
I have a trust fund of my own, one I can do whatever I want with, she says.
She brings herself up tall and looks rather regal, proud, just like the queen I know she is.
My father doesn't have any say with what I do with my money, in my opinion.
It's too much for you to offer me.
Shut up. We're family,
she says, leaning against me.
What I have is yours.
When they finally let me in the room, I can't cry. I can only stare. Mom slipping in and out, about to go into a comatose state. When that happens, I'll be able to talk to her, but she won't be able to talk to me. It's one of the last things that'll happen before she dies. Bashira runs around the room making coffee, straightening the blanket on Mom's bed, changing the channel on the TV to things I like but can't pay attention to, fetching whatever I ask. She's a helper, I see, in these situations. She needs to be doing something with her hands, otherwise she'll lose it. Not me. I kind of just sit still and go numb. What am I going to do without Mom? I don't have any other family. She's all I've got left. When she goes, what's going to happen to me? I'm going to college for her. I'm a thief for her. When the center of my universe leaves, what's my life worth afterward? What goals do I have? Where do I go? It steadily gets darker outside. Bashira leaves for a little bit and comes back with dinner. I pick at my food but don't really eat. I'm too sick to my stomach.
I called Tamara,
Bashira says.
She's going to come visit in the morning.
I'm so frustrated with my best friend. Why can't she be here now? If she's Al-Shams, she can stop all of this, reverse the effects of the illness, and make my mom better. But she doesn't know who she is, I bet. Not yet. Is it worth telling her? Or would revealing her powers before she's figured it out for herself have drastic consequences for the world? This is all so complicated. A young nurse, around the same age as Bashira and I, enters quietly. Her curly white hair is tied behind her head, away from her kind eyes. She notices my wrapped leg and shuts the door.
Hello, Reda Prince.
I sit up. How do you know who I am?
I'm Jara, she says. You knew me before, in a previous life.
She walks around the room and leans down, touching my injured leg. The wrappings dissolve at her touch. The holes and gashes in my leg have healed up, good as new. You fixed it, I say, stunned.
I only wish I could do more for your mother, she says sadly. With my magic, I can do some good here, but I cannot stop death. You're a healer, djinn,
Bashira says in realization.
Are you sure there's nothing you can do? If I was older and more powerful, perhaps, she says. I'm still too young. My magic can only go so far.
Whoever enters next doesn't bother to knock. Professor Shoddy, quiet for once in his life, looks to me, then to Bashira, then to my mom on the bed.
I've been searching all day for you two.
He notices the young girl standing at my side.
Hello, Jara.
Hello.
She nods to the elder djinn, seemingly relieved he's here. Please don't ask us to go looking for the next piece right now, I say. I really can't handle it. Professor Shoddy stares at me.
I wasn't going to ask. I supposed you needed a place to stay for the night.
I was going to stay here. I look at Mom.
I'll stay here so she's not alone,
Jara says, moving to the head of the bed.
My magic will make it so she doesn't feel a thing.
You need your rest, Zayde, Professor Shoddy says sternly. If something changes during the night, the hospice will call. But until then, I have rented a room for you at the hotel. It's only a block away.
You don't have to pay for a room for me, I protest immediately.
Do you know how much money I have, boy? He barks at me. You tend to accumulate a lot of it when you're 6,000 years old, and you can take care of all your needs with magic. It's already done. Now stop arguing before I turn you into a catfish.
Bashira tugs on my arm. Reluctantly, I let her lead me out.
Terrible place, hospitals, Professor Shoddy mumbles under his breath. Never got the sense of holding up a bunch of sick humans in one place. What else are you possibly supposed to do with them?
I snap. Professor Shoddy opens his mouth to argue, then snaps it shut. The hospice connects to the main part of the hospital. We pass through the emergency room on the way out, and I'm lucky enough to see the two people I absolutely can't stand to be around right now.
You're an embarrassment,
Kasim hisses to Ruka.
I should know that stepping off a boat and onto the dark would be too much for you to handle.
So they're following us again. Such a surprise. Ruka's holding a towel to his head, which is currently soaked with his own blood. Kasim doesn't notice us, but Ruka does. He gives us a nasty glare, which I eagerly return. I don't care. I'll fight him right in the hospital. I've got nothing to lose right now. He doesn't want to mess with me. Ruka doesn't say anything or point us out to his father, just stays in his seat and pouts. I hope he's gone by the time we get back. The hotel Professor Shoddy takes us to is practically plated in gold, with a grand piano in the entryway and a large fountain rippling down the marble walls. It's way out of price range for people like me. It's something a slum rat could only imagine in his head or see in a movie. The elevator takes us to the top floor.
I rented the penthouse for as long as you need, Professor Shoddy says. I suppose you deserved it, after all you've done to retrieve the pieces of the swords.
It's too much, I object.
Nonsense.
He opens the door by waving his hand, then hands us the keycard.
Don't lose it, because I'm not coming back here to let you in if you lock yourselves out, you fools.
He gives me a smile, although it's small. His grumpiness is actually comforting in this situation. It's something I know. Thank you, Professor. It means everything in a time like this.
I know what it is like to lose those you care for, he says, putting a hand on my shoulder. It's better when your needs are taken care of and you don't have to worry about things.
He vanishes slowly, dissolving away. Bashira opens the door, and I hold back a surprised gasp. The room's got a large kitchen, a sitting area, a hot tub, bar, you name it. The bedroom is upstairs in the loft. I'm pretty sure one piece of furniture in here costs more than my whole house. Professor Shoddy spared no expense. Bashira walks in, completely unimpressed. She's used to this kind of thing. But I'm not. I'm used to broken chairs and leaking roofs and not enough to go around. It's like Mom and my old life are dying, and Bashira and my new life are calling me. I suddenly realize I'd be fine sleeping on a bare, rotting mattress on the floor all my life as long as Mom was still around.
I suppose I should get back to my dorm,
Bashira says, and I instantly feel myself panic.
Are you going to be okay here?
I nod quickly. Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right.
She kisses me on the cheek.
Don't hesitate to call if you need anything.
I can't stop myself when she puts her hand on the door. I can't be strong anymore, pretend like all of this doesn't affect me. I don't want to be alone right now. Bashira, I say, and she turns. I can't stay here by myself. I'll lose it. She puts her purse down on the chair.
I was waiting for you to ask.
She grabs my hand and leads me up to the bed. She seems to understand without speaking that I need to sleep more than anything. She looks in the dresser. Sure enough, Professor Shoddy left us clothes. She tosses me a pair of sweatpants and a clean shirt. I take off my old clothes so I can put the new ones on. She doesn't leave the room, just sits on the chair and watches. While I slip on the shirt, it gets caught on my head and my arms don't go through the holes. I try to right it, but it's just not working. I can't even put on a shirt right now. Bashira steps up and grabs the bottom of it, tugging on the garment until it fits.
You've got dirt on your face,
she says. She takes a wet cloth and wipes it away, observing me carefully.
There, all better.
She tilts her head, then cups my face.
You're beautiful, Zayde. You know that?
Don't even. I know I look like hell right now, I say, grimacing. She drops her hand.
Come on, let's get you into bed.
I listen to her. Bashira doesn't change, but crawls next to me, leaning against the headboard so she can cradle my head on her lap and play with my hair. I don't know what to do. My voice sounds so weak.
You don't have to do anything, Bashira says. There's nothing you can do right now. You just have to survive.
You weren't there to help me last time, when Kasim killed her, I say. The memory, so long forgotten, slams into me. I close my eyes to try and stop it from coming, but why even bother? It won't go away. Last time I was a little kid. I was 12 years old, left alone with her body for days. I didn't know what to do or where to go. Now it's better because you're here. I don't have to go through it alone.
You will never, ever be alone, she says. Not ever again.
It's kind of crazy what happens next. I look at her, and I guess that's the moment where I need her the most. I kiss Bashira, and she kisses back, and for the first time she doesn't hesitate to let me in. I don't let my fears or my doubts or my past stop me. Right now, we're just two people in love. So forget death, forget fear, forget pain. None of that matters. I just want her because this moment between us will never end. She's my fantasy, my playland. She's a place where I can hide. I can just lose myself in her and not be afraid of loss. My thoughts are so fast. We come together at a place where we've been patiently waiting for each other for over 2,000 years. It's like we've done this 1,000 times. She knows where to touch me, and I her, and the world is more perfect than it's ever been. Seeing her, I realize I'm still alive, and she's in front of me, and I've finally woken up. I think that maybe, even for the littlest reason, I shouldn't give up hope. She gives me something to hold on to, and when she and I connect, I realize something critically important. I don't want to die a slow, meaningless death, one that doesn't happen physically, but happens when you can't hold on to yourself anymore and you surrender to your demons and darkness. I don't want to crawl into my bed and wait for the end to come because I feel powerless against it. I want to live, and I want to live with her because she's something worth all this hell I've been through, all the torture, the pain, everything. I'd do it all over again, as long as it was for her. Chapter 11.
I'm going into labor.
The words don't register as we stand alone outside the Ifrit's cave, right in the middle of the desert. I have to ask again to understand what she really means. You're what?
The baby is coming,
she gasps, holding a hand to her enlarged stomach. No, it's only been 8 months. That's not enough time. It can't be happening now.
It is too early, Bennua. You haven't completed your time,
I protest. Her face twists in pain.
I am having this child now. Help me.
Bennua screams. Her cry of agony forces me to be useful, do something. What does she need? The tent. Right. I scramble to put it together. It seems I've forgotten how to set it up, even though I've done this 100 times. This is far too soon. Will the child be healthy, have no ailments? Or will he or she be stillborn? Will I be able to do what is needed and help my wife in labor, or will I be helpless and watch her die? I have no idea what I'm doing. What if I lose both of them? I drop one of the poles and the tent collapses. Damn it! Why can't I control my hands? They're shaking uncontrollably.
Zayde, hurry!
I can literally hear the pain in her voice. That's never happened before.
I am, my love. I am.
I put down some blankets and a few pillows and guide her inside. Her face is set in a grimace, eyes closed. I've never seen her like this. Bennua was accustomed to pain, but this is something entirely different, something as a man I cannot understand.
Lie here.
She leans back on the blanket, and her tan skin pales. I need to say something, pretend we're prepared, to assure her.
The water skin is full, if you need it, and we have plenty of cloth for when the child arrives. You must call for help. Find someone, anyone,
she pleads. She's begging me, asking me to save her once again. She's scared. I'm scared. We're barely adults ourselves. I'm pretending like I have everything under control, but I do not. What I know about childbirth, I've learned from asking small questions to Nuri when Bennua wasn't paying attention. I had a feeling about this. I knew this was going to happen. Why did I let Bennua convince me into putting off making a plan? But she honestly thinks I'm going to leave her at a time like this? Not a chance.
The nearest town is hours away. You will have this baby long before I reach it on foot, and I will not abandon you. Not now. Zayde, I don't want to have this baby out here.
She's crying. By all shams, I hate it when she cries, but she can't help it. I'm a little ways from crying myself.
I'm sorry, my love. You don't have a choice.
I try to steady myself and be strong. She needs it.
Let it progress how it will. And then, when the time is right, we'll start to push.
I'm talking like I'm the one doing the work. She's the one who's going through the agony of childbirth. I can only wait while her body steadily proceeds to give life. If we have received Al-Sham's favor, why is this happening to us? Will we be responsible once again for the death of a god? Childbirth takes a long, long time. I give Bennua water, clean her face, try to make her comfortable, but everything I do seems a useless endeavor. I am a man. Men in our society don't help women give birth. We are seldom even in the room. I've only held a baby once or twice, and never have I seen one being born. She'd be better off with anyone but me.
Please, make it end,
Bennua begs, reaching toward me, sobbing in between contractions.
Do anything. Kill me.
I wanted to stop. I'm sorry, I say, and I crawl to her. She buries her head in my shirt and cries violently. Her screams are so loud. Even muffled, they shatter my ears. I bite my tongue and force my own tears back inside my eyes, holding on to her. Where are Shadi and Nuri? We need them. I cannot do this on my own. I am not capable. Why has Al-Shams forced us into this task alone? After several hours, the crying and yelling stops. Bennua grows quiet, only gives a shout or two when a contraction is particularly agonizing. Her eyes are dull, deadened. She told me she felt the urge to push a long time ago, but her efforts have slowed down considerably. She simply has nothing left. Keep pushing, Bennua. You're doing well. She cries out once more, giving a push. I think we're close now. I can't be sure, but we must be. Things look like they're progressing, but I really have no idea, do I? You can still have this baby before the sun rises, Bennua. I have to keep egging her on. I know how she is. When Bennua quits, she quits. And if that happens, she and the baby will be in danger. I don't know what else I can tell her, but I have to say something. I'm scrounging for something to encourage her. I'll make it up if I have to. Zayde, I can't. She's so tired. She wants to give up. I hate this, but I have to use myself against her. She'll never refuse anything I ask her, not even now. She'll keep fighting if I tell her to. Do not give up. Bennua, your ancestors have done this for centuries. Hundreds of women, which you have descended from, gave birth to children underneath tents in the desert. Your body knows what to do. Do not give in. I'm so tired. Her body sags into the blanket. I know, my love. Just a little longer. For me. She's only a girl. I did not think it possible for her to endure this much, but she has surprised me once again. She'll give everything she has left, and a little more, if I simply suggest that it's for me. I grab her hand, and she squeezes it, giving another push. Her tight grip turns my fingers numb. I look into her eyes and hold the gaze, giving her the little bit she needs. Finally, there it is. I thought it would never happen. I see the head! The baby's almost out. It's now or never. You're nearly done. Once more. I let go of her hand. Bennua cries out one more time, and that's when it happens. There's nothing I could say to describe the feeling of having a child being born into your hands. It's a tiny baby girl. At first, I'm somewhat detached, the tactful Raider Prince. In the back of my mind, I remember Nuri's instructions. Clean her, cut the cord. I do so carefully, too carefully, worried I'm making a mistake. My straightforwardness comes to an end when I notice that the baby hasn't yet cried, nor made a noise. The bleakness of death upon you is not half as incapacitating as the thought of death upon your child. I have only been a father for a few seconds, but this is the most terrified I've ever been in my life. My child, my daughter, you must breathe. I do the only thing I know and press my mouth against my child's, lightly breathing into her lungs. Please, Al-Shams, save my child. She begins to bawl, and I breathe a shaky sigh of relief. The baby lives. Then I realize that this isn't just any baby. This is my baby, the child that Bennua and I made, that is half of her and half of me. I start crying right along with the infant. Bennua, you did it. It's a girl, a lovely baby girl. Bennua says something, but I don't hear her. All my life I've dreamed of being a father, wanted a child to call my own. I cannot believe it's finally happened. Everything about the child is brand new and perfect. Her eyes, her ears, her hands, her toes. I have to touch her face so I know that she's real and this isn't a dream. She's a princess, a pretty little princess. Give Amira to me. Bennua's reaching out her hands, longing for the daughter she's slaved and struggled for. Amira, what a lovely name. I am compelled to agree with her. Yes, Amira, our princess. Bennua's body droops as she holds the babe. I'm worried she'll drop her. I move closer and turn my attention toward my wife. She survived, but she needs time to recover. You must rest, I say, kneeling down. You've been through quite an ordeal. Someone must stay up and take care of her, she says. Oh, my Bennua. Even now she wants to help. Doesn't she realize she's given me everything she possibly can, given me the greatest gift a wife could ever give her husband? I should be at her feet, worshiping her for this beautiful baby she created for the two of us. I will take care of her. You need sleep. I assist her with feeding Amira and help my wife dress, putting down a new blanket for her to lie on. She's asleep within minutes, but I'm incapable of resting, even though a few minutes ago I could have slept for hours. Amira is in my arms. She's here after a time when I didn't believe that I would ever hold her. For a reason I do not know, she trusts me, is dependent on me to take care of her. The love I have for my daughter comes naturally and easily. I'm responsible for her now as her father. It is a title I wear more fondly and proudly than the one of Raider Prince. I understand why the angels call us blessed. I am the happiest man alive. Now, I have a family. I wake up the next morning with Bashira lying against my chest. The sunlight comes through the curtains and bounces off her black hair, spread across her bare back. I remember things got a little crazy last night. I lost control and got carried away. Will she forgive me for it? What will she think? Bashira stirs against me, and her eyes open halfway. Good morning, I say. I guess we thought we didn't need clothes. She grunts and puts her head down, trying to go back to sleep. Well, so much for that. Hey, I say, shaking her. Wake up. Go away, she grumbles, putting a pillow over her head. It's too early. It's late morning. She drowsily raises her head, as if the idea of getting up early is absurd. We slept together last night, I say bluntly, as a reminder to her and to admit it to myself. It sounds so weird, but sort of perfect. Yeah? You want a medal? She grumbles, crumpling up a pillow and grinning mischievously into it. That was your first time, wasn't it? I say. You and Ruka never— Pile Shams, no! She says, cutting me off and looking disgusted at the idea. And I'm glad I never did, even though he suggested it. Why not? I didn't love him. I thought you said you did. I did. Well, she sighs and stares at me. I did love him, in a way, but it's nothing compared to how much I love you. Ruka is like a distant memory. There was a time in my life I swore that Ruka and I were meant to be together, and I really did care about him. But now, I realize that everything I felt for him is multiplied by the millions when I look at you. What I felt for him compared to what I feel for you, it doesn't even come close. Really? Yeah. She turns over on her back. And I always said to myself that if I was ever going to have sex with somebody, it wouldn't be just anyone. I wanted it to be someone who I was truly in love with. Someone who I wanted to be my husband. Technically, we're already married, princess, I say, grinning. Does that count? She makes a confused face. And if we have been married all this time, even after 2,000 years, then you've been cheating on me with other girls, even if you didn't know it. If that's the case, you've been cheating on me with Ruka, so I don't even want to hear it. This is all so complex. What are the rules of this thing? I don't know. Go ask a priest. She puffs a strand of hair out of her face. I had another dream last night. We had a kid. Yeah, I remember. I always wanted to be a dad. I think it's what I put down on those sheets they gave you in class, asking what you want to be when you grow up. That dream was the most powerful one yet. Having a kid was an experience I can't compare to anything else. Now that Amira's not here, everything feels kind of empty. It bothers me that in this life, as of yet, I don't have any kids. I can somewhat remember being a parent before, even though I only recall bits and pieces. I do recall it was the greatest experience of my life. Now I miss my kids, but how can I miss them? They already existed and now they're gone. Soon my mom will join them. My mother. I was so happy when I woke up, I forgot why we were here. There goes my good mood. I get up and head toward the bathroom. We should get dressed and get down there, I say.
So soon?
Bashira smiles, but gets up and does what I ask. I didn't really get a good look at her last night, as it was really dark, but staring at her naked body now almost makes my knees buckle. She really is incredible. It's lame to say, but last night was magical, different. I've never been with anyone on that kind of level before. I've had sex with other girls, but how Bashira and I connected last night can't even compare to all the others. We're meant to be. Let's go. We walk all the way to the hospice. When we get to her room, I'm relieved. Mom hasn't changed since last night. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Take my car and go back to campus, I say, pressing my keys into Bashira's hand. You're already going to be late for class.
I'll stay with you. That's more important,
she says immediately. I need some time alone with Mom, I tell her. Besides, I don't want you falling behind. Go. She hugs me tightly.
Text me if you need anything. I'll come as soon as I can.
I watch her hair bounce on her shoulders as she hurries away and wish she didn't have to go. But she does. There are some things I need to say to Mom privately. I notice there's a letter on the side table near Mom's bed, addressed to me. I pick it up and read quickly.
Zayde, I had Mahir bring this letter to the hospice for you. I can't be there this morning, or at all today, actually. I've realized there are some things I need to figure out, but know that I am always here for you. I'll be by your side until the end and afterwards. Tamara.
Angrily, I crumple up the letter and throw it in the trash. She's always here for me. Then why isn't she here now? What could be more important than comforting your best friend when his mother is dying? She's been weird these past couple days. Even though we're roommates, Tamara never sleeps in our dorm anymore. I don't think I've seen her in 2 weeks. Mom shifts on the bed, moaning. Mom, are you comfortable? Do you need anything? I ask. She groans again.
Where am I? And who are you?
Delusion is setting in. I move past the huge brick in my throat and say, It's Zayde. Your son? You're in the hospital. You're staying here until you get better and you can go home.
What's wrong with me?
She whispers. You're just a little sick. I force a smile.
That's all.
Oh. A little more clarity comes into her eyes. I think she recognizes me.
Zayde, the girl you're with is wonderful. Tell me more about her.
Of course she wants to talk about my girlfriend. I laugh and say, She's great, Mom. She's the sweetest, kindest thing. Best woman I've ever met. Second to you.
Don't bother about me, Zayde. I think she's the one for you. The way you look at her, it's special. You two seem like you're made for each other.
You have no idea, I say, scratching the back of my head and laughing again.
She's a lovely girl,
Mom says, quieter than before, a zombie-like expression crossing her face.
Don't let her slip away from you.
Her eyes open rapidly again.
Where am I? I want to speak with my son.
My grin falls away. I am your son. I say too weakly.
Zayde?
Her expression becomes confused once more.
Where am I? Why am I here?
A tear slips out of my eye, though I'm trying hard to hold everything up. Never mind, Mom. Just go back to sleep. It'll be better when you wake up.
Zayde?
Yes? Her hand, already so cold, touches mine.
I love you.
I take the blanket and tuck it around her shoulders. I love you too, Mother. You'd think I'd get bored sitting here, doing nothing, staring only at the walls and the jagged rising and falling of my mother's chest. But I don't. I don't turn on the TV, get up to eat, or do anything. It's impossible to be bored when you're this damn miserable. Somebody shakes my shoulder. Sometime in the afternoon, I fell asleep in my chair. Bashira is back from class, and Professor Shadi is with her.
How are you doing?
She asks. Fine. I sit up. My neck hurts from how I slept. What's going on?
We stopped by to see how you were faring, Professor Shadi says. Also to tell you we've located the next 2 pieces. The last.
It might be a good idea to go after them,
Bashira suggests.
But I know you want to stay here with your mom, so...
I get it. I've been sitting here all day, and Mom has barely moved. I should get up and try to do something. Mom? I touch her shoulder lightly. Bashira and I are going somewhere, but we'll be back, all right? She doesn't respond. She just continues sleeping, her mouth open, the rattle at the back of her throat more pronounced. Mom, did you hear us? Even though I've spoken up, she doesn't indicate that she's heard anything. My eyes start to burn with tears. So this is it. If I knew this morning was the last time I'd be able to hear her voice, I'd have kept her up longer. I hang my head and try to hide my face from Bashira and Professor Shadi.
I'm sorry, Zayde,
Professor Shadi says, very quietly.
If you wish to stay here, I understand.
No, I wipe my face quickly. Let's go. Everybody's pretty quiet on the walk to wherever we're going. To my horror, we're heading back into the slums. Bashira automatically walks closer to me, though Professor Shadi doesn't seem bothered by our surroundings. I'm pretty uneasy myself. Being in the slums reminds me too much of Mom, and anything that came here to hide can't be good. Professor, why are we here? I ask.
We're chasing the Tsar, a demonic djinn, Professor Shadi says.
He waves his hand, and my sword appears, attached to my hip.
We located the piece on him earlier in the day.
Demonic?
Bashira asks.
He likes possessing young women and forcing them to do terrible acts. Murder, arson, that sort of thing, Professor Shadi says. Mila and I chased it around campus, but it managed to escape each of our traps. He's a clever fellow.
Why would Queen Amira give the piece to such a horrible creature?
Bashira asks.
She didn't. He stole it from another djinn. A rather kind one.
Professor Shadi's face darkens. I'm sorry, I say. What happened to her?
She survived, but she was severely injured after the Tsar got through with her. Her magic wasn't powerful enough to resist him. Jamila Hera's with her now, doing what she can. She'll live, but the scars she'll bear forever.
Professor Shadi abruptly halts while turning down a dark alleyway.
Bashira, on second thought, I think it wise that you stay behind on this mission.
What? No way!
She crosses her arms.
I'm not leaving you guys to take on this djinn alone.
The Tsar's magic is dependent on taking control of women's bodies. He'll see you and target you directly, Professor Shadi says firmly. We must turn back and leave you at the hospital. Zayde and I will capture it.
I'm going, Professor, and that's that,
Bashira says, stamping her foot stubbornly. Professor Shadi goes to say something more, but instead he emits a high-pitched squeal and jumps in front of us, pushing us against the wall of the alley.
He's here!
I look over his shoulder at the demon. The Tsar looks just like anyone else when I get a good glance at him. He's young and tall, with stringy black hair and a pasty face. His teeth, though, are pointed, and his eyes are red. Not good.
Queen Bennua, nice to see you again.
The Tsar cackles. Run, I say. I grab Bashira's wrist, pulling her behind me. We bolt down the alleyway together, twisting and turning until, frustratingly, we meet a dead end. Damn it, get behind me, I say, unsheathing my sword. I plant myself in front of my girlfriend, holding it aloft. Zayde, be careful, Bashira warns. My mother's about to die. He really doesn't want to mess with me today, I growl. Professor Shadi's not here. He stayed behind trying to hold the Tsar off. I really hope he's not dead. The Tsar appears around the corner, grinning. He's got blood around his lips and is staring at Bashira hungrily.
I wasn't able to take possession of your body before, with Queen Amira in the way.
The Tsar laughs loudly.
But she's not here now. Unfortunate for you. I always wondered what it would be like to take control of the famous Queen Bennua. Curiosity from all these years is going to kill me, you know.
You're not gonna touch her, I say viciously.
What are you going to do about it, Raider Prince? Stop me.
The Tsar sprints forward, his movements a long blur. Before I notice that he's even moved, he puts a hand on my chest and pushes me to the ground. He runs right through Bashira, who gives a gasp and sinks to the ground. Bashira! I roll over and grab her arm. Are you all right? My love, answer me! Bashira's eyes loll in the back of her head until you can only see the whites. Then she blinks twice, and the soft brown of her pupils change to a deep, bloody red. Her expression turns nasty. She gives me a hideous smile before she chuckles tauntingly and says,
Do you still love her, Raider Prince? Your love can't save her now.
The voice isn't Bashira's. The Tsar, now in my girlfriend's body, grabs the middle of my shirt and tosses me through the air. I slam into the brick wall and tumble to the pavement. I get to my feet and raise my sword, but I can't use it. The Tsar is in Bashira. I can't get at him without hurting her. The Tsar begins writhing in a twisted manner. Bashira's body is rejecting him, but he's there to stay.
I'm disappointed,
the Tsar says.
I thought that I would be able to look into her mind and disprove her feelings for you, but I'm unhappy to say they're all true. Not that it matters.
The Tsar shrugs.
By the time I'm done with her, she'll be so devastated that she killed her beloved Raider Prince that she'll take her own life. Separating lovers is a hobby of mine. It's very entertaining when the other one won't fight back to defend themselves.
He's right. I won't fight back because I can't kill her. The Tsar charges forward, extending Bashira's hands to wrap around my neck.
Ah!
Professor Shadi appears, raising his hand. Ropes burst from his fingertips and wrap around the Tsar, binding it tightly. The Tsar is forced into a kneeling position on the ground, hissing and screaming. Professor Shadi is bleeding from a mark around his neck, though he doesn't seem bothered by it. Did he get you? I ask.
He knocked me down when he was chasing you. Bit me a little, Professor Shadi says. Nothing serious.
The Tsar kicks its bound legs, wailing at the top of its lungs. Professor Shadi gags it with a wave of his hand.
You're not getting away. Not this time, he says sharply.
What should we do? I ask.
We have to get him out of her. There's no compromising with a Tsar, Professor Shadi says. He won't leave, no matter how much time passes. Bashira is one girl he's been looking forward to possessing for a long time. It would bring him great joy to ruin her compassionate soul by using her to kill others.
So what do we do? I ask, and the Tsar gnashes its teeth. How do we get it out? Jamila Hera pops onto the scene. Her mouth thins when she notices the Tsar within Bashira's body. I was afraid this would happen, she says lowly. I'm sorry I did not come sooner.
How is Amberine?
Professor Shadi asks immediately. She's more shaken than anything else.
All is well, Jamila Harris says, before she grabs my arm tightly. You know what to do, Shadi. There is only one way.
What are you going to do to her? I ask. I try to wrench my arm away, but I can't. Jamila Harris is strong, much stronger than I, and I'm no weakling. Damn djinn and their meddlesome powers.
There is only one way to get the Tsar to leave, Zayde, and you're not going to like it, Jamila Harris says. I would much prefer it if we did not tell you.
Tell me what you're going to do to her. Otherwise, I'll fight you all the way. I begin to struggle against her hold.
I would advise you not to do that, Jamila Harris says, and the hand on my arm begins to glow with blue magic. I have ways of immobilizing you without the slightest effort on my part.
Mila, he deserves to know. Professor Shadi's voice is calm, but his face is pale white. He's scared. No, not scared. Sickened. He looks like he's going to faint. Jamila Harris sighs. She loosens the grip on my arm, but only a little.
The only way you can force the Tsar to leave is to whip the body the demon currently resides in.
The Tsar gives a wild, choked scream behind the gag. My stomach twists and turns.
No, you're not doing that to her.
We must, Jamila Harris says urgently. If we don't, he'll never leave, and we need her, Zayde. So do you.
I look at the ground. Fine, but I don't want to see it.
Very well.
Jamila Harris lets go of my arm and steps back.
You and Shadi will return to wait on campus. I will do it.
I should do it, Professor Shadi says abruptly. Besides Zayde, I know her best.
Shadi,
Jamila Harris whispers. Mila, Professor Shadi gazes at her intensely. Please. Jamila Harris bites her lip, then nods.
As you wish. Come, Zayde. Zayde, don't let them do this.
The Tsar has gotten the gag off somehow and is pleading with me. It's not the nasty, writhing voice, though, of the demon. It's Bashira's.
You won't let them, will you? You love me, right? How could you love me if you're going to let them hurt me? It's not her, Zayde. The Tsar is manipulating her body to do as he wants, Jamila Harris says quickly. Bashira has no consciousness right now. She won't remember the whipping or feel it.
I look away. Just get me out of here.
Zayde!
Bashira's terrified voice is the last thing I hear before I vanish. I instantly appear in Jamila Harris' office back at AU. I couldn't intervene now, even if I wanted to. I'm too far away.
I apologize for this, Jamila Harris says, leaning against her desk. Shadi was so insistent on chasing after the Tsar after what he did to Amberine. He did not think things through and put Bashira in danger. This is our fault.
I want to place blame and yell at them both for putting us through this, but I don't. What good will it do? As long as we get the peace, it doesn't matter, I say. I feel tortured on the inside. Will Bashira really be unable to feel the whip on her back? Does Professor Shadi even have the resolve to do it? Jamila Harris circles the room, glancing at the watch on her wrist. She's just as nervous as I am.
I should not have left him, she says anxiously. I cannot imagine what he...
Her head swings to the side, eyes widening in surprise.
It's already done.
She snaps her fingers, and the office dissolves like paint, long colors and strokes of water running down the sides of the walls. The alleyway returns, a much different scene than before. A long, bloody whip lies on the pavement. Professor Shadi's on his knees, cradling Bashira in his arms and sobbing uncontrollably as he rocks her back and forth. I suppress the urge to vomit as I see Bashira's back. Her shirt's been torn to pieces, gnarled and mottled flesh rising underneath the fabric. Her mouth is open and she's unconscious. One of the pieces lies forgotten on the ground. Jamila Harris stoops down and picks it up, placing it in her pocket.
I can't fix the wounds, Professor Shadi babbles. I tried, but my magic only makes them worse.
I am no healer, djinn, but I can fix this, Jamila Harris says, falling to her knees by his side.
She waves her hand, and the gashes on Bashira's back begin to knit themselves together. The blood dissolves until all that is left is a few long red marks on her skin. Bashira slowly comes to, blinking her eyes.
Bashira!
Professor Shoddy smiles, but he doesn't stop crying. I'm happy to see you. What happened? She asks groggily. The Tsar took control of your body. We had to whip you to get him out, Jamila Hera explains. Oh, is that all? She says, like it's no big deal. Relief floods my body. You didn't feel a thing? I insist. No. All I remember is the Tsar entering me and then nothing. She tilts her head. Why is Professor Shoddy crying?
Never mind,
Professor Shoddy says, hugging her tightly.
I'm only glad you are all right.
If we're done here, let's go find the next piece, Bashira says. She's the only one eager to start another mission. No, we all need a break, Jamila Hera says harshly. We've been through enough today. All of us. She brushes Professor Shoddy's hair back. Go where you will. We will find the last piece tomorrow. Even though Bashira's okay, I still feel sick. The bloody whip on the ground is hypnotizing. It's the only thing I can focus on. I shake my head in a daze. Something's tugging at me, a memory from far away, but it doesn't come to me willingly. I've suppressed it, tried to forget about it and pretend that it didn't happen. If it's something all that terrible, I'm not going to try and remember what it is. It's getting late, Bashira says, looking toward the darkened sky. Should we get some food and go back to the hotel? Let's check on Mom, then we'll head back. I have no desire to eat after what just happened. This horrible day has killed my appetite, and there's a knot pressing on my stomach that only gets tighter with each step. When we go to bed that night, that uneasy feeling hasn't vanished. No matter how hard I try to ignore it, it doesn't go away. The ruins of Hayama create a hideous scene around us. Ammar is dead, and Ruka's soldiers are closing in, surrounding us in a circle that tightens with each step. My mind does not want to accept the unfathomable fact that today, my wife and I will meet a long and painful end. Get the girl! The first thing I think of is to grab Bennua, try to protect her. She's wrenched away when ropes bind my arms to my side. A noose loops around her neck, tightening firmly. The two of us are yanked backwards, and my mind is screaming, trying to find a way out of this, any way. Look, it's Queen Bennua and His Highness, the Raider Prince. A soldier bows to mock us. The insolent coward. If I get loose, I'll kill him. I'll kill them all. Why don't we show the Queen a royal welcome? They yank on the noose around Bennua's neck, choking her. She claws at the noose and gasps for air, her face slowly turning purple, eyes bloodshot. I strain at the ropes, try to get away, but despite my best efforts, they're not coming off. Ruka always said the bitch would come back. The noose goes slack, and my wife gasps for much-needed air as he drags her to her feet. Let's see what's underneath that dress. All I can see is red as they tear Bennua's dress in half down the back, exposing her. Behind the rage is an unrelenting fear. I know what soldiers do, because I've seen them do it. I've rescued many a girl from the clutches of evil men before, and I've also been too late. I cannot permit them to torture and rape her in front of me. I won't. I must do something, whatever I can, to get her out of this. I beg you, don't hurt her. Do what you like with me, but let the girl go, I cry. Shut your mouth, you bag of fleas. A soldier punches me across the face, but I don't feel it. I can't feel anything but fear for what they'll do to her, and unrelenting bloodlust pumping through my veins. They gag me before I can say anything more. You'll get your turn after your wife gets hers. Get away from me! Bennua jabs the soldier nearest her in the stomach, just like I taught her. but it's a feeble attempt to escape and only makes them angry. "Her Majesty has got some bite. Let's see how she likes it." A soldier punches her directly in the stomach, where Amira was, and she screams violently. Blood spills beneath her dress. With her cries, I pull at the ropes even more. I can't let them do this. I can't. The other men take turns smacking her with discarded boards. I ease my struggling against the ropes and search for a way that I can outthink them, trick them into turning their attention to me. I can't do much with my hands bound and my mouth gagged. What kind of cowards torture a human being, especially a woman who cannot fight back? Why don't they set me loose and take their chances? 12 on 1? I'll take all their lives in seconds and leave not even scraps for the dogs. She's such a pretty girl. I'd wonder what she'd look like with scars all over her face. The man begins cutting away at my beautiful, darling wife's face with a knife. My mind goes blank as I witness the scene. They will not do this quickly. They will draw death out, lengthen it for as long as they can, because they enjoy this. When they shove ashes into her mouth, I can no longer stand to watch. This is my greatest fear. It has been since the beginning, since she joined me as a thief long ago. I'm going to watch her die. There is no worse fate, not for me. Then, a small voice, whispered upon the air, gives a defiant answer to the abuse. It makes me both very proud of her and very afraid that she would say it now, here. "Al-Shams is the greatest. His name shall be praised throughout Saran and all the world, and those who follow his wings shall be shielded from the storms." Bennua hushes in response to the torture and shame. Those are words from the Onari. I know them well. Benua's face, though bleeding and disfigured, is noble, steadfast. She's a fighter. She refuses to let them win. My strong girl. "Al-Shams? Where is Al-Shams now, girl? Will he save you from our grasp?" The soldier cuts the rope binding her to the pole and throws her to the ground. "Let's see if we can get her to deny her god. Come, girl. Say Al-Shams has abandoned you, and this will all be over. We'll make your death quick." I already know that Bennua will not do it. I plead silently with her anyway, beg her to understand that Al-Shams will forgive her if she denies him in front of the soldiers and saves her own life. But she will not. She and Al-Shams are far too close, and she will die long before she refuses to serve her god. Benua's lips whisper her fate, seal her death. "Do what you will. I accept Al-Shams' will." My head drops. The soldier isn't satisfied with her answer. "We'll break it out of her. Give me the whip." Each crack of the whip upon her back stings me. I sob openly as she screams aloud, her yells becoming smaller and smaller each time the whip makes contact with skin. Our eyes connect, and I watch her flinch with each lash upon her, her soul dissembling to a place that is nowhere near us. She is very close to dying. I know, because I was there before. When she dies, they'll start with me. I do not care. They've done the worst to me already. Let them do as they will, and we will be joined together forever. I only weep for Amira, that she will be orphaned so soon. Hoofbeats. Sultan Utif's men have come to save us, but it is far too late for her. The bonds are loosened upon me, and I run to Bennua, try to lift her, but I do not know how. The gashes upon her back have mangled her so much that I'm afraid to touch her and do more damage. Utif's soldiers slay many of Ruka's men. Some from the group, including the leader, flee to safety. A soldier of Utif's does the work for me and slings Bennua onto his horse. After that, the memories are broken, mottled. Panic when Shadi cannot heal her. Grave loss, a torturous burning inside my spirit as I watch Bennua slowly succumb to the darkness, wondering how I'm going to go on without her. Then, salvation. Disbelief as my child is placed into her mother's arms and Bennua is miraculously healed. Afterwards, shock, complete and total loss of control. Then, silence, peace, all at the touch of her hand. Bennua does not know, but 2 days after she was healed and I was convinced she was fully recovered, I stole a horse and rode back to Hayama. I found the soldiers that got away and did not hesitate. I slaughtered them all. Chapter 12.
Zayde, stop running!
Shadi and Jamila Hara have been looking for me all night, ever since I woke up and ran off into the city. But it's Bashira who finds me first. I extend my strides to outrun her, to leave her behind in Ashana's streets, which are abandoned at this time of night. I don't want her near me right now. I can't let that happen to her. Not again. She needs to stay away from me. She slams into my back, grabbing me from behind just outside a cluster of corporate buildings. I come to a dramatic, screeching halt as she clings to my shirt, dragging her behind me. "Let go of me, Bashira! You can't hold me!" I growl.
I want to, she demands. I want to.
No, you don't. Get away from me. Let me go, I yell.
I'm not going to leave you like this. Not ever. I made a promise to you.
She digs her heels in, tries to get me to stop and listen. But I can't. I've officially lost my mind, and there's no recovering it. Not after that dream. The Tsar brought back my worst memory, in this life and the last. I watched Bashira get tortured by soldiers while I could do nothing. 2,000 years hasn't made me forget or made the pain go away. It only amplified the certainty that everything I hold close to me shatters to pieces. It ends up like Mom, hurt and dying in a hospital bed. It's my luck, my fate. I'm cursed. Go away. Did you see what happened? I push Bashira off of me. Her mouth drops open, and she gazes back at me hurt.
I get that you're upset, but this isn't the way to handle it.
Bashira, that dream made everything perfectly clear. You stick around, you're going to get hurt all over again, I scream.
That's not true, Zayde. It happened in the past, and what happened today just brought it back. It's over, and I'm all right. And so are you.
I shake my head. No, I'm not okay. There's a dark side to me that I don't tell you about, that I don't tell anyone about. You just don't want to see it, I shout. I don't care. She grabs the front of my shirt and begins shaking me.
Zayde, wake up. We got through this before, and we're going to again.
I grab her wrists and tear them away from me. I'm done, Bashira. I'm sick of the dreams, of the past, everything. I'm not getting the last piece. I'm not going to have anything to do with you.
Zayde, we have to get the next piece, she insists. The world is at stake.
I don't care about the world, I say bitterly. Let somebody else handle it. It's not worth you getting hurt.
I'm willing to risk my life if I can help other people,
she insists. Yeah? Well, I'm not. I won't gamble with your life. I shove my hands in my pockets and turn away. I'm shaking all over. I don't even try to bother to keep myself together. What's the point? My mother is dying, and Bashira, I'm just no good for her. I couldn't protect her from Ruku's soldiers or the Tsar. How am I going to protect her against the world? She steps forward.
I know you have a lot of guilt about what happened, but none of it, do you hear me? None of it was your fault. I'd rather live one short lifetime with you than 1,000 without, and we're lucky enough to get another go-round. I'm not going to waste it because you're afraid.
You can't force me to be in a relationship with you, I say angrily.
No, but I can love you all I want, she says firmly. And that's never going to stop. Not ever. Do you understand? We belong together. I don't care if it involves torture or pain or even death. Al-Shams put us together for a reason. I will never give up on us, and I absolutely know that you can't either. Because we've tried. We've tried to break up before, but it didn't work. It never will. We'll always come back to one another in the end.
I look away. That dream should scare you off.
If that dream proved anything to me, it's that I am strong enough to handle anything that comes with being with you, she says forcefully. There are always going to be people who want to hurt us because of who we are, but I'm going to face them with you at my side. Haven't you realized by now how devoted I am to you?
She scoffs and shakes her head.
I'd follow you anywhere.
I get that. And that's what terrifies me. She holds still.
If you want to call it quits, fine, Zayde. But I never will. I made that mistake once, and I never will again. I love you far too much to let you become your own worst enemy.
Let's just go back to the hotel.
Fine.
She pauses.
And don't run off like that ever again.
Fine. We don't hold hands on the way back. We don't even touch each other. In bed, she faces one way and I face another. Never experienced this before, at least not in this life. But lying next to a person you love dearly but are infuriated with is an impossible thing to do. I lie awake for hours before the sun finally peeks through the curtains. I doze just for a bit. Bashira's gone when I wake up, probably went to class. I sit with Mom for most of the day. I've missed so much class this semester that I'm probably going to fail. Looks like I'm not going to be able to keep my promise to Mom and graduate. It was the one thing I swore up and down I'd do for her, but I can't seem to keep that promise either. Jada comes in during the early afternoon to check on Mom, but I think she's here for me. She sits across from me on the couch in a hospice room, crossing her ankles.
How are you doing?
Terrible.
I thought so.
She brushes off her scrubs.
You and Bashira had a fight.
How did you...
Omniscience. Long story.
She smiles before her expression turns serious.
I know the dream last night toyed with your emotions, but I think you're forgetting the most important things, and it's time you remembered them.
Without asking permission, Jada reaches out and touches my forehead. At her touch, I slink back against the couch, mind fading into the pages of the past. The warm water trickles down her bare back slowly in tiny little rows as I squeeze the cloth over her shoulders. Bennua hums contentedly and closes her eyes, seemingly in heaven. The bathhouse took me the longest to finish out of everything in the palace, but I'm glad I put it in. Bennua and I come here often when we wish to be free of all our councilmen and our responsibilities. With 12 children, we hardly get a moment alone together. Here, we are undisturbed. It is the only part of the day that's quiet. Building the palace took much longer than I anticipated, as I kept having to build more rooms. Bennua's sisters kept having children, and we added more and more of our own throughout the years. The physician told us that Bennua's labor with Amira scarred her badly, making it impossible for us to conceive any more offspring. Our remaining 11 children are adopted, orphans we found wandering the streets. Most of them were abandoned by their families or left alone after their parents were killed in the war against Akshalad. 11 years later, Saran still struggles to recover from the Battle of Okshul. There will be another war soon, I am sure of it, but we are safe here in Ashana. Our army is strong and our walls are thick. No one will challenge the couple that defeated Akshalad himself. I wash her hair, and she washes mine. This is somewhat of a routine we do, clean each other and not ourselves. Bennua takes the soap and swishes it in circles upon my skin, using her other hand to knead the sore muscles in my shoulder. The tension dissolves instantly at her touch. She kisses the back of my neck, trailing more kisses down my shoulder. I sigh in relaxation. The water sloshes as I wrap an arm around her, bringing her close and pressing her naked body against mine. We don't need to discuss anything. Talking is something we have to do constantly as rulers, and it's tiring. Bennua and I have gotten to the point in our relationship where we do not speak when we are alone, unless we are teasing or confiding in one another. Our marriage has evolved to something where we communicate silently. We very nearly share thoughts. I don't think we could grow any closer after we defeated Akshalad, but day after day, I'm proven wrong. The strongest of bonds need no words to express themselves. Bennua rests her head on my chest. It's a simple gesture that says she needs me, that no matter what time of day, we're always in an intimate place only the two of us can share.
Your Majesties, there is something that requires Queen Benua's attention.
A maidservant is calling for us from around the corner. Regretfully, I let Bennua go. She kisses me on the forehead and climbs up the steps that lead under the bath. I follow, observing her closely. We dry each other off. I tie her dress, and she slips on my shirt. More traditions we have. She smiles at me, then touches my face before proceeding out of the bathhouse after her servant. I should continue with my duties. Glumly, I make my way toward the soldier barracks on the other side of the palace. On the way there, something small tackles my legs. "Father! Father!" A young boy wrapped around my calf grins, the gap from where he lost his first tooth sticking out prominently. A wooden toy sword, his constant companion, is tied to his belt. "Where are you going?" "Tamarick, my boy." I swoop down to pick him up, setting him on my shoulders. "Only to the barracks," I say. "You've seen them hundreds of times." "Then I will see them 100 more," he says. "I would live in them if you would let me, Father." "I know you would." I found Tamarick 2 years ago, hiding under a pile of rubble next to his father's body after his home had collapsed. He clung to me the minute I pulled him out, and has been nothing short of my shadow ever since. "Father, when do I get a real sword? I think I've outgrown this one," he says, banging the wooden toy on my head. "Not for a very long time." Tamarick is much like I was as a boy. He's mischievous and likes getting into trouble. He's far too interested in fighting, however. He's obsessed with joining the army the minute he becomes old enough. I can tell by the intricate way he plays with his toy sword he will be an excellent warrior one day. It is a thing that both pleases and worries me. Someone comes running around the corner. Amira's crying. She runs to me and hugs my leg. "Amira, what's wrong?" Tamarick swings his leg over my head and slides down my back, scampering to his sister. "Tell us." Amira shakes her head. Even at 11 years old, it's hard for her to relate her emotions to us. She doesn't understand what they are most of the time. I kneel down to her level. "Amira, can you tell me what's happened?" She struggles to get the words out. "They tease me." "Why?" "Because cannot read or speak well." She appears so embarrassed as she tries to show me what she means with her hands. My heart breaks for my little girl. "I'll show them," Tamarick says, rolling up his sleeves. "Just tell me where they are and I'll get them." Tamarick is Amira's little protector. Just last week, 2 servants had to pull him off a boy who called his sister stupid. He'll take any reason to fight, but he won't ask questions when it comes to attacking anyone who picks on Amira. We've been working on his aggression, but events like these don't help. "Be still, Tam." I pick Amira up and set her on my hip. "It does not matter what they say," I tell her, tweaking her nose. "You are a wonderful little girl. Do not mind that you cannot do what all the others can. You will learn in time." Amira smiles, just a tiny bit. She puts her hand against my face. "Love, Father." "I love you too." I hold her close, and she snuggles against my chest. Tamarick still hopping up and down, wanting to fight, so I put my hand on his head to steady him. "Patience, Tam. I will speak with the ones who have teased Amira." "Why talk when you can force them to apologize?" he asks eagerly. "A true leader never has to force others to do anything, but rules with fairness and compromise." I tell him sternly. "A sword is the last way to handle your subjects. You will come to realize this before you are grown." "Amira will be queen. I'll just make sure everyone listens to her," he says eagerly. I sigh, then put a hand on his back. Out of all of his brothers and sisters, Tamarick is the most headstrong and fiery, unwilling to listen. He gets it from his mother. He is the one I worry about the most. "Your Majesty!" A servant comes floundering down the hallway, appearing scattered. "You must come at once! There has been an attack on the Queen's life!" A chill fills my bones. "Take me to her at once!" I carry Amira at a run after the servant, Tamarick trailing at my heels. All the rest of my children are gathered in my bedroom. They clear a path when I enter, separating into small groups. Bennua is lying upon the bed, looking well, but with a large bandage wrapped around her middle. I set Amira down, and Tamarick grabs her hand. I kneel at my wife's bedside. "My love, are you well?" "I am fine," she says, waving her hand. "There is no need for all this fuss. It was an Onari fanatic who snuck within the palace halls and waited for me to walk by. He is not part of any group or under command from any ruler, simply a man who has lost his mind. Our sultanate is safe." "Yes, but where did he hurt you?" I insist. "He merely slashed my middle. I handle a sword aptly enough to deal with him," Bennua says. She attempts to get up. "I must rise and deal with the matters of the day." "You will not," I say, gently pushing her back down. "You must spend the day recovering." "Recovering from a scratch?" She laughs. "You're as mad as my attacker was. My love, let me leave." Our children are watching intently. Everything we do, they mirror. I do not wish for them to see us quarrel. "Leave your mother and I tell them. They slowly filter out of the room, leaving us alone. I rise to my feet and cross my arms. "Bennua, you are staying in bed, and that is that." "Oh, and who are you to order me?" She raises her eyebrow mischievously. "I am your husband." "And when have I not been able to charm you into getting my own way?" "I must say never." "Then let us be done with it. There is business to attend to." "Bennua, please." I take her hand. "Do as I ask." She sighs. "Very well. I will rest, as you are so concerned about my well-being, but I will return to my duties tomorrow." "As you wish." I begin circling the room. I try not to pace, as she will see that I'm nervous, but she already knows. I am certain of it. "We must increase the guard. I would like a soldier with you at all times." "You are overreacting. We have never been attacked, not in years," she says. "If I were there, this would not have taken place." "Nothing happened." "Bennua, you must understand." I rush to her bedside, kneeling once more. "We have a family, and have come to a place in our lives when we are no longer at war or are fighting an enemy. But we still must be vigilant. If you were to be killed, I could not bear it." Bennua's eyes soften, and she smiles as she puts a hand upon my cheek. "You can't always protect me, my Raider Prince." "Yes, always. That was the promise I made." "You promised to love me forever, and each day you fulfill the vow you made." She touches her forehead to mine. From the balcony, a child's cheer drifts into the room. I walk to the balcony and overlook it, down to the gardens below. Each of my 12 children are playing together, laughing, dueling, chasing each other about. Bennua rises from the bed, shuffling to my side. She's moving more slowly than she usually does. "Only a scratch, I thought not." She smiles as she witnesses the scene below. "This is the kingdom we have created together," Bennua says, wrapping her arms around my waist. "There could not be a more perfect world." I rest my head upon hers. "Yes, it would seem your rule has brought us all into paradise." "I could not have done it without you." "Nor I you. We have built it together, as one." When I wake up, Professor Shoddy is sitting in a chair across from me on the other side of Mom's bed. He's leaning forward, and his hands are clasped. He looks a little better from yesterday's trauma, but he's still shaken up.
"You died only a few days after she did."
Professor Shoddy starts sadly. He takes a deep breath.
"Both of you lived to be a very old age for your time. You could not bear to be separated from her, even by death.
I sit up. She was your favorite, wasn't she? He doesn't have to ask what I mean.
Yes. Out of all my 99 humans, I liked her best. You and I are friends, Zayde. But Bashira, she's always held a special place in my heart. There's something about her that makes me willing to do anything for her happiness.
That makes two of us. He glances away.
It was rather lonely after the two of you died. You were my closest friends. I stayed around Ashana until Amira and all your other children passed on, but then I left. The world became dangerous for djinn, and it was no longer safe for your descendants to know who or what I am. But I am very happy to have you back, Zayde. The world was very cold and empty to me in your and Bashira's absence.
I don't know what to do.
You must go to her and tell her how you feel, how you truly feel, Zayde. Not only that you love her, but that you will stand by her side regardless of the risks it poses to the two of you.
Professor Shoddy leans back in his chair. When we're together, it's dangerous, I say. It's like the whole world is against us. I don't want to put her in harm's way. Perhaps it's best if we stay apart.
After 2 lifetimes, I know you very well, Zayde. Perhaps better than you know yourself, Professor Shoddy says. You are a brave warrior, but what you cannot solve with a sword, you distance yourself from. The more you withdraw and hide yourself from her, the more patiently she will wait. She will never leave your side, not even if it means her death. She is far too loyal to you. If she won't leave, and neither will I, what must I do?
A man must decide if he will run from his fears or stand and face them, he says firmly. This is your time to decide if you will continue to run or if you will turn and fight.
I stand. I'll fight for her. Thank you, Professor, for everything. I give my mother a quick kiss on the cheek and run out the door. I sprint through the streets of Ashana and back to the hotel. Professor Shoddy's right. I've been keeping myself away from Bashira. I've tried to be strong, tried to protect her this entire time. But what I haven't realized before is that we're equals. She doesn't need a hero or need saving. She needs a partner, someone to stand by her side and pick her up when she falls. She's just as strong as I am, just as much of a fighter. Together, we're capable of anything. I have to let her know that I believe in us. Bashira! I run up the steps of the penthouse, but find it empty. Where is she? Class is over. She should be here. Did she go back to the hospice? I freeze when I see that there's a letter on my bed, written in Bashira's handwriting. I pick it up and read, becoming more horrified with each word.
Zayde, I understand you don't want to do this anymore, but finding the next piece is something that must be done no matter what. That's why I've decided to go alone. Jamila Hera told me where the next piece is. Please don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Maybe when this is over and done with, we can just be a normal couple. I know this mission is tearing you apart, and I'm not going to let anything get between you and me. Love, Bashira.
I should have known better than that she'd stay out of it. She's going after the last piece by herself, and Al-Shams only knows what's going to face her there. I have to find Jamila Hera. I nearly get into several accidents on the way back to campus because I'm not paying attention. I park my car crookedly in the lot and sprint toward the history classrooms, but she's not in any of them. I pray she's in her office. I round a corner next to the hall and, not looking where I'm going, knock someone to the ground. My apology dies the instant I see it's Ruka. You! I bend down and pick him up by his shirt, lifting him a foot off the ground. What are you doing here? Following me again?
I go to school here, he says, glaring at me. You should be thankful I found you.
Thankful? I pitch him to the side, and he stumbles to regain his balance. Why would I ever be thankful I ran into you?
I've been looking for you everywhere, to warn you.
My father knows Bashira's going for the last piece. He's going after her tonight, Ruka says. I don't believe you, I growl. This could be a trap. It's not. I swear upon the wings of Al-Shams. And what does Al-Shams mean to you, servant of Akshalad? I hiss. He looks away, and suddenly, I know. He's been having the dreams too. My father's memories are much kinder than mine, he says, looking downward. He is reminded of the honor and fame he acquired as Saran's most ruthless warlord. My dreams, though, they are nothing more than nightmares. Tell me why I should feel sorry for you, because I don't. You don't understand what Akshalat does to you, Ruka says, and he shivers. I know all the things I did were my own fault. I chose to do them because I hated everyone and I wanted everybody to feel the same anger and pain that I did. But Akshalat, he egged me on. He isn't much, just a small voice in your head telling you what to do and giving you ideas. He never made me do anything, but he festered and ate away at me, twisted my thoughts so I couldn't think straight. I felt like I was nothing, worth nothing. I didn't know what love was. I couldn't remember it. It was emotional torture. His presence felt like a hot iron against my insides, and the only way to stop the burning was to do bad things and hurt people. By the time he got done with me the last time, there wasn't anything left. He devoured my soul. That doesn't excuse what you did. Not even close, I say. It doesn't, he says. But I truly feel remorse for it, and the only way I can even begin to feel human again is to try and save as many lives as I destroyed in the lifetime before. I can never make up for the damage I caused. He lifts his head to look at me. But maybe if I can start helping people, it'll kill some of this guilt I have built up in me. Are you doing this because you want to help, or because you can't live with yourself? I ask, disgusted. Both. I don't know. He shakes his head. I'm afraid of Akshalad. He's dead, but I could feel him working in me when I hit Bashira. He's starting to take control of me again, and if we don't get those swords back into your hands, he's going to. I won't be able to resist my father's orders for long. He turns away, ashamed. I know myself too well. So what do you want to do? I say harshly. I don't know where Bashira is. My father didn't trust me enough to tell me. He's thought I would betray him for a while. I narrow my eyes. Just answer me one thing. Why are you doing this? He looks around the corner as if asking for someone to come out. Jada steps forward, her hands clasped. She gazes at me meekly. Jada? I say, astounded. How could you do this? She takes Ruka's hand. We do things that seem unforgivable for the ones we love. We met at the hospital, and I swear, Zayde, I'm in love with her. Ruka jabbers. We've only just met, but from my memories, I've realized I've cared for her for a long time. How do I know you're not going to treat her the same way you treated Bashira? I say. He's not, Jara says sharply. Because the minute he does, I'm leaving him. I'm working on myself. I'm trying to be different, and I don't want to hurt her, Ruka insists. That doesn't mean you won't, I seethe. He doesn't deserve a second chance, I know, Jara says. But I do love him, Zayde, and I want to give him one. If he says he wants to be good and right his wrongs, then I'm not giving up on him. Not yet. I shake my head in disbelief. That's your choice, Jara, but I don't agree with it. I sigh. I have to find my friends and go after Bashira. You need me in this fight. I'll go with you, Ruka says. No, you won't, I say, holding out my hand. If you really want to help, you'll stay out of this. He gives me a stony look. Fine. Come on, Jara. He doesn't look me in the eye as he passes, but Jara does. She doesn't regret her decision, and I can tell she cares about him. But damn, how could Jara love someone like him, knowing everything he's done? I shrug it off and accept that her choice is her choice. If she wants to be with somebody like Ruka, there's nothing I or anyone else can do to change her mind. I start running again,
toward the art center where Jamila Hara's office is based. Jamila Hara! I hurtle myself toward her office at full speed, flinging her door open. I need your help! I enter the room, expecting her to be ready to help me with whatever I need. What I get is Professor Shoddy and Jamila Hara sprawled over the desk and going at it like no tomorrow. What are you doing? I scream, completely horrified. Professor Shoddy and Jamila Hara unglue themselves and look at me, irritated. By Al Shams, boy, can't you knock? Jamila Hara says, snapping her fingers. Her shirt buttons itself, and clothes thankfully appear on Professor Shoddy. I can see why they called you the Raider Prince, bursting in uninvited like that everywhere you go. I think I'm going to have that image burned into my eyeballs for the rest of my life, I say, rubbing my face. By Al Shams, I can't unsee that.
Oh, grow up, Zayde,
Professor Shoddy snaps, wiping his mouth.
I know what you and Bashira do. We're all adults here.
Okay, first of all, it baffles me that neither of you are the least bit embarrassed, I say, holding my hand out. Secondly, what the hell? You guys can't stand each other.
Of course we can't. We're in love,
Professor Shoddy says simply. In love? I thought you hated her, I say.
Same thing,
Professor Shoddy says irritably.
Anyway, what was so important that you had to come rampaging in here like some deranged lunatic and interrupt me and my wife?
My mouth drops open and I shake my head. Never mind. Later. Bashira's in trouble. In trouble? Why? Jamila Hara asks, perplexed. She went after the last piece herself, after you told her where it was, I say.
Mila, Professor Shoddy moans. Why did you do that?
I believed she wasn't foolish enough to go after the last piece on her own, Jamila Hara says defensively. Then you don't know Bashira. She makes impulsive decisions and doesn't think things through when she wants to save the day, I say in frustration. She's in the greenhouses on the other side of campus, Jamila Hara says. The last piece lies with the Jidra, a monstrous plant that eats humans. Oh, that's safe, I say. We must take Sajjad, Jamila Hara says. It would be foolhardy to magic ourselves into a possibly hostile situation. We must descend from above. Jamila Hara whistles. Sajjad rolls out from beneath her desk, levitating to the level of my torso. For the first time, I don't have any reservations about flying. Bashira's in danger. There's no time to be afraid. I clamber on the carpet, and the two djinn follow my lead. We're off and out of the building before I have time to hold on. You weren't with Professor Shoddy the first time we found the lamp, I say to Jamila Hara as we fly into the cover of clouds. Have you been married all this time? We needed some time apart, Jamila Hara says. I say after 2,000 years we're willing to set aside our differences and work together as a married couple. That's all the time you needed, huh? I grumble.
I had some hurt feelings I needed to work through after she cursed me into a lamp and forced me to grant wishes to 99 humans,
Professor Shoddy says with a shrug.
It took me a while to get over it.
Wait a minute, I say, a foreign and ancient memory coming to mind. You said the djinn who cursed you was a male.
Yes, well, I lied,
Professor Shoddy huffs.
It's quite embarrassing admitting that your own wife trapped you inside a lamp.
It was for his own good. I sent him in the lamp to convince him that living in objects is better, Jamila Hara says. He wanted a boring old house, but what's the point in that? Small things are so cozy. They're safer and easy to transport. We could travel anywhere we liked and still have the conveniences of home. I just figured he'd need the time to adjust to the idea. So I imprisoned him in the lamp until he granted the wishes of 99 humans. I thought by that time he'd come around.
And it worked. I'm more than willing to have us move into my lamp,
Professor Shoddy says. No, Jamila Hara shakes her head. We're moving into my bottle.
My lamp is more expansive.
You and your space. It's not about how large the room is. It's about architectural design. I should have listened to my mother and married the Red. Only a djinn would condemn their partner to centuries of imprisonment in order to get them to agree on housing conditions. How did you guys even get together anyway?
Mila couldn't resist my singing voice.
Professor Shoddy grins slyly.
She went to all of my shows. On our honeymoon, I sang to her every night. Do you remember, dear?
Yes, your croon was enough to make the angels sing,
Jamila Hara says quietly.
Your magical voice, so soothing, so ethereal, stole my heart.
Great. I'm attempting to save my girlfriend with the help of a washed-up musician and his 6,000-year-old groupie. This ought to go great. Sajjad descends rapidly to the greenhouses. We hop off quickly, and Jamila Hara gestures meaningfully to the carpet.
Stay around the area, but keep hidden, Sajjad. We may need you yet.
The carpet meaningfully nods and hobbles off to take shelter behind a large fern placed outside the greenhouse.
Here,
Professor Shoddy says, handing me another sword.
You're going to need this. The jidra isn't a nice plant.
Why did you keep it in the greenhouses if it's a man-eater? I ask.
Professor Ulam swore that it was tame. It only ate one student in the past 40 years we've kept it here,
Professor Shoddy says.
Oh, only. We only recently discovered it was hiding the last piece within one of its vines, Jamila Hara adds. It should have been rather obvious, but we never got close enough to notice until now. Ulam is very protective of his shrubs, you know.
Never took plant science. Saran is hot, but it's a dry heat. When we enter the greenhouses, we find it excessively humid and uncomfortable. Moisture sticks to my face the minute I set foot inside. Where is it?
In the back.
Professor Shoddy holds out his hand, ready to do magic if necessary.
Be on our guard. Kasim could be around any... Oh, no.
The remains of a large, thorny green plant are scattered all over the floor, along with multiple broken pieces of a ceramic pot. Dozens of vines stick out along a woody, blackened trunk, motionless upon the dirt floor of the greenhouse. It looks like someone took a sword and hacked the jidra to bits. Jamila Hara kneels downward and picks up a few pieces of the vines, sticking them into her pocket. What are you doing? I ask.
Jidra vines have healing powers, she says. They might come in useful if we get into trouble. Ulam's not going to be happy about this.
Forget about him. Where's Bashira?
She's been here. And Kasim has too,
Professor Shoddy says. How can you tell?
Look.
He points down to the ground, where there are several man-sized footprints mixed in with small, delicate ones. There must have been a struggle.
The piece is missing too. It's gone,
Jamila Hara says. Where are the others?
Shoddy and I have them, but they're useless until we get that last piece,
Jamila Hara says. He's in his tower. He took her there, I say.
How do you know?
Professor Shoddy asks. I just do. I don't have anything confirming the idea, but I know Kasim, and it's something he would do. I bet anything he's setting a trap, and I'm going to walk right into it, because when it comes to Bashira, that's what I do. She's my weak spot, and he knows it. He's got her trapped there. We've got to go. The three of us sprint out of the greenhouse and jump onto Sajjad, who creeps out from behind his hiding spot when he sees us coming. Sajjad, take us to Kasim's tower as quickly as you can, I say. I have to cling to the carpet's fringe as he puts on an incomprehensible burst of speed. I flatten myself to the rug, hanging on tightly. He's moving faster than a car, at a rate that any student gazing skyward would see merely a flash of red. The glass tower, so far away from the greenhouse, appears close in seconds. Sajjad doesn't care about making a quiet entrance. Jamila Hara barely has time to throw up a blue protective shield before Sajjad smashes through the glass, sending fragments flying everywhere. Kasim, who is on the other side of the room, shields his face with his arm to protect himself from the glass. Just as I've suspected, he's got Bashira tied up on the floor. Two of Kasim's security guards start toward us when we jump off Sajjad, but Jamila Hara takes care of one with a blue jolt of magic to the face, and Sajjad handles the other by wrapping him up tightly while Professor Shoddy delivers a powerful punch on the side of the head. Both guards sink to the floor, out of it. It's over, Kasim, I say.
You've got nowhere to go, and I've got 2 djinn on my side. Give us the piece." Kasim smiles. "It would seem you've underestimated me, Raider Prince." On the floor, Bashira gags. Her eyes are popping out of her head, skin ashen, foam dripping out of her mouth. "What did you do to her?" I snarl. A discarded syringe, one that I hadn't noticed, lies on the floor. "Cobra venom is surprisingly effective," Kasim says. "Snakes will not bite her, of course, a crucial fact I had no chance of foreseeing in my past life, yet she is still susceptible to their poison, like any human being." Bashira gasps, her throat emitting a low, wheezing sound. She's dying. First Mom, then Bashira. I've been preparing for Mom's death for a long time, readying myself for it, and it's still going to hit me hard. If he takes Bashira from me, that's it. She's everything, and if she's gone, there's no coming back from that. I have the antidote here, ready to administer. Kasim displays another syringe filled with yellowish liquid. It will save her life. Without it, she will die in less than a few minutes. Make the choice, Raider Prince. Give me the remaining pieces, and I will allow her to live.
Zayde, we can't, Jamila Hara says instantly. Think of the world.
I'm not going to let her die, I say sharply.
Shadi, tell him. He's your human. Tell him we can't do this no matter whose life is at stake, Jamila Hara says, gesturing violently at me. Professor Shadi appears torn. He turns his head from Bashira to me, not knowing what to do. Look, I'm the Raider Prince, and I say we do this. Bashira flops onto the floor, curling inward. She's running out of time. If she dies, I will never forgive either of you, and I won't help you unite the pieces of the two swords. I swear I won't. But Jamila Hara watches Bashira twist on the floor with a sad, detached expression.
Enough, Mila.
Professor Shadi holds out a velvet bag at arm's length.
Give it to him, Zayde.
He has to put it together, Kasim says. The sword won't form without his touch. Fine, whatever you want. I snatch the bag from Shadi's hand in a harried frenzy and throw it on the floor. Several pieces fly out. I kneel, shifting the pieces together like a complicated puzzle. Kasim throws the piece he has on top to complete the pile. I take what pieces fit together and line them up on the floor. It's nothing fancy, just a simple scimitar with a black hilt. This was mine. I remember it well.
Pick it up, Zayde,
Professor Shadi says softly. I grab the hilt, and the blade begins to reforge itself magically. I lift it high, the blade glowing a sharp red with a molten heat. The pieces reattach until the blade is as sharp as it ever was. It feels like an old friend. I killed many men with this. I killed Akshalad with this. Memories are pushing into my skin from the hilt, threatening to travel up my arm and into my brain, but I don't let them. I can feel the mind of Sultan Zahid slamming against my hand over and over, but I don't budge. I don't want any memories of the past. I don't want to remember anything as the Raider Prince. I just want to be Zayde. I'm doing this to save my girlfriend, and that's it. Give it to me. Kasim's eyes are greedy. He observes the sword with a ravenous hunger. I throw it carelessly, and it clatters by his feet. The old memories recede once the blade falls from my hand. I crawl to Bashira, lifting her onto my lap. She's going stiff. We can't reconstruct Bennua's sword. She needs to do it, Jamila Hara says coldly. No matter. I only need one. Kasim uses his free hand to pick the sword off the floor, balancing the syringe in the other. Give her the antidote. We had a deal, I say. Kasim grins. He then raises his hand and smashes the syringe upon the floor. I start screaming. Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara stand mute, faces white with shock. Did you really believe I would make a bargain with you, Raider Prince? Kasim laughs. Queen Bennua was the only one who ever defeated me. I would never allow her the chance to do so again. He raises the sword into the air. The power of Akshalad in my own hands. Kasim laughs mockingly, until his face darkens, overcome by hatred, consumed by the dark. The room falls into shadow, and Kasim begins to change, morphing into something hideous. Dark, crooked wings sprout from his back, while jagged spikes appear on his arms. A malicious smile spreads across his face as his skin turns black and scaled, twisted horns sprouting from the top of his head, a thick tail slinking behind his legs. He is still Kasim, but the resemblance is uncanny to the devil himself, the dreaded demon I've seen before. He is not Akshalad, but he is one who will do his bidding.
Sauron,
Professor Shoddy whispers in utter terror.
Servant of the Devourer.
This is the demon Professor Shoddy told us about in his lectures, Queen Amira's greatest enemy.
The world is mine,
the demon hisses in a voice that sounds like all of hell, and he reaches his arm out the window to point to the campus below. On the ground, the students begin screaming. They run as dark soldiers made of shadow emerge from the ground, crawling upward out of the earth as if emerging from their own graves. The soldiers move as one unit throughout campus, dressed in ancient armor fastened over skeletons with flesh peeling off the bones. I don't know where they came from, but I know who they are. They're the warriors of the past, soldiers who sacrificed themselves for Akshalad's cause, who fought and died against Queen Bennua in the Battle of Okshul. With one last evil laugh, Saruman springs out the door. The wings upon his back give him flight, soaring him to the quickly accumulating army below. In my arms, Bashira chokes. Her eyes are half shut. No, not Bashira, not my princess. Without her, I'll cease to exist. I'm gone, and I've doomed the world along with both of us. This can't all be for nothing. Professor, I say, fumbling around the words, Jamila Hera, do something.
Jidravine, Professor Shoddy says. Mila, hurry!
Jamila Hera ruffles in her pockets and grasps a tiny green root, gnarled and spiky. She forces Bashira's mouth open and shoves the root inside, moving her jaw. Chew, you silly girl, Jamila Hera says. You have to swallow it. Bashira stills. I can feel warmth returning to her limbs. Her face colors and her gasps turn to breaths. I remove the ropes binding her, lying her on the floor as her eyes open. Zayde, she whispers. She's in and out of it. The venom took a lot out of her. I'm sorry for going out on my own. I should have never tried to do this without you. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I hug her tightly. By all Shams, that was scary. It doesn't matter, Jamila Hera blusters. You've gone and given Kasim one of the swords. He's won.
He used the two of you against each other, as I had feared, Professor Shoddy says glumly. He knew neither of you would hesitate to save the other. It's over.
This isn't over,
Bashira says as she rolls onto her stomach, reaching for something on the floor.
Not while I've still got some fight in me.
She grabs the golden hilt of her sword. Of their own accord, the pieces begin sliding toward each other, melding as one. When Bashira's sword reforges, it begins to glow with a radiant light, one more powerful than the light my sword gave, more spectacular than the sun. It seems to give her strength. She rises to her feet, a defiant look on her face.
Let's go.
Bashira hops fearlessly on Sajjad. The djinn and I meekly follow. Bashira points the sword forward, and Sajjad hurtles downward in the direction Saruman flew off to. Are you sure you remember how to use that? I ask, glancing at the sword.
I remember perfectly, she says. It's all coming back to me now.
Bashira looks strange.
She's always appeared regal, but this is different. She's confident, sure of herself. She's got this air about her as if she's done this before.
Do we really want to go into this without making a plan?
Professor Shoddy asks nervously.
There is no plan when it comes to such evil,
Bashira responds calmly.
The only thing to do is to go out and face it. Saruman only has half of Akshalad's power. We have the rest, Jamila Hera says. I dare say we will give him a fight to remember.
Sajad swoops down in the middle of a large group of soldiers who are surrounding Saruman. Jamila Hera waves her hand. A large blue circle appears, pushing the soldiers away from the monster as we slide off the carpet. The shield dies down, and the soldiers proceed toward us, unsheathing rusty swords and spears.
There's too many of them, I say, unleashing my sword.
Jamila Hera and I will handle the soldiers,
Professor Shoddy says. He lifts his hands. They glow with a green, flickering magic he struggles to hold on to.
You and Bashira take care of Saruman.
Oh, sure. Give us the easy job, I complain. Bashira holds her sword aloft with both hands. She proceeds to combat Saruman boldly, faithfully, as if she knows she can't lose. Sajad hops to her side, eager to help. I don't know what a carpet's going to do, but he did save our lives once before, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
You're alive,
Saruman says in that dreadful voice.
I should have known it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of you.
I'm not someone who's easily scared. Scared of much, really. But even I'm scared of what Saruman will do. Bashira steps forward again, raising her sword higher.
That's right, she says. I'm not going anywhere. Not until I've seen you defeated.
You overestimate yourself, Queen Bennua.
Saruman beats his black wings, dark and terrible, and his red eyes glow with more malice than before.
You are not the warrior you once were. You do not have the strength needed to kill me.
I have enough strength in me to stop you.
Not pausing to make more small talk, Bashira extends her sword arm as she runs at the winged beast. I follow her, charging towards Saruman with an outraged yell. This demon tried to kill my Bashira. There's no way in hell he's getting away with it. While we're running, Saruman lifts his arms and fires molten lava out of his hands, which hurtles directly toward us. We dodge each of the fireballs sent our way, catapulting toward the demon. My sword cuts sharply into one wing, while Bashira's slices into his side. The cut I gave him heals instantly. The weapon I have is useless against him. Bashira's sword, though, causes permanent damage, and Saruman screams as she pulls the blade away from his hanging, ruined flesh.
Do you remember? Bashira says violently. You gave the same wound to my husband once, long ago. It was time I returned the favor.
I open my mouth to correct her, to tell her that we're not married, until I realize that I'm the one who's wrong. Bashira isn't Bashira. She's Queen Bennua. With the sword in her hands that she used to slay Akshalad, she's regained all her memories. She's become who she was always meant to be. I reach for the sword in Saruman's hand, but he jerks it aside and then turns it against me. I fling my weapon up to meet it, and the blow sends me flying. I get off the ground and look at the broken piece of metal in my hand. Saruman's weapon has cleaved my own in two. Sajad wriggles his fringe angrily before leaping forward, smacking Saruman several times across the face. The demon growls and grabs the carpet in a giant fist. His hand begins to smoke. Sajad catches fire, writhing within Saruman's grasp. The carpet finally pulls free and falls with a smack against the ground. I take off my jacket and use it to put the fire out. Sajad slinks feebly along the ground at my feet. He can't fly. Not now. He can't even get up. Bashira screams angrily and stabs her sword toward the demon's belly, but he's there to meet her. The two begin dueling ferociously while I sit uselessly on the sidelines.
I need to help her. But how? I have nothing to fight with. Jamila Hera and Professor Shadi are quickly getting overwhelmed by the amount of soldiers attacking them. A pile of bodies is growing around them, killed by green and blue magic. Jamila Hera is obviously doing the grunt share of the work, while Professor Shadi struggles to keep up. There are thousands of soldiers on campus. The djinn will be overrun if we don't break the hold Sauron has on his slaves. A scream brings my attention back to Bashira. She's flung to the ground at the weight of Sauron's blow, unable to stand against him. The demon advances on her, clenching my sword in his clawed hand.
It is time to end the reign of the false queen and her prince, once and for all.
Sauron advances on Bashira, ready to strike. I do the only thing I can do. Put myself between her and him.
Get out of the way, boy! Sauron snarls. There is nothing you can do to prevent her fate.
You're not touching her. Not while I'm around. I stand firmly in place, unwilling to move. Demon or not, the only way he'll get to her is when he's stepped over my cold, dead body. Sauron snarls.
You are a fool, Raider Prince, and you shall meet a fool's end.
The demon throws his head back and opens his mouth, emitting a torturous, ugly cry. His scream, loud and sharp, hurts my ears. I cover them quickly, trying to block out the shrieking, screeching noise that comes from his throat. From his mouth filters a black smoke that funnels into the open air, as if his very organs are a raging, violent flame. The smoke darkens the sky, and the sunlight vanishes. On the horizon, a wall of sand is coming from the desert, bending and dipping like a raging typhoon. I run to Bashira and take her in my arms, shielding her from the storm. Sajjad throws himself limply over us as the sandstorm begins to crash and fall. Sajjad can't protect us completely. The sand that leaks through the carpet's embrace bites into our skin and stings our faces. The weight on Sajjad gets heavier as more and more sand is loaded on top of us. Bashira and I look at each other. There's nothing in our eyes but panic. We'll be buried alive. Finally, when I feel like I have a mountain on my back, the sandstorm ceases. Sajjad slides off of us, and we begin crawling out of the hole the sandstorm has created. It's not easy. Our waists get stuck in the sand, and whenever we try to move, more sand shifts to keep us in place. Bashira manages to slide out first. She has to pull me out. The entire campus is buried in sand. You can't see any of the grass or cobblestones, simply a few tall buildings sticking out of a sea of massive dunes. Sauron's soldiers have all been buried. It looks like he didn't care what happened to them. Shadi and Jamila Hera are in bad shape. They've managed to protect themselves from the sandstorm with a giant force field they've created together, but it's drained all their magic. Professor Shadi is puffing, leaning over his stomach with his hands on his knees, the remnants of green magic flickering at his fingertips. Even Jamila Hera doesn't have anything left. She tries to cast a spell, but her blue glow dissolves into thin air before her eyes. Not even the djinn can help us now. Bashira stumbles backwards in shock. All the courage I had stored up in me runs dry when I see what she's looking at. Before Sauron is a great black eagle, larger than the towers compiling the city, with terrible claws, a vicious beak, and wings that would block out the sky if there were any sky left to darken. He isn't real. He's completely made of black smoke, transparent, with red eyes that burn and change into mist. But he seems so real to me.
I see you, Zayde Amir Moaz. And you are a coward,
Akshalad says. I do not know how he speaks. He has no voice, and I know the others can't hear him. But somehow I can comprehend every word.
My spirit feels so cold and empty against him. It's like my soul is pressed up against freezing iron, providing frostbite on contact.
I speak only to you, Raider Prince,
Akshalad whispers.
You cannot protect the ones you love. Your mother lies dying, slipping into the darkness, and the woman you love will soon be taken by me. You have nowhere to go, nothing you can do to stop me.
Akshalad beats his wings, clenching a taloned foot.
Join me. You are a warrior worthy of the name, fearsome and great. At Saruin's side in the New World, you will be given a high position, one of great esteem. I will heal your mother and make it so no one will harm the wife of your heart. Oh yes, Raider Prince, I have the power to save your mother's life.
Akshalad cackles as I recoil in shock.
Bow before me and allow me into your soul. I will cast aside all the fears you have stored within you. You were never a very firm believer in Al-Sham's, Raider Prince. Cast aside the god of your people and align yourself with me.
Don't believe anything he tells you! A voice pulls me away from the intoxicating temptations of Akshalad. Bashira clings to my knees, looking skyward toward my face. Zayde, whatever he's saying to you, it's not true. I know you better than I know myself. Don't turn away from Al-Shams, not now. Whatever he promises, he's lying.
The wife of your heart is a mindless follower.
Akshalad spits hatefully.
She will never abandon Al-Shams, not even when she is at death's door. You are a wiser, more practical man, one filled with logic and truth. You can see the battle is lost. You have never called upon the name of Al-Shams before. Why do so now? He will never hear your cry. He does not care to help a man like you. Thief, slumrat, murderer.
Bashira is still looking at me. Her eyes are big and filled with desperation. Akshalad's right. I am a thief, a slumrat, and a murderer. Why would the Phoenix God help me? I have never believed in Al-Shams, and what belief I do have is filled with doubts and skepticism. At this moment, I'm still not sure if I believe in any god. But I believe in her, and if she's going to fight for Al-Shams to the death, well, that's good enough for me to follow her lead. Say whatever you want. I put a hand down to stroke Bashira's hair. She smiles up at me, as she always does, as if I'm the hero of her whole world. Because I know I am. I'm never going to join you. Akshalad snaps his beak.
Then come to the fate of all fools and perish.
Akshalad lunges forward. I don't have time to react before two people step in front of us to create a barrier. Jada waves her hands. Before her appears a magical, glowing sword that hovers in front of the monstrous eagle. Ruka grabs the sword and leaps forward, closing his eyes as he charges directly at Akshalad with a crazed yell. Akshalad moans and puts his wings in front of him, but the white sword cuts through his smoky exterior. With a cry of defeat, the smoke dissolves and Akshalad vanishes. He's gone. Ruka shakes in the place where Akshalad once stood. He's panting heavily. Kid's scared out of his mind. He notices Bashira's stunned expression, and swallows nervously.
I couldn't let him do that to me, he says, shaking. Never again.
You knew he was here? I ask.
I could feel him the minute he came on campus, when the sandstorm ended.
Ruka licks his lips nervously, staring at the sand.
He was speaking to me, trying to get me to join him again. I just couldn't. I'd rather die.
If that is your wish, so be it.
We've gotten rid of the eagle, but his servant is still here. Saruman is back, and he's still got my sword.
I cannot believe my son would betray me in such a way. The only acceptable penalty is death.
He advances inward toward Ruka, the wound Bashira gave him dripping with blood.
You always wanted me dead, Father. I've always been a disappointment to you, in this life and the last.
Ruka spits, swinging his sword in his hand.
I'll be damned before you get your wish. If anything, I'll stick around just to spite you.
Saruman swings my sword toward Ruka. He jumps out of the way, and father and son begin a malicious duel, one that reserves no mercy, only hatred and contempt. I'm a skilled fighter, but even my eyes have trouble keeping up with the complicated maneuvers and intricate movements of the two men as they clash against each other. It would be exciting to watch if our lives didn't depend on our worst enemy winning the battle against a demon. Jada's magical sword seems to hold up against my own, but the light it emits glows dimmer with each hit. Ruka performs an impressive dodge to the right, and my sword sinks into the sand at Saruman's blow, which he overswung. A grave mistake.
I am so much more than you ever believed me to be, Father,
Ruka snarls, then adds as an afterthought,
And by the way, I never should have let you read my manuscript. My book is not a pile of useless meandering. It's a first draft.
Ruka swings the sword downward toward his father's neck. Saruman spins out of the way at the last second, and Jada's blade cuts deeply into the demon's shoulder. Saruman seems stunned. Then he raises his sword and uses the hilt to slam it against Ruka's head, knocking him out. Jada gives a cry and rushes to his side, catching him before he falls. Saruman grins in triumph. Inwardly, I give up. Ruka and Jada can't stop him. We can't stop him, not so long as he has that sword. Jamila Hara's right. It's over. Then, slowly, something happens. A figure appears. She walks over the dunes calmly with a sense of peace that's beyond what you'll find in our world. It's Tamara. She doesn't look like Tamara, though. Sure, she still has the haircut and the same clothes, and she carries herself the same way. But she's entirely someone else. Something's changed in her. With her coming, the sand from the storms dissolves, filtering into the air and back to the desert until all the dunes are gone. The ancient soldiers fade away, dissolving into the ground from where they came. The djinn stand rigid as statues as she approaches.
My lady.
Professor Shadi and Jamila Hara kneel, eyes downward. Tamara acknowledges them with a nod of the head. She doesn't come armed or holding a weapon. She strides up to Saruman as if he is nothing at all and stares at him.
Now!
Saruman's voice is raspy, but he makes no move to attack. He's frightened.
You will not take this from me!
Tamara says nothing. She only raises her hand, and from it comes a bright, burning fire, cleansing and hot. The fire encompasses Saruman, and he screams in fury as the phoenix flames consume him. The flames curl inwards on themselves until they are nothing more than an ember in the sand, taking the demon with them. My sword, forgotten, drops to the dirt. Bashira rises to her feet while the djinn look onward from a distance.
What did you do? I have sent him to a prison where his soul will remain until it is time to be judged, Tamara says, turning to us. You have fought bravely, my friends, and again you have triumphed, I am so proud of you." She's speaking differently. I'm not talking to Tamara, my best friend. I'm face to face with Al-Shams, the phoenix god. "Akshalad, he was here," I say. "It was not him. Not truly. Only his essence, what is left of him from when you defeated him long ago," Tamara explains. "Queen Bennua and Sultan Zahid finished him in the Battle of Okshul, but as long as the world exists, there will always be an evil that will continue to haunt the hearts of men. At the end of time, he will go quietly, as sand does in a wisp of wind." "Tamara, I've been thinking." Bashira plays with her hands. "As Amira, why did you keep the swords and sever them into several pieces? Why not just destroy them if they posed a threat?" "True evil cannot be destroyed until the end of days," Tamara responds. "If people do not recognize good and joy when evil still remains, how will they recognize it when there is nothing to compare it to? After all, it is the darkest of days that cause the light to shine the brightest in our lives." "But Akshalad had so much power. He was even able to challenge you," Bashira bursts. "Why didn't he use that power to rule the world before we killed him long ago?" Tamara pauses before she answers. "Akshalad could wield such atrocities, make storms of sand and summon armies of the dead," Tamara says. "But his real destruction lies in corrupting those who Al-Shams loves, who have a pure heart and noble soul. Humans are capable of far more than they realize, Bashira. His power was great, but what he could do with an angry and bitter soul that thirsts for vengeance was much greater. He could rampage throughout the world, causing misery as he pleases, but for him it was easier and more efficient to hide in the shadows, twisting and torturing whoever was unfortunate enough to find themselves in his path. Mankind will bounce back from natural disasters, from fire and from war as if they never happened, from betrayal and heartbreak by those they love. They will not." "But why? Why is he so insistent on torturing Al-Shams so, when he could have gained control of everything?" Bashira asks. A flame, low and dim, flickers in Tamara's eyes. "Before the world was formed and the humans and the djinn were made, there was Al-Shams and his Malaika, his angels. One of his angels loved Al-Shams so, more than all the others. This particular Malaika requested that Al-Shams love him most in return for his undying passion. But Al-Shams could not do it, for his love is given equally to all. The Malaika rebelled, and Al-Shams cast him away. The angel vowed to spend the rest of his days breaking the heart of the god who would not favor him. And that is the tale of Akshalad." Tamara silently bends down and picks up my sword. She extends it to me, waiting. I don't take it.
"Zayde,"
Bashira says.
"what are you waiting for?"
"Take your sword, Raider Prince," Tamara says. "Regain your memories in full and become the champion you once were." I stare at the weapon. My arms are stuck. Quietly, I say, "I can't." I turn away from the two of them.
"Why?"
Bashira puts a hand on my shoulder. "If I pick up that sword, everything will be different," I say. "Everyone calls me the Raider Prince, talks about who I used to be and all the great things I did, but I don't know who he is. I barely know who I am. How do I know picking up that sword won't change everything?"
"I remember each detail of my past life clearly, and I promise you that remembering yours won't make you love me any less,"
Bashira says softly.
"If anything, it will only make you love me more."
"What about myself?" I insist. "Everyone expects me to be some kind of hero, but maybe I'm not. I don't want the Raider Prince to take over everything that makes me Zayde. I don't want to be some powerful sultan from 2,000 years ago. I just want to be myself. It's hard to explain, even to Bashira and Tamara, but I'm afraid of myself. I've been running from the Raider Prince ever since I began having those dreams. I don't want Zayde to turn me into something I'm not. I don't want a complicated backstory or a destiny that was full of great deeds. I never asked for any of this. All my life, I've been happy with what I have, and now everyone's expecting me to accept some sort of epic fate?
Zayde, Tamara says calmly, if you could recall your past life, you would realize the Sultan from long ago is the same man you are today. Don't be afraid. Trust me. I extend my hand over the hilt of the sword, slowly, unsure of what to do. Without giving myself any time to think, I grab it. The years flow one by one into my mind, first slow and trickling as a drop of water, then fast like a rushing river. The weight of my past slams into me. I flourish the sword forward more confidently than I ever did before. I laugh aloud. I can't believe it, I say. I'm back! Bennua cheers. She jumps at my side, brandishing her own sword. I rise to meet it, and we begin dueling playfully, giggling like small children. We're young again, Bennua cries, twirling under my sword. She tumbles into my arms, and I kiss her deeply, unable to control myself. She's here. I'm here, and we have another whole lifetime to fall in love again, over and over as the days go by. 2,000 years seems like such a long time, but really it's 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 minutes. It's no time at all when it comes to her and I. Our love isn't something that can be wrapped up and ended so quickly. It's eternal. Forever. Tamara is not looking at us, but at Ruka. He's awake. Jada has backed away to stand with the other djinn. Her lover is cowering against the ground at Tamara's feet. Tamara bends down and extends a hand to him. Hesitantly, he takes it. Tamara pulls Ruka to his feet and stares at him, completely silent. She's speaking to him, but it's something we can't hear. We're not meant to. Ruka looks at the ground, and that's where his gaze stays. Tamara proceeds back to us and says, Only those who have battled Saruman will remember this day. The students will forget, and all will be as it once was. She looks across campus and into the desert. Tamara's standing right next to us, but she's so far away. I can see it in her eyes. Everything except for one thing. You have to go away again, don't you? Bennua asks, slowly and sadly. Tamara doesn't answer. She simply fades away with a smile, vanishing with the remnants of the battle. Campus returns to the plain state it was a few hours before. All of the students are studying and walking to class and talking to each other like nothing ever happened, as if they were never on the run from an army of decaying men. I guess they never were. Tamara, Al-Shams, erased all of that. With the absence of Tamara, Bennua and Zayde begin to go away as well. The memories are still there in the back of my head, but the Raider Prince isn't as prominent, and neither is the Ancient Queen. Both Bashira and I have returned to our current selves. Ruka, though, doesn't look like he has any remnants of his past self left. He walks to us nervously, with Jada behind him for support. He thinks I'm going to hit him. I can't say I don't want to, even though he did help us out. He's part of the reason all this happened in the first place.
Al-Shams believes I still have a chance,
Ruka says before any of us can speak.
And, well, I'm going to make sure I don't prove him wrong. I'm going to be a better person from now on. I can't believe him. Still hate his guts, actually, but I guess I should trust Al-Sham's judgment and let him be. If he does anything to hurt anyone ever again, we know where to find him.
Bashira shakes his hand, a gesture that makes my insides twist, and says,
I'm glad you're finally getting help, Ruka. You need it. What are you going to do now?
I'll stay at AU and finish my book, he says, shrugging. I can't go home now, not after what happened to my father. My family will never believe me. They'll think I killed him when he doesn't come home. I'm exiled from the family now, for sure.
He can stay with me, Jara says, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. I'll take good care of him and make sure he doesn't get into trouble.
Ruka blushes. Jara sees Professor Shadi and Jamila Hera approaching, who are giving her very disapproving looks. She grabs his hand and drags him away before the elder djinn can scold her as they come to our side.
That was a very brave thing the both of you did, standing up to Akshalad once more,
Jamila Hera says.
Many would not face the Dark God once, let alone twice. It was only the memory of him,
Bashira says.
Besides, we couldn't let him start another war through Saruman, not when we had a chance to stop him.
You hesitated when Tamara came to us, I say, turning to Professor Shadi. Why?
It wasn't appropriate for us to approach, Professor Shadi says. The things Al-Shams spoke to you, she spoke for your sake, and not our own.
Both of us are still holding our swords. Professor Shadi extends a hand and says,
If I may, I'd like to keep your weapons for you. They will be stored in a safe place, should you ever have need of them again.
In my bottle,
Jamila Hera says.
My lamp?
Professor Shadi mumbles through clenched teeth. We don't care where you put them, I say. I hand my sword to the old professor, while Bashira gives hers to Jamila Hera. Just make sure nobody but us can touch them. The swords dissolve into streaming gray smoke. Professor Shadi rubs his hands together and says,
That's that. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm starving. Anyone want a quick bite?
Hold on,
Bashira says, staring at me.
Not everything's finished.
The victory over Saruman is flattened when I remember my mom, still lying in a hospice bed. She's very close to dying, if she hasn't already, and I've been gone all this time. I left her to die alone. We might have won today, but I've lost. Whatever we did, none of it came close to saving my mother.
Zayde, my son!
My breath catches in my throat. My mother is sprinting at us, waving an envelope in her hand, a large smile upon her face. She's not terribly thin or gasping for breath. Her skin is colorful and vibrant, not pale, and the years of being ill have washed away from her face. She looks like a woman in perfect health, not someone who should be on their deathbed. With tears in my eyes, I run to her side and grab her, squeezing her tight. I don't know what's going on, and I don't care. My mother is alive. That's all that matters.
Mrs. Amirmoez, what happened to you?
Bashira asks in disbelief. She looks more surprised at my mother walking around than at anything else that's just happened in the past couple hours.
The strangest thing happened. I know you won't believe me, but I'm telling the truth,
Mom says hastily, beaming at us.
While I was in the hospital this morning, someone came to visit me. It was a woman, and I swear she had this light. It was beautiful. I can't explain it. She sat by my side and took my hand. She said something to me, though I don't remember what. She left, and then, for no reason at all, I found myself getting stronger. The doctors have run all the tests, and I'm completely in the clear. It's a miracle.
Mom, I say. My voice is all choked up. I hug her again, and my tears fall into her hair. Tamara healed her before the battle. I know she did. How many times is she going to save me, again and again? I wish there was a way I could repay her, but I never can. There's nothing I can give my best friend to thank her for everything she's done for me, but she loves me all the same. I don't know where she went, but I miss her already.
She left this on my bedside. It's addressed to you and Bashira,
Mom says, handing us the envelope.
I didn't read it. I felt that the angel who healed me deserves to have her wishes followed.
Bashira tears open the envelope. The two of us read frantically, whispering the words together.
Zayde and Bashira, we have once again come to the story's end, and once again I must leave you. There are things I must do to better mankind, better this beautiful world we live in. I know you wish to follow me, but it's not yet time. Do not fear. I will always be with you, wherever you may go. Al-Shams is never absent from the world, and so I will never be absent from you. Tamara.
Bashira lowers the letter, clearly upset.
She's gone,
she says.
Gone again.
She had to go, my love, I say, wrapping a hand around her waist. She doesn't belong to us. She belongs to everybody.
I suppose you're right,
Bashira sighs, pocketing the letter. She smiles at me in a broken-hearted way before adding,
Come on, let's go celebrate your mom's miraculous cure with Professor Shadi and Jamila Hera.
That night, the djinn, me, Mom, and Bashira, always my beloved Bashira, dined together in one of Ashana's finest restaurants. I'm not really a fancy guy myself, but Bashira insists that I look handsome in my suit, and eating food I can't pronounce is a fair trade for watching her walk across the room in a dazzling red dress that drapes over every curve of her perfect body. She looks radiant in the candlelight. Even with my mother's recent miracle, I find that I can't take my eyes off my girlfriend. Do you want me to take you home, Mom? I offer outside the restaurant.
Oh, no. I've decided we're moving out of that dreadful apartment,
she says, waving her hand.
Your professor told me the university gifted you a loft at the hotel as a gift while I was sick. We'll stay there until a better place can be found.
Yeah, didn't know AU was so generous, I say, grinning at Professor Shadi. We walk Mom back to the hotel, but all of us are too excited to sleep. We stay up all night, gathered around the fireplace in the sitting room, talking about things that matter and things that don't. Mom talks more than most of us. There's a vibrancy to her that had left a long time ago that's finally returned to her. Every time she says something, anything, I smile. I thought I had so little time left with her. Now, I don't have to worry. She's finally going to be all right. My mother is alive. Mom finally falls asleep on the couch just as the sun's coming up. Professor Shadi rises from his chair, groaning as he stretches and yawns widely. Well, I think that's that.
Will there be class tomorrow?
Bashira asks, leaning forward. She's trying to stay awake, but her eyes are drooping.
Yes, I will continue to teach for the rest of the year, he says.
The rest of the year?
Bashira repeats in a defeated whisper.
We won't be coming back to the university, Jamila Hera says. Shadi and I have always wanted to travel the world, and we believe now is the perfect time to do it. That was the plan, if we survived all this.
Actually, we wanted to ask the two of you something, Professor Shadi says. We're going to be doing a lot of exploring on our travels, going to places no humans have ever been, dangerous work, so on and so forth, and we could really use some company.
You're not serious. I leap up from my seat. Bashira and I always wanted to travel the world, especially in our past lives. We just never got around to it.
We'd like both of you to come along, Professor Shadi says. We'll be doing a lot of research for the university, and the extra help would be appreciated.
We'd love to go. Count us in,
Bashira says excitedly. Wait a minute, I say. Bashira, I'm graduating this year, and you're not. You still have 3 years to go.
I've been waiting to tell you.
Bashira grimaces at me, somewhat sheepishly.
I told my parents that after this year, I'm taking a break. College has been fun and all, but I don't feel like it's for me. Not right now, anyway.
Really? How'd they take it? I ask in surprise.
Not well, but I told them it's my choice, and I'm sticking to it no matter what they say.
She holds her head up high.
I know it's crazy, but I'd much rather spend my time trying to be the best dancer I can be. I should have done that all along, but instead, I let my family talk me into going to AU. It all worked out in the end, because I was reunited with you. But your education is so important to you, I say. It is important, but I'm sure I'll learn more traveling the world with all of you than I will in some stuffy old classroom, she says, waving a hand. As long as this is what you really want. You're not just doing this for me, I say, raising an eyebrow. No, I've thought about this for a long time, even before we got together, she smiles. And I think after 2,000 years, I think I've finally figured out how to make myself happy.
About time.
Brilliant! Professor Shoddy claps his hands. Then it's settled. We'll leave after graduation.
Bashira squeals and jumps on my back, hanging off my shoulders.
I'm so excited, Zayde. We're finally going to see the world.
Are you sure the world can handle us? I ask, smirking.
Saran itself, the harshest and most dangerous landscape that exists today, was no match for Queen Bennua and her raider prince, Jamila Hera says. I doubt any of the other countries will fare much better.
Yeah, seeing as how we attract trouble pretty much everywhere we go, I laugh.
Oh, we don't attract trouble everywhere we go. That's so melodramatic, Bashira says, rolling her eyes.
We've only managed to live through 3 wars, defeated an evil warlord and his sociopathic son twice, and have battled the devil and all of hell itself, I say sarcastically.
You're exaggerating. It wasn't all that bad.
Bashira slides off my shoulders and looks at me, hands on her hips.
Yes, it was. That was what happened. Bile Shams, don't you two ever stop bickering?
Jamila Hera says, rubbing her temples.
Don't mind them, Mila. They're just the couple that fights about everything,
Shoddy says, taking her hand. Oh, we're the couple that fights about everything? Not you two? I ask, pointing at them.
That's not fair. They don't fight all the time, Bashira protests.
They do too. They fight way more than us, I say.
I bet we're pretty even.
Uh-huh, I point between us. 70 years together total, between both lives. I then point to Shoddy and Jamila Hera. 4,000 years.
I think they've got us beat. You've just got to be right all the time. Face it, we fight as much as they do, and you know it, Bashira snaps.
We do not do too.
Oh, Shoddy, Jamila Hera sighs. Perhaps we shouldn't have offered.
It's too late now, Professor Shoddy says. And for better or worse, I'm tied to them. Just as I'm tied to you, my dear.
Professor Shoddy bows to Jamila Hera and kisses her hand. The female djinn giggles, her cheeks turning a dark shade of blue. Professor Shoddy takes Jamila Hera in his arms and begins waltzing slowly in circles around the room, humming a cheerful tune. Slowly, the two dissolve into a green and blue smoke that twirls and twists intricately before vanishing altogether.
He's such a showman. It'll be fun traveling the world with them,
Bashira says, reaching out a hand to touch the place where the smoke once was. If that's what you want to call it. I jerk my head toward the loft. Come on, let's go to sleep.
Should we take her up to bed?
Bashira asks, gesturing to Mom spread out on the couch. Leave her be. She's comfortable. Bashira follows me up the stairs to our loft. The curtains are open, and the sunrise creates a fiery circle around our bed, bathing our room in an orange-yellow light. Bashira is still wearing the red dress. Even tired, she looks gorgeous, a powerful phoenix ready to spread her wings in flight. She could own the entire world, I know. There's something in her that's never willing to give up, no matter how bad things get. She doesn't take no for an answer. And despite all her flaws and all her mistakes, everything she does for the people she cares about. Bashira is more than willing to throw it all away for love. And now I know there's no one she loves more than me. She's brave, she's beautiful, and she's all mine.
It's been such a long day,
she says, sitting on the bed wearily.
But I don't think I can sleep. My head's just whirling with all these memories of my past. It has been since I fixed my sword.
I sit down by her side. That's funny. I'm not really thinking about any of my memories.
I'm a little preoccupied with something else at the moment.
What?
You. She smiles, falling back onto the bed with her arms over her head. I lay down beside her, looking into her brown eyes. We stay there for a while, just staring at each other and listening to the sound of our breathing, which syncopates flawlessly.
Zayde?
She asks. Yes.
I'm glad you decided to take your sword back.
She moves closer to me.
I was afraid you wouldn't, and I'd be stuck remembering everything all alone. I don't think I could be Queen Bennua without you being Sultan Zahid. It just wouldn't work.
I'm glad I did too. I thought I would change when I got my memories back, but I haven't, I say. I'm the same. I can be both Zahid and Zayde at the same time.
And I can be Bennua and Bashira. They're from different time periods, but they're still me.
She snuggles her head into my shoulder. Bashira, I shake her gently. She's about to fall asleep. I should let her rest, but my heart's pounding. I want to ask her something right now. I can't wait.
What is it, Zayde?
Do you want to get married again?
What?
The offer startles her awake, eyes wide open as she stares at me. I figured we should make it official. Again. I mean, we know we already work together, so what are we waiting for? Why not have another go? I shrug, trying to appear casual, but I'm obviously showing her how nervous I am. I hope she says yes. She hovers over me.
Of course I want to get married again,
she says softly.
I thought you'd never ask.
Really? I can't help it. That stupid grin is spreading across my face again.
I don't belong anywhere but with you,
Bashira says.
As long as I live, however many lifetimes I live, I'm going to love you.
I would give anything for your happiness.
I know, and I would do anything for yours.
She puts a hand on my chest.
I think we're going to make each other happy for a long time.
Or drive each other crazy.
Doesn't matter. No matter what happens, where you go or what you do, I'm going to love you forever. Unconditionally.
She kisses me deeply. I intertwine a hand in her hair, kissing her back just as passionately. I love this girl. She's right. We're not giving up on each other. Not then, not now, not ever. We create something together that's secret and precious and rare, something we can't make alone. Each day up until I met her was nothing but dying. And now there's light, amazing, captivating light. I've loved her always, even before I knew her, before I met her in my past life. My entire existence, I've been searching for her. Bashira heals me and makes me whole in a way that only she can. Together, we create a raging fire that blazes eternal. There is nothing for me to fear anymore. She and I are a light that will never, ever go out. Love cannot be extinguished. It burns forever. At the center of my story, there was always her.